No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonathan? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
No. I am Kenneth Okonkwo, the spokesperson for Labour Party Obidati Presidential Campaign Council, and one of the lawyers representing His Excellency Peter Obi and Labour Party in court for this petition.
No processes have been adopted. Your whole take about
Oh well, in issues like this, you go on incrementally. There were motions that were moved, but particularly the application that we are seeking for the live streaming of this petition was the one that stood out. And let me say that the issue of public hearing of our courts is a constitutional issue. Section 36, subsection 3 guarantees that courts should sit in public. So there is nothing secret about courts. If you go to Kenya, you will see that Kenya's the live stream. You go to the United States, even when a president of the United States, the former president, was indicted, the whole world saw it. What are we hiding? The one that is disturbing is that INEC, as an umpire that has a great opportunity to clear its name from its battered image, is opposing the public hearing of this petition, opposing that Nigerians should know why they declared a winner in the dead of the night.
That will be discussed.
Thanks. John, I want to ask you about a developing story. We're just now hearing reports about an American convoy in Nigeria coming under attack. What can you tell us about it?
Don't know a whole lot. I just got informed about that here before coming on out to talk to y'all. It does look like a U.S. convoy vehicles was attacked. What I can tell you is that no U.S. citizens were involved, and therefore there were no U.S. citizens hurt. But we are aware of some casualties, perhaps even some killed. But I don't want to get too far ahead of where we are right now. It just happened, and the State Department's looking into this.
Yes, my name is Dixon Irebo. I anchor Nigeria right now on AIT. Seeing you this morning, early in court, and I'm wondering I can get some words from you. How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
So, what's your position on issues as regards this case?
I'm the acting national chairman, Labour Party.
The acting national chairman, Labour Party. Yeah. So, what is your position about the happenings as regards this case? Because there are stories out there about your attempt to withdraw the case and stuff like that. What is the true position? Can we get to know that?
That's not correct. I'm not trying to withdraw the case at all.
So what's your position, sir?
I'm here to be part of it, not to withdraw the case.
To be part of it?
Yes.
If you're the acting national chairman of the party, will you be wanting to be part of it? You should be in charge, right?
I'm in charge. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not here to withdraw the case.
What is really the situation in your party?
There is no problem than the issue of leadership. That's all.
And you can tell from the only time that Buhari comes alive, is when you mention Igbo. suddenly his brain will start working. That his sickness will go away. He will become articulate. You see that general in him. But mention Boko Haram, he will act as if he doesn't know what's going on in Nigeria. Mention banditry, he will act like. Mention the economy, he will tell you to go and talk to the central bank of. Mention this thing, he will ask you. But when it comes to the case of IPOB and Igbo, you will see the Buhari that you have never seen before. And that tells that there's no hope for Nnamdi Kanu. My only worry is that they don't hurt him before they leave office. Let's pay attention to that.
From the 29th of May, while they are doing their shenanigans in Abuja, Biafrans are packing their bags. I am telling you the fact. And anybody that stays anywhere in the north, from Biafra land, if you are a Biafran, you stay in Lagos, you stay in northern Nigeria, you are on your own. I am telling you the fact. After 29th of this month, believe me, anywhere you are in Nigeria as a Biafran, believe me, you are on your own. Our resources will be only made available to protect those that are in Biafra territory. We are not going to protect you in Lagos. We are not going to protect you in Maiduguri. We are not going to protect you in Kano. I am telling you the fact. Our resources will be made available to protect those in Biafra land. I will make sure that from the 29th day of this month, we are going to chase away military from Biafra land. I am telling you, every Nigerian military will be chased away from Biafra land. Every Nigerian police will be chased away in Biafra land. We are going to chase them from barrack to barrack, from their headquarters to headquarters, until no atom of any Nigerian security will be left in Biafra territory. And for that reason, if you are in Lagos, hear it today. Biafra will not protect you in Lagos. We will not protect you in Kano. We will not protect you in Maiduguri. You are going to be protected in Biafra land. Those who come back will guarantee their
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
Alexi. All right. Welcome to the show. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo, and it's Saturday, May 28, 2023, and we welcome you all to another episode of Abia State 247. It's an interesting day here in New York. It's raining. I hope wherever in the world you're watching us, you are able to follow us through the program. We have 9 days to go before the inauguration of Bola Tinubu as the next president of Nigeria. And things are heating up across the country and across the world. And we are going to touch on those things. One of the topics that we are going to touch on is, as expected, the current case in the courts in Nigeria. Things are developing on that line. Also, we are going to touch on the people who are living. President Muhammadu Buhari and his family, they are living Aso Rock. And finally, they opened the clinic, Aso Rock Clinic. And 9 days before they left. They are going to leave, and we want to talk about that. And the wife is telling us that we're sure that this will be the last time that a president will leave Nigeria to go outside for medical treatment. And there are people who are pushing for President Muhammadu Buhari to release Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB leader, from prison. And we want to know what you think about that. And would that change the politics of Nigeria? Just imagine that he's out today. What would that do to the dynamics of the politics? And so many other stories. So let's welcome the people who are here already and will join us in some of these conversations. So let's welcome them to the studio. Prince Apache, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good morning.
Good morning, man of prestige. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Ovia, welcome to the show. So anybody who wants to join us, we're going to share the link for you to join us in the conversation. Some of the other topics that we're going to touch on today is, of course, the issue with the EFCC's chairman and what they have with the governor of Zamfara. And we're talking about Labour Party, the crisis in Labour Party. There was a judgment out of Kano State that nullified the election, essentially saying that Alex Otti shouldn't be the governor of Abia State. And that decision has been dismissed by so many people. In entertainment, we're going to talk about the situation with Fela's son, Seun Kuti. We're going to talk about Hilda, who broke the world record in cooking, and every other thing that is of interest to you and all our viewers at home. So, of course, we want to give you the chance to join us on the comment section, and those that want to join in the studio, to join us in the studio. And of course, remember, we have a new rule that we put in place. It wasn't my fault. A lot of people were complaining to me the other day. We see how it goes. So we try to abide by the rules and behave well, and everything should be all right. All right, Prince, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
Dominic, you're not Prince. Are you Prince?
I want to be Prince, but I cannot steal Prince's name.
Oh, okay.
All right. So the first thing we do is let's go around and see if there's any important thing that I skipped on my list. Prince, is there any story that's of interest to you that I missed?
I think that of I don't know if you ever come across that of Mr. Pampas. You know,
who is Mr. Pampas? Am I missing something?
Is it Pampas or Apapa, whatever they call him?
Okay.
The fashioner, whatever.
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah, I mentioned that. I think I mentioned that. That's part of the crisis in the Labour Party. Yeah. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, afternoon, everybody, or afternoon, morning, good afternoon. Somebody at the background. But anyway, I have a lot to talk about the problem in Nigeria. I think one of my topics is going to be about it.
It's about what?
I mean, there's a background, there's a noise at the background. I don't know what it is, where it's coming from.
Don't worry, I'll find out who.
But anyway, it's about the deteriorating condition in Nigeria in all aspects of our condition, from soccer to everything. Then my second one is going to be about one of our hosts that is here, justifying the Babalawo. He spent almost 2 hours on his YouTube justifying Babalawo, whatever they call him. I think he's a Papa, a native doctor, and he's like a Babalawo. He's here, he's smiling. So I want you to come and justify his idea. He spent almost 2 hours justifying that man present. So he's here. Let him justify it.
All right.
Yeah, he's laughing.
All right. It's on our topic. We didn't think it was going to be the main topic. Welcome to the show.
This concourse wanna be where they wear red shirts instead of wear red cap. Rudolph, my only problem today is from now is a man of prestige. That's the only news I'm interested in today.
All right. All right. I take it that Ovia, you know, you do shows every day. So is there anything I'm missing? Anything that is important that I didn't?
Other than somebody was mentioned Konkoso name, I think he was trying to mention Nnamdi Apapa Konkoso meeting with the president-elect in France over the week, regarding quote unquote national government, as they always claim. So that I don't think you touch about that. Yeah, pretty much what you presented so far cover everything.
Okay.
Then Appa-Abure visiting Abure, asking for marriage, and Abure willingly give him his daughter to marry. So to me, what's going on? They are in court at the same time. They are also giving out their daughter in marriage. So I don't know what's going on there.
All right. I think that's about him being the Senate president. So
yes.
Okay.
But they say they're contesting the process. It was also the same process that brought Appa-Abure now. I'll be different.
All right. I'll put that down. Dominic. Is there anything I did not mention on the topics that you think is very important? I can't hear you, Dominic. You're muted. Okay, we have to skip Dominic and go to somebody else. Austin N, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you every other person.
Yeah,
you got a bit of what we want to discuss, but personally, I'm so demoralized over our president, the unpresidential and unfatherly comments he made, that's saying that the action of Jonathan is un-Nigerian. That for me, for a father to castigate his children that way is so embarrassing.
What action, please? I'm at the loss. I missed that one. What happened?
Okay. So when he was thanking Jonathan for the call Jonathan made by 5/15/2015 to concede in the election.
Yeah.
So he said it's unprecedented and it's un-Nigerian. So for me, that is belittling the country, which he is.
I think he was talking to his support group. He was talking to this, kind of like a support group that was supporting him. So it's inconsequential.
The president of a country.
Well, and I don't know. That's how I see it. It's inconsequential, anyways.
But Austin, I don't know. Do you think that it has happened before in Nigeria?
For that to have happened, and it has taken precedence in other African countries, like what the lady from Akwa Ibom did, is it un-Nigerian? When you say Nigerians are diamonds everywhere, so once you see a diamond, you acknowledge it as your own. So for me, as a father, you owe it as part of what we are. That is part of being diamond.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Janaba.
Hey, Dr. Rudy.
How are you?
I don't think I'm good when I come here.
Why are you not good? What's wrong?
The mentality of us now, the other day you created a rule, we and your people from UK. We are in America. America have freedom of speech. And now you combine us with the UK mentality of colonization and taming people, and then we are saying we cannot curse out. My father cursed out, so the blood pressure go down. So even as a pastor, I curse out. Not even.
I support that motion. With the Americans are saying no.
American freedom of speech. If people have a thick skin and they cannot take insult, they should stay in their own bedroom. That's life.
All right, I'll take note of that. BQB. BQB, welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Damages. It's nice being here on the platform today.
Nice to have you.
This platform has been some form of relaxation Saturday for me.
Therapy.
To relax and pour out your mind. Yeah, apart from the fact that there is this new court ruling in
Kano.
Is it in Kano? Yes.
Yeah.
Talking about our governorship candidates. the APC people have been trying to say that it's not going to be sworn in as governor or something like that. I think it's one of the topics that we can just touch to.
Yeah,
Some learned people on the
it's part of
platform.
the crisis in APC, in Labour Party. So we put them together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that's just 9 days to go.
Yeah.
The Nigerian people are anticipating the transition. We want to experience the renewed the APC people promise.
Okay.
And I wish it's really going to be a new Nigeria going forward.
Okay, thank you. Desmond, can you unmute yourself? All right, I don't think you can. Can someone, did anybody follow this story about a leaked audio that had Ganduje talking to another Kano politician about Tinubu meeting Kwankwaso? Is that something confirmed? Did anybody?
Yes. No, there was an interview. Okay, that was Matawalle anyway.
No, not an interview. This is a leaked audio.
Yes. I think he concluded by, pretty much admitting that the fact that they don't have a governor, they are not going to have a governor in Kano is responsible for all this and all that. So you see, it's still in connection with Kwankwaso meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. So of course, and I'm normal now. Just like the same thing that's happening in Rivers, that Tinubu now romancing with Wike instead of Amechi, who is a stakeholder in APC in Rivers State. So Dangote is pretty much is seeing the handwriting on the wall already. He's going to be alienated. I mean, if you are from Kano, you don't have anything to bargain with, and you are calling yourself a senior party man, was in it. I think that is the pressure that is brewing up already. There's nothing he can do now. Kano is never is before, and he's been finally taken over from him. So we'll see how he will end up. I just also say go jail too.
Okay. All right. Let's start with the crisis in Labour Party. Let's listen to Kenneth Okonkwo a little bit, and then we'll go ahead.
As if there is something to hide. Why would an umpire oppose Nigerians hearing something publicly? So it's very disturbing. So the court has adjourned for ruling on that issue till Monday.
There's a fresh development, I don't know if you're aware.
Yes.
In Kano State, regarding the governor-elect in Abia State.
Oh, well.
Do you have any reaction?
We were in court when we heard it. What do you expect? The reason people are developing cold feet to the justice delivery in our country is for such orders and rulings. But we have come this far, and there will be no retreat, there will be no surrender. You also saw how a court was disgraced in court today, who came in purporting to represent somebody in a petition that has already commenced. Where we are there on the 8th of May when this petition commenced. And you just want to break in, as they normally do, breaking into people's properties without authorization. The only thing that is regrettable is that at times they do it with some collusion with some members that ought to be delivering justice, not delivering judgment. Whether the case, we heard it that it's in Kano. Good. By the time it comes to Abuja, maybe where jurisdiction is, I think the people that have the jurisdiction will deliver better justice to that.
All right. It took time for my own end to stop. All right. So the case in Kano and the leadership tussle in Labour Party. So let's start with you, Prince Akwachi.
Oh,
What do
sorry,
you make of?
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
I actually quickly joined simply because I wanted you guys to talk about the fact that governors are giving themselves some sort of pension schemes. And I also wanted to raise the point that I think part of the problem I see with Nigeria is that a lot of the times we focus only on the federal government, not the state governors. And I think they are a major part of the problem, whether in terms of politics, whether in terms of economics, and I think we should start focusing on the state. So I just wanted to ask that people discuss about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Mama Icho, thank you. Thank you for joining us too.
God damages.
Thank you for
I
joining us.
line up quick for your gate of heaven. As you start, I hear you. Later, you can't remove me. Now I call the number 6. How did they look at that kind of thing?
No, I didn't remove anybody. Don't always accuse. Mama Icho.
I said when you open your gate of heaven, I get bathroom.
I saw
I
you.
hear that way make gang. Then after some time come out, I know say now you remove me.
No, it's not me. I saw you, but
There may be now other members of your committee that know how to press button, press me come on. Now me be number 1 for your gate of heaven.
You fear to call name. You fear to call name. Yes.
No, I don't know their name. I go fear you. If I not fear boo and tutu, just
Mama Icho, not me at all. I don't know what happened. I saw you, then I didn't see you again. I thought you left, but that's okay. It's good that you're here.
No, I all need to go and take my bath because if I know, say if I not line up, I not go get space.
There's space today. Thank you so much. So let's start the conversation. We have several topics, so we can see if we can get to all of them. We'll try to give each topic 1 hour. So we're starting with Labour Party and the crisis in Labour Party. There are two. There's leadership between Apapa and Abure, and then of course there is the issue out of Kano, where a judgment is basically saying that all the Labour Party candidates are going to be disqualified. Those are won election because they submitted their list of members to INEC. Like I don't know. So Prince Akwachi, what are your takes on?
Yeah, for me, I wanted to even inform you. I was watching channels, and the judge has come out to deny that he never gave that ruling. You know.
Okay.
Yes, he came out. He said, it's just like propaganda or whatever it is. So it looks like how Apapa and Co is being accused working with APC. It looks like PDP got a hand in this too. Because he mentioned PDP as being the propagandist and all that kind of a thing. But only God knows. For me, it's inconsequential, number one, because all the issues raised are pre-election. How can we be talking about pre-election when already election, the primaries has been held and, the main election has been held and all these people who got the tickets have been declared winners. So to me, it doesn't make no sense, And number two, how can you be in Kano and making judgment for people in other states? A layman, any layman will know that is rubbish. It don't make no sense. Except they want anarchy in Nigeria, then that's when that kind of thing will take place. However, I believe the way that the Labour Party is handling it, they're handling it well. They've said it's inconsequential. It doesn't make any sense. Even to us, the layman, it doesn't make no sense. As for Abure and Apapa, Abure has made it clear he is the substantial chairman, and he was the one who went. I think that was on Thursday. He had a WordPress, conference, and he stated it. So far, so good that I've been seeing Apapa. It looks like he's hiding. He's hiding himself so that he wouldn't be beaten again. In as much as I don't support violence, but he needed to be shaken, and I guess he he's been shaken enough, so he needs to respect himself as an elderly man and just do what is needed to be done. Other than that, I think I rest my case for now.
All right, thank you. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you. Let me speak about the court from Kano. I don't know what kind of jurisdiction they have to make such a judgment. Is it? I'm thinking it has to do with some party, maybe PDP and APC, probably PDP, because they want to return the governorship in Abia State. So that's part of the Nigerian politics. It's not an appeal court or whatever before you can go to the Supreme Court. So I don't really know what right does he have. I've not read everything. But like Prince said, they have come back and said, all this is rumor. So we wait and see on that one. The one I'm more concerned is this guy called Babalawo, native, like we call them native doctor, that claimed to be the chairman and that kind of thing. Even I thought he's a faction of the chairman. The way he's going about it doesn't even make sense. I mean, I listened to his narrative on Rise TV. I mean, he has every answer for everything, but it doesn't make any sense. The final point they try to ask him, is it the right time? I mean, Labour parties, with the Tribune, try to find out what's going on. Is that the right time for you to come here, and disregard everything and mess up the main party mission? He couldn't answer that. That's my main question. I know he's been paid by APC. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I can bet my money on that. He's been paid by APC. So we see how that come about. He has no right to be doing what he's doing. So I'm gonna say that. So let my brother on my left hand side, justify his narrative. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Unmute yourself, Ovie. Ovie, you are muted. We're going to take your license. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You muted yourself.
Man in red is. I'm scared. So sorry. The question again, Rudolph.
Oh, the crisis in the Labour Party, the two, the one out of Kano, the ruling, and then of course the Abure, Apapa situation.
I mean, it's all politics now. That's not normal thing. But my own, these are a group of people that actually come together, right? If just look back to 2014-15 when APC came together and took over power, just imagine they did not succeed, right? The same thing would have happened to them. So now group of interest, I understand. I think is it Manobre or somebody said that there's like PDP is involved. Would it be Labour Party as it currently constituted? Many of them are PDP now. Obi brought a lot of people from PDP with him to that. So these are factions going against that. But most importantly, I did not expect anything less than what is happening to them, because it would be crazy. It would be stupid of the real political group to actually allow the kind of momentum that the obedient gathered now to continue going towards the next election. That would be suicide. So all this you are seeing is an effort to make sure it keep them busy until they lose their footing ahead of next election. This election don't pass. So it will keep happening. Things will keep coming until they finally took over the party. Then yes, there are three ways to actually go after them: through Labour Party as a party, through obedience as a movement, or through Obi himself. So as it is now, they are being engaged in all three fronts. And if you remember, I said it before, I think it was a day or 2 days after the election when they go court. I say they should be careful. If not, this thing will actually destroy everything that they've actually managed to put together within the short period of time. As to them getting disqualified, all their elected officials, I don't know. I don't think that would be very. That would be asking for too much. But it's not part of the game. That just to keep engaging. Imagine they are in court. You are in court, but look at what is happening to them. They can't even figure out who is going to even lead the war. The question of, they are going to withdraw the case should not even be anything that we should head of what we're talking about, but here are we. So politics, we don't get presidents, we're busy, only life. This is what they live for. So our policy is not going to be the same again going forward. Everything on our advice about every one of the politicians. How do I stay?
All right. Ovie, they will have an echo from you, I think. But thank you so much for that contribution. So Ovie, for Ovie, it's all politics and it's expected. Janaba, what is your take?
These are professional career politicians. There is nothing they do than to play with the mind of the people, and then we, the gullible society, believe that one savior or one saint is coming to save us. They are all from one party to another. Majority of the people in LP are from PDP. So I hope, my prayer is that the Nigerians rise above this thing and we can take our country back in the way of we having a genuine dialogue. How do we go and how do we choose a leader that represents us, not the old cargo who have been taking us for granted and mortgage our life and the life of the unborn Nigerians home and abroad. So it's expected, and I hope that everybody see what I've been saying, that these are the same people. They're just recycling themselves. So there's nothing new. And I hope the leader, the flag bearer of LP right now is Obi. That is the thing, that whenever you are leading a party and you are the presidential candidate, you are the flag bearer. I hope he rise up. It's a test of leadership for him too, to see that this is the way he can handle it, instead of them calling themselves Obi bring his dog, this one bring his this and all of that. I think it's shameful at this early stage of their party gaining momentum, even in court now. The court is in disarray. So this is politics.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Let's hear from BQB. I'm trying to take off this on your face, BQB.
Yeah, hello, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, hi.
At least for once, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, for once, I want to use Mr. Ovie's regular word on this platform, on politics. Because I wonder how the obedient are surprised. Everything that happens to the Labour Party, they say is orchestrated or is caused by people from PDP or APC. Majority of those people in Labour Party are not from PDP or APC. The guy, the new lawyer now, that was acting Nollywood before, that is now, he has returned back to the bar. What was this? Okonkwo.
Kenneth.
It was still recent, Kenneth, it was still recent that he was praising Buhari and I was in APC. So it's not surprising to me to feel that the problem of Labour Party, or the problem is usually caused by APC or PDP. So let me give you an example. Especially the problem of the chairman, especially. There was a criminal case of forgery, substitution of somebody's name. Was that one too caused by PDP or APC? Which led to this issue of Apapa issue. The police has conducted an interim investigation and they've found that there's something to be investigated. That was why the guy was suspended. Was that one caused by PDP or APC too? So let's just focus on it. If you are a political party and you have an issue, you just have to solve your problem. Chairman of any big political party is a juicy position. That was why if you follow the top political party, APC and PDP, their chairman have always been having one issue or the other. It happens in PDP towards the election. The G5 people want the chairman to leave. It happens to Adam Mushiomole when he was APC chairman. So all these kind of issues are just politics. But the way the obedient and Labour Party understand politics, I wonder how they understand politics. Those people that have been in the party for a long time are no longer in charge of the party. But those people that came to the party 6 months ago are now the one in charge. to now dictate how the party runs and move forward. I think that's just my small input for now.
All right, thank you. Mama Icho, Labour Party.
Native doctor. Hey, when my children try out of court finish, he can't go to because say, on obese mandate, I stand. I say, shoo. Now where this one they come from now for dream. Papa, shame on you. At 78. This is what you can offer before you breathe your last breath. What a shame. Whether you repent or you not repent or we don't write your name for Guinness Book of Records of Nigeria, of the people that are doing evil to my children. You can't stand on obedient mandate. If the money when they give you don't finish, I bet you don't return now. Because I know say what you do, you not do it for nothing. It is only in Nigeria. Matter go happen for Abia State, they go do judgment for Kano. All these charge and bail lawyers. Now what for now? So this is what now what did I teach you now for law school be this? I beg my children are never finish work. When they give us a ticket in the school, they say if you misbehave for conduct and character and this, they go withdraw the certificate. So Yakubu, they write that thing for a testimonial. So we go withdraw in testimonial for primary 6. They write that for in secondary school, we go withdraw. For in first degree, we go withdraw. For master's degree, we go withdraw, include professorship. So make una continue the work. Una withdraw everybody when he dey involved, whether they be lawyer, senior advocate or non-entity, may we go withdraw their certificate, may we take that to KG Ward because that is where they belong for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Icho. Austin, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and thank you, everyone. There's something fundamental with the obedience. You know, before Apapa granted the interview, they started calling him native doctor until he came and affirmed that he only prayed at Asaba, at the Congress, which is the proper role of a native doctor. But it is obvious that he is paid. If he's not paid, I've never seen anybody at his class that will be in a meeting and he will say, let's be fast, we came with a chartered flight. None of the politicians have done that, but he said that when he was in the meeting he called, he said, we need to be fast because we came with a chartered flight. So that means somebody is paying the bill and he doesn't want the bill to run over because he can't be able to offset it. It's obvious that he's paid. The way he was doing, the way he does in the law court, the way he conducts himself, and the way he sneaked in a son, so that brings a challenge, and that brings a question we need to answer. When we begin to think that all politicians are the same, it is not true. If all politicians are the same, why are we rejoicing that we're in America? America is corrupt, but we are very comfortable. UK is corrupt, but we are very comfortable. So we must be able to dictate exceptional politicians in our country if we really want things to go right. And there are exceptional politicians. Obi is one of the exceptional politicians. There are other exceptional politicians. We must affirm that fact. If we are not affirming that fact, then our gathering, our looking for a better Nigeria doesn't make sense. Because even in the United States, there are some people, when you see them as politicians, you say this one is better than the other one. So I'm totally against that position that all politicians are the same. And as for the Labour Party crisis, it is expected. It is expected because this has been the methodology the politicians in Nigeria use. They go into the little parties and they will buy candidates over and fund them with unaccountable resources. wealth without enterprise. So now when they saw what is happening in Labour Party, what would they do? I love what Ovie said. They have come with the 3 measures. They've come through Peter Obi, they've come through the party itself, they've come through other methods he mentioned. But through Peter Obi, nobody has ever said something outstanding that Peter Obi did while he was the governor of Anambra State that is inimical to his position. So I so much affirm the fact that if Obi gets that mandate, I pray, it's not a must that he will get it, but for the good of our country. If he gets it, it will be for our own good, all of us, including the APC candidates, including the APC members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. CM, go ahead. CM.
Hello, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah, go
Rudolph.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome once again to our usual gathering. Anyway, you see, Nigerian politics this week is really hilarious. You see, some people do not have shame. This man called what is the name? Lamido Pampas. At his age, he's still doing Jaguda. What Adedibu did under Lamidi Adedibu did for Wolo through Action Group to UPN, and it's from the same Oyo State. There must be something with Touting and the Jaguda from Oyo State. The one they call Tokyo is also from Oyo State. At 78 years old, the man has got no shame. He's still being paid to come out of playing with his grandchildren, if he has any, to be going to court. And look at the way. Anyway, when he learned his lesson the first day, when he came to the court the second day, he didn't wear agbada because agbada is flammable. He can catch fire anytime. So he decided to dress in one type of kaftan so that if there's anything, he can run away. What a shameless old man. He should have handed over to junior boys of 35 years to do Agbero job. Why is he coming at 78? He's still looking for something to eat. It means he wasted his youth. At 78, he's still being camped in a hotel in Abuja, 5-star hotel, being paid, being given being given a jet to fly from Abuja to Kano, from Kano to Lagos, from Lagos to maybe Umuahia, to go and be causing confusion. It's a shame, to be honest with you, and we are even here talking about it. As per the judgment in Kano, that is a black market judgment. Nigerian electoral law states that anything that happens before an election should be trashed before an election, pre-election matter. So that has gone. You have 14 days to challenge anybody's nomination or membership. If you did not do it, election took place. You should have challenged it last year. So all these things they are bringing is just confusion. For the avoidance of doubt, because people are asking, Obi is coasting home. Obi will regain his mandate. There is nothing anybody will do about it. No evil, no machination. Even some people may claim they are pastors, but they are evil. Obi will get his mandate. I'm betting it will happen before our very eyes. No amount of all this juju Tinubu is doing, killing people up and down, doing all sorts of nonsense, bringing a babalawo into the courtroom. Look at yesterday, somebody who says he's a senior advocate of Nigeria is coming to say he's representing Labour when nobody knew about him. He was walked out of the court. Is it not a shame? He will tell you, I read law, I read masters, I read this, I'm a senior advocate. Look at the way they are misbehaving just because of small money, small change. They are even cloning Obi's voice. It's a very big shame. Very, very big shame. 78-year-old man, instead of to go and sleep, he's doing Agbero, looking for money, looking for cheap money. Just any tout, any can buy him. It's terrible. Nigeria, I didn't know Nigerian politics to this level. It's been bad, but for a man like that, with white hair, behaving like a street urchin, it's a shame, really. Nothing will happen to Obi. If they let them go to Saudi Arabia and do juju, it won't work.
Thank you, CM. Thank you so much. KJ, you're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you, everyone member of the panel. I've listened to you guys, and I'm just, it's so I've just been killing myself with laughter here because nothing really happening now that is new on the lexicon of Nigerian politics. I remember the first time I spoke here, I said the next step was going to be to implant people in labor that would try to destabilize it from inside. And while labor is struggling with that, they'll be going on with the dates. And you see, it's gradually playing out. But today, I also want to draw the producer's attention a little bit to the media, the Nigerian media. It's one of the culprits, in collusion with the bad politicians in Nigeria. Because as I am here right now, if I'm willing, they will give me money, and every day I go to the station and make noise. I can claim to be anything. And why the stations, the journalists, like every one of us here, do not take their time to investigate before even carrying out the story. Whatever he said, they'll just blow it that way. Whatever he said, they just blow it that way. Like the example of what happened in Anambra State. We didn't even carry out investigation. The government just said, oh, this is IPOB. You all went to town. Nobody said, okay, let us do an in-depth analysis to find out why will IPOB be blowing up the same people who are the only people supporting them around the world.
KJ, we have that topic coming up, so let's leave that for you. Have your time is going.
Let me go on real quick. Now, Apapa, let's not be surprised if you're a student of Nigerian history. You know that Apapa is the new Nzeribe of this time. Apapa is the new Nzeribe. Nzeribe did it with when the other time that the first time the police came in, he was the one who scuttled the whole thing. So Apapa is the one now who's scuttling the whole thing, or trying to scuttle the whole thing at this time. So I'm not surprised at all. Anybody could have done that same role that he's doing. The ruling in Kano, are we surprised? It's the second time it's happening in Igbo land. Okay, the Imo State one is still there. It has not stopped. The guy is still the governor of Imo State. And you see, the fear that I have in Nigeria is this: even if when we know that everything is wrong, once it's been pronounced, they will harper on it. They will sit on it. They will make sure that they carry it out. Okay, that is why most people are afraid when such a pronouncement is made, because the people who are in authority will give it backing, even though they know it is wrong. They will give it backing and make sure that that thing stands. Okay, that's what they tell you. Go to court. All right. So so basically, I would say let me stop here for now. But I'm not surprised. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Igbo Basics, Yanis.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, fellow panelists. Labour Party is metamorphosizing, if I may use that word. Having been around the Labour Party participants for quite some time, this is not the first time that this thing. The Labour Party has been in existence for quite some time, with very massive constituency.
Igbo Basics. Can you guys hear him? Okay.
Yes. We can hear. I can hear him.
Okay. The issue in Labour Party, like I said, they are metamorphosizing. And as they are sorting themselves out, the fortune that Peter Obi brought Labour Party, it was massive, sudden, and they couldn't contend with it. It became a situation where people are struggling for math and azute when they have not been able to secure the land first. So on Nnamdi Apapa, I am usually not one who ascribes some form of names to anybody. But that issue is almost like the biggest fool among clowns. That's what I could see in the man, Nnamdi Apapa. And as far as the judgment that was being thrown from Kanu, my brother KJ said something happened like that before. I don't think it happened in Kanu. I think it was Supreme Court that rendered the judgment of the Imo State case. But that notwithstanding, the way I perceived it or the way I saw it, what a shame on the Nigerian judiciary system. What a shame on those people who are wearing those big wigs as legal luminaries. For you to look at a situation where PDP Abia State, it's a done deal. It's finito. The people are with Labour, Alex Otti. So it's a caricature of the judicial system. And that should be what all those who are wearing the big wigs should look at themselves in the mirror before they accept any case and go there and to pass judgment. I can only say that when we were growing up, we had the privilege of a lot of forests being around us. In those forests, monkeys existed then. The monkeys used to swing from one tree to the other, and we started practicing how they were swinging from one tree to the other. And we learned one thing, that if an animal that runs on the ground begin to practice the act of swinging from one tree to the other, there is a tree we call Obia, or Anusowenwe, or missing Obia. You end up hitting your head in that dangerous tree. And that's what has happened to Nnamdi Apapa.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, or good morning anywhere. And I say greetings. Anyway, I want to borrow, doctors, your language, Who did this to us? We did it to ourselves. I have the answer to that. Whatever is happening to us today, we did it to ourselves.
And that is Kafunefune Diota, Funefune Ogadianya.
That one now. So, what Apapa did in the court the other day is, in fact, that morning I just came back from work. I worked night, so I was just laughing throughout the day. My wife was just saying, "What is wrong?" I said, "Look at my people. I used to tell you where we come from, how we used to behave." Anyway, for me, I don't have much to say like always. I prefer to really enjoy and live properly so that I get more education. I want to just say that, sorry, before I just run away. I want to say that with the obedience, we should be happy. That's all I can tell our people. Just be hopeful. A new Nigeria is possible, because all these theaters they are doing has already given us victory. Because all this thing they are doing is a cover-up. When somebody shit for somewhere, they try to cover, you could say, no enter there, something they there, no go there. This is what they are doing. You know what I mean? So let me just keep listening for now and reserve my comment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. Ike, you're next.
Good afternoon and good morning, everybody. Hey, Ovia, my friend, it's been a long time. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Thank you very much. How are you doing? Good to see you.
I'm okay. You forgot me now because you're enjoying your money from Kwankwa Show. Enjoying Kwankwa Show money. Okay, it's good.
I noticed your interest. I will present the matter to.
Okay, that's good.
You are looking younger by the day, I must say, sir.
By the grace of God, if we continue to think about what is going in Nigeria, you will die before your time. So yes, the best thing is for you to try to live.
You and the basic need to drop the secrets before. We need the secrets.
It is well.
I know Rudolph, even though you don't want to talk, it's him not to reach that. So I'm asking on his behalf. Share the secret.
There, no wahala. Well, the shenanigan that is going on in Labour Party, like everybody have alluded, is not supposed to be surprising. But I think my brother Dan, who just spoke right now, I think he said the right thing. Every obedient and all patriotic Nigerian around the world should be proud of what they achieved or what has transpired in Nigeria. We have nothing to lose, because I still believe that new Nigeria is possible. It doesn't matter what is going on now. We know, we have been, all of us are Nigerian. We have been following Nigerian politics for so many years, at least for me, since 1979. Since 1979, I've been playing Nigerian politics. So these things happen after every election in all the whole political parties. But the one of Labour is the fact that this is an old political party, but that doesn't have a base in Nigerian politics until 6 months, 9 months, 1 year ago. So I think the overwhelming power of Peter Obi overwhelmed the Labour Party, and they could not be able to manage the success. But I know that at the end of it all, there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel. They can do whatever they are doing. Peter Obi is still standing, and we are still standing with him. And new Nigeria is possible. All this shenanigans that they are doing about Labour Party, creating factions here and there, courts here and there, you know, all these things are games they are playing. We know. But at the end of the day, what is the truth is the truth. That all we are asking for is a Nigeria to be a better country for every one of us, of our children and our grandchildren. And everybody, including the lawyers who put on their white wig and their black jackets, who because of a peanut, they go to court to do something in order to get the money they are paid for. Each and every one of us, our prizes are waiting for us. When we reach our time, we shall all pay the price of everything we have done here on earth, even before we go there in heaven. Here, we will continue to pay the price until by the time we leave this world. So I don't think it should surprise you or me what is going on. It's normal. God bless you. I yield for now.
All right, thank you, Ike. Ike used a minute of his time to have a banter with Ovie, so that I counted that. But next time I will deduct. When you're next.
No special. No special room for elders. That constitution, we need to rewrite that constitution. There should be a space for elders.
All right, Wayne, yeah, unmute yourself, Wayne.
At least I'll be one of the elders, so when you did.
When we can't hear you. When try again. You can't. Can you guys hear Wayne?
No.
Can you hear me?
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
No, we can't.
All right. Thank you. Nice to be back. There's a term Americans use. You know, when you have a credit card, you use it, and then you max out. You max out, that means you've used the maximum amount of money that is available to you. And I think we are maxing out on our stupidity in Nigeria, or the elite is maxing out on the advantage they've been taking of the people over the years. That's what I see. Because people are more interested now than ever. It disappoints me, and I'm not surprised that INEC does not want the world to see a televised trial at the tribunal so that the world can say, yes, INEC did its best. They tried, or they were really, really neutral in their officiating of the last election. They don't want that. Why wouldn't they want that? The clown called Apapa is being purported that he's a plant, he's collected money. I don't see why a person who wants his candidate to, win at the tribunal will go and put on up such a show. So if it's really a plant or a mole in Labour Party, then I'm hoping that there'll be a day of reckoning, that he'll be revealed. But we are getting to where we won't have room as Nigerian elite. I'm speaking for them, that they won't have room to fool the people. I enjoy the participation. I love the young people at the court, trying to hear, trying to participate, trying to get every detail of what is going on. I love the movement to have the trial televised. And one of these days, a new Nigeria is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wayne. Let me skip Man of Prestige and BQB because they've spoken on this. Let's go to Matt. Matt, go ahead. Matt, can you hear me? Go ahead.
I can hear you, Dr. Dameji. Good evening.
Yeah.
From Spain.
Welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. What are we talking about in specific?
We're talking about crisis in Labour Party. We're talking about the two different issues going on at this point in Labour Party. So.
Okay.
Do you have any opinion on that?
Yes. It's just this Papa they are talking about, you know, the kind of change is doing. I don't understand, you know, but it's all good. But why, you know, I don't want to use emotionally. I don't want to attach emotions of what, you know, is going on, because if you still listen to what the man is saying, I mean, what do you call it? Abure is not a son, you know. I wouldn't say you guys, you know, justify whatever that has happened. Maybe if there is crime or whatever that man has committed. You know, I can't dismiss what Abure is, the other man is saying, Papa. You know, but so the same. If there's any problem, I think Apapa is going, taking it, you know, the decision he has taken by bringing it to media. I mean, it's too bad. He would have, you know, tried to settle it with the presidential candidate and then with the party, you know, first before bringing it out. But he first of all went to the media. Maybe he has a point, but he's going the wrong way on what he is doing. I don't know, because that Abure, the way he has been, you know, responding to the issues at hand is not clear to me. But the reason why I'm not happy with what he's doing is because he knows. You said that you are supporting Obi, and you said that you're obedient. Then why don't you make it an in-house issue to discuss it and to settle it in-house without bringing it to the main stream? And now everything is going out. Everybody is involved, saying all sorts of things, confusion everywhere. So to my own opinion, I would have said that he would have taken that decision of discussing it with Obi and the party before bringing it out. That's my own, because Abure is not a saint.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Buddy. We skip Mama Icho. Go to Buddy. Buddy, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, especially Mama Icho and CM. Hello. Yeah.
Let it make you skip me.
Okay.
I think you don't learn the language skip. You want to practice?
No. Why I skipped you is that you've spoken on this topic, so I skip people who until we change the topic, and I'll come back to you. So,
okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
We only speak on Apapa or not election. No.
We're still on Apapa. We're still talking about crisis.
You are taking my time.
I go boss you from here.
Oh God. All right.
Yeah, on the issue of the Labour Party and Apapa, we have to understand that the internal party squabble is not new to our party politics in Nigeria. So we have to understand that. Labour Party from time immemorial, if you are follower of events in Nigeria, you will know that Labour Party is a crisis-ridden party. They've never enjoyed peace for one day, right from the time of their chairman, A. Salam, if you could remember, down to Nwayawu, to Dan Nwayawu. Labour Party has to split into two. The Senate Labour Party has to move away out of the Labour Party, where Dan Nwayawu is the national chairman today. So we have to understand that it's always been that internal squabble. They only settled that internal squabble about a year ago, before the election, where the NSCO, which is the founder of that party, has to took the ownership of the party. That's when the Abure came into the show. And all these people that you are saying, Apapa, Arabambi, they are the kitchen cabinet of Abure, which people don't understand. They've been like micromanaging the Labour Party for time immemorial. So I just want to share light. I just want to to let us have understanding of that. Internal party squabble, the same thing is consuming APC and PDP. Dr. Ayu was sent packing about 2 months ago by his unit, by his ward, at the unit ward level. They voted him out and he was expelled from the party. They quickly got a court injunction against him and he vacated. Nothing stopped Abure from doing the same thing, but he resisted. There's a criminal allegation against him, which people are trying to cover up. We might like Obi, fine, but crime is being committed. We shouldn't because we like Obi, we cover the crime. So we have to expose that fact. Party politics is normal. It has always been there. The interest has always been there. Nobody's after anybody.
Can I respond to Body for a minute?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Body. You here making on all this narrative you made. I mean, some of the points you made are good, but let me ask you something. I mean, there's interpolitics and politics going on in each party. Is it the right time during the tribunal when Labour Party is trying to get their mandate back? Is it the right time to make it in a public? Just answer that simple question.
Let me shock you. I will take you to history as well. What made Buhari to fall out of AMPP then to go form CPC? The same issue, the issue of trust. That's what made Buhari at that particular point in time.
But you're not answering my question. I'm talking about this
there is no time for politicians that are the executive of the party. There is no time the crisis will not come up. Even APC as of today.
You're not making any sense to me.
No, it might not make sense to you because you are not a politician. Look at APC today. There's this man from Kaduna. If you are familiar with the event, there's this deputy national chairman, not Shuaibu. He's fighting the national chairman of APC and has gone to court. Do you say it's the right time for APC too? Dr. Yeshayayu of PDP was sent out about a month ago. Do you say it's the right time for PDP too?
G5.
So that's the point I'm making.
All right. Thank you, Buddy. Thank you, man of prestige. One last person on this topic. We move to next. Eddie.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Looking at what happened, what transpired in the court. First of all, I don't know how Nigerian court works. If they're supposed to make introductions of whoever attends the court section, because if they're arguing of who is supposed to sit where and who is not supposed to sit where, that is not supposed to happen in the court. And secondly, Obi, I expect as Obi is the how will I say, is the supreme, the head of the party. I think he has everything at stake now. I would expect him to have called these guys together, the warring factions, and settle this stuff in-house, because it doesn't look good for Labour Party at this critical time when they have when they're trying to hear their matter before the tribunal. I think it's really messy. No matter how you call it, if you're in support of Apapa or if you're in support of the other guy, it doesn't make sense for them to be having this washing their dirty lining outside in the open at this critical time. If anything, it's going to work against them. You know, that's how I see it.
All right, thank you so much, Eddie. We're going to switch gears to a different topic, and we'll come back to politics. This one is about what happened to staff of US Embassy in Obaru in Anambra State. Let's watch this.
China Sea. All that will be discussed.
Thanks. John, I want to ask you about a developing story. We're just now hearing reports about an American convoy in Nigeria coming under attack. What can you tell us about it?
Don't know a whole lot. I just got informed about that here before coming on out to talk to y'all. It does look like a U.S. convoy vehicles was attacked. What I can tell you is that no U.S. citizens were involved, and therefore there were no U.S. citizens hurt. But we are aware of some casualties, perhaps even some killed. But I don't want to get too far ahead of where we are right now. It just happened, and the State Department's looking into this.
Go ahead.
All right. Ovie, the State Department is looking into this. What do we know now, and what is the implication of this?
I don't know. It's very tricky at this point. What do we know now? I think it's clearly that Nigerians die, and as soon as people find out in the Nigerians, then the reaction begin to change, right? When they say, "Oh, they were Americans," everybody begins, "Oh." So as soon as they come to here and say, "Okay, these people are Nigerians who just happen to be working there as a staff," so and reaction begins to change, then I begin to ask myself, so what is the whole point? What you say, is there a motive to it that we don't know? Or what are they expecting? If not Americans, then we should all brace up for consequences. But since the Nigeria now, then okay, a normal thing, everybody should just so that's another angle I'm saying it. But again, you just saw that video that you play again about Samuel Ekpa, right? I don't know when that video was broadcast. Is it before the accident or after the accident in Anambra?
Oh, I don't know, but it's not about. He didn't address the incident in Anambra, did he?
No. I'm just asking that if because of course this one will be an accident, right? This is pretty much something that was premeditated by whoever, even though they are accusing IPOB as it is, but it could be at this point it could be anybody. And I asked why when that video was shot, because if it's before, is it that this is just a reaction to that? I mean, this is just
no. They've been talking about 29th as stay at home and all the other things they're talking about. So that can come up later in our conversation, but it's not connected to this.
So is it the reaction to that? So I don't know. It's just so anybody.
The question to ask actually is whether the US Secretary of State he called Tinubu, and whether it's connected or no, because this one happened before.
No. I think the call happened before
the incident. So the question is, how would that push the Americans? The implication of this in terms of how the Americans are going to react to Nigeria.
And I think that's why I started by saying, since they confirmed they are not Americans, because I actually watched a press briefing by the press secretary when that question was actually asked, and when he confirmed, yes, that at this moment they can only confirm that they are not Americans. So that's why I kind of leave it open. If to say now American, with what is this something that was? Is it premeditated to the point that we expect some kind of reaction specifically to that? But now that it happened over Americans, then what next? So I'm just curious, just like everybody who is paying keen attention to them. So I seriously don't know. So yes, if it could be something to say, come, this thing is going to be come May 29th. The coronation will take place, regardless of what Apapa will send message to them, say, or put them, in another people's problem rather than we deal with it. So I seriously don't know. I'm going with what the guy said, that they are still investigating.
Okay, CM, the governor of Anambra State said he was not aware that the American convoy, they were in Anambra State, and I think what are you hearing about the whole incident? Let me hear.
First and foremost, well, like my governor, Soludo, because I'm from Anambra State. I'm not aware that the American convoy too are in Anambra State, patrolling for whatever it is worth and for whatever reason. But because they've recorded the loss of life, I condemn whatever it is. I always condemn the loss of life, no matter the circumstance, no matter the provocation. You know, unless there is a full-blown war between parties in which loss of life is inevitable on both sides. But in this case, I condemn it. However, I will await, because it involves America. I know they will carry out a full-scale investigation on it to know what really happened. And if it's a typical Nigerian something, they will rush within 2 minutes to go and label somebody as being responsible, only for them to start to produce evidence. You know, Nigeria, they will first of all award you first class honors, and then give you a prize, even prize money, before marking your answer script to know whether you really deserve first class. So that is the typical Nigerian. Police will first of all say this is the person before they will start investigation. INEC announced Tinubu at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. Up to then they say, where is the figure that add up to the 8 million they couldn't provide? So that is a typical Nigeria. We know it. I'm not making it up. We know it. So Nigeria, we put the cat before the horse, and then expect the cat to draw the horse instead of the horse drawing the cat. So because this involves United States, I'm willing to exercise patience, because America will look into it in conjunction with Nigeria. They know how they will be able, they know the questions to ask and where else to visit. Even if it involves forensics, they could go to the site, take some forensics, do anything. So this is a typical American involvement. I wouldn't be surprised if Nigeria should take a backseat, because they will mess things up and then they start to play one type of a crude tribal politics against the other, or because it happened there, then it should be this. So this is just the way I look at it. For now, I'm willing to exercise patience and then follow the trend of events, particularly from the American side, because the America is involved. Otherwise, this will be another INEC election again, where they will announce the winner before even telling you the figure that gave up to the winner. Thank you.
Thank you. Ike, the police Punch is reporting that they have arrested 2 people who attacked the convoy, and that they are members of ESN.
Yeah, Mr. Rudolph, I just want to borrow a leaf from what Ovie said, and also this is America for you. You know, immediately they discovered that there was no American citizen life involved. You know, it becomes a State Department is looking into it. That is always been the politics. You know, they are not after you. They're after your mineral resources that they will always want to get, you know. So I'm not surprised. And also the issue of arresting ESN is always the case. Whenever it happens, they have to tie it to somebody, you know. So there have never been any proper investigation, you know. Just in a matter of a day, it is ESN. So this is what it is. The governor of a state, the chief security officer of the state, is telling you that he doesn't know that these people were in Anambra State. So this is a country we're talking about. This is a failed country. Every day we come to your platform and the other platform around the world, we discuss about the way forward of a country called Nigeria. That the security officer of a state doesn't know that people that are working in American embassy in Nigeria, that they are in his own state. Where is the commissioner of police in Anambra State? Where is the director of DSS in Anambra State? How is it that the governor of the state does not know that people from American embassy is in Anambra State? Not even to talk about going to Obodo and some people were killed. This is the country, my brothers, we are talking about. So, I mean, is this strange to you that they have to tie it on ESN? Because they just have to have a story. You know, anybody can be ESN. Even you, Rudolph, if they see you in Nigeria where this thing happen, you become ESN. If they see me, I become ESN. If they see you, you become IPOB. This is just that. This is what is going on in the eastern part of Nigeria. Anything that happens, anybody that is close to where that thing happens, your tag remains ESN or IPOB. So what is this surprising to anybody? No. So I really do not care what America is saying, because they're only playing politics. They're only playing transactional politics of what they will benefit. It has nothing to do with them. In as much as American life was lost, it's over. We don't want to talk. They don't talk. They don't care about you. They care about your oil. They don't have anything that they want from Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'm going to second what CM said in regard to loss of life. It doesn't really matter where it actually happened, but the tragedy is just loss of life. So that's from that aspect of things. When it comes to Nigerian politics, it's just a different game. I mean, they claim they're still investigating. I mean, this just happened. They have not concluded any kind of investigation. How do they claim? It could be ESCN or it may not be. But the conclusion of Nigerian justice is just so, I don't know how to make of it, They have to do some investigation before they come to that conclusion and claim that it's, ESN or IPOB. They don't know yet. I'm not saying it's not, but you have to do your investigation. But anyway, having said that, I'm coming from it from a different angle. When this first happened, most Nigerians, I was following the whole news, most Nigerians were so concerned that the America will come after them if there's any American loss. But this is Nigerian people that was killed. You see the way their Nigerian mentality look, their life doesn't really matter to them. But when it comes to a foreign country like America, oh man, everybody's so concerned about America. Nobody cares about what's happening. That life is not value in Nigeria. I mean, look at the life expectancy, second worst in the world. You claim to be a country. I don't know what's wrong with most of you, but everybody here and the whole Nigeria. Something wrong with all of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. BQB.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, it's really a sad news, especially when it comes to the killing, especially in that Anambra State. It's becoming more and more popular in recent time. It's the only state that a governor could be kidnapped and taken to a shrine, and so many things that is you can just imagine happen in that state. So there are actually some unseen forces operating in that state, which from the obedient point of view was the only person that was able to tame down of unseen force is Peter Obi. After Peter Obi left, the unseen forces took over. They overwhelmed the professor currently. They are overwhelming professor currently. They overwhelmed the man in America now, Obiano. So probably it's only Obi that has solutions to it. Then the professor can contact Obi now to give him the formula he used during his tenure that stopped the insecurity. There is synonymous to insecurity, safety issue. I was watching a program one day. Commissioner for Information in Anambra State was on a live TV with, I think 2 weeks ago, with Igbo youth leader. The Igbo youth leader was based in Lagos, so they were debating the safety. So the commissioner was saying they were debating safety as regards to why civil servants were not coming. The commissioner was trying to make a point that the state is relatively safe now, that people are coming to work. But the Igbo youth leader was saying that it's not safe, that people cannot move from one location to the other. So the two groups of people that have been known to wreck the havoc is usually the IPOB or the ESN. So, but what some of the speculation coming out is that they are trying to make a statement, especially to the Americans, to get involved in their push for their demand. At least if they attack Americans will really take them serious, that actually we mean business. we are really interested in what we want. So if you can come in now, I think that's just my view about it. But Peter Obi can help them, sir, because he was able to tame them when he was there. So he should help his governor now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, Matt, what is someone is asking on the comments, what is ESN going to gain by attacking the American convoy? Do they even know, the people that attacked, how do we know they knew that the convoy is an American convoy? Matt, go ahead.
Doctor, this issue is just problematic because they are heard about the issue. I thought maybe if not because of the video that I watched and I heard that man, speak, I thought it was American citizen though. But now it's getting clearer that maybe it is Nigerians that are working with them. Anyways, that is what we get when we don't trust ourselves and when we don't value, what we have and don't value ourselves. When we depend on people outside, because I've not seen a family fighting before, and you are fighting in your family, and you don't have any man of peace or woman of peace that can calm the two sides, down to make peace, and you want to call your enemy to come and, broke that peace. I don't know how that will work. Anyway, I'm sorry for the soul that we lost, no matter how, because they are, people, children, mother, father, and sister. So it's just a pity that is going on. Killing is going on in that state. All I will say is that everybody should, calm down a little bit, whatever it is. But I don't think this is IPOB because each time things happen, they always want to hold on something. Maybe there are people who wanted to attack, to kill or whatever. But to my own opinion, if you ask me, I will tell you, I don't think this doesn't look like what or whatever. What are they going to gain when killing American citizens or workers? I don't know. So I mean, everybody should calm down in that case, and that governor also should, should do his act and work because sometimes things that is coming out from me, it's as if it's not serious, governing that state. It should just, try to, do something and then mellow down the whole incident that is going on. But PQ all the time is calling people. The people who is from Anambra State is not the governor now. So the governor, I think, with security men and all that, he can be able to, do something and find out people that killed those. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you so much. Mama Icho, you're next.
It's a shame to the Anambra State government. You are the chief security officer. You collect billions every month for being the chief security officer. They pass your domot. You say you not see them. They kill your own people. You they talk rubbish. You know, since America don't tell una say una no matter. If na one person for America, now then why story for don't change. Therefore, don't invade Buhari to let her know say you feel they do am for your people, but our own cannot go unpunished. But because now they kill like chicken, they say they are looking into it. Now see yourself, una Zulu though you not see yourself, shame on you. With this, so when you come into power, you will be different. They be help you when you did. Not be you be CBN government before. Not be you. Not be you. Shame. If they give that security vote to primary 6 speaking, I know say go no say that convoy dey pass. But your own na to take and go drink okwobi and take and dey carry women up and down. Shame! Nigeria police, make una stop to dey tell lies. Una don do investigation to confirm say na EFCC na do the thing. Una dey always dey pass WAEC before una even sit down go do class. Must it always be EFCC if anything happen for East? Where is the investigation that shows that? Simona, not let me change am for na yesterday. I be praise una. I be praise una. If na let me change hands for Nigeria police, me and I go wear the same trouser. So stop labeling ESN until you give us a detailed information that is the proof of your investigation. If not, just enough now, we the name ESN anyhow, we dey come for now. Make una not worry.
Thank you, Maracho. Buddy.
We sympathize with the family of the people that lost their loved one in the incident. It's a very sad occurrence that we've been witnessing for some times now in Nigeria. I will admonish all of us. Maybe we need to adopt the approach that we use today, because we'll be very circumspect in approaching the issue. CM especially. If the house is on fire in Lagos, we won't wait before we rush to the judgment that, oh, it's a particular people. If it is in Kaduna, we won't wait. If it is in Benue, we won't wait. That's all we always pray. That's all I always say here. That let's take time. Let's watch it. Whenever an event happens, let's wait for the outcome of investigation before we react. So I think that's what I just witnessed here, which I'm very happy with. That let's wait. People have been killed. It's very sad. Let them investigate. American approach, that's their style always. It's not different. Once the citizen is not involved, so be it. You take care of yourself. If their citizens involved, they invade Nigeria. That's a lie. They won't invade Nigerian territory without the knowledge of Nigerian government. Because I could remember sometime about 4 or 5 years ago, whereby American citizen was kidnapped in Sokoto. They have to send some of the Marine from US consulates in Lagos with some of Nigerian military guys to go rescue the person. They won't do it individually. They have to go in collaboration with the Nigerian government. So, like Mamacho was saying, the Anambra State government has to step up. There are a lot of ungoverned spaces in Nigeria. So they have to keep our people secured, because a lot of money is being given to them to do that.
All right, thank you, buddy. Eddie.
Hi, Doctor. If I need to go, for every British citizen that needs to go to Nigeria, if you go to their website, the travel website, there you will see it stated that certain part of Nigeria, in fact, the entire Nigeria is unsafe, but certain parts are red zones. And the British intelligence will know that the southeast is the troubled region. The south as well is a troubled region, even the north. So it's surprising that it's not surprising to me that the American citizens didn't attend whatever functions that they had in Anambra State, that they had to send workers from the consulate to go there, because I'm sure America also knows the situation in Nigeria, the insecurity in Nigeria. So there is no way their citizens in the embassy, in the American consulate in Nigeria, would venture into the southeast without appropriate security. But it's unfortunate that they send will I call it mole? I mean, may they also rest in peace. But they sent Nigerians, which means Nigerians don't matter. So they sent them with the minimal security, and they were attacked, and the unfortunate incident happened. I feel is a kick to at the backside of the. Although Nigerians will not get shame, so it won't even matter to whichever government is there. If something like this happens, I think the government in place should respond appropriately, not labeling one set that this set is it was carried out by this, but you won't blame them for labeling one particular organization for being behind this thing, because like when we grew up, if there is a troublesome child and something happens, the first person your first instinct will be to ask that troublesome child, now you take that meat for that pot, or now you break that glass. So hence why they look at the first suspect. So, but it's all around is an unfortunate situation we have in Nigeria, and I pray they find about who carried it out, and yeah, justice should be served. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eddie. Iwo Basics.
I've said before that this whole thing borders on security and security nationwide in Nigeria. This whole issue of security starts at home in every place. But have you noticed one thing that I'll just ask? When you're passing through a territory, the chief security officer of that territory will have an idea that you are passing. I'm not going to ask what were they going there to do, because I have no idea. In my own, it starts from each town. In my own town, my hometown, if anything that doesn't come from that area passes through, it will be observed. There are walkie-talkies. There is a communication, especially this day and time. But let's not forget that I said before that the apparatus of IPOB, of which Eastern Security Network, ESN, is a part of, has been hijacked. It's been copycat and stuff. Things are not what it is. Why did this thing not happen in Amotokun area? Where is the embargo of that same area? So think about it. And of all places, is in Anambra, where Obi comes from. So I am trying to say that security-wise, the lesson out of this whole process, because government or the powers at play will always be quick to say ESN. What has ESN done to anybody? That is only ESN. ESN did not set out to go and start kidnapping and killing people. No. ESN defined its objective as securing the lives and properties of the people of Eastern Nigeria. That's their mission. But now when you continue to contaminate them, any little thing, who knew that those people were going there? The Americans. As to go and specifically pinpoint, because to me, it was a surgical operation. If it was some Oyibo, we have been there for that motto. Perhaps somebody, and they know say in America, if they have an idea, perhaps the person will be very cautious. So for everything that everybody has stated here, it just goes to show that Nigeria really needs to buckle up so that we as citizens of Nigeria can be regarded anywhere around the globe. We have to first of all pay respect to our own persons. I don't have much to say to that, but if it smells like a skunk, it must be a skunk. They just pass through that particular area for whatever the objective is.
All right, thank you.
It is for now.
KJ.
Thank you again. And I like to agree with a lot of things people have said here. But I want to quickly also, my humble opinion, bring my own understanding. First and foremost, the movement of American convoys in the embassy people from this small. Can you hear me? Okay.
You're breaking up. Okay, go ahead.
So the little investigation I've done, I spoke to some people who I know who work closely or who work in the embassy, and they said their movement is usually very, very restricted, very, very highly classified, and top notch. Okay, security arrangements. They don't go easy; they go hard. So now it's not something that is told to everybody. It's not even, if you are not involved, you don't get to know. So they are moving to Anambra State would have been the same thing, because the same standard, whether the Americans are involved or not. As long as there's an embassy staff traveling, it goes in the same, moves in the same direction, in the same thing. So it doesn't reduce it. So now, who will be involved? First and foremost, the people who will have known about it are the security people who are involved, the police who are in the convoy, and a few people. What was they going to do in Anambra State? They are going to commit to look at the erosion site they have been financing. That they were going to inspect it and find out how far it was going. So there are very few people who would have known about this movement. Two, when we simply say ESN, IPOB, it's just trying to give a dog a bad name. We forget that all the resettled, what they call them now, big BH guys who they are involved, into the army, are all trained and sent into the east. We forget that also the Ebagu that now does not even operate. We don't even know why they're operating. Are also in the east. We forget also that there's some government forces in form of DSS and all that who are also playing major roles in the security of the east, irrespective of whether you like to believe it or not. I have seen there are some people who have been caught, and they are all members of the Nigerian security forces. Now, these people are making things very difficult. We want to say collectively to everybody who lost those people who died in the process in this operation. We want to sympathize with their family, because it's not easy. Some of them are breadwinners for their family. Okay, and the secretary, they are looking into it. Looking into it is a standard procedure. It's not because it's Nigerians that are involved or Americans are not involved. No, that's what we say. These are diplomatic terms used in such occasions. Doesn't mean that they're going to relax, the level of involvement. At the end of the day, they don't want to come out and say the same thing that government say. Oh, it's ESN. Oh, it's IPOB. Oh, it is. No, they want to ensure that when the statement is made, that statement is totally correct. Okay, so they're going to go in. You can see now journalists, in fact, the CNN report, that I saw, said a lot of things. They are also investigating. So it's not going to be straightforward. But I want to say that it's not only because Americans involved. Okay, it's just because that's the standard procedure. The government of Nigeria, what are we doing about it? These people, well, they don't think that a lot of things, the East don't really matter. That's the truth. You and I don't matter. And the lives of Nigerians, 1 minute, sir, the life of Nigerians don't really matter. And that is why people can afford to treat Nigerians outside of Nigeria anyhow. Because they see how you treat your own people. You don't think people's life matter. Why should other people think your own life matter? I mean, that's the way it is, So, without saying much, I think I've covered all I wanted to say for now. Thanks.
All right, thank you, KJ. Dan.
Yeah, greetings one more time to everybody. Happy Saturday. For me, my own view is, it might be controversial, or why are you saying this way? Every life is important. People are dying every day in that country. Nobody says anything, or we don't talk about it. It doesn't come to this. But Americans, whatever, who are they? It doesn't interest me. What interests me is, if you want me to speak honestly, is that every life is important, whether it is in it's American workers or even an American directly. You understand? Nigerians are dying in Kaduna, in all corners. Even some are dying, nobody reports it. Then let me come to political level now. All you see that is happening when they go to kill somebody in Anambra State just because of our principal, Peter Obi. Then they put it up. You understand? Oh, this is what is happening. This is my view. I start to be corrected. They make it a story because American has congratulated president selected. Okay, so now these are not this Eastern Security Network. It is not them or IPOB. These are the people who are causing trouble. They are ready to do anything. They can go and kill somebody somewhere, then they start to blame it on some other thing that is irrelevant. You understand? This is what I see. Because people are being killed in Kaduna, nobody reported it. You understand? Killed in every corner. But when it happens to Peter Obi's hometown, and it's now connected to Americans, it can be a mafia game. Let us go and do it and cause confusion. You understand? So that they will stay. So that is my point on that issue, Mr. Dr. Damages. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dan. Kenneth, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Sorry, I don't know if we're being timed.
Oh yeah, time 2 minutes. Yeah.
Oh man, I think I will go a little more than 2 minutes, please. This is it. I hate it when we tend to play politics with loss of life. And now you permit me to mention names here. BQB and Kulata are trying to play politics with what is going on in Anambra State. Let me address BQB. If Anambra is that insecure, it is your politicians from the federal government that is making Anambra insecure. Last time that a governor was kidnapped in Anambra State, the order came from Abuja.
Thank you.
And the Nigerian police were used to kidnap a governor. So deal with that. Now, let me address Kulata. He asked, would there be travel advisory in Anambra State? And he also questioned if it will affect foreign direct investment in Anambra State. If any of this is going to happen, it should have already started with Abuja, because you and I know that Abuja was attacked several times. In short, Abuja was bombed in this said Nigeria. So if there should be any travel advisory, it should start from Abuja. And if this insecurity should affect foreign direct investment, that should have started it from Abuja. Last time in Ogun State, a church, there was a bomb attack in a church, I think Ogun State, right? A Catholic church. Such foreign direct investment should also affect Ogun State. And also, travel advisory should be placed in Ogun State because we tend to play politics with loss of life. I, for one, I will never support any form of loss of life, whether you kill a Fulani man, Yoruba man, or Asa man. Life is life. But the question here is, like some of us have stated here, a supposed chief security officer of a state, which is Anambra State, he's telling you that he's not aware that US Embassy came to his state. Even the Anambra State police commissioner stated that they are not aware. Does it mean that US Embassy has been giving like automatic tickets to enter any state at will? What are they doing, or what were they doing in Anambra State without the consent of the chief security officer, which is the governor, and even the police? Right? It is easy for these people to cook up all manner of scheme just to blackmail ESN or IPOB or whomever they think they want to blackmail. What they call it, one secretary, US secretary, whatever nonsense that he called himself, congratulated
Blinkin.
Right? Yes. Congratulated Tinubu. Now they want to look as if Anambra is the hostile state, is the state that will, filled with the terrorists. They just want to blackmail Peter Obi. And for that, they have to sacrifice lives. Why were the US citizens not involved in that movement? What were they doing in Anambra State? Did they come to steal something? Are they criminals? Why would they invade another man's land without the consent of that person? That is criminal trespass. If there should be an investigation should start from the US Embassy. What were they doing in Anambra State without letting the chief security officer of the state aware of what they're coming for? The investigation should start with US. They shouldn't be invading state at will. They are the criminals that should be investigated. What were they doing there? And now people were killed. Nigerians were killed. And the Nigerian police just ran out and said, oh, it's ESN. ESN is not killing anybody. ESN is there to secure our people. Last time, there were some criminals that were chased from Oba, Anambra State, and they entered Imo State. Criminals, armed robbers on the highway, right? the vigilante, the Oba vigilante in Idemili in Anambra State, chased them through the Onisha Road. The next day, joint task force from Imo State, army and police invaded Oba, and they were trying to arrest the vigilantes from Oba. Who are they actually working for? Who are these security officers, the supposed Nigerian army and police working for? Are they working for terrorists? And you and I know that a lot of them in the Nigerian army are terrorists. They are Boko Haram terrorists that were recruited into the Nigerian army.
All right, thank you.
They are all bent to spoil the name and image of Southeast, and we're here playing politics. Don't worry, it will visit each and every one of you in your individual state, and you know how it feels to make your state ungovernable. I was in Anambra State two years ago. I could drive from Enugu, from Imo, from Asaba, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. to my house, and nothing happened. I feel secure, just the way I drive in United States. That was the way I was driving in Anambra State, and people were scared. I say, I have one life. If I die, I die. And nothing's going to happen. Nothing happened.
Thank you. Thank you.
All because of politics. You are killing people at will. And nobody is investigating you because you are US. How dare you invade my state without the consent of the governor, and you are here talking rubbish? They should be investigated first. They shouldn't be invading state without telling us what they are there for.
Okay.
Criminals. Thank you.
Isimele Yanes.
Hello, Dr. Damaji, fellow panelists, and our lovely viewers. Regardless how this is looked at, is not a good image for our dear country. It is still our country, regardless which position we take, whether we're on Tinubu's side, Obi side, Kwankwaso side. We are all Nigerians. Even if you tear your passport, Nigeria needs to work for all of us as one. I condemn totally what's happened, regardless who the person is, be it an American, be it an Igbo, be it Fulani, be it Yoruba. No one should die like a chicken in Nigeria, and no one has a right to take any life at all. This should be totally investigated. It doesn't give our country a good image. The authorities should investigate it properly. They should not label a certain region before the investigation is properly carried out. And I urge experts also from America to be involved in this investigation to make sure the outcome is right and just, not used for political agenda. Nigerians have been paying for their dear lives. Even the public one that happened with the NSAS, people died. People continue to die in Nigeria. No one is speaking for people that get missing because someone from America is dead now. The whole world is knowing about it. But these killings must stop. I do not support whoever is taking another person's life illegally. Imagine if it's your family member that is killed. You have no right to touch a single atom of another person's hair. By law, you should not do that. And the people who are playing politics with the lives of ordinary Nigerians or beautiful, youthful Nigerians, please think twice. I hope Nemesis catch up with all of you one by one. Thank you.
All right.
Amen.
Okija, you're next.
Good day all. I don't know why people are so. Is it because American embassy officials were killed? This should not be a big topic. People are killed in Anambra every day. But Obaru is a beehive for this agitation. There is I think Obaru should be one of the places in Anambra State that have high unemployment because the people they are engaged in farming and growing up in Onitsha. Obaru is close to Onitsha. They used to, this cattle herders, they go to Obaru to a lot. There used to be like, fights, like almost like every month, I remember my neighbor was killed and he was, they shot him with a bow, an arrow. And I remember I was small then. I remember when he bought the Bobare gun. And he was from Obaru, but they lived in Onitsha. So he used to like go back. If they'll fight, they'll call them, they'll go back and fight the cattle herders. So there used to be skirmishes, all the time. And I think, because the Obaru, they have a lot of farms and then they have waters all over. River Niger goes through there and Idemili River goes into, so they have so many rivers there and the place is wet. They cultivate rice and yam and stuff. So they always, this issue. But, global warming or whatever, young people, they're not farming anymore. So people, they want to, how make a lot of money. So they're not farming. So there's unemployment and the agitation, found this way there. And but the thing in Anambra State is this, what in Anambra State, especially when you have a convoy going around, when you have convoy, they will attack you. They will try to attack you. So that's the problem. So I don't know why personally from Anambra, I won't go around Anambra with convoy. That's American embassy. They should have known that, before. You should not go around except if you have, if you know that, you are convoy or whatever, you are, it's equipped just like, what's his name? Efanyoba. Efanyoba was, even if Efanyoba was attacked, they kill a lot of policemen. What's his name? Dr. Akonyele was killed because of the convoy. He was, on a convoy police vehicle. Once they see you, a policeman in your vehicle, they see you, or those agitators, those who are, I'm not saying, IPOB, those who are doing this thing in the name of, they're agitating, they will go after you. So one thing in Anambra, if you don't have, good convoy, don't go with convoy at all. Just go like a regular person. I don't know why US Embassy, they talk about security, they know this, they know that, but they didn't know this about Anambra. And they have to send some people, some Nigerian workers. Why not have project coordinator, someone who's there, and go there, send you pictures or whatever, videos? Why would you have people, drive people from Lagos to go there? That's their mistake. So I don't know why they should be talking about this, despite the fact that people are killing Anambra, all the time. But again, also, Anambra is complicated in the sense that the 302 Artillery Regiment is in Onitsha, the army barracks. Growing up in Onitsha, we used to there was a time, they have armed robbers, they come from the barracks and they rob people on Onitsha, they go run into the barracks. So you go to the barracks because the army, there's a army secondary school. We used to play, football with them. Sometimes, the games, secondary school games played in army barracks. You go there, you see basha, you see a lot of people, people living in the army barracks in army collecting rent from these people. They build bashas and they collect money from them. And that's a security risk. It's complicated. So I don't know. Okay, the other day, they arrested some policemen. They were killed. Some of them were killed. They were kidnapped in Anambra State. Some policemen with their uniform, they were kidnapped in Anambra State. They were arrested by some policemen, other policemen. So it's complicated what is happening in Anambra State. But one thing Anambra State, they have done it before. Multiple times. Growing up in Onitsha, there was a time when Onitsha would become, too rough for people. Omata, the Onitsha Market Amalgamated Traders Association, they will come up with one security policy and they will come every place down. Anambra State, they've been doing it. There was time of Bakassi during Mbari Nuju, and there was time of another security outfit during the time of Peter Obi. Right now, my hometown Okija was, it was so hot. People were being killed every day. We'd see videos, even to the extent that they killed one guy and they cut off his neck, head. But Okija came together, said this should not happen again. Now Okija is so peaceful. So peaceful. Every village, you pay security fee. We have people who are guarding Okija. You don't enter Okija for any, you even if you're most IPOB or whatever you see, and you are dead. So Anambra State people, I mean, this, I'm just saying this, but if anybody is listening, Anambra people, you have to come together, devise a security measure to deal with insecurity in Anambra State. Not only, village by village, but the whole, you find out that the state government, they cannot do it alone. You have to be like every community in Anambra State must come together, devise a security that will incorporate other villages so that, they will have equipment to talk, communicate. Because Anambra State, people are afraid to go home. A lot of people are afraid to go home. Okay. I don't think people going home to an Anambra State right now. So, and it will affect, no matter, Nigeria itself has, it's a foreign investment is a risk. But then Anambra State, we have more risk there. So,
okay. Thank you. I like that you brought personal experiences and gave insight into what's happening in Anambra. But we have to stop it there so that we can go to other people. You go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everybody, and good morning, good afternoon from wherever you're watching from. Thank you, our panelists and our listeners. I want to speak generally to this issue. You see, the reason why I came in particularly was, is because of every time an issue of this kind is brought up from what is, from the goings on in the East, people are easily, label them IPOB or ESN. People had forgotten that prior to the arrest, to the kidnap of Nnamdi by the terrorist Nigerian government, the Eastern region has been the most peaceful and most serene states in Nigeria. If anybody want to pick me on that issue, tell me that I'm telling lies. Now, what happened that suddenly, after the arrest of Nnamdi, we started seeing all this mayhem happening in the East? And it was after his arrest, and then the labeling of a very peaceful organization, which is IPOB, that have not committed anything, that have not even stopped any vehicular movement or traffic movement in the Eastern states. They were just doing their own thing in their own way. They've not even carried any arm. They labeled them terrorists. And Nigerian government has spent billions and billions of naira, if not dollars, in trying to lobby the whole world to, to key into their labeling of IPOB as terrorists, so that they will go after them. We have all forgotten that Buhari have said it, that the Igbos are dot in a circle. That what their parents didn't teach them during the Civil War, that he's going to teach it to them. He's going to wipe them off. He's going to say, I will pursue them. That was the word of a command of the person that's supposed to be the president of Nigeria. And since then, he has been pursuing the Igbos. He has been pursuing the IPOB. He has been pursuing the ESN. ESN was formed basically because of the abject failure of the Eastern governors to provide security for their own people. When Buhari sponsored organization, which is the Hausa herdsmen, keep going to our bushes and killing our sisters, killing our mothers, killing our brothers, killing our fathers in the bush, in their farmland, and taking over their farmland. Nnamdi met with the governors in the East, letting them know that, listen, they have to provide security. They failed before he now went ahead and do an Eastern security network and gave them one mandate to be in the bush and make sure they drive out these Hausa Fulani herdsmen that are killing and terrorizing our people, so that our people can, be able to go to farm. Now, since then, they have continued. Any little thing that happened, they will label ESN. If it's not ESN, they will say it's IPOB without any investigation. And this is what has happened again. And some of us who claim we are educated and enlightened, we continue to key into this federal government propaganda, and we have failed to understand the impact of propaganda and blackmailing. This is pure propaganda. Otherwise, let them investigate. You can't just say something happened, you have not investigated, and you now say this is what it is before you start carrying out an investigation. Who does that? Who does that? And the more we continue to confuse all of these things, the more we continue to see one particular part of Nigeria as, troublemakers, as causing mayhem and stuff like that, and say ESM or IPOB, the more we are enabling this federal government. And of course, what is happening today is affecting everybody. It's like they say, Nigeria is like breakfast. Everybody at one point of time will be served the breakfast. So long as you continue to label them, one day it will happen to you. If you continue to support evil wherever you are, one day that evil you are supporting will consume you. That is the truth.
Thank you.
Just 30 seconds. Let me round up, please. Just 30 seconds. You see, there was something that happened recently in the north. Okay, the massive killing in the north. It happened how many hours? Okay, let me not even go there. Look at the eastern state of all the areas in Nigeria have the most checkpoints, including police, military. So why do we have all this? Despite having the most checkpoints, almost every poll you will see military. Okay, why is it that we have all of those things, mayhem happening? Why we have those checkpoints? So what is the essence of those checkpoints where we have militaries? They are there collecting money.
They are the criminals. They are the criminals.
Making life unbearable for them, and we continue to come out here. Some of us continue to come out here and continue to support them. Oh, it's ESM. Oh, it's Eastern Security Network.
Joe, they have to stop. Thank you. I will skip you, man of procedure. I'll come back to you. Let me get Ngozika because I want to hear from her. Then I'll come back to you. Ngozika, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, all the panelists, and good evening, our viewers. So I learned something from David Hyundai in this week. It's called Turn by Turn Nigeria Limited. So it's going turn by turn. It's sad. Was it when Baci that was saying that we've maxed out on our stupidity? It's sad. The last time I came on the show, I think, was it the last time I said that I don't think Nigerians have seen enough shege. We still have strength to be pointing fingers and be doing anyhow, majoring in the minors, playing ethnic politics, and just generally being silly. I don't think we've seen enough shege. I don't think our heads are in the right place yet. I don't think we're a serious bunch yet. I don't think we want to confront these issues head on yet. We are still playing ostrich to a very large extent. When this thing that happened in Anambra, I'm not surprised that people are playing ethnic politics with it. Oh, it is happening in the East. It's in the East. They will leave East and come and start talking about Lagos. Oh, we should go and secure his state. It's all silliness. I wish they know how silly they sound when they say these kind of things. People were killed. Nigerians came out to do their daily horse and were killed. And you're here talking in the things that do not used to make sense. And you're not ashamed of yourself. And we are here bantering on whose fault it is. People were killed. They are dead. They are gone. That is it for them. And we are still doing this thing we do whenever, pointing fingers and shifting blames. The only person that we should hold by the blockers for everything that is going on is the commander-in-chief. He owes us that much. So if you cannot hold him, don't hold anybody else. Don't point fingers anywhere else. That is the only person. And I'm surprised we are letting him. We let this man get away with so much in the last 8 years that it's become a norm. The man has had a free ride, basically doing nothing. When he likes, he will tell us he's retiring to Niger, and we'll just laugh and make skits about it. And then, hey, this man, he should come and do and be going. Come and do and be going what? Somebody that we should be tearing his trouser, putting all our legs inside one trouser with him, dragging him and making sure he secures our lives and properties. We are here pointing fingers, doing what I don't know. That is just it for me. I am tired. I am just tired. See me now. I am in darkness, and it is not Nepa's fault. No, this time around, it is not Nepa's fault. I am in darkness because, okay, that's story for another day. But basically, we should really start holding the right people accountable. We should, and stop all these games we play, especially when it comes to the loss of human lives. Imagining the families of the people who died in that incident and watching this show. They are going through bereavement, and this is what we are sitting here talking about. We're not even treating it as death. We're just treating it as another political topic. And it's sad. It's pathetic. It is testament of the kind of people we've become, very unfeeling. And it is not good. Let's do better, beg.
All right, thank you, Ngozi. Man of prestige.
Yeah, but I believe I've spoken to this word lightly, but I'm going to
Oh, you did? Then I have
wait
to.
a minute. Let me speak. Let me speak, please. I think the point I'm trying to make is that we kind of amplifying the whole thing because it involves America. We've forgotten there's life lost in Nigeria. We have an uninformed information about America being dead. I know America was dead to begin with. Whatever happened, I don't know exactly how it happened. They convert, some other people were dead. I mean, Nigerian life doesn't matter. This is why we're talking about it. If no America was, supposedly, predetermined earlier on, wrong information that America was there, we wouldn't be talking about it. It's going to be another 2 or 3 persons die. Nigeria die every day. Just we are talking about it, we're kind of amplifying the whole thing because initially it was reported that America was dead. I mean, it's pathetic when it comes to Nigerian, politics. So, but that's what we are. You have spoken about it earlier. Thank you, Dr.
All right, thank you. Okay, the last person we speak on this is Collins. Collins, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Collins. Can you hear me, Collins? No? Collins, okay.
Sorry, I've done that.
Okay.
Good evening from this end.
Okay.
I have a simple question I want to ask everybody in the house. And I'll ask the question and still answer it myself. But that is the reason why I want to go that direction. IPOB as an organization have existed for more than a century today. And as me and you are talking tonight, no single member of IPOB has been convicted in Nigerian court. And any slighted security, no single person.
Yeah, hold on. You said has existed for how long?
For more than a century, more than 10 years.
Oh, okay. You mean a decade? Okay, go ahead. I was just trying to.
Sorry, a decade. Sorry. More than a decade.
Okay.
And no single person has been convicted. And every security challenge they have in South is the label it as an IPOB, as an ESN, and you're unable to convict one person. So that is where myself I am so mad at Nigerian government because it shows their hatred for Igbos. Honestly speaking, it's not going down well with most of us because of the kind of hatred that these people have shown us, the Igbos in that country called Nigeria. The earlier they realized that we are the IPOB. I'm a member of IPOB. A bona fide member of IPOB. And what we are being taught is not to take life, rather we are to protect life. So it pains me whenever I hear or see Nigerian government coming to label us as a terrorist or what have you. Why we are not killing people, rather we are there to protect our people. So I believe that one of the security agencies listening to us, they should take it and put it somewhere in their archive where they normally put their information that we are not killing people. We are here to protect our people, not to take lives. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Lebetis, please, I just a minute to buttress what Okija said concerning Onitsha, right?
Yeah.
Okija, I agree with what you said about the army barrack being a den of armed robbers. Then I don't know if it's still going on, because I could remember my village where I come from is very close to Onitsha. So there was a time the local vigilante, were chasing some armed robbers. I'm not talking about criminals, armed robbers. Through that old road, Onitsha Enugu old road, they pursue them till they get to army barrack, and those armed robbers ran into army barracks. And you know what? The Nigerian army at the gate forbids the vigilante, from having access to the barracks. They stop them and refuse that they do. In short, they were even trying to brutalize themselves. So they ran into safety in Nigerian army barrack. So now, and that brings me to what you're saying about the state governor should be held responsible for the insecurities. I think the governor is even handicapped. He can't even do anything because we all know that the Nigerian army is from the federal. The Nigerian police is controlled from the federal. So none of these security agencies are answerable to the state governors. And that is why we are calling for state security. state police. It shouldn't even end at state policing. It should go down to the grassroots. I mean, the community policing. Let each and every village, each and every town have their own security agencies or outfit or whatever you call it. Let us have security to the grassroots from the state. Let state be independent when it comes to securing their territories. I think that is the only way to tackle this. Other than that, whatever that is happening, like Ngozi said, Buhari should be blamed. Buhari is the one doing all this claim, doing these armed robberies. Buhari is the one sending his boys to go and do it until he do the right thing. He is responsible for all these insecurities going on in that country.
All right, thank you.
Rudolph.
So okay, then when if you're going to quote me rightly. I didn't say Buhari is responsible for everything that is going on. I said for everything that is going on, he should be held responsible.
Yes, I agree with he should be responsible. I agree with he should be held responsible, and I also added that he is the one responsible now. It is my own quote now.
I deliberately left out mentioning holding the state government culpable because I am from Enugu State. Here in Enugu, there's no love lost for our governor, the outgoing governor. The reasons are basically simple. Since his tenure, Enugu has lost its nightlife because of insecurity. And the insecurity did not start overnight. It started from pockets of security issues here and there. Then there was that incident at Uzowani. And that was where I realized that to a very large extent, these state governors do not have the capacity to do what we think to do what we expect of them. Urubu went there and cried. Several times that they have been killing in Uzowani, he will go there and cry and sympathize with them and promise them that something will be done about it. The best he has come close to doing is mounting I don't know if he was the one that influenced it, but there's been a surge of military checkpoints. Even at that, it's still happening. So to a very large extent, when we say hold the state government responsible, I think we are being very unfair to ourselves. They can do little to nothing. Case in point is Buruburu. Ask anybody. They can do little to nothing. But however, I know there are things they can do. For instance, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the forest guards. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the activities. Now, this is basically what they do. If anybody that knows those people should go and applaud them. Go and applaud them. Those people are silently doing the Lord's work. They are constantly in the bush. When I say bush, I'm not talking about all these small bush, thick forests. If they tell you their story, if they tell you what they see, what they battle with on a daily basis, you will know that they should be the ones we are applauding for even doing something. I don't know if they are initiative of the federal government or state government. I'm not sure. I don't want to say something I'm not sure of. But these are things where the regular security forces like the police and the army have become compromised for one reason or the other. These are things we can boost to secure ourselves. These people are literally in the bush every single day and night.
It was formed by IPOB. I know you'll be surprised to know that.
Forest Guard. Forest Guard, it was not formed by IPOB.
I just told you I just told you who formed them.
I know somebody that works with the Forest Guard. They were not formed by IPOB.
Who formed them?
Another thing.
All right.
Who formed
They
them?
were not.
I think
Who formed them?
mistake people are making. I don't know
Can I
why.
say something? Please.
Who formed them?
Hold on,
There
guys.
is massive
Obviously not the state government.
in Eastern Nigeria.
I just told you who formed them, and you're saying no.
Eastern Nigeria.
Hold on, guys. CM, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I think the question that should agitate our minds is, what is the federal army doing in the southeast? What are they doing? You see, when I say this, people might start to read different meaning. Professor Mike Ozekome, senior advocate of Nigeria, a top lawyer, He said he wrote an article, published it widely in the media. He said Southeast is under siege. Between Inewi and the Onisha, even head bridge, Onisha to Ihiala to Ekulobi, everywhere, even Owerri, about Mwahia, you see soldier everywhere carrying gun, standing on the road. Travel from Guzo to Zaria, nothing. Travel from Makodi straight to maybe Abuja, you won't see anything on the road. Travel from Ikiru to Ilesha, Ilesha to Akure, Akure to Ondo, Ondo to Ibadan, you won't see anything. When you came to Southeast, this is where you see soldier on the road. What are they doing there? Somebody said the moment a police officer, let me even quote this one because we're talking about insecurity now. There's a man called Babajire Kolado Titoju, journalist hangout, TVC. He said the moment police cadets graduate from academy in Kano, they lobby to be posted to the Southeast. What are they coming there to do? If you check now, the commissioner of police in Anambra State, he won't be an Igbo man. He won't be an Igbo man. So when you see all these things, Southeast are under siege. What are they bringing army there? If army should be on the road, why can't they be all over the Nigeria? It's only in the Southeast. Somebody like Ozekole to say it and put it in writing. It's no joke. Yet we are talking of insecurity in the Southeast. At every slight provocation, they release the gun. People are living in fear because when you look at it, you see, even if you are driving your car very well, even if you are driving your car very well with pep, you see soldier, first of all you shiver, he will stop you, calm down, start checking something. Do army check particulars? Does army, is it their duty to be on the road? Military should be in the barracks. They only need it when there is war. Their job is to safeguard the country. You can't see American soldiers all over the street and watch everywhere. In UK, I'm here. You don't see army in the police, but I know where they are. You don't see the army in the road. Not to talk of in the shopping plaza, you see them. Everywhere in Onisha, you see army between taking money from people. And when people want to resist, they shoot them dead. What is the army doing in the Southeast? That is the question. If they should be distributing soldiers to every part of Nigeria, why is there that if you like, we can bet it now, we tell somebody to travel between Kaduna to Medugri. Let us see the number of soldiers you will see there. Zaria to Abuja, Zaria to Guzo, Sokoto to Ilori, you won't see anything. Medugri to Yola, Yola to Makodi, Makodi to Jos, you won't see anybody. But when you come to the Southeast, it's under siege. Everywhere, people complain. Why? That is the thing people should be asking. Why? But if the aim, let me now warn, if the aim is to say, let us threaten these people, intimidate them, Biafra is on the calendar. No man can stop it. It may not be now, but definitely it will surely come. So they are wasting their time. Buhari will soon go. Southeast will remain. Thank you.
All right, Jonaba, let me allow you. I don't know if you've spoken on this. I lost count now. But what CM was saying about military. Do you have military in Benue State on the streets? Do you blame the governor of your state for the insecurity in your state, or should you also blame Buhari?
Dr. Rudy, let me say something that is very real here. I know there's a tribal politics on this platform and all of those talk. In the north, you don't see such, we call it roadblock, as much as we see from Lagos going through Benin, the east part of Nigeria. I travel around the north all the time. I go to Nigeria very, very often. And you know that. But then Okija made a statement that more as real to me than all this talk of they come to cities, Buhari has to be blamed. Of course, when you are a president of a country, you are the father of the whole nation, you're supposed to take the responsibility. But we have local officials. We have the commissioner of police. We have the DPO of every police station. And those are the security agency We have the barracks where the soldiers reside. So what are they doing there if it's not for the safety of the citizens or the origin of those local area? So when we talk about, oh, why we are going through this is somebody else's fault, is somebody else's fault. The security money, the vote, is go to the governor. It does not, it's not for the police commissioner in the first place. So for the governor, by the way, may the soul of those that join the ages rest in peace. But why are we not concerned about the loss of any Nigeria? It has to be a particular thing. It has to be particular tribes. Because it happened there. People die in Nigeria today all over the state, in Benue, in Sokoto, in Kaduna, and it's one nation. As far as the elite knows that we are not clamoring for one nation where we have not had what we are looking for, we will be taking advantage. Our voice will not be one. And we are one country for now until we succeeded in going different ways. So as far as we are one Nigeria, we should talk about the loss of Nigerian lives. And of course, you can mention just for geographical location and making a case where that incident took place. But you cannot just tame it or just make it a tribal issue. And if you want to make it like that, then we will still be going from two different ways. Insecurity in Nigeria is everywhere. It's not only one place. And the dysfunctionality in Nigerian police force, for many years, people like me have called to decentralize Nigerian police force because there is no reason why a Kanuri man from Borno State will come to my local area and become a police commissioner and DPO of my place, where he does not have any, I can say, have no any connection, even by any biological means or anything that connect him to that local area. He should become the police commissioner of the DPO of that local area. So we have campaigned for that. I have experienced such a police, even though I grew up in the barracks, I've experienced it personally. My driver was beat up in the local area. I just don't want the violence to lead to many lives lost. They arrested those guys and took them to the police station. The police told me that it's only in Makurdi that they feed such thing, that I should be responsible to feed this guy until they take him to Makurdi. That as far as it's in that area, I'm the one responsible to feed him. I said, no, you can let him go right now. We'll set you on the street. So this is Nigerian issue. It's not just to one place. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have to leave this topic. I know that a lot of people want to talk about it. I wanted to connect it to Nnamdi Kanu and the possibility of Buhari pardoning him, but I think we should come back to that later. Let's move on to a different topic. Aso Rock Health Center. They just opened it, and I want to know what. And the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari, assured us that now going forward, that presidents and their families wouldn't have to go outside the country for medical treatment. The cost of this Aso Rock clinic was 21 billion naira that they spent building it. And I don't know if you guys can see some of the pictures from the opening and the clinic. It has so many different offices and all the equipment that they need, and they are assuring us that the president will not have to go abroad anymore for medical treatment. So let's talk about that briefly, and I'll get everybody's view on that. And knowing that Buhari and the wife, they spent and the son, they spent a total of 290 days out of the country receiving treatment. We don't know the cost of that treatment. So I will start with you, Ovie.
I think the issue of this, especially our top guns, our officials going abroad for treatment, it's not just about health per se, right? And again, one will argue, where is the best place to have your secrets, intact? Not necessarily because you have a deadly disease or anything, but these people are constantly in competition, constantly looking for one thing or the other to victimize themselves and all that. Now, this is not me making excuse for them, but it's beyond just say, oh, he is sick and whatever that's happened to him cannot be treated in Nigeria. It's ironic that the outgoing government, is coming out to say it now. One would have said, oh, give records of how many people undergo treatment, even from your immediate family, and use that to project, say, oh, I don't think we should go, the next incoming government should have any reason to go abroad again because so person has been treated based on the improvement of the facility. So I what am I trying to say here? How can we actually stop it? Knowing the fact that it goes beyond say, oh, because it is sick, but trust also has to involve. Can you protect my whatever that is wrong with me? If you remember the very first interview Konkoso granted regarding when he declared, he said something about when he visited the same clinic in Aso Rock, and the doctor was kind of like surprised how healthy he was. And the response was because of the guy. He said the guy that who just left, which is referring to Tinubu, that I can't say such thing about him. Now, stuff like that. So stuff like that, they will have to, person like Tinubu, anybody who's hearing that, they will be able to look and say, oh, I'm not saying Gogozo is displaying the secret of Tinubu, but anybody can read it like that. So stuff like that is also one of the reasons why these people go out often to treat themselves. They're not even talking about the deals that go on that too and all that kind of thing. Bola Tinubu just returned, right? The excuse or the reason they gave for him going out is to rest and fine-tune and all that kind of a thing. But him coming back now, so other publications are saying that, oh, secretly went on that good treatment. So secret itself, so it's also have a lot to do with it. So they can do, whatever they want. They can spend billions and billions, which is, to me, is another way of, embezzling money and all that. But they will not do it. They will not use that facility.
All right, thank you. We pause now. Let me play this. I had an interview with the medical director of Aso Rock Clinic a while ago, and he said some things that is in line with what Ovie just said. We'll play that and then we'll come back and get other people to speak. Yes, Joseph, about the other ear. We caught up with the surgeon in charge of Aso Rock Clinic when the president was here at the United Nations. And we asked him the same question. We said, why is the president, why is he going abroad for ordinary ear treatment? Here is his answer. The head of surgery department, Dr. Danjuma Kauba. So Nigerians are wondering, why is it that a president of a country like Nigeria cannot cure ear infection in Nigeria? It's something that is simple, clear to Nigerians. They don't understand this. You are running the surgery department. Can you help Nigerians understand why?
Well, on this, I don't have the capacity to comment. I'm not his chief personal physician.
So you can't comment on that. But can the clinic handle something like that? If I come to the clinic now and I'm sick, I have ear infection, can you treat me?
Of course, when you come, you'll be assessed. Once the diagnosis is established and it can be handled, why not?
So do you know anything about the budget of that clinic? How much is it? We see a lot of figures in the media. We get confused. Some billions and billions. What is the budget of that clinic?
I might not quote it precisely, but I think, about 2.something billion was budgeted for the hospital.
And do you think it's enough to take care of the needs of the presidency?
You see, there is a lot of things people don't understand. Recently, in the media, The hospital was carried. I said, no, we ran out of drugs, we can't offer services, despite the fact that about 2.something billion was budgeted for the hospital. As I speak with you right now, not a dime has been released to the hospital. It may interest you that even the recurrent for the hospital has been, is it by mistake or by whatever, has been matched to the capital budget. So State House Medical Center don't even have recurrent budget to run the day-to-day affairs of the hospital.
Is there another hospital for the president? Even any other hospital other than this one that has no money released?
No.
So if the wife of the president or anybody in the presidency is sick now, you may not have the required medical tools to treat the
No,
person.
of course, measures have been taken to ameliorate the situation. But as I speak with you, the impression people have, so amount of money is released, State House Medical Center, people expect things to go, you understand, the way the money is. But that is not the case.
All right. So that was I think 2000.
I didn't know it used to be 300 pounds.
Did I lose weight or did I know what you saw? Yeah. So he also told me an interesting story off camera that they then I think when David Mark was the Senate president, he had to do surgery for simple appendicitis or so. And he was a personal doctor of David Mark. And David Mark said, come with me to Israel and do the surgery. So he has a license to practice in Israel. So they went to Israel because David Mark will not do the surgery in Nigeria. And this is the surgeon that will do it, but he won't do it in Nigeria. They had to go to Israel to do simple surgery. So it's more than that, and that's something that I think we will watch out as the new president comes in, who we believe we need medical treatment. But let's go to Ngozika. Jessica.
So thank you, Dr. Damages. I just hope this time around, Aisha Baru will not come and tell us there's no paracetamol in Aso Rock clinic. Let them make sure they stock up on the paracetamol. They should stock up on it well. I think we're back to the issue of our elites taking up for granted, dishing out what they cannot take. Case in point, Madu. Look at them, they are equipping look at what that man said, that they don't even have recurrent budget to run the clinic. But every single year, they put that clinic in the budget. So where does the money go to? Somebody is busily pocketing the money while the clinic that is supposed to take care of the president and everybody in the presidency does not even have money to run day-to-day activities, which is sad and pathetic. And that is why I would not feel sorry for any Nigerian politician that that has health problems, because these people are not nice people. They are not nice people. They are not. Imagine that. He does not even trust the environment. He trusts the person to perform a good surgery, a successful surgery. But he doesn't even trust the environment. He doesn't. Okay, you are good. Come with me to Israel where I can trust the environment, the facilities. I can't trust anything in Nigeria. And this is the same Nigeria that is feeding them and their families and their generation. But he couldn't do a simple appendicitis surgery here. It is sad and really unfortunate. And I hope the next time any of them goes outside for medical treatment and we're calling them out, somebody will not come and tell me, they've been having their private doctor there. Because it doesn't just end with them not taking us serious and wasting money and not doing what they're supposed to do. There's also, I always say this, there's also the risk of security breach. You go to these foreign countries, they have your health details. They know everything that ails you. They know which one they can do to turn your head around. I don't know if maybe I'm creating conspiracy theories in my head, but I take it that you go there, they know everything about you, down to what ails you. And you do not fear that they could use that as a leverage against you when you want something from them? You do not fear, or when they want something for you. How do these our politicians think? I don't know how they think, but it's really, really unfortunate. And I hope this time around, for real, the clinic is equipped, even though I doubt it will be.
All right, thank you. Man of President.
Yeah, it remains to be seen how realistic the clinic will function, whether it will function at a good level or not. I mean, in my own opinion, I think, as you said, just speaking fairway kumbayo to Nigerians. Nothing is going to come out of the clinic, but I hope so. But what's going to happen? I mean, is Tinubu going to employ some foreign doctor to come and station there to be treating him every day? Because, I mean, the report, like he went to France to prepare for his election. All that garbage, all they tell you, nothing come from there. Go and read Sahara report. Why Tinubu went to, they got the right information, and somebody's going to come here and say, prove it. Why is he going to, to France every day if it is not any medical reason? Come on now, people. You don't need to be wise. Somebody's going to tell me, yeah, prove it, nothing happened. He went there to prepare for his cabinet and all that kind of things. All those is rubbish. And that's what's going to keep on happening in Nigeria. So let's see what's going to happen from that clinic. Like I said, it's all a fairway kumbaya, and the Buhari and everybody speaking to you. Nothing, let's see. This I've said before. When they first built the clinic and everything, nothing came out from the clinic. So let's see what's going to happen in that clinic. Nothing is going to come out of it. Tinubu will still be traveling maybe every month to go take care of himself. And that's the Nigeria you call your people one. The people that's going to rule you. He's not my president. He's president select. So I will still call him until I die. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man of President. Ismail, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. That's a sham for me. Now, the outgoing president and wife coming boldly to talk about the healthcare system she's trying to provide for the high-profile politicians, forgetting that there are people in Nigeria that their lives matter. All lives matter as well. When hospitals in Nigeria are not even safe for women to give birth, there are still women that are dying giving birth. Those hospitals are not highly equipped. I know people will say it is the state that should look after the hospitals within the state, but I hold this point in a different view that is not progressive, is not positive. After all, the hospital that is being built is a medium to siphon money, and I don't even believe that the equipment's there. The workers there know how to use those equipments. The politicians are not even going to use those equipments. The services are going to be extremely poor. Anybody's life placed on any staff working there is in danger. And I don't believe that even Aisha herself will go there for even a treatment to collect any medication. Any medication prescribed by anyone there will be frowned at. The politicians don't trust themselves. They are busy siphoning and stealing the Nigerian wealth. How do you think they're going to use this medical place that is open for them for political suicide? Aisha should think more of ordinary Nigerians as she wishes a good health for the politicians and the presidential candidates. I don't hold anything against people in power. Everyone deserves good quality health for them to fulfill their dreams. After all, life is important. Aisha's life is important. Buhari's life is important. Tinubu's life is equally important. My life is important. Your life is important. Every Nigerian has a right for a good hospital. So whatever she's saying to me now is babash. They should do something. They will still go outside to squander our money, get the good hospitals while people still die. So it's just noise making to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kenny?
Okay, thank you, my sister. I think I agree with most of the things you said concerning Aisha, especially. You see, I like the fact that you said that whatever Aisha is saying to you right now is babash. And this is me. Whatever that she has been saying is babash to me, because Aisha is neither an elected official of the country or appointed. She is not in any capacity qualified to say anything to us. So we shouldn't be listening to that domestic terrorist in Aso Rock. See, this is it. Our leaders, or the supposed leaders, when they open up their smelly mouth and ask us to be patriotic Nigerians, I look at this person. Me, you are telling me to be patriotic Nigerian? I'm more patriotic than you are. Because this is the same people that will sit down in that their National Assembly House of Criminality and budget 5.5 billion naira to go and import car from China. When we have innocent that produce car in Nigeria, and there is one again in Ogun State that manufacture cars, they could not buy cars from these people, but they have to import from foreign land. These are the patriotic Nigerians. They go to Dubai to order clothes and shoes. Patriotic Nigerians. They will sit down there and budget billions of dollars or nairas for their useless president to go to abroad for medical treatment. And they're here. You know, when Dr. Damages was showing us the video, I was trying to see, and he made mention of other equipment. I was trying to see the equipment in that offices or whatever they call themselves, you know, whatever they call it. The only thing I could see there is one bed and one those instruments they use for vitals. That's it. Nothing. So Buhari happens to be the most corrupt president we've ever had in that country. Abacha is a small boy to Buhari when it comes to criminality. Buhari is a master game. So he's just looking for a way to embezzle the leftover. I mean, the money, you know, he has borrowed everything. The remaining one that should be in the purse, he's just looking for a way to sign the office. There is nothing. Nothing there. They cannot even see. He couldn't do that 8 years ago. He has 9 days to go, and he's telling us that now the president can now go there to receive treatment. Idiot. Let him go and receive treatment there first. Let him go there.
All right. Thank you.
Why don't he do those things?
Thank you, Kenneth.
Patriotic Nigerians.
Let's go the other direction. Igbo basics.
I don't have to comment on everything. I do have Professor Kano Federal, who I'll refer to you shortly, so that you can arrange for him to come to this forum to actually, because in the area of medicine and all the rest of it, he's the dean at University of Texas at Houston, and he is in a position to guide us better. But I think such a candidate that would actually handle almost everything we're talking about, because he pretty much in the business. So for now, I'm not a health expert, much as I can say something, but the last money where they go borrow, account Nishoga, it's really, it's ridiculous that the what you call it, the House of Assembly or whoever, approved for them to borrow $800 million on top of the ones where we don't borrow. I think, like an earlier panelist said, they've maxed out our credit. I don't know where they go agreement to come borrow some more.
All right, thank you. Jude.
It's really laughable for that Aisha, whatever they call her, who has turned to Bufo Regularis, who has been living abroad as a president's wife or first lady, you know, to be saying this nonsense, this total garbage, now that they are exiting after all the havoc his terrorist husband has caused and mayhem he has afflicted on Nigerians. The money, let's do a little math here. There is no day, there is no time, no particular time that Buhari traveled overseas for medical for medical tourism, whatever he goes there for, that Buhari will not spend at least on the minimum $100,000. Now, $100,000 in Nigeria can equip any hospital, provide any medical, any medication, and other essential essential things they need in any hospital, especially that in Aso Rock. So why has he not done that? All this while, why has he not advised his husband to do that all this while for this period of 8 years? And Nigeria up to today doesn't know how much Buhari and his family has spent out of our money going abroad for those 200 and almost a year out of 8 years going abroad to receive medical health. Ordinary ear problem, that ordinary antibiotic, a nurse in America can give you medication to take care of, even if we don't prescribe, to take care of ear problem. Ordinary antibiotic will take care of that. That is they are going abroad because they don't care about their people. They don't care. Nigerian life doesn't mean anything to every Nigerian leader, be it a politician, be it senators, governors, House of Representative chairman. Nigerian life doesn't mean any single thing. And that unfortunately has translated into the common people also, that Nigeria, that the lives of their brothers and sisters who are not of the same parents doesn't mean anything to them. That is why when they kill people, it doesn't matter where they kill the people. People will come here and be politicizing and ethnicizing the whole problem, rather than calling out those who are responsible for that, which is the president of Nigeria, the commander-in-chief. Because the primary assignment of any president of any country is the protection of life and property. And once you fail in this, it doesn't matter. You have failed woefully.
All right, thank you. Jude, thank you. We have to stop at that. Ike. Unmute yourself, Ike.
Like I just tell you, that hospital where they tell you said they don't open, go there in the next 3 months. You will never discover any instrument in that hospital. Let me shock you, because all of us pretend that we are not Nigerians. The people that sell medical scientific equipment in Nigeria, their job is that when you're opening a hospital, if you don't have equipment, you go and borrow. Immediately the governor come to commissioner, or commissioner come to commissioner, the next day they go and take that equipment back. You see the greatest hospital they built in Kogi State, which was it before the election that the Kogi State government launched a hospital and the president went to commission. I am telling you, go to that hospital right now. You will never discover any equipment in that hospital. This is Nigeria for you. Is it this billion they're calling now? Because billion now in Nigeria is like you say, give me, you want to go and buy Kentucky, you know, is the billion naira in Nigeria now is like going to buy Kentucky, you know, because it doesn't have any value for politicians in Nigeria anymore. So my brother, I want to tell you, all this now politics. You see that hospital, you see that equipment you see there right now, they go and hire those instruments, put it there, they commission it. But I am telling you that in the next 3 months, if you go to Aso Rock Hospital, you will never find anything in the hospital. The same thing your governor in Imo State is doing. When he went to commission something, you go and borrow, paint the house, paint the equipment, call somebody will come and commission. After 1 week, the people who own those things will go and collect them back. And when you go there, you see that it's an empty warehouse that they just painted. This is Nigeria. Let us stop just pretending as if it's the new news. There is nothing in Aso Rock Hospital. Even though you listen, the same hospital, the same doctors you were talking about, those doctors that are working there, even though there is an equipment there, they are the people who are going to steal the whole instrument, go and use it in their own private hospital. Nothing is working in Nigeria. Paracetamol you cannot find there, because the wife of the president who is telling you this after 8 years that they have squandered the Nigerian money going for medical treatment, is that convincing you should, when you are sick, you should go to the Aso Rock Hospital? What are you just talking to people who in this modern age of the life that we live, all of us live in a developed world? You understand what I'm telling you? Your president of America, who is Biden, they talk about what is he hurt? What did the Democrat have? What law did they pass about hurt people? You understand? People they try to provide health insurance and possibilities where I am living right now. For over 15 years that I've been living in this wonderful, beautiful island, I never had any cause to complain of anything for hospital because you are provided with everything. If you go and the hospital doesn't have, they send you to the specialist. They will invite a specialist from Aruba or Curacao or St. Martin's. They come here in Bonet, they handle the case, and they go. And if it is something that the specialists, they come, they have a meeting, they agree that they cannot handle this, they will fly you with your doctor to Colombia or Venezuela. They go there, they treat you, you come back. This is what we are talking about. So all this Aso Rock story, all this Aso Rock garbage with their Nollywood in Nigeria, trying to play Nollywood with Nigerians. Listen, all the politics, nothing there inside that hospital. I am telling you that if you go there in the next 3 months, every equipment that is in that hospital has gone. I was in the medical field when I was in Nigeria. I was selling I was in Idumota. I was selling drugs. What the people do in the hospital, they go and borrow equipment from the medical scientific clinics. They borrow them, they put it in the hospital on the door of commission. After that day, they take it away. Nothing is there because if you go there, the doctor that the medical director of the hospital don't treat himself in that hospital because he has a private hospital where he's going to take the whole equipment and go and put it in his hospital. Then when you go there, he will recommend you to the hospital where you're supposed to go. Eventually, by the time you go, you discover at the end of the day, he is the owner of the hospital. He is stealing every product they have in that government hospital, taking it to his own private hospital, and collecting money and putting it in his pocket. When you go there, he will tell you, "Listen, we can't treat you, but I have a place you can get better treatment." This is Nigeria for you. Not all the politics. My brother over here, I like your honor politics. The honor politics, my brother, not in the work. All this is my story. But my joy, before I do that for 1 minute. You see, Nigerians are wiser now. And this is why the elites, they have no hiding place. The land is so hot for every one of them that now Nigerians are wiser. So they can play their politics. We don't care. Who cares?
All right. Thank you, Ike. KJ.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Ike. Your last, I agree with everything you've said, but I don't agree with your last question. That's my opinion. Nigerians have not come to agree. We're not wiser. If we are wiser, who are the people rigging the elections? I don't know the poor. Who are the people carrying the ballot boxes and burning it? Was there any Buhari son there? Was there any Tinubu son there? No. It is we. And like I said, we the media, we are also part of it. We see now, Dr. Damage, you met a doctor there, you asked him the tough question. Why didn't you shy away? Why didn't you go and tell him how many children does he have? Why did you not ask him, I hear you are, what's the... No, you asked him the tough questions. Even though he wasn't going to answer you, but you were able to sneak in to find out, he was able to give you some things. Okay? The Nigerian media, we fear to ask them the question because you want to be patronized. You want brand envelope at the end of the day. You don't want to ask the question like they now say, look, that KJ man, we'll have to deal with him. Okay? As long as the media plays along, Aisha came and I told the people now the place is equipped. Why didn't you ask her? What happened? Why didn't you do it since 8 years ago? And then why are you now equipping it for Tinubu, who your husband was better than when he is coming in? Okay? So, but Dr. Ahmed, this is the reason why they will never go there. The witches in Nigeria are waiting for them in that hospital. So they prefer to go outside, where witches cannot fly over across the Atlantic.
Okay? KJ, hold on. Femi Adesina said that he did not see any witches or wizard at Aso Rock, unlike Ruben Abati that saw witches. He did not see any.
Okay.
He was 8 years, so.
But let me tell you something, Rudolph. I have friends who report from Aso Villa, and they tell you terrible stories. And I mean, I'm not kidding now. They tell you terrible stories. okay, when you stay there beyond a particular time. So most of them make way to get out of the place, okay, before the time. I'm serious now. I'm not joking about this. Okay. So, but that is apart. Remember, if you did a small history of the Baggy people who owned that place where Aso Rock was built, they themselves are surprised how Babangida was able to overpower the witches there. I'm serious. Go read their history. Okay? That was a sacred place that nobody goes to. Nobody goes there. But he was able to do it. And, we thank him for it. Whether there are witches or not, I have never slept there. But most journalists don't want to stay there, to a particular time. They all run away from there. All I'm saying is this. You are leaving office. You have done so well. Before he came, he's the only honest man on earth, okay, that God has left to live alive. Now you are leaving, and now you are telling the person coming in that you have equipped it. Your children don't even go to Aso Rock as this thing. I was in Abuja when his son had a fall with a bike, okay, and they took him to the closest hospital to where he fell was in Gwarimpa. They removed every single person, including those who were on the operating table. I'm telling you the truth. They discharged them just for that in particular young man, okay, so that nobody was in that hospital. Even those who had critical illness, they were removed so that his son can be there. His life was more better than the rest of us. I mean, how else will you say it? What am I saying? So now, Tinubu, who is going to do half of his term in either France or England, is now being told to use Aso Rock. Does it make sense? For me, I don't think it makes any sense. And I don't think it's even good for anybody to do. And just like the other speakers have said, Rudolph, anybody who thinks this thing is going to change is just deceiving himself. It's not going to change. It's going to continue this way. So more money is going to go for outside treatment. Our jet will be parked there. Now, you see, when Buhari was coming, he said Jonathan was, what's the reason for presidential fleets? He's going to turn it to Nigeria Airways. Now, when he came in, he bought two more fleets. His children go to Dubai with Nigerian flights, Nigerian, jets, which Jonathan never did. Jonathan never did that. So this is a situation we have at hand. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Janaba, you're next.
I hope you give me the time that you have given to all your brothers. Marginalization starts everywhere, but I'm okay with it. When I have a thick skin, I can stand anything. That's why I say COSA should be allowed, because this is America, so it's all right. The issue of Aisha is a complicated woman. She already relocated to Dubai. 21 billion naira is a scam. That's the only way they want to. That's send off, by the way. So nothing is there. The Nigerian people, the elite, the politicians, even if those equipment are there, the people operating it, they are Olodo. They know them, that there are children that they bribe to go and go to school and come and. My brother nearly paralyzed me. He gave me injection here. Those are the Olodos there. They're not going to do nothing. No, I'm not even going there myself. Even me as a low class I can be. So they know what they're talking about. Nobody's going to go there. There are children, they bribe them to go to the professor to give them that doctorate degree or whatever they give to them. So nobody's going there. It's like my grandmother fowl house. Nobody's going there. When it comes to issue of Tinubu knows better. Tinubu is even me. I'm going to be 50 very soon. I hope you guys come for my birthday. So I'm not going to come and go there. Tinubu is not going there. Tinubu is used to France. He's used to UK. And then the doctor that the other one interviewed and said, okay, it's going to wherever the country is going and it's going to, because they will take light in the midst of it before the other, whether it's solar system or whatever, kick off. Then you are a dead human being who want to die. Rich people don't want to die. It's only poor people. And that's why I recommended that poor people should not marry themselves.
How would they marry rich people? Let's just deviate a little bit. How do they see, where would they see rich people?
You know what you don't have, you go for it. It's like sugar mommy should be going out with a young boy, and the sugar that they should be going out with a younger one. So that's it.
All right, CM. Aso Rock Hospital.
Yeah. I think in Aso Rock Hospital, I think I will agree. Oh, he has left. Ike, what Ike said, I agree. You see, the practice in Nigeria is like the more you look, the less you see. Let me give you this perspective. In Nigeria, if you want to accredit a medical school, you go to one medical school, all their well-known professors, those that have published internationally, even some that are in the UK here, you take their names and put as visiting lecturers. By the time you hear visiting lecturer from this university, from this, none of them is resident in that university, about 4 or 5. He said these are visiting lecturers. He was the associate editor of International Journal of Immunology. They just, with big CV, they put them there. With a bribe, they will give the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council. They will accredit them to run medicine. The moment they leave, you won't see all those lecturers there. So this is Nigeria. So what goes on in Aso Rock is typical. I know. I don't even believe them. What Ike said is the same one, is everything. All they are trying to do, but you should question the wisdom of Buhari. 9 days to your departure, or maybe less than a month, you are commissioning something. For what? What is he trying to say? Aso Rock Clinic, to me, is another way to siphon money. The doctor you interviewed, what if you put 2 and 2 together? You know that the guy is talking politically. He doesn't want to say all that he knew, all that he knows. He's talking politically. Can you cure ear infection? He wanted to say, hey, if you come, they cure you. Why can't you cure the president? You will come to London. By the way, he started with ear infection and he's ending with teeth infection, isn't it? So what a president Nigeria have got. I don't all those things, it doesn't bug me. I know they are just stealing money. By the time Tinubu comes in, but God forbid, anyway, that won't happen. By the time he comes in, if at all, already he's going to France. Ever since he showed us his PICC line, he's no longer wearing short sleeve. Everything is now long sleeve. Still hiding so many things. So I don't believe all these things they're saying. It's just a way to eat, to siphon money. Now let me put this out here because we are in a public platform. Whatever I say here, if I came to complain of what concerns me, please, if you have anything that concerns you or you feel your ethnic origin, please bring it out. I'm not a spokesperson for any other person. I'm not even a spokesperson for Ndibu. But I feel pained when people tell me that they are still at between Opi Weka to Rojeni. I say, why? I say, Army and the road. What is Army doing in Onisha? So when I complain, somebody will come and then paint it the other way. Igbos are complaining. What they complain is genuine. If you have your own, bring it out. Not when I complain of my own, then you start to water it down. You can't try it. You can't deceive me. I'm too civilized and exposed to know exactly what I'm asking for. If you have a problem, bring it out. Complain. If police are threatening my people, seizing their properties, intimidating them, I have the right to speak out. But if you don't want to speak for your own, well, so be it. But don't come and tell me that and then disguised, all those type of mumbo jumbo that you. Anyway, let me give way. I will have another opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin. You're next.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. I appreciate you. But there is one thing I really do not understand about Aisha. Is she truly the husband of this man? The wife, sorry. She truly the wife of this man? Because the way she behaves like somebody APC package to be rallying around the president. Because if she is the wife, she should be close to him, and she should be like, why? What is she dictating? Now you lived in Dubai. Your husband, you left him in Nigeria, and you've not taken care of him. Now he's about leaving. Your a hospital because that's what they did. They are building a hospital for another person. So the new president is more important to her than the husband. So is there anything? And Tinubu told us that he is the one that brought Buhari. So is he the one that has been keeping Aisha? And if you remember what happened, the interview you granted to the doctor, the doctor you met that was in Aso clinic, he said all the money we are getting on the air, none has been released. That's exactly what the guy said. So with that means that what Ike said is also true. It's possible they borrowed those equipments from the money they gathered during COVID and the equipment they said they bought, or the international community gave to Nigeria during COVID to assemble it there and do us one voodoo so that they will leave and the owners of those equipments will come in and pick them, because I don't see anything reasonable in that gimmick. I don't see what is the purpose of that with the situation of economy. When two of you have resolved both the incoming and the almost gone president, two of you have resolved to keep your doctors. And look at his argument. I have my doctors already in London and I have kept them in London, so I need to continue that track. So now the new president have had his doctors for more than 40 years in France. Even when he was in US, his doctors were in France. So when he becomes the president by May 29th, will he leave his doctors that has his record in France to come and maintain the one in Aso Rock? So I don't know why people are really contradicting themselves. And it is common with APC. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Austin. Austin, your connection wasn't good, so you may look at it while we go to Ife. Ife, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, they recommended you to work in Aso Rock Clinic. It will be very helpful.
Kulata, yes, I will. Good evening now. Good afternoon, everybody. To be honest with you, I don't even know what you guys are talking about because I was on the phone. But I just
the Rock Clinic that they just commissioned.
I mean, that's the Aso Rock Clinic.
It's called a medical center.
I mean, the truth of the matter, you know, that this is not, I think this is not the first time they're building a clinic. I know there was a time they said that they have a clinic, but there is no Panadol even there. Oh. So I don't understand. They're trying to deceive the people they're trying to deceive. We all know that nobody's going to use that, including their dogs. Excuse my language. It's not even going to use the clinic over there in Aso Rock. So that's just a pure way of siphoning money into their pocket. I don't even understand why they are borrowing. I think he has like 1 week or 10 days to leave office, and they are still borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. Can you just imagine? Do you know what it means to spend billions of naira to build a clinic just for Aso Rock? Just a little Aso Rock to build a clinic? Billions of money? And there's still the president-elect is somewhere in France. We don't even know where he is. And you are telling me that somebody's going to use that clinic. And maybe it's going to be used by the ordinary cleaners, but not to be used by any of the presidents. It's not going to stop them from going abroad to receive medical health, healthcare. It's not going to stop them. It's still going to be the same continuous this thing for them. So I don't see that. Just a pure waste of money for me. It's nothing. It's nothing new.
All right. Thank you, Ife. I skip people who have said something about this. Kene, you said something, I think, on this topic. So let me go to Fix. Fix, you're nice.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, the panelists. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
I am in Abuja, I think.
Sir?
You're in Abuja, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
When I see that this Aisha news, it didn't just make me laugh. They should be practicing what they are preaching now, not advising us. Me, as anybody that even listen to that kind of advice, you are just playing with your life. Ordinary general hospital self, if your wife want to deliver, they will say go and buy a delivering pack. You are they will say, go and buy a delivery pack. you will give blood. You know, how many times that they have dropped blood from me because of my senior sister want to deliver. So I'm just the time I saw the news pop up, I was laughing. You know, but I don't know. It's God that will just settle them and settle us. Honestly, I said General Hospital, just like where people the poor used to go and get themselves treated. What they do there is the doctor will have a maybe pharmacy somewhere now send you there to go and buy the drug. You know, if you want to deliver, you give blood or you pay 10,000 for the blood, then you still buy whatever, you know, and God will help you. Your wife will just deliver self. If not, you are a goner. You are a goner. So I even think they want to use that this thing to just distract people from what is happening in Plateau State, where they kill over how many 80 something people counting. You know. Thank you very much. I will just be watching.
Thank you, Fix. Austin, welcome to the show.
Good day, everybody. Hi, great now, morning, afternoon, evening, all of the above. Anyhow, I came when my brother was talking about the witches in Aso Rock. I said, no, I must come and join these witches. We see waiting the happen. The very least is really funny. But one thing I want to say is that sometimes I don't know, we're a little bit incompetent in Nigeria. We're a little bit incompetent. I don't know why Aisha Buhari should be the one to tell me that instead of the Minister of Education. That was one thing when I saw that story. It was the Minister of Health. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. The Minister of Health. The Minister of Health or the Minister of State of Health is the one to tell me what is happening there, not Aisha Buhari. So I don't even know the pedigree where Aisha Buhari get to tell me such a thing. And moreover, the issue of maintenance is a problem in Nigeria, because I know that there was a time where Jonathan also talked about the clinic and the rest. Buhari came and said nothing was inside. Now Buhari is leaving and telling Tinubu to stay in that clinic. I don't think somehow it's going to work, because generally, as we talked of health records, Tinubu really has his health records abroad. So somehow removing it and bringing it to Nigeria is a problem. The second thing I want to talk about, which I want to borrow from something somebody said, I've forgotten the exact person, but I know that, look, Nigeria have competent health workers. So our health workers are competent. It's just that the wrong people are put in the wrong position. We have very competent health workers. You can know that most of them have left the country, go outside there, and they have done pretty well. They have been one of the best you can think of in all across board. I don't care whether it's education, health, athletics, and everything. We have done pretty well. But the problem with Nigeria is that I'll keep on saying this, and I'll even say it to the person sitting at home. The more you are skillful in Nigeria, the more you'll be hated. That's just the truth in Nigeria. Why be seen that poor person, that poor man who sells palm wine, his son is the most intelligent in medicine? Why must it be that person who sells granite, whose son is more gifted in football? Why? Why is it that I, who is the politician, my son no get sense for school? So that's just the problem. And once you are more skillful than their own sons, they think, no, let's buy it. Let's buy the degree. I've seen situations where we have people pay for their as I said, it's the first time I heard it was in Nigeria, where you see people pay money for their children to pass. In real situation where person don't pay, don't become, don't even become medical doctor. You don't know waiting to do again. They pay for them to still practice. Come on. How do you send somebody like that into the field? So that's just the problem. We have health professionals that are good. People are very gifted, but the country never allows them to work, because if they come and show their skills, they will. You see somebody say, no, we can't take you because of this. You just find out something and just tell you. So that's just the problem. And as I said, I always want to talk with solutions. The only way this Nigeria stuff can work is for us to make sure that we put the right people in the right places. And it starts from the person who leads us. I'll tell you the truth, start from the person who leads us, because I know that if the first person and the second person are nice people, they decide to appoint people who are better. Those people will appoint the next people who are better, and it moves down the drain. And it therefore means all of us sitting in our houses like this, we have a part to play. And how do we have it? For me, I will never support fighting and the rest. The best way to do this is through the ballot box, or as of now, through the court and the judiciary. And that is why I would like to you. Look, all of us, we have, Dr. Damage, this is not Kabi. We wait for knock. Person where me I wait for. Now the day Aso here, Aso strike or Sanu strike. Then we'll remind them that they had an opportunity to give the right leaders, and they failed woefully. My professors failed woefully, and that's why I don't read all of them in Nigeria at the course of the election. Don't read all of them. Most of their professorship, they buy them, PhD bought, everything bought. So don't worry, let us wait on the day that Sanu, because sometimes most people they don't know the difference between Sanu and Asu. So sometimes once you just hear say lecturer don't strike, don't worry, Nigeria they wait for them. We will tell them how they conceive them from their mama and their papa. Don't worry. I'll end there for now.
All right, thank you, Austin. Dan.
Yeah, Austin, respect to you. You know, say me and you did the same line, but it remains for me to talk within the happen, but you can't cut them short. Say, believe and there, you know what. Mr. Dr. Dame, sorry, you know, we they controversial sometimes when we bring up one topic. I did see so many people go, they want blow for their screen. All this thing where we talk now, if you look at it, it lies down to one headline where they always they talk about revolution. When will it be? Because if all what we are saying here underlines that statement that nothing is working in that country, nothing at all. Person go pay for professorship. Person go pay to enter school. Person go pay for this. If you no pay, you are nobody. What would be the solution? Because for me now, the thing Nigeria is lacking now is revolution. They say, okay, make we revolutionize through the ballot paper. We've done it. They stop us. Now we are going to court. They are using people like Apapa to destroy everything. One day now we go wake up one morning, they go tell us, hey, that thing don't end. Tinubu continue. I think there's a time I want you to do something for me, Dr. Damage. Bring a program asking Nigerians, what is the revolution? What is the solution to solve this problem Nigeria is facing? That is what bothers me. I brought my idea, but many people refused it because they believe that revolution is violence. So they don't want to go to that level at all. If they shake head all the time, no problem. But one day we will agree on the same point. When we cry finish, she say there's no more tears to cry. May I stop here for the moment, sir?
Excuse me, let me respond. Dan, no. When I'm shaking my head, it doesn't mean that I will oppose what you're saying. I agree with you. I've always talked about let's Nigeria divide and let everybody go their own way.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I don't get along with Paul. You know, if Paul comes here, I'm out. I've always been a fan of disintegrate Nigeria, let everybody go your own way, because one Nigeria is not going to work. No matter how much, again, we try to join each other, patchy that, that this Nigeria is going to work. It's not going to work. Let's tell each and every one of us sitting down here, let us be honest to ourselves, whether we are happy, we are from different tribes, whether we are happy to say that we belong to this country called Nigeria. It's not going to work for us. So it's just like we are pushing it, whether you like it or not. We must unite you people. So I'm not opposing you, Dan. I'm just shaking my head like, this is not going to work. That's where I stand. No.
Thank you for clearing that. Thank you.
Yeah. No. I don't support one Nigeria because I feel that it's a lot of people are being marginalized, and it's not fair. When you say Nigeria, it means everybody will be in agreement, and everybody's not in agreement. So what is the essence of calling it one Nigeria? It's gonna be. Oh, let me say something right quick. There was a guy, there is a guy called Kenny. He was here about 2 weeks ago, and he tackled me. I was in the background because Paul was saying something that both of us cannot agree with this issue of not disintegrating. And he said something. He said that would be a stupid talk for somebody to say dissolve Nigeria. There is no country. In order for you to have a country, you have to have the population. And I'm like, what is this guy talking about? We have about 200 and something million people. There are some countries that are just in thousands and they are fine. So even if you choose to divide Nigeria into 4 groups, let's say 4, and you still have like 50-something, 30-something million people, it's still a country. And he said something, what if somebody gets in trouble? They have to look at the population of the country, before they can even respond to the country itself. So I don't understand it. The guy's name is Kenneth. He tackled me so bad, but I didn't want to respond. So I mean, the way, no matter how much we look at this thing, Tinubu is gonna be president. I don't want us to, second that. He's going to be sworn in as the incoming president. But what happens from there, moving forward, is what I'm worried about. I'm not worried that he's going to be the president. He will be the president on the 29th. Yes, all of us will watch it happen. This is not a God forbid or this. Unless he dies before then, God forbid. But my concern is what happens moving forward when he's sworn in. I don't know the type of Nigeria or the country Nigeria we're going to get under him. That's what my concern is. But, being as a Nigeria, I am worried about my country, about being a Nigerian. Thank you.
All right, Ify, thank you so much. You brought us to this point where Tinubu is, we have this report that he's back in the country. Let's watch. All right. That's your president elect, who is 9 days away from taking over your country.
God bless my president.
All right.
But take a miss you. All those blessings make you reserve them for now.
God bless my incoming president.
Let's start from similarly. Let's
Lord.
I know you gave a very interesting take on what your expectations of Tinubu and everything. We're now 9 days close to 9 days to the time, and what are you thinking about?
Well, I am hoping to be surprised by Tinubu. I wish him all the best. And I wish him good health as well. As a human being, I will never wish him death, regardless his crime. No one is perfect. I hope he works for the whole of Nigeria, both people that voted and the ones that didn't vote for him. I want him to prove history wrong somehow, because a lot of people may be afraid that he's not going to carry them along. But I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best, actually, because if Nigeria is good today, I'm going to be happy. I just want someone that is going to make Nigeria a better place for its citizens, whether it's Tinubu, Peter Obi, or Atiku. But I wouldn't say unfortunately, Tinubu is there. Remember, I was saying he's smart. When I say someone is smart, it could be negative or positive. If you want something, I don't know if he wants it most, but he's got it now. He's got that touch, and he's not going to let it go. He's going to be crowned regardless the noise. But I want him to shake hands across the border and bring Nigerians together and make Nigeria a better place for everyone, for peace sake. That's my take. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go the other way. Okay, yeah, let me go CM. CM, go ahead.
Okay. On Tinubu's, well, he's in the country. He should have been in the country long since when INEC selected him as the president. You see, my aversion to most of these things, I always like to be logical. Tinubu did not present himself for debate. You see, you want to be the president of the country. People have looked forward to a situation where you see Tinubu, Showore, Peter Obi, Atiku, name them 6 or 7 of them, fielding questions from people. He carefully avoided it. He was shielded, something like that. You cannot. Now, Tinubu, there are questions you should have come up and cleared the air yourself. You didn't. All you are doing is just sending people to be attacking the other world, all these things. I do not have faith, but I do not in any way begrudge those that are hopeful that Tinubu may do something. But I do not. If he proves me wrong, all the best for it. But for me, I'm not expecting anything. Because this is a man who has been practicing criminality all his life. It's as simple as that. It is true that a saint cannot be president. We know there's a reason why when you want to be president, they look through your records. Certificate, no way. In 1999, you filled where you attended a primary school and secondary school. 2003, you refused to put them. What are you hiding? I was taught that if you are writing something and you made a mistake, just a single stroke of the pen is okay. Or maybe twice, in a way that somebody can still see what you wrote and you crossed it off, meaning a mistake. But when you shade it and hide it very well, they'll be asking, what do you write? So nobody could believe you. Tinubu's life, his history is shredded in secrecy. We don't know what we are going to get. Look at somebody, admittedly, he's into cocaine ring. He did all this of hard drugs and everything. He came out. And then everything is fraud here. Fake bishop, everything fake. And you are still doing all this type of thing. You want to be president. Question I used to pose is this. If they swear him in and tomorrow somebody arrives at Azikiwe Airport, Abuja, or any airport in Nigeria, and you're searching the person's suitcase, you see drug, what will there still be need for National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Nigeria? But this is a guy who traded on it to become popular, has been practicing manipulating, doing this, doing that. Later you become president. For what? It's a banana republic, to be honest with you. I wish referendum will come early. By the way, he did not win. That is also, you can't construct legality on a foundation of illegality. He did not win. He's afraid to go and present himself. Come and tell us how you got 8 million votes. People are just using technicality, delay tactics, all these things. What if the process is not clean, no matter the outcome, it can never be acceptable. If the accurate on the, let me say it, somebody can translate it. It's as simple as that. So I don't have to hide my own.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Santa.
KJ.
Thank you so much. I agree with my brother CM. The question to ask is, and I'll go from this point, what kind of a people elect a man? You don't know his family, you don't know his community, you don't know his history, he has no classmates, he has no primary, secondary school classmates, He has no university classmates. Even the Shell company he claims to work with, Shell said it was not the real Shell, but a subsidiary company. So it wasn't that we really know where it was, which Shell, till today. That's one. But 210 million people or 20 or thereabouts elected this person, or we are trying to elect this person to be president. The question then will be, what do you expect? If he comes there and is doing something else, what do you expect? Now, let nobody deceive you. The signs to let you know that this guy presidency is going to be sure is the fact that even the American Secretary of State had a call with him. That means that they have, like I said here before, they have already done their homework and they realized that these people are going to go ahead and make this man president. So we can as well begin to align ourselves with him. How long he's going to be president, I do not know about that. But for sure, he's going to be president. Now, what to expect of him? I don't expect anything. In fact, as a matter of fact, I expect worse than what we have now. We will all be begging for Buhari to come back very soon when he takes over. Let's all check the prices of things now and know what it is. And so that when it starts happening, you will not be surprised. What do you expect of him? Agro sheep, area boys. They will come to a national level because Olumo will come to Aso Rock and operate from Abuja and control the rest of the gang from there. What to expect of him? Well, if you think that Nigeria is going to change overnight because he has one policy he's going to implement, let us look at Lagos. He has held Lagos for 24 years. He has appointed everybody after himself. How is Lagos today? Lagos is so bad that he can't even treat himself in the hospital that is there. He had to travel out. Lagos is so bad that there's no water running in some major part of Lagos. So what are we talking about? The so-called Lekki. Have you been to the reclaimed part of Lekki? When it rains, you're almost afraid you're going to wake up in the middle of the ocean. It happened to me. I had to run from the house. Okay, I went there to do a report, and by the time I woke up in the morning, the whole house, the whole of the frontage was covered with water. So what are we saying? We're not going to expect anything dramatic. The guy have run out of ideas. So if you're expecting something, please lower your temperature. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. Ify, you're next.
Honestly, I don't even know what we're gonna expect from Tinubu. It's gonna be a very interesting government. When you ask me, you look at the people that surround Tinubu, that's gonna tell you the type of government we're gonna get. And I've said it before, and KJ just said it again. We will all miss Buhari. We will surely miss him. We will beg him to come back. I don't expect anything more than what I'm seeing now. In Igbo proverb, they say, "Mama, no, before nama." But I haven't seen the ma, like he said, his classmates, nothing. If you ask me where I'm from, you can have people around me that can tell you, this is your parents, this is your sibling, this is where you're from, this is where you attended primary school, secondary school, university, came to this country and then continued. But we don't have any history. Even other presidents of other countries, even for those of us in the UK and America and all over diaspora, we can tell. And we still condone all these things and just feel that Nigeria is going to get better. How is Nigeria going to get better? When we continually, consistently dwell in corruption with corrupt leaders. It's not going to work. Let's assume at the end of the day, Tinubu continues to be the president and, going to do his 8 years and leave. He's going to appoint another person who's going to be like him. Because you can't get anything better than what we are getting now. We saw what happened with Buhari, from hospital to another, living months and months and months. That is the same thing. Of course, we already started seeing it with the president-elect. Just like KJ said, you are the governor for how many years controlling Lagos? No hospital, no school. Most of the things in Lagos are private owned. Nothing owned by the state government you can even be proud of. I can't even think of any hospital in Lagos owned by the government that you can say if anything happens to you, that you will run there. Somebody was saying something, I think it was that somebody, Fix. Well, before my friend died, you have to pay, you have to go and buy everything for yourself. Hospital is not going to give you anything. Cotton board, anything that they're going to use on you, you have to go and buy it. I was shocked even when her husband told me that they have to go and buy morphine. I said, what? To give her because she's in so much pain. So meaning that if they cannot afford to buy that medication, this girl will continue to be in pain until she dies. Upon all the money we are borrowing, I can't look at anywhere in Nigeria and say, oh, this is what they use the money they borrow to do. Nothing. Can somebody tell me? Even the railway, you look at the train itself, you'll be tired.
You can't enter it.
Sir, I don't understand. All this money we are borrowing and we are servicing the debt. We can't boast of anything in Nigeria that we can say this is what we are known for. Other than every time we are talking about selling oil, while people are getting away from oil, we are still dwelling in the oil. Americans are talking about electric cars and all of that, trying to stay away from gas. We are still talking about Dangote refinery. Are we not ashamed? For how long are we going to continue doing this thing, expecting to get a different result? We are doing the same thing. Every regime, every presidential this thing, we are doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to get a different result. We're not going to get anything different from what we have seen before. It's going to be a continuation until we decide to do something for our country. If not, we're not heading nowhere. We are just beginning suffering. We will suffer until they see suffer for your head. All of us. So there's nothing to hide under. We will see. We are all here. We will come back next week and talk about this thing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Fee. Ovie, the people that lined up to receive Tinubu, what does that say to you? You can see them, Lawan, Shetima, Ganduje. What does that say to you?
Well, other than
not them.
As not them. Well, that's a part of the part of the new administration you are going to be seeing that you are. I mean, clearly tell that everybody there is there to pay homage and to also let those who are in the competition mood. I'm talking about Apapa-Abure, who is going for the Senate, is there to pay homage, show his loyalty, but at the same time, remind his opponent that we are still in shape. Gangujo, on the other hand, is feeling left out. I don't know why, but well, now let me say I don't know why. I mean, if you are lazy, what's your bargaining chip now going forward? You know, the governor, pretty much all the rep and state members are not under your party. So, and that's also the call that you are talking about, the audio leak that came out. That was actually what you are discussing about. It was asking the man who was the placeholder for Tinubu, if you remember, the call was between the two of them. It was a placeholder for him before then, and also it was kind of like, what is going on? Why he didn't even consult me before he was talking to Konko, who is my opponent and all that. And the rumor has it that the deal was actually broke. The meeting was brought back. Pierre Lamido Sanusi, he's the one that actually organized the meeting and all that. So him being there, of course, is a sign of concern. They have to be there and see about what is going on and all that kind of thing. But most importantly, I think we'll see more of this. On Monday is Dangote Day. That was when the refinery is going to be officially flag off. So you are going to see him and the president-elect together. And pretty much everybody that is expected to play a role one way or the other in this administration, you are going to see him there. So for me, other than the controversy and propaganda that is going on, his head and all that, I'm happy that things are taking shape. History is unfolding in peace. That should be something that we're celebrating. 2 years ago, it's not so much about the country that I live in today. So for this to be happening, I'm excited. I'm hopeful, and I'm just looking forward to history taking place. So.
All right. Thank
you.
Can
I ask a question?
Hold on. I just want to announce that tomorrow after, hold on, okay, just a minute. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Mohammed Nasidi. He will join us to talk about his experience living in the East. He went there for youth service and stayed there for 16 years and became the Anya or one of Aba. So he's going to talk to us about that experience and what he thinks is how you can bring people together, and how he was received in Aba, and he became the doctor there that worked with the people who lived there for many years. So that's tomorrow at 11:30 New York time and 4:30 p.m. Nigerian time. So if you can join us, that will be good. He has interesting stories and a lot of history about Nigeria and his experiences across the country. Yeah, go ahead, Austin. Go ahead. What was the question?
One of the reasons I even came today, I get work for my hand. I said I can't ask Ovie. Ovie, what did your guy go do with Tinubu for France or London for meeting? I thought he said it was different from Balablo.
Yeah, that's a good question. If you remember, during the campaign period, they always talk, say, there's time for everything, right? There's competition time and everything. Whether we like it or not, the competition is over. We have a country to build, right? And among all the contestants, who will you rather want to appease? Because as the new government coming in, the first thing you want to avoid is to have a confrontation from every front. Just like what Buhari experienced coming in. Southeast was, Boko Haram was having fun. Kidnapping was going on in the Southwest. Southeast was going out of control. Bo was doing his own thing. There's no way you can govern when you have all this confront you. So if you look at all the contestants, who is likely to actually give you problem among all of them strategically now? It's Kwankwaso and his followers. I'm not saying they're going to start war and all that, but politically speaking, that's why I keep saying that. These are politicians now. Everything is about winning. How do I stay in power? How do I continue? So you have to actually, it's about looking for a way to govern in peace. So not necessarily him as a person, right? But he has a stake. The same thing, they will approach Labour Party too, whether I like it or not. It might not be the way it meets Kwankwaso. It's not going to meet Obi directly. They have their way of actually going around to, because he has to govern. But the easiest way to do that is to have everybody on board. You have to reach out to everybody, even all the Boko Haram, all the terrorists and every other thing. You're Nigerians. You have to find a way to reach out to the dialogue.
No, I'm not talking. The last time I heard of this word appeasement, let's forget about the policy of appeasement in history. The last time I heard this word appeasement was when I went into 100 level. When I just came to 100 level, my cost rate made one statement where the thing shocked me. That I know in this part of Nigeria, you normally contribute money to appease lecturers. I say, now gods they be. Are they gods that they need to appease them with sacrifices? That was the first time. You just mentioned that word appeasement. You are talking from the issue of Tinubu calling everybody to the table. That's different. I mean, Kwankwaso obeying that call. That means going to negotiate to get something. Doesn't mean he's not different from the people we have been talking about all these years.
The title of my platform is on our politics. Now you don't know how you want to approach them. Mama, they always tell me, say, who they call you now be senior. Doesn't matter who that person is, that young, 2 years or 3 years old. Go and listen to whatever he has to say first. Right?
Okay, now, my point is that Kwankwaso was just trying to tell me, especially with that time he was telling me that he was a PhD holder, that he's not different from the way people see him, or maybe different from the way he has been painting the other politicians, especially during the election. So he is the same as the cabal.
What would have been your advice?
When I saw that invitation and the acceptance, I remember when he told me he has spent 30 years in the civil service. The thing came to my mind again. What would be your
advice? He should not have honored the call.
Okay, let's say I was Kwankwaso from my own point of view. I'm sorry for deviating from the whole thing, because the thing came to my mind. That's one of the reasons I came around to ask Ovie.
No.
Let's say if I was Kwankwaso, look, you didn't win the election, right? I don't see you lobbying for being this or lobbying for that. You shift from the polity and be a nice check to the government for dividends of democracy to go. If you see Tinubu go from one position which is not okay, you point it at, look, can you try this? Can you try it? And that's why I insist of constructive criticism.
Okay.
But you going to be part of the sharing of the loot, it means you are just part of the whole.
Now, that is what you will do, right? Now, imagine everybody, they think like you, they reason like you. Lord. How boring would the life be? These are politicians, whether you like it or not. It's about 2027. Yes. So that is your reality. That's why I have to say what you could do. But that is what, see, whether you like it or not, they have to move forward. This is about 2023, 2027. 2023 is over. You understand?
Let me leave it like this. Please. I'll just give my own small take for 30 seconds or a minute, then bow out so I can continue what I'm doing. So based on the Oga coming back from abroad, look, I'll say His Excellency is welcome back to the nation. As we said, we always need him to start working, because generally, one of the things I've always not been happy with Buhari was the fact that he spent up to 6 months before getting a cabinet. A situation where before you start the job, before your job starts on the 30th, or let's say on the 29th, so if you suppose that is signed bill. So before your job starts on that 29, it is nice that you know that, okay, this is what I will do. And that's why I keep on advising that, please, if you know you want to do something, I want to become this person, I want to make this kind of money, so that when the money comes, you go know how to invest and to make big money. The problem is when you wait to make all the money come, then you now invest. That is when when the money comes, you start grinding it without even knowing. So that's why sometimes I try to say that Baba needs to know what is on ground. This is what I want to do and how I want to do it. But that reasoning is still a little bit skeptical, because everything, character is like pregnancy. You can never hide it. You can't hide it. What are the presidents before now? That is what we always think of. If he can change the way he does his things and Nigeria becomes better, beautiful. I tell you, all of us will like it. But I hardly see that happening, because that's why I keep on saying that, please, let us not fight over anything, because if you fight to suppress others to reach power, you will still kill more to stay in power. And that is the point. So for me, I don't see much changing. Let me just end there for now. I'll come back maybe much later, please.
All right, thank you. Dan.
Yes, sir. Doctor, I started with your beautiful words that really gives me hope. Nigeria, who did this to us? And I want to end on that. I want to say, Tinubu coming back to Nigeria, if you love Nigeria, you wish Nigeria well. You understand? If you really love Nigeria, no matter what happens, you will never say, because I don't like Tinubu, now I will wish Nigeria bad. I won't be one of those. I would rather wish Nigeria good. If we cannot be able to remove him through the court process, which I hope, I pray every day. In fact, I made a joke one day that I'm even fasting. People start laughing. But it's my mind. I want change. So I wish him well, because I know that they say when somebody big pass you, he don't big pass you. Nothing you go fit do. They've showed us the big pass us. They've taken the power by force. We grab it, we take it, we run away with it. He got it. Emilio Con, Ode Con, he take him. So my only wish and prayer is that may God enter in head somehow, because we cannot push him out. So I hope he will know that there are people who have given up, but we are wishing him well. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Philip Kings, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I want to thank every one of you on this panel for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Philip Kings, and I say I agree to all your submission in regard to the arrival of Tinubu from abroad. As you all know, Nigeria is a very, very powerful country when it comes to corruption. You know, The system is being corrupt, and we have been living in this corrupt system, even through our primary school days, our secondary school days, our university days, even as we graduated, trying to get your transcript, trying to get your result, you always have to maneuver your way to get it. No matter how brilliant you are, no matter how intelligent you are, that is the system in Nigeria. It has been from the background, from the upset. So I really see nothing different when it comes to politics in Nigeria, because these are the same people. When our brother was talking about lecturers, when they say you have to see lecturers, that is normal, it's a process. A woman, you have to sacrifice your body, you have to do a lot of things, That is what is happening in our system. So the Nigeria system, what we have in Nigeria today, in fact, I'll call it a generational problem. It's a generational problem in the sense that the domestic, how am I going to call it? The problem, the things that are happening in our system, as in domestically, in our family, in our home, is even worse than what we are expecting from presidency. But like what we all say, they say, we are expected to have a good leader that will show us example. But let me tell you one thing today, that even the country we are today, I'm in Germany. The president don't do anything. The chancellor of this country doesn't even know what is going on. It is those in the institution, it is those in the grassroots are doing the job. It is those ones working in the local government. Those are the ones doing the job. All what the executive are doing, they are only just trying to carry out use the executive power, to pass out the law, to make it into law. But the main job are the people on ground. And that is what we are doing here today. So we are setting a good example for Tinubu government, and we are setting a good example for Nigeria as large, because we want to make Nigeria to understand that, look, our parents, our forefathers have failed us in essence of they are not speaking to power. They don't even talk to government. Some of them don't even want to contest. They don't even want to contest. So when you talk about politics, they say, no, I'm not going to politics. So you see Christianity, they say, no. They separate Christianity from politics. So a lot of things have happened. We have made a lot of mistakes that we really need to control it. We really need to change it. And thank God for Nigeria in diaspora today, who have this opportunity to begin to speak directly to those in power. Look, they are learning from platforms like this. They are learning from people abroad. They come, and when they come, we host them. They come here, we host them. Tinubu is away from Nigeria today. He's with Nigerians. He might not be with you, he might not be with me, but he's with Nigerians. They are Nigerians. Tinubu is somebody's father, is somebody's uncle, is somebody's leader. Somebody, people are looking onto him. So we should see it in this perspective, that expecting the best from government is that we need to come together as one body to checkmate the government of Nigeria. We should continue to be talking to power. We should continue to be speaking to, look, this thing is wrong. What they did in this during this election, it was fraud, it was fraudulent, it is unacceptable, and we should speak to it. They will begin to learn. They will begin to correct themselves. You understand? So that is how I believe that Nigeria will move forward. Because this issue of division, this issue of, say, fighting one another, I said, this is my candidate, I'm not supporting your candidate, Peter Obi is the best. Look, you don't know. Okay, you will even be surprised that when Peter Obi is being elected as the president of Nigeria, it will be even worse than Buhari. Because one thing I believe in Nigeria politics, since I've been following Nigeria politics, that every past dispensation is better than the present dispensation. It's always present than him. We talk about Jonathan, we kick him out. What happened? Buhari, it was a mess. So I believe this time around we will make a difference, because now you can see a lot of people are beginning to speak to power. And people who are working with these people who are working with them, they are also watching. They are also watching. They are still relative of us. Friends of them are our friends.
All right, Philip, thank you. Thank you so much. We can come back to you later. Ike, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Njakere Ndamages. Thank you for inviting me into the platform. I thank you, everybody, for being here, and I appreciate everybody's contribution. But since I was a child, Actually, don't let the baby face fool you or the dye that I put in my beer. I'm in my 50s. I keep on hearing Nigeria will get better. Nigeria will get better. Systematically, Nigeria have gotten worse and worse and worse. People say Tinubu will do this. It doesn't matter. If you don't believe, Tinubu will be inaugurated on 29th. There is no doubt about it. Igbo people say you don't learn left hand at old age. Systematically, Tinubu have shown who he is. He cannot just change overnight. Number one, he's a bully. Number two, he cares all about money. Number three, every other thing people have accused him of. Somebody say something about give him a chance. Oh, he have the chance. Somebody say, oh, things will change. I'm sorry to tell you, including me and you that are in this country, what happened in Nigeria affects each and every one of us all over the world. We are in the diaspora. We wish that Buhari is our president in the next 6 months. I will bet money to anybody who wants to put money, but I'm not a gambler. But what I'm trying to tell you, this man have shown who he is. He showed what he did in Lagos because everybody used Lagos as an example, as a model, what he would do. So when you look at what he have done in Lagos, I don't really see that model that when you extrapolate it in Nigeria, in nationwide, that model is a model to emulate. People say, oh, Peter Obi, this guy was talking about Peter Obi might be the worst. No, but when you extrapolate what Peter Obi have done, and if you use the same example, you will see there is a hope. But unfortunately, I disagree with people who believe that judicial system will do the needful. This is Nigeria. These politicians have the resources to control the narrative. The narrative is not going to change. I bet you money. These things we are doing now is to make things cool down. In 6 months, Mr. Tinubu might make Nigeria look decent. Then people will say, oh, forget about that court case. Then once the case is closed, the real things start happening. For me, the people that says, what is his name? Dan, say last time that he said that he was fasting. I was one of the people that disagree with him. Nigeria does not need prayer. Nigeria does not need Babalawo. Nigeria does not need any of that. What Nigeria needs is people that believe in Nigeria, people that are ready to govern. Because all these people, all they care about is to take money and send their kids. Actually, this month, I have seen so many Nigerian kids, including in high school, graduating in this country, in different schools. But go to where you went to high school. I didn't go to high school in Nigeria. If you went to where you went to secondary school, the building have the building have already rotten. If you go to where you went to elementary school, the only people that are fixing those schools now are the people that are in diaspora. They contribute money and go back to give back. The government have, God have left Nigeria. I'm sorry to tell you guys. What we're going to say, somebody's talking about revolution. Revolution might not be, what do you call it? Revolution in terms of by force. But organize from councillor of a town to chairman. If these kids will go back down and start organizing inside the locale and grow it to become bigger. If you don't do the job, you're not going to the next stage. If you do the job, we take you to the next stage, all the way to state. That is what we can do to change this country. Not what we are doing now. If anybody is thinking that Peter Obi will come, I hope he comes, but I don't see that happening. This man is here to stay. and he's going to rule Nigeria. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not God. Whatever God have for Nigeria will happen. But that's my little 5 cents on this. So let's forget about prayer, forget about all those nonsense, and hope for the best, because the best is not going to happen under this leadership. Because all these people you see that are greeted, how can a man leave the country for just treatment? The one went to dentist in London for dentist. So what does that say about our country? And believe me, America will not come and help you. England, European country will not come. The European country and the United States and all this Western world, what they care about is their interests. What can they do to suck whatever they can suck? Get it from Nigeria, so that they keep on giving us loan from our money and they keep on sucking us out. So that's just my 5 cents into that conversation.
Thank you, Ike. Janaba, go ahead.
Go ahead, repeat your question.
No, we're talking about Tinubu coming back to Nigeria to take over from Buhari. Your take. Did you speak already on this?
No.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. For anyone to believe that Tinubu is not coming there is ludicrous. No mandate, no INET mandate or anything that we, the people, can hold to prove the authenticity than what has been offered so far. And good luck for those that believe that there's somehow justice somewhere. We are also waiting for Jesus to come, and he's coming like a thief in the night. So I hope he comes quick. Thank you.
Janaba, you're a pastor. You have to be careful what you say. You are a congregation. They may start questioning what you're doing. All right. Austin. Is that how Austin sounds now?
Janaba, don't joke with your God, okay?
You see, my God is a good God. You see the voice you are hearing after he talked to me.
Austin, we can't hear you. All right, we have to move on. CM, we'll be waiting on this, CM. CM.
Skip here, die in the same train. Skip them, go to the next, please.
All right, so CM is also having difficulty. CM, can you?
Okay. I'm not having difficulty. I didn't move.
Oh, okay.
Well, the thing is, you know, Nigeria, but and particularly when people say if Peter Obi come, it's going to be worse than even Buhari, all these things. So why do we try then? Why do we try? You see, the thing is, they say the morning shows the day. If we will make a law, like the British will tell you, say when you make a law, if you can't enforce it, why make the law? If you cannot enforce any law, why make it? You know, Nigeria, okay, look at the election we conducted. Look at what the Electoral Act said. Look at what he said about uploading results. We have to waste over 400 billion naira borrowed to conduct the election. Now, when we now ask, why didn't you upload it? They say, you know, the thing is not binding on, you know, this convoluted English. When they start to use it like this, you start to wonder. Now we've ended up with Tinubu, and people are still giving him excuses. He should have explained to us why he filled a WAEC form in 1999, filled everything. 2009, you are denying some. You are not genuine. You are not, and then we cover it up again. It will continue. Tomorrow, if you get somebody who used a different name to get admission into a university, he will be thrown out. Say, rusticate him, he came through the other way. But your president forged everything, including his name. Then when we saw all these things, some people will just bring it down and then start to tell us, maybe all this, all that. I don't believe the white people where we are, they don't raise on hope. You have to do the right thing. Peter Obi said Nigerians have prayed enough. Like Ike said, it's not prayer. We have to be able to enforce our law. If we want the worst of us to continue to rule the best of us, then we shouldn't complain. We shouldn't complain. If we cannot get out of more than 100 million people, get somebody who is at least clean in terms of record. Try the person and see what happens. They won't do it. Then later we go for crooks. When we leave it. We all know we go for crooks. Then tomorrow when some say are bad, they say it can always be bad. Meanwhile, we are in the Western world moralizing, pontificating, Let us all go home now. Let's know how many of us will come out alive after 1 month. Let us all go home and start visiting Nigeria state by state. Let's know how many of us will be alive to return to our different addresses of our board. Then people come here and then become downright sin. That is suffocatingly hypocritical. When they talk, you now want to wonder, do they want Nigeria to move or what? Are we moving forward or backwards? If we cannot select the best of us to rule us, then why do we exist as a country? Rather, every time we are making excuses, patching it here, we have to patch this, we manage it. Rome was not built in a day. Tanzania is no longer a third world country. Tanzania is a middle income country. Don't call them third world. It takes a man to change it. The person came very clean. Now we are bringing crooks upon crook. When you bring it and they say, somebody who is collecting money from Lagos state government as a source of revenue, how can he be president? And you're expecting miracle? Somebody who trained Agbero. By the way, this Tinubu, let me remind us before I conclude. Tinubu said Igbos come to Lagos when they were 12 years old. We trained them up. This is a president with that type. I'm not making it up. We saw the video. This is a president. They slaughtered Ndi Igbo in his Lagos state district. He never for once condemned it. He did not. He did not do anything. And then you're expecting me to expect you're expecting me to expect miracle from him. Where he goes or he will change. This type of wickedness, when you see it and people will be making excuses. You saw it happen in Lagos. He never condemned it. He didn't come out to say, as a presidential candidate, he said it's not good. He will condemn it. He didn't. Rather, he was saying Igbos come to Lagos with politic bag when they were 11 years old. Then they come here and so what? Look at that type of divisive rhetorics. And then when he becomes president, people will tell me, let's close. Nigeria, we are just, Igbo say, when you cover evil, you will continue to live in evil forever. That's why Igbo say, expose evil, then evil will go. Nigerians keep covering evil. That's why we are where we are today. And we are not going to make any progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Seun. Let me skip. Paul, I know you just joined us. I want to skip you. Let me talk to Team Z. Who just,
Why are you skipping me?
not just, I skipped KJ, I skipped you, I skipped Paul, I know. But I want to talk to Team Z, who is in Nigeria, and I've not seen him out since the election. So, Team Z, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Yes, good evening.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank God.
Okay. So
I've
are
been
you
coming up to the show all the time, and
are you excited? Are you looking forward to what will happen 9 days from now?
well, on the 29th, the swearing-in must commence, and from what we've seen, they might have succeeded on their way due to the ballots. So, there have been a lot of court cases, court issues, and most of those court issues, we know a lot of those court issues will not stand, especially the Abia governorship candidates. We just know that those judiciaries are just comedians, and we hope they continue to act comedy. But Tinubu is already sworn on the 29th. He would be sworn in, no matter how we complain or whatever the court. We all know who Tinubu is when it comes to the issue of court. Tinubu is not somebody that we know today. So if anybody is still assuming or feeling 29th of May will not come to reality, just a joke. And I hope the person continues to laugh because we all know on the 29th, Abuja will be right now. Abuja, a lot of people are in Abuja right now, and a lot of us also are still going to Abuja on the 29th. Even the opposition, the main party, everybody will be in Abuja on the 29th. So it doesn't matter what the courts are doing, what they are saying. The truth is the declaration of INEC. It's very difficult to retake such mandates. It doesn't matter even if our choices are what does not come in reality. But reality is what we look forward to because in life you have to move forward. Dragging the past and being consumed by what happened in the past, you might just be drawn and you might not know what you are doing. So it's very necessary for those who know that in life, like in Nigeria, I heard somebody saying that the school, most of our primary and secondary schools, they are not renovated. If you go to most of these government and secondary schools in Nigeria, most of their schools are upstairs now. If you notice, most of the governors are querying those staff concerning the maintenance of every of those structures. So one thing I know, the way my school was when I was in primary school, there are big difference now. The structures, the things in there, there are different structures. Or if you talk to some other places where we lived before, a lot of the exits, there are big different structures. So what we already know has already come to stay. The issue now is how to work with the government and how to bring peace, because where we live, we must make peaceful. Because you live in a place, anybody who you live in a place and you commit problem in that place, that still means you let that place be hot for you. Since what we decided did not go our way, but there are always two options, and we do what the options are. So it has already happened. Anybody is still assuming that the court has nothing to do. Tinubu they have strong lawyers. Those lawyers that are coming to the court every day, they are just to come and complain and argue and tell people how they are oppressed in the court. They are not sitting at the final judgment. That is not their sitting position. They are just in the crowd arguing. So we all know how court are, the processes are done. Maybe these Labour Party issues are still issues from all of these political parties, which they will try to fight them and withdraw them one by one if they do not forget about the past and focus on what they have, the goals that they have now. It will be very, very difficult for them. So we just hope we worked for Peter Obi, and we hope for Labour Party to wash their hands of some things and focus on what they already have now. You know, I know this country, immediately they start to talk too much. You see that from month to month, they will be cutting some of them. So this fight, they should just avoid it and prepare for the next 4 years, which is what is more important than now, because what has already happened now. So the next 4 years is the next target. So the race must start running and the preparation must. It will be to secure, would collect another ticket in Labour Party and should focus on that and stop going to the court all the time. That is not the right way to go. They will fight him a lot of stinches for this gold that is holding, because we know how Nigeria operates.
All right, Tim, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go back to KJ. KJ, I think you're next.
Yes, thank you. I earlier made my point, but just to buttress, none of us, some people come here and think we're trying to wish Nigeria bad. The reason why we're living in foreign country is not because we love the place where we are so much. Some of us would like to be visitors. We want to live in our ancestral land. In fact, if you ask me, I would like to live in my community where I have fresh trees and fresh breeze and fresh food to eat. I don't want to live on canned food. So the question, well, probably if you come in or you're one of those who are making all these comments on the side, we're not here because we want to condemn Nigeria. We're all started from Nigeria. I went to some of the federal schools. When I went to university, I paid 4,000 naira for the whole of my first degree. I paid 4,000 naira. I had good food. I had meal tickets. I had hostel to live in. Okay, I had bed to sleep on. Okay, I want to, and it's a federal school. It's a federal school. I went to a federal college. I had food to eat. I didn't have to look for where I would sleep. I didn't have to complain to buy a lantern or candle to use because there was constant electricity. We are saying simply that these things are achievable. You don't need prayers for them. You don't. Is China praying? Who is praying in China? Who is praying in China for China to get better? We have the biggest cathedrals in Nigeria, and I'm a Christian. I'm a bona fide tongue-speaking, Bible-reading Christian, and I have no apology for it. But I'm not saying that God has given us sense to do certain things. And as Nigerians, I think we are among the brightest minds in the world right here. And then we can't seem to get things correctly because we just play these ethnic sentiments and emotion that don't have any reason whatsoever. It has never helped us. It's not going to help us either. So when we come to this platform, and I think that's the reason for Dr. Damage's platform, is for us to look for how best to move forward. Not because we want to go and promote any ethnicity here or anybody, No. The purpose is for us to find a way forward. And what is good for Nigeria? This is what we have seen in other places. And I don't blame some people in Nigeria when they take some certain argument, because when I first left, first of all, I went through, trauma, because when I hear the ambulance, when I see the policeman coming, my body starts shaking. My wife had to advise me, take him easy. What is really happening? Because I was traumatized. If I just hear that police siren, I begin to say, who are they looking for now? What are they looking for now? It took me months to adjust myself to the point, from where the damage I had faced in that nation. So it's not a question of we are playing sentiment to any side. We are saying, if it's good for you, it will be good for my children. I am Igbo. I like my sons and my children to learn to speak my language, to learn to live in their ancestral land, to know their history. Okay, so let's it's not a joke. We're not here to say whether the Hausa is better, the Igbo is better, the Yoruba is better. No. If Nigeria is good, the person who have elected works, it will work for you, it will work for me. I came here, I didn't know anybody. I just filled forms on the internet and I got all I need. I didn't have to go and say, till this moment I'm sitting here, I've not gone to any office to go and ask anybody for anything or to beg on the sideline for anything. We can achieve this. It's doable because it's our people. Most people who are, come on guys, have you not seen majority of people working here are people like you and I, our people. Most of them are our people. If they're not our people, they're from that side we are coming from. So it is achievable. Let's not trivialize it to meaning that we're here to try to promote any ethnic jingoism. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ. Ike, I have this tweet from Chidi Odinkalo, and it says that under Buhari, 63,111 people were killed in Nigeria, at least, under Buhari in the last 8 years. Yeah. So what do you think about Tinubu coming to take over? Do you think, are you hopeful? Are you thinking it's going to get better or worse? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think in this your platform, I think the last time I could remember when we were talking about, somebody was talking about let us move on. And I told you that as long as I am still breathing, I am not moving on for anything. The reason why I'm not moving on is one of the reasons now, the brother that from Nigeria just made a statement. We conducted the election and people were allowed to go and cast their vote. Why should we go to court to decide who wins that election? This is one simple fact most Nigerians, those people who are saying, oh, let's move on. It's just 4 years. You prepare for another years. If we are supposed to have conducted an election that we're supposed to go to the court to get the result, why do we have to waste billions and billions and billions of naira to conduct an election with INEC? We would have gone to the court. Between Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and Kwankwaso, and tell the court, Supreme Court, choose one president for Nigeria. It will save this country a lot of crazy stuff that is going on. So if you are sincerely telling yourself the truth, the reason why you decided to go and get your PVC, the reason why you decided to stand on the rain, on the sun, in whatever condition that you find yourself on that day. The reason why is because there is somebody you have in your mind that you want to vote for. But at the end of the day, you yourself know actually, sincerely, truthfully, that this election was a sham, that this election was rigged, that this election was not, it is not even an election. And after some few days, you come back and you tell me, okay, let us move on. Because you want to use illegality to build another illegality. What are we talking about? Why is truth so hard for Nigerians to accept? The last time I said here in Rudolph, I said, I don't care who wins. All I am asking for, I'm not asking for too much. Let the vote that Nigerians casted on that day be counted. And if it was Kwakwanso that win this election, let him become the president of Nigeria. I don't care who wins, but I want the vote to be counted. Because we didn't call this vote with the vote that was counted. Nigerians were still sleeping by 4 a.m. In which country where has it ever happened before? And you call the election by 4 a.m. White people were still sleeping. And every of us know that this election is rigged. They say, oh, yeah, we know that it is 40, it is rigged, let's move on. Let me ask all of you a question. We are in tribunal right now. Did you watch the tribunal yesterday or day before yesterday? INEC, who supposed to be an umpire, who conducted the election that we are contesting, went to the tribunal defending Tinubu and APC. My brothers, I mean, listen, what are we just talking about?
Ike, hold on. Are you saying that INEC should go there and not defend the result they called? Let me understand. Because
they are not even defending the result that they called. Are they?
By defending Tinubu and
are they defending that election that they conducted? Are they?
No, when you said that if they go there to say that Tinubu and APC they won, they're basically defending the whatever result they called.
Bring the result.
Huh? What do you expect?
The result in the public.
Okay, yeah, you can say that.
The document.
But
why are you keeping the document? Why do you not want to release? You conducted the election. You have the documents. You have everything. You have everything. You are the umpire. Now we say, okay, we don't agree with you, Rudolph. We say, okay, if you say you don't agree, I have all the whole document that we use to transact the business. If it is a contract, you bring the documents before all the parties that are concerned. Everybody will look in the documents. Everybody will see where if there is something that we have to argue about. If there is nothing that we are supposed to argue about, we say, okay, Rudolph, you win, right? But what are you keeping the document for people who need the document? If the election result that you think that you declared is the right election and is the correct result, why are you keeping the document? Why are you delaying the tribunal? Why are you defending APC? Why are you defending APC instead of defending your irresponsibility to Nigeria? So listen, I said in your platform here, with all due respect, as an old man, Tinubu will never, ever be my president until this court, even if it takes 20 years, when they finish that court, if I am not convinced with what they did, he will never, ever be my president. Never. Because if we continue to say, okay, let's move on, we're moving on. Apapa-Abure is going to be the president of Nigerian Senate. Apapa-Abure. Oh my goodness God. What are we really talking about here? A man that stole so much in Akwa Ibom. A man that is under EFCC. He is the minister of Niger Delta. He couldn't give account of all the billions that he was given. The Senate were calling him to come and give. He never gave account. And all of a sudden today, he's becoming to be your Senate president. And all of us are enjoying our life in foreign country. And if we want to say, let's enjoy. Let's talk about this. Listen to me. I'm telling my opinion. You can go to Abuja tomorrow to celebrate with Tinubu. I don't care. You can decide to become a minister in Tinubu's administration.
Can I interject a second? Can I interject a second?
You just said you just allow me to want to be Senate president.
Let me
finish.
Can I interject a second?
Hold on, CM. Hold on, Tim. Let him finish. You've gone over 4 minutes, so round up.
I don't care who is the president of Nigeria, because Nigerian government don't feed me. Neither do they feed my family. I have nothing to gain. I have nothing to lose in Nigeria. So who cares? But because I'm a Nigerian. So if Tinubu becomes president tomorrow on May 29, glory be to God. I cannot stop it. The Constitution says that he will be sworn in on May 29. I am not saying that people should stop the swearing in. No! I don't want to create any vacuum, but that does not mean that he's my president, or that does not mean that he won the election, because he never won the election.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ike. CM, interjection, 30 seconds.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my interjection is to say Apapa-Abure did not take form to contest for Senate post. He took form for presidential election, which he lost. He never contested for Senate at the primary. Now, the Supreme Court has to bring him. What sort of law is that? If you, maybe team official, you did not take form for Senate, will they suddenly call you to come and become the senator for your senatorial district? People will say you didn't take form. Taking form means you've shown interest. He never showed interest. He felt he has finished with the Senate. He now wants to go to the president. He didn't take form. Him and their Lawal, the one there. That's what we are saying. That is illegality. You don't, a woman who hasn't taken, who did not carry pregnancy for 9 months, you suddenly take a child, a newborn baby, and give to her. That is cheating. It's not done anywhere.
Thank you, Sam. All right, Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor, and good afternoon. So, Doctor, I want to go back to the US Embassy convoy. My wife, with dad, happened to work in the logistics department in British Embassy, and it's still there, almost 30 years there, still there. So I take my time to ask this question. It's funny, even though why he's telling me most time when I ask all those type of questions, he's not free to talk because of they are so trained to keep everything in code. He was just laughing when I asked him all these questions. He said things doesn't work like that. One, they inform the people why they're going there, even though the so-called mopo in their convoy, they just put several of them in pool. So when they put you on pool, simply means you will not drink, you will not smoke, you will not do certain things. You're on pool, you know, so you are not to do anything. But the people that they will pick as their security details don't even know themselves. You are just on pool waiting. Why they do that? So that you cannot compromise. You don't even know where you are going, but they already train you that they know you cover this, you cover this area very well. They just put them there on pool and they say, you, let's go. Sometimes, maybe even one of the person that knows that place very well may not even be the security person that knows that place very well, but they already covered the area so well before they even make that move. They are traveling, they are going to neighboring countries like Benin Republic because they don't have a consulate over there. If they are going to places like Togo, these are the things that they do. So when some of us say these things, it makes him laugh, like he said. He said it makes him laugh. So I don't understand why we are talking all these things. So it's just our bad system that our system failed. Our system failed us. The convoy team, everybody used convoy to go to that area. So probably what happened is that they don't know who is who, like somebody said. They don't know who is who in that convoy. That is what happened. But the governor quickly to come out and lay claim that he didn't know about it. You are the chief security officer. Before you come outside, why don't you talk to your security personnel, whether they contact them Why don't you find out all these things? Then the so-called commissioner of police, why don't you also focus on your security team and get some of this information? But all the statements that I see there, they are all pure political. But how bad it is that the American government will not even come outside to debunk some of those things because they still want to keep everything on code. That's how funny it is. They won't even come outside to debunk. They might blame, but they will not debunk. So I take it by that one side. They're talking about Tinubu and swearing him. Tinubu is going to swear. They're going to swear him come 29th of May. But I think Tinubu is just not so clever enough to do his damage control very well when it comes to trying to bring everybody together. They are trying it, but he just keep trying it just to pass through this tribunal crisis and everything. The body judge, the Kwankwaso, then also the damage control with the Southeast. They are not managing it very well. And I smell doom. Then the big thing, the elephant on the table is that this government, cabal is going to run the government. Tinubu health is really, really bad. That any one of us can't rule, in as much as we take side. His health is so bad that it's going to affect him physically and mentally. And because if his health is bad, so many people have worked for Tinubu tirelessly. But guess what? It is either Tinubu wife, it is either Tinubu will trust on one person, that person will not believe on the other person. Then guess what? It will become problem among these strong people who fought for Tinubu tirelessly to achieve what he's getting right now. Before you know, the house will divide among itself. Maybe the wife, maybe anybody, I don't know. But I don't see peace anytime soon in Nigeria, the way the country is going. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you, Paul. Darlene, welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, I know you've been trying to come in and keep going out. How are you?
My camera, I don't know what is happening to my camera.
How are you?
I'm fine, are you?
Good, good. Well,
Hello,
remind me, where are you joining us from?
I'm calling from Germany.
Germany, okay, all right. So what's the take on?
Well, I've been listening since. I didn't come here to condemn anyone or to talk against anyone. We are here to build our view. We may take it or we may leave it. My question is, we all know the problem of Nigeria. We all know that. My question is, what is the solution? We, the ones in Nigeria, they have never seen see what we all here have saw in what is going on in Nigeria. They have never witnessed it, but they are still living in bondage. So we, that is our blood now. What is the solution? What is the help are we going to render to Nigeria people? That is, why did I say Nigeria? Because me, I don't believe in Nigeria anymore, and I have a reason. I come to this country, I saw the way the youth live. Germany is my first country for experience. I know, you understand? When I come, I saw how the youth live, how the government take care of the youth, and I go and study. What normally used to give German money? You understand? And I find out those people, they have no resources, they have nothing. What do they have? Only they have companies. Most companies in Germany are foreign companies. But they are able to manage their system all the ways that if a child is 8 years, 10 years, they start hospital for him or she. The government will be paying him. If he reach 18 years, the government, his parents will make accounts for him. The government will still support him. And I said, what? And I look at my own country. First, when I come here, I went to the interview. They asked me, where are you from? I said, Nigeria. They said, Nigeria don't have problem. Where are you from? Nigeria? I say Imo State. This lady now check Imo State. And do you know what this lady told me? That Imo State alone is richer than Deutschland, a whole full Germany. Then what am I doing here?
And what did you say?
My brother, if you they ask that kind of question, and you know where you for they come, all of us wait there waiting pursue us command, no be to find better life. Do you think those people did not know us more than we do? We know ourselves.
That's not the answer. Did you take? I said, what did you say to the woman?
What I said to the woman is for my own state, for me to see stay.
Go back home.
For me to see stay. So my brother, I want to come back to reality. Now let us face this reality. The reality is that let us ask ourselves, what is the solution? What is ahead? You come to each country going to this world, check how they operate. I will not say that Germany did not have corruption leaders, no, Europe did not have corruption leaders, but their law hide them. That so that the common man on the street have a say more than the ones in government. So how can we put it and how can we do it? And I come to a conclusion that we can hear shouting Nigeria till that kingdom come. Nigeria can never see a light in my own generation. As so far as Nigeria did not see a light in my father's generation or in my grandfather's generation, and I feel that Nigeria will kind of be a light in my own generation. Where is that? A country will do an election. They will not be counting. You are not from this state. You are from this state. You are from Yamini. No, you be Ofemano. No, you be Igbo. For this mindset, my brother, let's tell ourselves the truth. For this mindset, even though Peter Obi, of course, I know they bring Peter Obi to calm us down with Biafra. Because those people, they know our blood they hold. They know the man they are holding there. One can use it to commit a, well, let me not go far. Let me not go too there. So what I am saying, my brother, for all the old education and talented, I'm saying these people here, you guys are talented people. Believe me, most of you went to university. And this university went to, Nigeria government did not sponsor you. You fight yourself to get to a university. And when you come out, you still fight yourself to find a job. A lady will sleep with lecturer. And a lady, if we come out for getting a job too, he will also sleep with manager. And we young boys, so my people, please, to cut this story short, the best solution in that Nigeria right now is that to keep all group challenge for putting us together. No, it can't work. It's like Igbo and Yoruba, we can, or Hausa, we can't work. God did not make us to be together. Let us tell ourselves the truth. God did not make us to be together. It's a woman, the Europeans, for their own interest. British, we all saw it. I'm German now. When I was Nigeria, I did not know. But when I come to Europe here, I saw it. We are like a slave. We are still living a slave right now. But they now put the slave with another dimension. New era. We are now in a dictated slave. That's what I call it, a dictated slave.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Let's go to man of prestige.
Thank you very much. Hey, Dr. Rudolph, did you ban drinking?
Yeah, you don't know about the rules.
No, I don't know about the rule. Somebody was telling me, I like to obey the rule. Did you ban about drinking? Just let me know.
Yes. Or other than water and clear things, and we don't want you drinking.
Okay. Any more thing that you ban? Can you enlighten me? I don't want to.
Don't worry, we are going to put up the video. I'm waiting for sure to put out the video so that
okay. Let me discard this. Let me discard this drink I'm drinking. Anyway, let me proceed with my statement. I think I've spoken earlier, of all the whole statement narrative that was painted here. I think Paul has stated the best narrative. When it comes to the American convoy, I enjoy your narrative, Paul. So it was well stated, So everything he said, in my own opinion, is quite accurate in that convoy issue. So let me go back and speak about the swearing of Tinubu. Tinubu, in my own opinion, anybody can equivocate on that. He's a selected president, and he's going to swear in on the 29th. All this tribunal, something nonsense or anything, nothing is going to come out of it. I wish something different, but it's nothing going to happen. He's going to swear in on the 29th, and he's going to be your president. Whether I wish him good luck, I don't know about his head, but it's a common sense. We know something is wrong with that man. So if there's something like 2.0, Tinubu is going to be Buhari 4 point something in Nigeria when it comes to going in and out of Nigeria. Go and read the Sahara report about, the last 2 times Tinubu has been in France. I think they say he came back today or whatever. He went there for medical. Somebody's going to ask me, where's the evidence? Come on now, you all have sense. We are all educated people here. He didn't go there to talk about his cabinet and all that kind of things, And that's going to be happening in Nigeria. This is the situation where you'll find yourself. It is Nigeria. Let me paint this narrative. Can somebody in this platform tell me? I'm a Nigerian, okay? But I'm not going to come here, and paint the narrative that is not, it's not obtainable, it's not happening. Nigeria is failing. Let's be realistic. If somebody's going to be coming here and point out the good things, I'm going to come here and point out the bad things. That's what the Nigerians need. And I'm going to condemn every aspect of what's happening in Nigeria. Nothing is working in Nigeria. In the last 10 years or whatever, can somebody tell me any aspect of Nigeria that is working besides, let's say, the entertainment? When it comes to other aspects, 10 years or whatever, let me use this narrative. Look at the soccer. What has Nigeria achieved in soccer? Even the little African Cup that was played, completed yesterday, the under 17. Nigeria couldn't qualify. We used to dominate that. But I'm giving that as an example where we have been and where we are right now. Nothing is working in Nigeria. Everything in Nigeria has collapsed. And you expect me to say Nigeria is great. Every country, more than half of the country is better than Nigeria. What are you going to do? You're going to talk about Tanzania? Go and look at Tanzania. We have more resources. You all claim to be giant of Africa. There's nothing giant about it. You don't need to be calling a spade as a spade and stop coming here and saying about Nigeria is this, Nigeria is this. But anyway, Tinubu is going to be sworn in. That's what we are talking about, and you're going to have to deal with it. So I go to Nigeria if I want to, I'm in Nigeria and I'm an American. So nobody can stop me from not going to Nigeria. And I will come here, I'm going to condemn Nigeria. Nigeria is a fair state. Until something is start happening, we can talk all day we want. Maybe we need to be talking about solution, not Nigeria's problem. Look at the naira. Somebody was saying whenever Tinubu is elected, the Nigerian economy is going to start changing. Tell me what has changed. As of today, the money exchange rate is 755 or whatever. It was 740 or 735 when he came in. I'm not saying it may get worse, but I don't see it getting better. Somebody said, when he come in, the stock market will balloon. What is it? Is there any indication that we're going to have anything good? Whenever a good president is elected or people are enthused about, you look at the dynamic when it comes to the economy. Look at the trending, where it's trending to. Can anybody tell me what has been trending up since he has supposedly selected president? In my own opinion, he's not elected. What is improving? Nothing. It's still going to be the same. And I'm going to call it how it is, whether anybody like it or not. I'm not going to come here and sugarcoat like a lot of you here sugarcoating. Nothing is going to happen, until it starts changing. All these old cargoes, send them away. But anyway,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Similarly, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my voice is my voice. And I don't appreciate it. I'm not, this is not an attack, but this is a platform for everyone. And it should be warm to welcome diverse opinions. Whether we agree or not, we should be polite to one another. The kind of talks like someone should not come here, someone should not come here. We cannot control the way people think, the way people talk. That is why we are unique and different, and our opinions are unique, and that's what makes us beautiful and wonderful people. This world is big enough to contain everyone, including this platform. So my voice is unique, and I will not allow anybody to take it away from me. So let no one tell me not to come here to speak my voice, because this is my voice, and I'm never going to tell anyone not to speak their voice. Respect is reciprocal. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ngozika, welcome back.
You're missing me?
I know, I see you. Ngozika, go ahead.
Are we still talking about Bala Blue's return?
Yeah, I thought you saw him at the airport. I thought you have something in.
Nah, nothing to add. I'm waiting for Hilda Baci's topic. I'm not going to be Bala Blue today. I don't want to be aghasted, please.
Okay. Osinen, go ahead.
Thank you.
Because he told you have a good evening, Avi.
I know my voice didn't go through because you kept me close to John Aban the last time. So now I am far from him. You can hear me speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
On Wednesday, I was with a patient who is from Honduras. So when I introduced myself as a Nigerian, he looked at me and said, yeah, we are corrupt, but you guys are more corrupt than us. I said, how do you mean? He said, yeah, I know why you guys are more corrupt than us, because you guys are rich. So he was detailing Nigeria to me. He said, I've been to Nigeria several times. I know all your natural resources. I know everything you guys got, but you guys are fantastically corrupt. So that's what we're going to have moving forward. And, you know, we don't sit down to calculate. Do you know that the slave trade we are in now is far worse than the slave trade before? Before, Nigeria was better. People were forced out. Now they've made Nigeria bad. All of us are rushing out. And you look at the generational transition. Most families in the next 20 years will not have anybody in their family again, because everyone is taking everyone out. And when you get these kids in the Western world, are they going back? No. So that's the problem we're having when we don't have leadership that will sit down and think. And look at what is happening with Tinubu. Look at the House of Rep. If you follow the House of Rep strictly, you will realize that the problem there is that the guys that worked with Femi now realize that Femi went and supported the appointment of another person. And they know what they did for him. They know how they considered a lot of things, waiting for their own turn. Now, in their own turn, he has somehow dumped them to move to another person. And that's why they're foaming. But this is what we're going to have till we finish the court case, because the court case is obvious. So just in the next 3-4 months, we're going to have a very confused system. Confused system in the sense that so many people have brought something into the corrupt pot. And once you put something into the corrupt pot, it becomes your legitimate right to take your own portion, because it's a matter of self-interest. So you won't allow another person's self-interest to outweigh your own. So it's going to be confusion, and it's going to be worst, because sometimes we feel that we are speaking. Some people will tell you, speak good of your country. These guys know your country more than you. The Western world, they know because we refuse to learn our history. They know our history more than us. And there was somebody that made a comment here, Ovie. I didn't like what he said. In 2015, the eastern part of Nigeria was not at war. They were only demonstrating. They were just clamoring. They were just doing their democratic right, until what they did at Omaya, when they killed hundreds of people that were just wearing their flag and were just without a gun. The military person that led that troop, I was with him in Lagos. He told me that since he joined military, he has never experienced what they did. He was the one that led the group, and he confessed it. So when we begin to change the narratives that everywhere was at war, no, everywhere wasn't at war. Buhari succeeded in putting everywhere at war as it is today. But Buhari, like some other person said, in the next 3 months, we will pray that Buhari continues. We would have said Buhari would have been a better president than what we are going to have. Not just because of the person of Tinubu, but because of the gang around him. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just say that I've been trying to get Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers to be on this show, and I'm still hopeful that they will come sometime in weeks to come. But I just want to know what you guys think in 30 minutes, and we'll go around. This news that Nnamdi Kanu is not doing well health-wise in detention. And some people are pushing on President Buhari to free him as a parting gift. I want to know what you guys think of that happening, and what would that mean for the political situation in Nigeria if that should happen in the next 9 days. Let me start with EFCM. Go ahead.
So you escaped me now?
Oh no! I'll come back. I'll come to you. I know. I just he raised his hand, so I just went. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. On this Nnamdi, just a quick one. On this Nnamdi Kanu issue, at least we all know that. To me, that is the first Nigerian or the first person I've ever had that extraordinary rendition. So whatever their mess they are doing within Nnamdi Kanu, that is constructing illegality. I mean legality on the basis of illegality. You can't rendition somebody. He was in Kenya. All you need to do, you tell the Kenyan government, they contact Nigerian embassy in Kenya. You tell UK, he's in the world. You send the aeroplane, carry him, tell the Kenya police, get him arrested. We are taking you to Nigeria. We have an order. That's all. That's what America did to get Abia. I'm coming. He failed now, and it's because of Umaru Diko, the same Buhari. When he tried it in 1984, Britain banned Nigeria. Now we come to UK with visa. People do not know that before, as a Nigerian, you don't need visa to get to UK. It's because of Umaru Diko. I want somebody to research it and correct me. Because of that, and the severe diplomatic relation. So on the Nnamdi Kanu, let me tell you what is happening. They injected him with some type of, chemical so that it will weaken his immune system. By the time they release him, maybe 2 weeks, 6 months, he will die. Then they say, oh, they released him, this is it. They deliberately, because when you keep somebody somewhere, solitary confinement, no exercise, nothing, doing anything, injecting, they manage him. The health is failing, so when they bring him out, they will not die. But let me say this, because I know, I don't need to go into legality. The mistake Nigeria made is that they feel that if they kill Nnamdi Kanu, they've killed Biafra agitation. That is nonsense. Biafra is on the calendar. There is a book, I refer every Nigerian, there's a book, World on Fire, written by Professor Chua of Harvard, a Filipino Chinese. He said there are 4 itinerant tribes in the whole world: the Chinese, the Indians, the Jews, and the Igbos. Of all these 4, it's only one, the Igbos, that do not have a home state of their own, and that's why they are suffering. Indians are everywhere, they have a home state. Chinese are everywhere, they have a home state. You see the Jews everywhere, they have a home state, no matter how small. It's only the Igbos that are suppressed. So because of that, the woman wrote it and said, that's why it must come to pass. Go and look for the book and read. It's a Chinese Filipino, a professor at Harvard. So with all this, when they are handling in the Kanu case, they are thinking that, Nigeria crude way, let's hold him. Later you kill him. They kill Abiola. Did Nigeria recover from June 12th? No way. You don't do this type of thing. A white man gave a black man opportunity for referendum. Why can't a black man give a black man opportunity for referendum? It was referendum giving.
Sam, I don't go far. You said that they injected Nnamdi Kanu with who are the day?
Yes.
How is your source?
The federal, no, the government, but it will soon come out. That's why he's terribly sick.
Okay. Yeah, hold on, Sam. Where did you hear that from?
It's not here. I was told. No, if it's here, then everybody will hear it. It's not meant to be here. It's a news. It just revealed to somebody told me. somebody who is close to who is even close to death. Even the family, they know. That's why they've been saying release him, or release him political ground. We are really. Mbazulika Mwesi say, release him to me. Soludo say, give Nnamdi Kanu to me so that he will be in Oka. When you need him, I bring it. Soludo said it. Because they know when this thing is weakening the immune system, it's like a slow poison. That's what they are dealing with him. They're not keeping him in an executive mansion to feed him with a nice breakfast. They feel that when they suppress Nnamdi Kanu, it's revealing so much secret. Now, people are saying that the thing Nnamdi Kanu used to broadcast in 2015, 2016, is what is happening now. Nnamdi Kanu said it. If you look at the people are now confirming it. So all these things they are doing, that's why when you look at a black man doing something, you know that our sense is really below what it should be. If they think that by killing Nnamdi Kanu, they finish Biafra, it's a lie. Buhari will go, Biafra is on the calendar. In fact, when I read that book, Emichua, that was when I knew that some people are prophetic. So there's not all these things they are doing, just a waste of time. We know Nnamdi Kanu will bring him out when they feel that the thing it cannot be, you can't be able to sort of, the immune system is now so weak that he may not, because if they bring him out, he will fly abroad and start treatment. That's why they are holding him there to die. By the way, how can you hold somebody when they're sick? In Nigeria, we have of people they hold. If they're sick, they say take him to the National Hospital Abuja for treatment. After that, he will come and stand court trial. Have you ever heard that Nnamdi Kanu was taken? Even when the doctor came, say, let me treat him while he's inside there, they refused. So what are we talking about? What sort of wickedness is that? We've had people detained when they are sick. What of this El Zakzaki? They flew him to Germany. Is he not in Nigeria? Am I making it up? Who did hear about El Zakzaki? Flown to Germany, treated, and came back. Am I making it up? Is it fabrication? So why should you not hold Nnamdi Kanu? Even when Ozekome said, you stand trial, not that you kneel down. He said, let him treat him first. Even if you want to hold him, let him have his treatment. No way. Buhari will go and treat a toothache in London, treat ear infection in London. Then the person you are holding, you feel he can die there, even if he's sick because he's Igbo. And people are telling me, somebody, I come here, I'm massage piece. It's a lie. They're wasting their time. Biafra is on the calendar. There is nothing anybody can do about it. If not now, definitely later. For the triumph of evil over good is only temporary. Let me stop here.
Thank you. Janaba. Janaba. Janaba.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you all right? Let's start with the Nnamdi thing. I think to Buhari is personal on the issue of it's a Jibril from Sudan, and I don't think he's going to release him for any reasons. Whether for political reason or to appease any god, any land. I don't think that's going to happen in the next 9 days to go. But if it happens, thank God. But to me, I think it's personal. And if we are going to be pointing fingers and talk all those talk with grammar, with no fact to back it up, it lower the standard of our journalism and the personality of say, oh, here say somebody tell me something you cannot prove. And these are the issues. Even the guy that was asked when he went for an interview in Germany, they tell him, oh, Imo State is richer than the whole Dutch. And he said, well, you, Rudolph, you just asking, what do you tell him? He never answered it. The measure of a man is his word. Your word is your word. You do not have to, okay, I said this for this, I said that. We're all dodging the reality and we talk. Talk is cheap. And that's the talk we're all going to talk, and nothing is going to happen, especially when it's an empty threat. There is no substance in it. I hope we deviate from all those talk, especially when you're going to present something to the whole world and you don't have any fact to back it up. I think that is baloney. and we should distance ourselves from such thing. Let us come with fact. I'm not 100% sure, but like I said, it's personal to Buhari on issue of his Ejibri is dead long ago, and that thing really hurt him. And I don't think he's going to let Nnamdi go. Thank you.
Right. Isimile.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I don't think Buhari will release Nnamdi Kanu. He's got just few days to go. If he wanted to release him, he would have hearkened to the prayers and cries of the elderlies from the Igbo land that went to him, and many pleas, and respected the decision from the court. So I think he's now doing it like a thing of ego and trophy. Like he's gonna retire like he's a strong man, a tough man that never released Nnamdi, that dealt with him. Well, we shall see. That's my contribution. Thank you.
All right. Ngozika.
So I am not going to dwell on what Buhari might not do with Nnamdi Kanu, but I'm going to say this. In July 2021, when Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, arrested, or whatever, and brought back to Nigeria, the Southeast has never been the same. I know because I've lived in the Southeast before then, during then, and up till now. I've traveled across the Southeast from then till now, and I can tell you, the Southeast has never been the same. I do not know what Buhari is going to do with Nnamdi Kanu. And I do not know, but I have to say this. I do not care for Nnamdi Kanu. I've always said this. His people do not like it when I say, but that's just the truth. But what is right is right. And like I said in my earlier submission in the show, Nigeria is turn by turn. Once you support the oppression because it favors you, best believe it will soon come to you. The guy has been declared, the court has ordered his release. The Nigerian government is holding him arbitrarily. That is wrong. He has no business still being in detention, and that is just the truth. Whether or not Buhari releases him does not change the fact that he's being held against the wishes of the court. Buhari disobeyed a court ruling and is holding the guy. That is just the truth. So whether or not he releases it, let's not lose sight of that fact. And I'm saying this for posterity's sake. I hope and I pray for the sake of Ndibu or anybody in the Southeast that nothing happens to that guy there. Nothing should happen to him. He has followers. He has people that are willing to walk through fire for him. And those people are not happy with what is going on. Imagine what they will now do if that guy dies there. I don't want to imagine it. I don't want to live through it. It is scary to even think of. So whether or not he releases it does not change the fact that he has been holding the guy against the ruling of the court. I don't know if he's going to release him or not, but it still doesn't change the fact that he's holding him against the decisions of the court. And I hope nothing happens to him inside there or when he comes out. That's just me hoping now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ngozika. Before we continue, I'll come to Austin, but before then, let's listen to something that Shore said about this.
The only time that Buhari comes alive is when you mention Igbo. Suddenly his brain will start working. That his sickness will go away. He will become articulate. You see that general in him. But mention Boko Haram, he will act as if he doesn't know what's going on in there. Mention banditry, he will act. Mention the economy, he will tell you to go and talk to the central bank governor. Mention this thing, he will ask you. But when it comes to the case of IPOB and Igbo, you will see the Buhari that you have never seen before. And that tells that there's no hope for Nnamdi Kanu. My only worry is that they don't hurt him before they leave office. Let's pay attention to that. That they don't hurt him physically before the Buhari regime is over.
All right.
And you can tell from the only time.
That was Shore talking about Nnamdi Kanu and the prospect of Buhari releasing him before leaving office. All right, let me continue. We're asking the next.
Yeah, so from where my office is to Nnamdi Kanu's house is less than 5 minutes. I lived in Oma here for 4 good years. So I was his father comes to our environment then. So Nnamdi Kanu is so close to me, but I'm not his fan. I don't like his method. But the Nnamdi Kanu is a creation of the Southeastern leaders. Is the creation of the governors. Because Sunday, why did they release him? Do you think that it was just the people going on street? No, because the governors from the western part did some underground work. But the problem we have in the Southeast is because of the marginalization, they dictate the kind of people they want to rule us. This might not make sense now, but if you think deep into it, Peter Obi becoming the governor of Anambra State was a mistake, and they didn't know how it happened. Now, look at what is happening in Abia State. We might be taking it for life. They want the stupid amongst us to always be on top so that we'll be going low, so that we'll continue to destroy ourselves. If the 5 governors had not signed for IPOB to be named terrorists, that would not have happened. Now we've seen them. They were in different parties, but look at them coming together. Look at somebody like Omahe. Now he's in APC, moving from one point to the another. Look at somebody like the one from Abia State. Look at the one from Enugu. They can't make fair and firm statements because they are not worthy enough. They are not qualified to rule the people. So I don't blame Buhari. Buhari has his natural hatred for the Igbos. If you watch the interview, Arise granted the moment Biafra and Igbo was mentioned, the way he moved his sitting position, that is exactly what Sore said. I know that the name Igbo angers him beyond any other thing you can think of. So I don't blame him for his hatred. I blame my own people that sit with him and tolerate his anger for their own people. So that's how I look at it. And I pray the young man will come out. Everybody has the right to do whatever he or she wants to do. But the creation, the vacuum causes that. If you have governors that are doing what they're supposed to do, I don't think that the mammoth crowd that is following Nnamdi Kanu would have been there. But because they lack leadership and they lack cooperation, every one of them wants to be identified with the president. None of them want to go as a bug. They don't want to come together and reason on how to lead their people. Now look at the Bubaku they started, and look at the one the Western people started. Their own ended in shambles because they don't want to sit down on a table and talk. Selfishness.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you again. I mean, when this happened, they overruled for security purposes, for national security. That's why they overruled the judiciary, when they said we use Nnamdi Kanu. So I don't want to go in detail about that. So we know what happened. Look at Buhari. When he speaks, Shawore has really spoken good. It's not about what you say sometimes, it's your body language. You can tell about his person or anything when it comes to the Igbos. I don't know why. I don't know the history behind him hating the Igbos. And when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, he just despises that particular group of people. There's no doubt about it. And nobody can tell me anything, nobody can tell me anything about that I would believe. I already made up my mind, and it is what it is. He doesn't like the Igbo for whatever reason. He take it personal. I don't understand the reason why. I mean, let's assume it for for national security. Why not release the man and let him say if you're going to cause any kind of problem, send him back to British. He's a British citizen. For national peace, release the man. That would have been the right thing for a true government to do. But that's not going to happen, in that Nigerian space. I listened to Austin, and what he said, I completely believe what he said, that the narrative that he painted about the variance, and some other thing when it comes to Igbo. I'm not a tribalist person, but that's the truth. I mean, there's some marginalization of some people. It's not of the whole country, but some people in the, some people in authority, people like Buhari, they don't like the Igbos for whatever reason. I don't know why Nigeria is so very tribalistic. I mean, America, we have racism and other kind of things here, but it's particularly different. The institution is healthy in order to withstand that, but in Nigerian case, the institution is not healthy to withstand, race and tribalism and everything, and this is why we are not progressive. So, in my own opinion, I hope he does. But if he asks me, I don't see him releasing Nnamdi Kanu, and I hope they don't kill him. I don't have any evidence to say they poison him or put something in him, but nothing in that Nigerian space will surprise me. Okay, but I hope that he come out alive. Whenever if they're gonna ever release him, and I hope Tinubu is, supposed to be coming in. He's gonna come in. So let's not need that. I hope he can do something. To appease the whole country. But we see what happens. Thank you.
All right, Team Z, I want you to expand it. Man of Presi just mentioned. Do you think Tinubu, if Buhari fails to that Tinubu well?
Well, the Nnamdi Kanu, I just hope that one day the government and the DSS would release him so that they will be able to take good care of his health. The government, the government, they are good in oppressing a lot, and we all know how the government behaves. We'll just hope one of these days they just consider him as a human being, somebody who is also a human being like them, because sometimes we security agents treat human beings. I wonder if they see human beings as animals and they just lock in cage, because a lot of people are in detention that they don't have any case with the police, but because those who have gun are the ones who have powers. They make use of their gun and they enforce what they want to enforce. And I just pray that Tinubu is coming, should use his own church mind to bring peace and as well to make Nigeria, because since this issue of Nnamdi started, that's when the Southeast has been serious issues, because the people who live there are not happy, and you do not expect them to be happy when their own child, their own brother is in detention illegally because they stole him outside Nigeria and they brought him to Nigeria and locked him without considering he's a human. We just hope that the government will be able to use their own church mind, because the issue is on the government. The issue is on the government, not most of these leaders, because the government are the ones who have been fighting him. And we just hope that the government are able to use their church mind to release him. Always like you see what happened in Shein case. In Shein case, the court has made a declaration. Up to this moment, the police are still taking another court orders. Same thing is happening to Nnamdi Kanu case. And you see the way the government still refuse to release him. And that is so sad, because it shows that most of these orders from the court, sometimes we begin to suspect and also accuse some of these courts, because some of them make declarations, they don't even work. It just look like an event or something just take place, because we have experienced that several times, that people has been in detention and an order was made, but the police itself refused to release the individual. They refuse, and that is very sad, because we expect that when a court declaration is made, then the police have the police only, one thing I observe is that the police only enforce orders that benefit them. But when it comes to orders that benefit individuals, other people, they always want to create government powers. And that is very, very sad. And the situation has made a lot of people to suspect the judiciary. They are human beings, and as well, they should consider other human beings that are being carried into those detention.
All right.
These issues that sometimes I ask our judiciary why most of their orders, why they take the orders, but at the end of the day, those orders are not enforced because at the end of the day, the police, the security agencies, what they want is what they finally do. So I just wonder why the judicial process has been like this for a very long time.
Okay, Tim, thank you. Thank you so much. Paul, go ahead.
Doctor, I have to raise my hand because it looked like you forgot me for a very long time.
No, I'm coming that way. I move around differently.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Doctor, talking about Nnamdi Kanu, I think I like the place that man of prestige came from and everything. Just deporting. He's a British citizen. Just deporting is a tons of problem. You know, it's so bad the way we do things. This same Buhari that happened to try to bring Umar Odiko from the UK. The UK did not even ban him. They still even allow him to come and see dentists in their country, to come and fix his ear in their country. They didn't even ban him not to come to the UK. According to his claim, he said he has his doctor for over 20 years. So I just want to use that one as a case study, the way we think about the West. They don't have anything good for us. That is one. Then talking about Nnamdi Kanu, I guess the country, we don't work with presidents. We don't think of history. We see what happened to Isaac Ajakaboru. He metaphors to Ken Saro-Wiwa. Before you know what's up, we see the lives of Asari Dokubo, Tom Polo. We see all those things. So if you think you want to take one man down, look, Nnamdi Kanu is still here. We'll see what Simon Ekpa is doing. Is it getting better? The answer is no. It's getting worse. You understand? If some of us will call Nnamdi Kanu is just what I would call he has bad mouth. But Simon Ekpa is even worse. So the government should think the way they do things. This is the height of stupidity. Why leave this man there? Why use it to punish everybody? I just hope that Tinubu, to some extent, is offending the so-called Southeast in terms of this political thing with the Ojuzo Kalu. They didn't get Senate president and everything. If Tinubu is so matured, maybe he might use this Nnamdi Kanu thing to also bring peace. First thing on that inauguration day, just take Nnamdi Kanu out. At least that's a place of you started bringing peace. You started extending your hands of relationship. I hope so. When we get peace, the better it is for all of us. Playing all these dirty politics, it doesn't work. This so-called West that we find ourselves. For example, we're in America. The so-called white people that we see the Italian America, we see the British America, we see the Hungarians, and everything. We hardly know them. They are the ones that they will tell us because they work together. How come we cannot work together? Doctor, is it not sweet now the way we are our native? You don't even know native from different from Yoruba and Igbo these days, the way we are native, the way we dress, South, the way we dress, the way we do everything. I keep saying this thing, the so-called Igbo who calls Yoruba about their food, the so-called Yoruba who calls Igbo about their food. Yoruba man will tell you now that to eat amala and enjoy it now, they need to go to Ibadan or Ogun State. They can't eat it in Lagos because it's too expensive for a Yoruba man who understand that a 2,000 naira amala will feed his whole family at home. Why will he buy it? But Igbo man don't chop amala, he don't turn to business. You understand? The Igbo man who calls Yoruba man about momo, see they need to chop better meat. Today, now, pomona is even expensive more than beef. Guess what? All of us don't want to die anyway. You know, but this is the beauty of it. We all eat good food. We cause the Igbo people that they eat, live like goats. Today, how many of us can eat fresh vegetable? Doctor, that one I will tell you, and I wait there abroad. How much what they want to eat? They freezer for 9 months. We can't eat fresh vegetable. This is the thing. You understand? We are trying to bring ourselves together when it comes to food, when it comes to clothes, when it comes to education. You understand? How come we can bring ourselves together when it comes to politics? You understand? If we can bring ourselves together when it comes to politics, we'll be better for it. Also, when it comes to religion, because the Igbo still have Igbo faction of religion, the Yoruba still have Yoruba faction of religion, the so-called Kano still have their own faction of religion. We have to stop this and let us get together and move on and take that country to a greater height. This is my take, and thank you. Let me go out, join you guys later.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Ike.
Yeah. Rudolph, I want to believe I agree with what Austin said. Um, I think that my prayer for Nnamdi Kanu and Ndibo and Nigeria as a whole is I wish and I pray that nothing happens to Nnamdi Kanu in prison. I think the system has failed us for a long time because this government for 8 years, they have never respected any law, any order from the court. So it's not surprising that the court has asked them to let this young man to go and they're still keeping him. But with all this information that he's not feeling well and that he's sick, I don't know what is wrong with him. But my prayer is that Nigerian government should not try to, do something that will have a damaging consequences in Nigeria. Because people might think, okay, after all, this person passed away, what happened? After all, somebody passed away, what happened? Let Nigerian government don't allow Nnamdi Kanu to die in prison. I am telling you, if they want to, like somebody said, if he's sick, take him to the hospital. Nobody's saying they should. If you don't want to release him, fine. But if he's sick, why deny him medical attention? That's the problem. I don't have a problem if you decide that they're not going to obey the law court. Well, that's fine. You're government. You have the power is in your hand. But what if the young man is sick? Why then do you have to deny him medical treatment? And don't we have conscience? I mean, on a human level, can't we understand that at least give him a medical treatment if he's sick? His lawyers, Ozokeme, who is his lawyer, has been crying about Nnamdi Kanu is not feeling well. It's not that he's hidden. I don't know what is wrong with him because I'm not a doctor. But the lawyers have been hitting this every day they go to court. This young man is not feeling well. I'm not asking him to release. If they don't want to release him, fine. But why don't they release him to go for medical checkup and see what is wrong with him? Because like somebody who just left here, we know what happened to Delegiwa. We know what happened to Sorewiwa. We know what happened to a lot of people like him. But you see, Nigeria has advanced. We have advanced a long time. In those days, it's no more now. So I'm only appealing to Nigerian government, whosoever that is concerned, if you don't want to release this young man, let this man go to the hospital and let there be proper medical treatment for him to be able to live. If you want to keep him there for the rest of his life, no problem. But my prayer, my asking is take him to the hospital so that he can be treated, so that something bad should not happen to him in the prison.
Thank you, Mike. Eddie, you're next. Welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Eddie.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. Dr. Damages, my special greetings.
Thank you.
I have been your fan, let me just put it this way, but unfortunately, due to the nature of my own profession, I don't normally have time to be in the studio just as I did today. This is my first time of being with you people, the whole panelists and brothers and sisters I see here, wonderful people.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure being with you all. As you people can see, my name is Eddie Ike. I reside in Europe. So I personally followed the discussion today. It's quite interesting. And what I want to make specifically is this. We all know the problem we have in Nigeria. We know very, very well. None of us can say that they don't. But
Eddie, I have to stop you for now. And let me stop you. I think you have your YouTube on, so we're getting a feed from YouTube, and you are also in StreamYard. So we're hearing when you say something, we hear the echo or repeat of what you just said. So can you turn off the YouTube?
Okay.
Why will you do that? I think we are going to come back to you. Let me give Mike the chance to speak. Mike, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to touch on because I see people mentioned earlier that Buhari was not respecting the elders in the East when they came to him to tell him to release Kano to them, and he just refused. I don't think we are being completely fair with Buhari, to be honest, because there was the first time, because Nnamdi Kanu had been released before. That first time was the elders in the East that came to him to tell him to release Kanu to them, that they will talk to him and calm things down. And he released him that first time. And then what happened? They released him, allowed him to stay in the East, and Abia State there, just okay to go and settle it between him and the elders, whatever the issue is. And what happened? We all witnessed it now. Literally created. Now, I'm not saying him directly, but the situation created more problem where we're not having the army clashing with his boys in the East, where they're attacking the army convoy and things like that. That later on led to army shooting a bunch of young boys in the Southeast. That led to their killing. So I think the blame should go to more of the elders because they are not doing their job. They don't know how to talk to him or control him. So if Buhari releasing that first time to the elders and they couldn't take care of the situation, so now why are you blaming Buhari again to now, like for him not releasing him the second time? I'm not saying you shouldn't release him, but I'm just saying let's be completely fair. Let's give Buhari's blame and let's also give the elders in the East some blame because they are not handling the situation well at all. So that's why, because if Buhari hadn't released him that first time, yeah, I can agree with you guys that okay, why would you not respect the elders of that, especially someone like the old man, because that man was an elderly state man, someone like that, you have to give him respect, But we have to be fair. Like, let's give some blame. Let's not just say Buhari is wicked, hate Igbos. Because the guy listened to them the first time he released him, when they talked to him. And what did they do? And even when all these things going on, the elders don't really do much. They don't say much. They don't even come to talk to these young kids from the East about, okay, not the way to go about these things. Go through more of your elected officials. If you want Biafra, let's go through the Senate. Let's go. They don't even talking. They just keep quiet and just don't do too much. So to me, more of the blame of these things go to the elders there. I don't know if I'm making sense, but
all right. But do you think that Buhari should release him, or that Tinubu should release him?
Yes. Now that would depend. Kanu should be the one to negotiate with them. That okay, I want you to release me, and this is the agreement. You understand? He has to be the one to negotiate. Okay, I'm agreeing that okay, release me when I come out. No other soul will die. I won't create for that problem. He should be the one to negotiate. The negotiate is like this release, not us. You understand? Not somebody else, because those even the what happened after releasing the first time, you can claim that I didn't ask you to release me. I even told you give me Biafra or kill me, Biafra or death. He can make that argument that I didn't ask you to release me. So if he wants to come, he should be the one to negotiate his release, and then he can tell us that I have negotiated with the government to release me on this and this and this, and they are refusing, and then we can say, oh, okay, the guy says you should release him and he has agreed this and that, and you are not releasing him. But the man is not asking instead to be released. And me, I don't care whether he's out or in. It's not my business. I don't know. But I'm just saying that if he negotiates his release, and I can stand on that on his own word, okay, this is what he's negotiating based on, and then I can maybe defend him on that. But if he's not talking on, how he wants to release anything, so I really don't. I think it's between Kanu and Buhari. The negotiation is between them, not. Okay.
Okay.
Let
me say something. Please.
No, hold on, everybody. Let's hear from Mr. Miller. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Mike, from one man show, you've always hated Nnamdi. So even if he dies or they release him, I'm not attacking you, but at least for humanity's sake, enough is enough. Yeah, let's turn the table around now. I know it's always easy to judge from the other table. Remember, I'm trying to bring peace. I tell my people, calm down. But you yourself, you're part of Europe.
Don't worry about me.
Calm down
Focus on what I
be a
said.
good voice for your people. Let your people learn from you. Tread carefully and be nice to people.
Forget about me. Focus on what I said.
Be nice. Everything doesn't have to be politics now. Come on. This is human life we're talking about. If he dies there, maybe your tone will change in the end.
I'm not saying that you don't release him. What are you? Why? No, see. What are you?
Always attacked Nnamdi Kanu. You said you don't care. You don't like him. But I know that better.
No, it's not a matter whether I like him or not. I'm just speaking
to at least little bit. Be the positive voice from Yoruba land.
Here today.
Make peace. Peace is good.
2 minutes over. 2 seconds is over. Let's somebody go and talk, please.
Well, I'm making sense now.
All right. Okay, Smith, thank you. CM, 30 seconds.
Mike, see trouble where bring Mike.
Just
no, talk to what I said. Don't start saying Mike said this.
One moment.
No, what I say now. Tell me what it makes sense out of it. Tell me what sense.
Mike, hold on. Let him speak. CM, 30 seconds, please.
Okay, yeah. Actually, there are a lot of innuendos and monumental fibs. Something like some of the things you read in a Kedeko newspaper. So that's what I'm hearing. Number one, Buhari did not release Nnamdi Kanu the first time. It was the court that granted him bail. 2017 is a bail. He was granted bail in July, and court told, because when court gives you bail, they say, you're on bail, we need you back on so day. So in September 2017, Nnamdi Kanu is expected in court. Nnamdi Kanu was enjoying his bail before Nigerian army invaded his house, killed 28 people. Whoever is saying, I wish the person, when an armed robber stops you on the road or thief enter your house, do not run away. Stay in your house. So Nnamdi Kanu has to run for his dear life. Michael Zekom, a professor of law, has stated it in writing. That's number one. Any other thing apart from that is just life from the pit of hell. Number two, Mbazulika Moechi, the first Nigerian Minister of Aviation before he died, on behalf of Ohaneze Ndigbo, said, look, we know this is a political issue, releasing Nnamdi Kanu to us. Not that Buhari disrespected. Buhari said, please listen to me. He came to Imo State. Hope Uzodinma invited him to commission either Owerri or Kigwe Road, Chukwuma Road, because I'm mentioning, I'm being specific. Buhari said the matter is no longer in his hands. It's before the court. He went to Ebonyi State. When the governor of Ebonyi hosted him, he said the same thing. It's now before the court. Everybody said, okay. Now, the court has given its verdict. The meaning of democracy is everybody is equal before the law. When whatever a court says, you don't bring... Please. Whatever a court says goes. If the court has said jailing Nnamdi Kanu for 1 million years, everything ends there. If the court has, when you are going to court, you have to expect two things: either you win or you lose. They went to court. If court has said detaining Nnamdi Kanu or jail him no more for life imprisonment, that ends it. But the court said let him go because he's Igbo. People will now come and be speaking convoluted English. It's not where I am. We know the facts. Some of us went to school and I talk with facts. What I'm saying here, I mentioned names. Check Governor Omahi when he hosted Buhari. Check Hope Uzodinma when Buhari came to Imo State. They said it openly. He said it's before the court. And the court granted him now they can discharge. Go. He didn't do anything. By the way, why did you do? Some people coming here to talk. Let the person explain the meaning of extraordinary rendition. There's a man called Hush Puppy. He's in US answering questions. In the course of interrogation by FBI, they discovered that Abakari, a Nigerian police officer, is an accomplice. America should have invaded Nigeria and then take Abakari. But they wrote to Minister for Justice, say we need this person. We have some cases for him to answer. Here in Britain, last week, there's a guy called Mike Lynch. Please Google the name. He was extradited to US by a British government. They said, okay, they need you, you go. Why didn't Buhari do it on Nnamdi Kanu? Because he's Igbo, they have to tie him, close it, and then bring him. People have forgotten. How can you put something on nothing and they expect it to stand because it's Igbo? People will now forget. How did Nnamdi Kanu get into Nigeria? How did Nnamdi Kanu get into Nigeria? If you are looking for somebody in any part of the world, you write to the country. Say, the person we are looking for is in your country. We need him. James Ibori was extradited to UK from Dubai. When he finished 2007, he went to Dubai. British government needed him because he went to jail here. Dubai, UAE, extradited Ibori down here. Britain did not go there to invade the country to take by force. Is it because he's Igbo? Somebody who we just, when they went to this, one man went to mortuary. I don't know the rubbish they peddle there. Somebody will now come here and come and stand up and disturb us. Some of us went to school. Do you understand? When we talk with facts and it's logic. I believe in logic. You don't tell us what is in the headline. Everything happened before Nigerians. What I'm saying happened in Nigeria. I'm not making it up. So don't come here and tell me. Let the person explain how Nnamdi Kanu get to Nigeria. Let them tell us. Is that the right way to bring in Nnamdi Kanu? And they're coming here to come and open their, coming here and come and poison us. Please.
Thank you. We are going to Austin. Mike, I will let you respond to that.
Mr. Rudolph, sometimes you have to correct some people who make some wrong statement here, like Mike. Yeah. Do that sometimes.
So Mike, I want to begin with your last statement. Am I making sense? So the answer is no. You didn't make any sense, and these are my points. One, the tonality of your voice depicted heavy anger, and I don't know where that anger was coming from. You're angry over Nnamdi Kanu or over Igbos, and the way you defended Buhari, if it is the way you defended Buhari in this platform, I wouldn't have felt the way I felt. And the first thing is that Buhari have never, and now you're getting this indication. I believe your attitude will change in this direction. Buhari never released Nnamdi Kanu. The only issue some people heard that when Nnamdi Kanu was released, he was flaunting court order. Buhari is not in the position to determine who flouts court order. He's the president, he's not a lawyer. So I don't know where you got your information, and you've just come here and...
Just so you know, your line is still not very good.
Network is dead.
We're having difficulties.
Oh, it can't be dead. I'm
what you're saying, yeah. So we'll let you go fix it, and then you can come back. Let me go to Eddie. I will skip you, not because you're not important, but Henry is burning. He wants to say something we've never had before. So let's hear Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Before you finish, thank you, everybody. I have a question for Mr. Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike, why did
the question? Not they ask me answer.
No, you answer, Mike.
If you don't answer, it's your problem, not mine. If you like your answer.
But Henry, hold on. Henry, before you start.
Before I say something, let me ask you a question.
Henry, hold on. I don't like it. Wouldn't work in this platform. You know, this style that some people use, where you, instead of you to talk to the person, you ask a question, you want them to answer, then you ask another question. You know, you can either articulate all you want to say, and then the person will respond. Not question and answer, and then you say it depends on the answer to this question. You know that thing. People do it. It won't work on this platform. So say what you want to say.
Okay. Should I ask question first or?
No, put it all together. Don't ask this one and expect him to respond, and then you continue your question. Yeah.
What I wanted to say, I'm a Bini. I'm not an Igbo, but I support Nnamdi Kanu. What I wanted to ask you, you were talking about Nnamdi Kanu run away. He run from they hand over Nnamdi Kanu to the elders in Igbo. He run away. I'm asking you a question. Why did Sonny Igbo run away? Why did Sonny Igbo run away to other country? That question you answered later when I finished. First of all, Nnamdi Kanu was not released. It was on bail. It was on bail. It was in the east when your military government, Buhari, sent his military to come and invade his home. He killed about more than 20-something people there before he ran away. If you were to be in his own position, what will you do? Why did your brother Sonny Igbo run away? Why could not wait? That means it's a coward too. So you don't come here and start talking things that you don't even know. Because out of hate of the Igbos. I'm not an Igbo man, but I hate people like you who went to one-man shows speaking about the Igbos. Some of those people call some people Omale. These are one of the Omale we're talking about. Yes. I mean, I was born in Lagos. Some of you are one of these Omale. Hate, racism, hate. Yeah, you people have it for the Igbos. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Don't say because you hate him. If Nnamdi Kanu is to be your brother, will you be wishing him like this? You don't have conscience? You don't have heart? Are you so heartless? Don't worry. Don't worry. One day, the so-called Nigeria will happen to you and your generation. You'll be laughing like this. Just like this boy, Shehu.
Let's not leave him. Want to make
point. They should leave Shehu.
No,
he was attacking president before, but Nigeria happened to him now. But we're going to help him now. We're still going to help him. We're going to speak about him. So the government should leave him too. One day Nigeria will happen to you. How would you feel? Think about it. Nnamdi Kanu didn't kill nobody. Boko Haram was killing people. Your government, the Fulani Esme was killing people. Your government allowed them to go free. They go to rehabilitation, let them free, using taxpayers' money to give them, to pay them, to make them live good living, flying private jets. Are you kidding me? Didn't Nnamdi Kanu kill anybody? And you are here, come here to stop telling lies. Look at some of this Omali. I don't want to see them on this your program. Look, sometimes people come here, you are journalists. Some people come and tell lies. Sometimes you have to shut them off. This guy is so disgusting. Was talking about Nnamdi Kanu like this, and he doesn't know what's going on.
I'm
just boiling up to hear some like people like this. I'm not an Igbo, I'm a Benin, but I hate people like you who come here and start telling lies. Omali like you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought Omali is an insult.
Just to explain to you, maybe you don't understand Yoruba language. You made rules in this platform that people can insult. Omali means a bastard. He called me a bastard over and over.
I don't know. I'm not Yoruba. I'm not Yoruba. I don't know what it means.
So just to let you understand.
No,
so
you both say it every time.
You say you are the Omali and your father is Omali. So
okay. I don't know what it means.
Your question. It's my turn to answer your question. Let me answer your question. Just keep quiet. Short, okay? I don't want to hear you. Just shut up, okay? First of all, in my statement, I didn't mention tribe. I didn't mention Igbos. I didn't mention anything, any of that. And I didn't mention anything about the part where he ran away or anything. I didn't talk to that. So I don't understand when someone say one thing and people start to place this strawman fallacy, talking about something completely different that the person didn't say. I said one thing, you argued against something different. I didn't mention anything about him running away or the Igbos or anybody. All I said is, Buhari, this happened the first time it was released. The elders didn't do what they should have done. We should, kind of address the elders as well. That's all my statement was. And second of all, you say my brother, Igbo is not my brother. I'm not related to him. Just because someone is Yoruba doesn't mean he's my brother. Whatever it is between him and government, that's between them. If you're gonna start trouble with the government and they come after you, I won't say they are coming after Yorubas. I don't think like you. I don't see government going after Nnamdi Kanu as government going after Igbos. He did things, just like Igbo did things, and they came after him. I don't start jumping into this tribe. They're coming and hate Yorubas.
Just like one man show. You were there.
Wait. Let me answer your question.
Let him speak.
Let me land. You guys call people tribalists, but you are the tribalists. You are the one doing tribalism, but you are pointing finger. Next time when you are pointing finger, we look at the three pointing back at you. You are the tribalist today, not me. Now, CM was saying when they released him and then the army attacked and things, but he didn't talk about the series of events that led to the whole army attack. We saw the series of events of army convoy being attacked in the south. You were watching in the news.
You said he was released. I said he was granted bail, not released. Bail. He was granted bail, not released.
Okay,
it's a different thing. Release different from granted bail. I can't teach you. If you didn't go to school, it's up to you.
Okay,
if you are uneducated, it's up to you.
Okay, that's why you're master propagandist. Okay, cool. We didn't speak about the series of events
yourself anymore.
Before the that attack that happened in his house. There were a series of events that were happening between the army and the young boys, his followers in the streets.
That's
where
not true.
The convoy will be going by the throw stone at the army convoy. We just see all those things going on, and people were wondering, the elders there, if not for the sake of Kanu, but for the sake of the life of those youth, because we are Nigerian army behave. Anywhere in Nigeria, doesn't matter whether it's north, east, west, south, southwest. When you start, the Nigerian army are very violent. They will go there and massacre. And people saw that massacre coming because They keep on having clashes with the soldier, the army convoy. We saw it on the news. And by the time the army went to attack his house, it was innocent boys that were killed. And to me, the life of those innocent boys is equally as important as the life of Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know why Nigeria would just believe the life of ordinary people don't matter. It's only somebody that's popular that his life matters. So me, when I'm talking here, I'm not worried about the families and the innocent people that are dying in the name of one person. One person I don't even know. What's so important? It's just an ordinary person. It's not like some kind of superhero to anyone. So I don't know why I have to say, what about the life of the innocent boys that are getting killed, they are being misled and all those things. So that's what I'm talking about. Like the elders should also consider that, hey, okay, if it's going to be released, this is going to cause further more of these young boys to be at graves. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know why people come here, tribal. Who's talking about tribe? I think, did I mention anything about tribe? Right. Henry, I don't know why your IQ is so low, man. So low, and you're calling your Mali. Your father is Mali. We need Dafwen Lushi.
All right, that's enough. We have to remove people here now. Okay, Eddie Ike, welcome to the show. I know you tried to speak the other time and your connection was not good. You have the platform. Oh, there are two Eddies. Eddie, I remember you. I know. I'll come back to you. Eddie Ike.
Excuse me, Dr. Rudolph. There's a jubilation in Abia. Otti was not removed or whatever. The court didn't nullify it. So I'm just giving you a breaking news.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Eddie Ike.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute my. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I said he must be my namesake. He's welcome out too.
Yeah.
As I was saying before, sometimes the problems we have in our country, we all know, but sometimes we seem not to know what is happening. But honestly speaking, I like to stand on the truth, even though in our country, in our place, our home, truth sometimes doesn't matter anything. It's not being considered at all. But that doesn't mean that we or anybody who knows the truth should say, after all, even if I say that same truth, it will not, that nobody will just, it will be disregarded in time. Let me just put it that way. Honestly speaking, the first thing I want you people to help me to understand now is the meaning of two words. One is that word, honorable. Second is excellency. Maybe I don't understand very, very, very well the meaning of these two words in my own understanding. I would like my colleagues in the panelists to help me define these two words very, very well, so that I will know what to say.
Okay.
One is honorable. Second is excellency.
Eddie, we have to wait because we don't want to go far away from this topic. When we finish this topic, we will define it for you. I'm sure we have some smart people here who will define it for you. And let me go to the other. Eddie, go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor. Going to the question, why if Buhari should release Nnamdi Kanu or not? I don't think he's not going to release him, first of all, and because if he would have released him, a long time. But I don't think he's going to release him, because releasing him now is like creating another problem for what's his name, the incoming president, whoever the incoming president is. So I think the leaders.
Did you say whoever the incoming president is?
Because I need to mind what I say in it, because I know a lot of people are hoping that miracle will happen before May 29th or something like that. So I don't want to dash anybody's hope, and at the same time I don't want to say, but whoever is the elected president will be sworn in. So I don't want to dabble into deep waters. But having said that, I feel President Buhari will not release Nnamdi Kanu. for whatever reason, is not going to release Nnamdi Kanu. And I think the Igbo leaders should rally around whoever is the incoming president to look for a solution out, because keeping the man inside, keeping the man in jail or in detention, it will mean that the Southeast will still be volatile as it has always been. So I think they should look for, if he's sick, as they say, they should give him the necessary medical attention, but he's not going to be released. And they should rally around whoever is the next president to release him. And should anybody be surprised, Nigeria, there's no rule of law in Nigeria. So I'm even surprised. People are in court looking for miracle to happen. If the same court won't release someone that they said we should release, then how can you expect the same court to perform miracles? So I don't know, but anyway, let's hope and see what's going to happen. But I wish they attend to him. And yeah.
All right, thank you. Ovie.
Dr. Rudolph.
Okay, you be like Uma these days, oh.
Now, Rudolph, before I ask you the question again, let me try and say something. I'll start by two quotes. John Eric Clark said something. He said, "I only debate my equal, the rest I teach." Then George Orwell, in his famous book Animal Farm, says, "All animals are equal, but some are more equal." He said that to describe the disparity in our society. Now, the last quote I just made applied to the rules that you set here, and I think there's a rules that you said it. You said it so that to reinforce that first quote, which means that we only debate our equals, the rest we teach. And people, I'm not saying this to say, oh, some people are more intelligent than others, but this is a public forum. If you are here, come here, and you are leave the point aside, the question aside, and you begin to ascribe names to people. I think that's, I don't know, maybe I'm overstating it, but I think this is Nigeria. You can't get it right here, then who are we to actually they say Tinubu is corrupt, Tinubu cannot implement law and all that? Who are we? So I just thought I should bring that. Then now talking about who's to release Kanu, right? I will be, I don't know. I will be surprised if the outgoing president, that is Buhari, release him. Then that of Tinubu, as always been saying, now these are politicians. They will look at it. What is their own game? We're releasing Kanu, give me the second term. Because whether we like it or not, that is the question they will be asking themselves internally, codedly underground. If it's not going to, if Nnamdi Kanu is not a factor of them coming back to power, either they perform, if they read the atmosphere, it's not a factor, they're not going to release him. Right? But if releasing him, we give them an upper hand to finish the second 4 years, regardless of what happened. That's so. At this point, that's how these guys will start looking at things, right? Not necessarily waiting. The cry of people is enough to actually meet their own personal need first, because now 3 tiers, personal needs, party, then before me and you. So that's it. That's how I'm seeing the Nnamdi Kanu case from now on. It's all about what they can get from keeping him or releasing him.
All right, thank you. There's somebody who is not wearing any shirt. If you want to come on, please put on a shirt and sit up. We will bring you on.
That is from Nigeria video.
Oh, Nigeria, you don't have heat. Okay, we can bring cover your body, then we can bring you on. And let me just say this because let me play a video before I say this. This is a video of Buhari talking about Biafra. That will help us. All right, my computers are slow. The video is...
Were you there? You were not there. Watch. During the UN speech, you talked about healing and closure. And in Nigeria, one of the aspects of our life that is not yet, we don't have healing and closure is the issue of Biafra. And we know what happened yesterday. Healing and closure. Healing and closure, yeah. So I wanted to know, when you think about healing and closure in relation to Biafra, do you see referendum for the activists as part of that healing and closure?
No, what I see is so good. This strongly about creating a state within Nigeria, let them join a party and campaign. And the people elected, does they want to be.
All right. So
video is poor, Rudolph.
I know. We've been trying to. I don't know why it's not
Get
playing.
a better computer.
That's actually the next thing we should talk about: how to get a better computer. Let me. I wanted to address something else that I think Obi, you spoke in parable. I don't know what you were saying at the beginning. I don't actually understand what you.
This is okay. This is, I said when I use the Eric parable, we are here to debate each other, not to teach somebody. If you begin to use some kind of language that below standard, that means we have to teach you, and we are not here to do that. And again, to you, Rudolph, you set the rules. We should apply. Yes, in animal kingdom, everybody is equal. You just prove it to you that some people are more equal without applying the rules.
Yeah. So what happened? You tell me, help me, because sometimes
Normally, just as me telling you are a bastard, so I'm not saying it lightly.
Yeah, but I didn't know that was
what is Omali? I don't know what is Omali now. They use that every time.
No, but I didn't actually.
I don't know what it means.
I'm not. It's not about you. We are not saying you should use it, but mind where you use it. In this place, there's a rule that has been enacted.
What it means? Tell me what it means now.
Omale means bastard in Yoruba language.
You cannot go there and be insulting people. That was the whole point of enacting that rules. If rules are not applied, then why should we be judging our leaders that they are not following the rules? If we cannot follow it, and if you cannot apply the rules, we should not be blaming the judges if they don't apply the rules to us. That's what I'm saying.
So Henry. Hold on. Hold on. So Henry, being that I now know what that meant, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Anyway, I know what it means on Mali. Anyway, they use it every time in one.
I mean, that's not the point. The point is that we said you can't use that. You can't.
I didn't know that. I didn't know about the rules.
You don't know about it.
I withdraw it.
Okay.
But meanwhile, this same guy you're talking about now, that Obi is trying to defend here, they used it in one man show every time. They didn't know about it.
I'm not defending anybody. We have I'm not defending
what they want to do other places, but here we just started.
I'm sorry I use that language. I know what it means. I'll tell you about
I would have taken you out if it occurred to me that was what you said. He didn't.
I'm sorry.
I know Mike. I know the
it's okay.
I think I'm off my platform.
Hello, it's okay. Cut it off now. You know the program. No, they are come this program.
I wasn't talking to you, Henry. Now you call my name. There's the reason I use those proverbs. That's to try to avoid calling your name.
All right.
That's why I use those.
That's one. The other rule is that when we are talking, please, when you unmute you, please stay muted until I unmute you. There's a reason why, just to make sure that. So, and then the other one is that people expect me to correct everybody when they speak. I can't do it all the time, and I don't, especially in this, I count on you guys to be able to have a debate when someone says something. If this is 90 Minutes Africa, I have that obligation, but most of the time I'm counting on you, and I believe that you are doing it well. We can't, if I have to correct everybody, then I have to stop the show. One person is talking one sentence, I have to stop you and say, this is wrong. Let's do, what are you doing about this? Then it won't flow. So, but I think it's going well. People will say things that wouldn't be accurate, and people will challenge it, and people will correct that. So that's I actually want things to flow. I don't want things to be at a halt because we are trying to fact check people.
Rudolph, it's good sometimes to rant sometimes because it's not gonna be boring. Sometimes it's good to rant sometimes. You know it.
Yeah. It's good not to rant, but it's good to have a debate and people to challenge each other. And I allow that sometimes, but not to use bad language, not to do other things that are not allowed. All right. Let's see.
Rudy.
Yeah.
Rudolph, sorry, just one more. You know, I know when we come to this platform, I know some people might make reference to something you do not know, whether the person is telling the truth or not until you find out. But when we are reporting news that happened in Nigeria, in which there are landmarks, and somebody comes here to twist facts, that is what somebody like me, I can't take kindly to that. I know it's your opinion, but you cannot tell me that today is Saturday and you are trying to tell me it's Sunday. I will say no. I won't take that. So
And
that
it's allowed.
it rankles me.
And it's allowed, and you have
Yeah,
the right to.
but exactly, because when people come with different opinions, people come with their own hidden agenda. I know when people see the truth. For instance, on this Nnamdi Kanu case, what if the court has said jailing Nnamdi Kanu for life? That would have been the end. But the court say release him, and the meaning of democracy is nobody is above the law. President Trump, imagine a former president is being summoned, and he can't do more than that. But in Nnamdi Kanu's case, because he's Igbo, people feel that he can be held there. For what? Are you the court? The court say let him go. And somebody is holding him. So people will come here and justify it. What did he do? Whatever offense he did, you place it before the court, 15 count charge, cut down to 7, from 7 to 0. Say let him go and enjoy his freedom. And people are justifying it. What stuff country are we?
All right. Let's see. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, Dr. Damages. My people, this debate about Nigeria will not end until the truth reigns. And many, many come here with lies, diplomacy. There was, I think, in my humble school in elementary, we read about the incorruptible judge that was in Nigeria. There was the drummer boy that was in Nigeria. Both books talked about some bad behavior. In fact, the incorruptible judge was an incorruptible judge, and yet that was in setting for the then Nigeria. Who is talking about incorruptible judge today? It doesn't exist in Nigeria. The drummer boy, there was a point there, just to save time, where Bolaji had to divide something between him and his friends. And he took a bigger lump. And the rest of them shouted, Bolaji Olojoro, meaning that this Bolaji of a guy wasn't what our parents then were teaching us not to do. He was Olojoro. Nigeria is full of Olojoros, and there are many in this circle and many other places. But thank God for few people who keep coming out with courage to speak the truth, to put the devil to be ashamed. Look at the kind of emphasis people lay on Nnamdi Kanu and what he did. Do you know who is called Louis Farrakhan in America? Louis Farrakhan had more hyperbolic words to describe the racist situation in America. No one ever touched him for those things. He said unprintable words. But to look at, people talk about, what did Nnamdi Kanu do? More than just him asking for the freedom and true democracy, true federalism, without which we should have a referendum. And let me tell you, it doesn't even have to take anything going wrong in a country for a people who can build themselves up into a nation to ask for that. The places that it has happened, it wasn't necessarily that people were complaining, but they felt they didn't want to be part of the system again. Every time we are talking, nobody wants to ever mention anything about what if we separate peacefully and begin to renegotiate how we can function either as a federation, let's say what the British did to us, which they did trickily, although talking about Commonwealth. What Commonwealth? From over there, thousands of miles away, they want to come and own the world in Africa. But anyway, that's by the side. You let us face the truth. This amalgamation has never worked and it will never work. Now, Nnamdi Kanu doesn't need to be sick to be released. He needs to be released because he's unjustly kept. He was unjustly arrested. He was unjustly transported into Nigeria. Everything that was done to him was not fair. And the court has spoken. And millions of Nigerians are keeping quiet. In fact, whatever we want in that country is what will be. So we have accepted that what is happening or what has happened to Nnamdi Kanu is okay. And so people should be shocked at the expense of them trying to kill him, which happened. We all saw it. And people still have courage to say that Nnamdi Kanu jumped the bail. What a shame, my people. Because it's very clear to even the child talking about what has happened to this man. Yes, he said things to annoy people. But that's not enough by the law for what is happening to him now. And there's none of those killings or whatever you want to place on him that has been proven anywhere, not in the law court that set him free. So what are we talking about here? When are we going to face reality and talk the truth? Any nation that condones evil like Nigeria does and tolerates the judiciary that is not fair and prompt with cases, you can't go anywhere. Oh, let us pull together. Who are you pulling together? The person that you have killed his brother, raped his sister, or his mother? Everything should be just forgotten, and then we pull together because we want to keep a name called Nigeria. Oh, may the Lord have mercy upon us. Continue. You people should continue. You want to keep Nigeria. Nigeria that is killing people every day. Is that the kind of country you think God will want to sustain? Why? Why will he sustain that? He gave us instruction that thou shalt do no murder. Don't kill people. But we do that every day. Anyway, that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sam, you're next. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Doctor.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, good evening, everyone. So I actually came on because of what Henry Gabriel said. I mean, the unprintable words that he labeled Mike, but I'm happy Ovie has done justice to that, so there's no point flogging that. If you have set a rule, except you don't understand what Mr. Gabriel said, let's abide by the rules of engagement so it doesn't look like there are some people that can get away with some things on here while others can be dealt with. So having said that, I'm really expectant. I'm happy the president-elect is back in Nigeria. I'm looking forward to May 29th, the inauguration by God's grace. I'm very optimistic. It's going to be a watershed, a real departure from the maladministration. I was one of those that supported Buhari when he came in 2015. But as time went by, 2 years after, I gave him a 2 years break to see if things were going to turn around. But it's unfortunate where we are today. I'm guilty of one of those. I'm one of those who actually brought him in. But I think the mistake a lot of people are making is because Buhari has failed us doesn't mean there is no other good people in the same party where Buhari has failed in. Because Buhari has failed does not mean APC cannot produce someone that is better than him. That's where I think this anger is coming from. And the anger of the fact that, yeah, it's our turn, he has to go to the Igbos, he has to go to the Southeast. Who says? Whatever Bola Tinubu is benefiting from today is as a result of the hard work he's put in for the past 25, 30 years. Nobody will give you power by just you talking about it or you just going about beating your chest about it. You have got to work for it. He went out the other day to Europe, wherever he went to in France. Thank God he's back. Everybody can see. I saw the video you played on earlier, where he was being welcomed at the airport by his friends. See, we are all humans. Let's not play God here. We are all Nigerians. No, let's not play God. A 2-year-old baby dies. We have stillbirth. We have people who you think will die tomorrow and they're still alive. Let's not go there about people's health. You don't know what you have in your body right there where you're sat, except when you go for checkup. That's when you know the reality. A lot of us are so careless. We don't want to go to the hospital because, oh, I'm already 40 years. They start sending letters to me to come for checkup because we don't want to see or know what is going on the inside of us. That's how very, very responsible and reckless some of us are sometimes. But everybody is responsible for their health. But let's not play God. The same Buhari that you said you don't like, he was going to die, he was cloned 8 years ago. He's still alive today, brothers and sisters. He's still alive today. So let's not go there. I'm expecting, like I said earlier, I'm looking forward to the new government. By God's grace, I really hope it's going to deliver. We've got to get it right this time around. And I just wish Nigeria the best. I love that country so much. If you say you're patriotic and you're a Nigerian, you need to wish your country well. See what's happening in Sudan. See what happened in Ukraine. A lot of countries are, taking their people out of their countries. If the same happens to Nigeria, where will your family be? I've got parents over there. I've got my brothers and sisters over there. I don't want to keep living in the United Kingdom forever. I want to go back to Nigeria, I love that country. Let's keep saying positive things about the place. Thank you, sir.
Sam, thank you. Hold on, guys. Let me go to KJ. KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much. If I didn't comment on this Nnamdi Kanu thing, then I would not like it. I had to cut short my engagement to come. So let me go straight to it. I was one of those who was there on the 17th of September. And so those of you speaking didn't see what we saw. I'm not, like I said earlier on, I'm not one of those people. I was a journalist. I was doing an independent report of that same event. None of you saw it. You didn't see the Nigerian military shooting at ordinary people like you and I, shooting at them, people without guns. Nnamdi Kanu's house is at the end of the street. After his house, there's no other passage. So when you make that turn to go to his house, you are going only to that his father's house. No other place. No other place, my brother. And the army left wherever they were doing their crocodile dance or smile or whatever and headed for his house. And then if you were the one, would you advise yourself to remain in that place without escaping? On the spot in his compound, 28 persons were killed. Young men like you and I, they were killed. Up to today, what has come out of it? Okay? Despite everything that was done, destroyed, you all saw the video. If you don't have it, I can post it to you, Dr. Damages. Okay? You all saw the videos. When we come and begin to talk, are we talking because it's Igbo or what? It's not about his tribe. Okay? These guys had only a flag. Those guys defended Nnamdi Kanu with their own bodies. I can't do that, obviously. They defended him with their own bodies. If not today, it would have been a different story. Okay? Because the army meant to level that house. Now, coming back to what this other guy, you see, I don't want to make it go personal. But what you're saying, my brother, how long shall we continue to hope that it's going to be better? I saw somebody write on the comment section that we have to be pessimistic about our country. Do we look like people who are not pessimistic? Do we look like that? Let's call a spade so we can deal with it. You see, the reason why the Western country is going forward is that if I have done bad, they'll say, KJ, you have done bad. Nobody's going to cover you. Nobody's going to cover you. Nobody will use the law to say, okay, because it's my brother, my sister. No. And until we come to that point, if you love Nigeria so much, you should be after making sure that things go well. Which court in the world will have given this kind of judgment? Nnamdi Kanu has more than 5 judgments. Exonerating him from the ECOWAS, he had judgment. Okay? Up to this moment, the government don't see the need to grant him, and nobody's saying anything about it. I'm not going to blame you, those of you who are not, from the Southeast. I blame the governors who can't even talk because they are all stooge the caliphate. If they were not stooges, they would have been able to speak for their son. Okay, and what are we talking about here? Is it against the law for you to agitate? It's in the United States Charter. Is it against for you to ask for that you want to be by yourself? Even at the time we're talking about, people now become, even somebody can decide to say, I don't want to, nationless. Have you gone to the airports? You see people who have declared they have no nation. Okay, so if you come to the airport, I mean, if you doubt me, if you're around the DC, you can go to doors and see. There's a portion for those people who now have declared for themselves they are totally not of any nation. No, why am I trying to say this? I'm trying to say that. So sometimes we don't, because we don't want to, because it's Igbo. Once it's Igbo, anything goes. No, my brother, for crying out loud. You see, what goes around comes around. Okay, what goes around, it is the Igbos today. If you notice the way the Igbos have been tackled, we are even bigger in number than the rest of the minorities. If we are taken down, they are coming for you. They will come for you. It's not going to be only Nnamdi Kanu. My brother, if you see, I don't know, I'm being emotional because I saw people drinking water from the gutter. I saw what the army did. The only reason why yours wasn't followed because I came from Abuja, and they know that I came from Abuja. And I mean, they know that this one is different. So Oga, go this side. And maybe because of the little training I have, that when you go to such a place, you don't align with the people, you align with the army, and you stay on their side, on the side of the police. So straight bullet don't catch you. These people were shot down on it. What has happened? But let us not even go there. What about the judgment? On your own court, you have held this man now for 2 good years. You don't have any known evidence. You keep asking for postponement. You keep asking for adjournment. You keep adjusting the listen. Even when your court, your court of appeal ruled that this man should not be charged again in any court in Nigeria, you refuse to release him. You still refuse to release him. You still, keep up trumping up new charges over and over. I don't think it's the right thing for us, and I don't think we should just gloss over it. Because this man has a family. Okay, he has brothers and sisters. If Nigeria was going well, who would be asking for separation? Nobody will ask for separation. Okay, if you think the Igbos are not that marginalized, go to the east. All right, and I've said this many times. I'm not saying that the rest of the tribes are not marginalized, but we are bearing the brunt of it all, even before 1960. And I like to say that, bros, it's not about what you are thinking. We all love Nigeria, but if it's not working, it's not working. Let's ask for separation. If you go into a marriage with your wife and it's not working, doesn't she walk away? Don't you walk away? Why would Nigeria be different? What was the Igbos? Listen, sorry, I'm emotional about it because, I saw people die right before my eyes. Okay? Now, some few days ago, they just approved seaport for Ondo, for one of these western states. Why would they approve that for Igbos? So you see if there was anybody in Lagos. Why? Why is that the whole of the East, there's no place that seaport can operate? Why? Why would they not allow things to go there? So these are things we're talking about. It's not about, see, if the Southeast alone is able to be given a free hand to develop their side, we will even be more happy. If you see anybody coming to ask you for presidency of Nigeria, I will be totally surprised. But we are being controlled. Development in the East is being controlled. It's being totally caged in so that you cannot do business successfully there. You can't even live there successfully. Have you ever lived in a state where before you move every 1 kilometer you have a police checkpoint or army checkpoint extorting money from you? Do you know how many millions is made in the East? Over 100 million is made every month from the East, extorting traders, extorting their businesses. Come on, guys. This is not it's not a joke.
All right. Thank you, Kate.
Dr. Rudolph,
Yeah.
can you give me a minute? Let me challenge this Sam O.
Please, I want to leave Rudolph if you can give me
Hold
5
on.
minutes.
Sam O, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, President.
Sam O, I need to challenge this man called Sam O. Sam O, let me ask you a question. If Nigeria is so fantastic, why are you still in London? Sam O, I need to challenge this man called Sam O. Sam O, let me ask you a question. If Nigeria is so fantastic, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sam O, let me ask you a question. If Nigeria...
Are you
Sam,
asking me a question?
yeah, Sam, can you turn off your YouTube or
Yeah, I've
mute
just done that. I think I got that question. So can I ask you why you're in California as well?
Why am I? Because Nigeria is a fair state. So why would I do in Nigeria? They haven't done anything for me. So I wouldn't be in Nigeria. Why would I be
So
there? So tell me
so
why.
you are thinking more of what Nigeria can do for you and not what you can do for your country.
Nigeria hasn't
Well,
done anything for me, and I'm not ready to do anything because it's a fair state. It's so corrupted.
that's why I asked earlier, how patriotic are we? How patriotic are we?
I'm not
That's
going
your
to be
country.
patriotic with. I'm not going to be patriotic with the so-called old people. They are ruling that country. They have damaged that country. What patriotic? You have an opportunity to change the dynamic. I'm not talking about Obi or whatever, but just dislodge APC and PDP. But you decide to stay with your so-called APC. You seem like you're a disciple of APC anyway. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't come here to baptize everybody that Nigeria is so great. Why are you in London?
All right. So thank you so much, amount of precision. Thank you, Sam. Let me give Ike the chance. He has to go to say something. Ike,
See, thank you. Thank you, everybody on the platform. Thank you, Rudolph, for the privilege to be part of it since morning. I have to leave for tomorrow is Sunday. I have to stand on the pulpit tomorrow, so I have to prepare for myself. But I want to talk to my brother Sam from London. He said, power is not given free, that Tinubu has worked for 25, 30 years before he gets where he is. So if political power is not based for how many years he has been in politics, already he told us, he said, grab it, take it, anyhow. So that is what he has taken because of his 30 years of politics. So, but I pray that with your spirit of patriotism, we cannot continue to build a foundation of illegality in Nigeria because you need political power. If he has won the election free and fair, none of us will be here talking about the election of February 2023 this year, So we are not against Nigeria. We are Nigerians. Nobody is more patriotic than anybody. You see, but you cannot continue to criminalize criminality in Nigeria in the name of politics. Being 30 years in politics is not an excuse for you to steal the mandate of the people. We are not after who wins the election. If Kwakwanso has won the election free and fair, fine. We're gonna support him as the president of Nigeria. That has been my stand in this platform. I don't care who wins this election. But my point is that let the vote Nigerians cast, let it be counted. Whosoever that wins, fine. You don't steal what does not belong to you. In London, you live in London where there is law and order. You cannot park your car where you're not supposed to park your car. But in Nigeria, when you steal, you go to your traditional leader, they make you a king. They give you a chieftaincy title, you become a chief in your village and your town. Because we live in a lawless country where nothing works. We live in a decent society, but when it comes to Nigeria, we want to defend evil, we want to defend corruption, we want to defend criminality, we want to defend lawlessness. But when you go back to where you live, even before you come out of your door, you respect every bit of every law that is laid down in the country where you live. But when you go to Nigeria and you stand on the road, on the highway, and there is a red light, you will drive. But when you are in London, when you drive and there is a red light, you will stop. But when you go to the same country you claim to be a patriotic Nigeria, when there is a sign of red, you will drive your car because you're a big boy. After all, what the police is going to do to you, when police touch your window, you give them 50,000 naira because they are not paid. They are hungry. Because all of us are lawless people. So nobody is against who wins this. Personally, I'm speaking my own opinion. I don't care who wins this election. I stand on the point that every vote on February 25th should be counted, and whosoever that wins that election should be made the president of Nigeria. Bola Tinubu did not win an election, and he will never be my president until the vote is counted. If he wins, I will be the first person to give him a congratulatory message. And he will never be my president, and I see you next week. The vote is counted. I will be the first person to give it.
All right. Hi, are you done? Thank you.
Yes, I'm done. God bless you. I see you again.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Rudolph, can I rebuff some, you know, when people float lies, then you give them reference so
Hold on,
that
yes.
they
CM,
can
hold
go.
on. I want to make sure that other people are also given opportunity to speak. I'll come to you, but Janaba just joined us, and I know that, oh, is it gone? Okay, Janaba, okay, go ahead. And then Ovie will be next.
All right. I think the issue that we all continue to have when it comes to this election or Nigerian state at large is a view that does not meet with the standard. None of us here have the facts, the evidence to see who win this election. We have one of the brightest Nigerians, in my own opinion, here last Sunday, Prince Adewale. I asked him, I say, who do you think won the presidential election of 2023? He explained, and he said it's APC. You all are witness. He was a candidate of 2023 election. I am not Tinubu supporter. That is not so important to me. What is important is that if we want change, the change starts from you and I. Let us, if we're going to quote America, quote other states that things are working, where they abide by the law. There's a consequences in as much as freedom of speech. You can say what you want, whatever you want to say, but there is a consequences and there's a fact check on your words. So let us maintain that integrity of words so that we don't just throw things out. Because the people in Nigerians are looking up to us, especially some of us that they believe that we have seen what is humanly possible in diaspora, see how law works. And when we throw this thing around, some of the brightest Nigerians that their hands are tied because they think that they are inside the river that is polluted and they need a rescue. And we are not standing on that higher ground. It lowered the standard of whatever we are saying, whether it's this person, is this person. If you don't have the evidence and if you cannot take somebody to court on your own for you to challenge the INEC system or whosoever you want to challenge, then let us reframe our word and distance ourselves so people can be educated on how to go about whatever taking their country back or mandate. All of those things can be put in the very good perception that the elite and those that hold us hostage will say, okay, these people are awakening to the true knowledge, and they also will balance up. But for all those floating lies and all those defensive mechanisms, tribalism, it's not going to take us anywhere.
All right, thank you. Ovie, then I'll come to you, Henry. And then we go back to Eddie, answer his question about, someone will answer his question about what's honorable and what is excellency. Go ahead, Ovie.
Yeah, I was talking about the
Oh, have you, you said something about Nnamdi. Okay, did you speak about Nnamdi Kanu and the whole thing?
Yeah, I just said that it's all about, from now on, it's about what whoever is in power going to get. It will be a fact. If it's going to be a factor for them getting re-elected, yes, they will do that. But if not, they will still ignore him. So these are politicians. Everything is bargain chips for them from now on. And if the bills, if they can forecast that yes, they are going to lose re-election and releasing Nnamdi Kanu we overturn that, they will do it. But if it's not going to play into their own advantage,
okay, all right,
they will.
All right, thank you, Henry.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it's
so I was saying, but
I'll
let me
come
go
to you
back
next.
to Nnamdi Kanu issue. If Nigeria is a country that's working, Nnamdi Kanu is not supposed to be in prison right now. Not in prison. It's not in prison. It's inside the DSS custody. He's supposed to be in the jail. He's supposed to be in Greater Center. He's supposed to be. But because Nigeria is so lawless, the government is so lawless, they don't follow rule of law. the same Buhari that the Senate invited to come, he could not even go. And some of us here who are living in Western country will be supporting let's move forward. You don't have a proof. You don't have this. What proof you want to do again? No. When they said PDP, opposition party said in Lagos, Labour Party have more than 100,000, but INEC give less. That's opposition party. And some of you here sitting here try to romance things like things are okay. And you people know the truth. I cannot be bold enough to speak out. But I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to be in that kind of group. The country you stay, Western country you are staying, can somebody, that's a case is in court, they will just give judgment without the case is not out from the court? Can somebody give judgment? Can you move forward? Let's move forward. When the case is in court, they should accept it. You have to be president. If it's country that is have rule of law, this case is in court, there's not going to be president on time because Nigerian law is so lawless and it's not working. Then some of you will say we have to move forward. How can you move forward when case is in court? Does that make sense in you? It don't make sense.
All right.
You are a journalist, you know it. If it's a case in the court, did they give judgment? No. Because Nigeria is so corrupt to the extent that the judiciary is so corrupt that everything is just like business as usual. But they didn't expect Peter Obi going to go further. They didn't expect it's going to be like this. They didn't expect Nigerians are watching. Because this time of those days, the so-called Labour Party we're talking about now, they were a cash out party. Those days, they were a cash out party. Since Obi came, we supported Obi become more popular. Before it was cash out party, just like this so-called, like the one they said they call Mr. Deboy, Dr. Deboy, what they call him, who says a lawyer came to your program last time, the Brandland person who was here. That was like the same cash out politician who is a lawyer, cannot even defend a corrupt system. He cannot even fight against the corrupt system. He give up. He's saying it to the public that APC won. Are you kidding me? BBC make their own comment. Results were there. You cannot tell me you don't even see compare the result and the other result for INEC and INEC. What INEC is fighting to bring the result out? Why is he fighting to cooperate with Labour Party? If they knew that Tinubu won and if they knew the free and fair election, some of you are just kidding me here, just jokers. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Can I quickly respond to Mr. Gabriel, please? Peter Obi was in court for 3 years, battling it out there, while Ngige was still governor.
Okay.
INEC was defending Adedansa, the Osun governor now, while the other man went to court. So why won't Obi wait and let the process see itself through? That's the question. So when it's Obi's turn, we can turn the law upside down. But when it's every other person, then what kind of double standard is this? Are you lying to yourself to just want to be sensationalizing things online on the platform? I've listened to many commentators over the months. Is it just catching cruise or what's going on? We have laws that are set. We must follow the rules and regulation. If you have got to go to the court, go and see it through there. But we cannot stop an inauguration because someone is going to court. You even came third. How? You must be joking. Sorry,
right.
Please.
All right, CM, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. First, I can never delude myself. Some people can delude themselves. Nigeria is a lawless country. If the law is working in Nigeria Nnamdi Kanu cannot be renditioned. And I wish whoever is paying lip service to it, may his generation be renditioned. In fact, may his generation, yet unborn, suffer what Nnamdi Kanu is suffering. That's one. Secondly, some people are fond of mouthing this. Nnamdi Kanu said he's a Jubilee from Sudan, he's different. You see, illiteracy come in different forms. Not because somebody did not go to a university or a formal education. Illiteracy to me means when somebody is independent when somebody is incapable of independent and objective thought. That is illiteracy to me. Not because you went to university, you get your qualification up to PhD. If you can't reason independently and conduct simple research, that person is a stark illiterate. There's a man called Bruce Fein. He was the former Associate Deputy Attorney General of United States when Ronald Reagan was in power, 1981-82. He is a practicing lawyer in US today. He is Nnamdi Kanu's international lawyer. He came to Nigeria. He went to Abuja during the court in those days last year. He said he came to see the charge sheet to know what Nnamdi Kanu is being charged of. He said when he looked at it, what he told the Americans is going to come and defend this, the charge that Nnamdi Kanu said the man in Aso Rock is not Buhari. He said such a very grievous offense. Why didn't they put it and charge Nnamdi Kanu since they know that Nnamdi Kanu is lying? I'm not quoting. That's why some people cannot read. Though they may be carrying Bible, pretending that they are the junior brother of a junior Christ, Jesus Christ, interpreting Bible and calling themselves all manner of things, while their generation is dying in refugee camp. You see them making noise. So if really if you say I am not CM and I'm head of state, I will charge you. Come and prove it. Bruce went back. He said that is what is interested. That is what is of interest to him. Till today, federal government is not saying that Nnamdi Kanu should come and prove that the money. Why didn't they put it there? And yes, some people are talking. Now, the next thing is, I can never say it is the turn of Igbo, or maybe it's Igbo this, Igbo that. After all, if there is anything called turn, it's the Yoruba that said it. I mean, Tinubu that said it. Tinubu said Yoruba local. Emi local. I'm not making it up. It's on video. He said it in Ogun State in Abeokuta when he went there. So Tinubu said all this turn by turn. It's him that said it. What people are saying is, you invested money. You said this is the way to conduct the election. You conducted the election simultaneously. 3 ballot papers were given to somebody at the same time on 25th. You completed within 2 minutes. You completed 1, 2, 3. 1 for House of Reps, 1 for House of Senate, 1 for the presidency. Why didn't you upload the presidency? You deliberately refused to upload that. In the night they were TPEXing. When you TPEX, you change. We all saw this. And when we ask, people will say we have to move forward. Move forward to where? Move forward to where? Or move forward so that everywhere becomes refugee camp. Is that what some people are wishing on? Everywhere becomes refugee camp, and they're not even ashamed. They can be in United States. When they eat burger, they come here and talk nonsense. Is that what they are wishing? Everybody, when their generation, some people, their ancestral home has been taken over, invaded by Fulani herdsmen, but because they are too timid and coward, they can't stand to their feet and say evil is evil. As at 2014, some people were living in their house. 2015, they were living up to 2016. They are now headed in refugee camp. Peter Obi has to go and spend Christmas with them. Yet there are people will be in America and be talking nonsense. When they eat, they don't know. I thought sometimes you wonder where really do they come from? If your ancestral land is invaded, that is where the patriotism should start. The patriotism is not Nigerian patriotism. Start from your if you invade my ancestral land, I will leave whatever I'm doing. I go home. Not for somebody to be in America wasting time, carrying Bible, preaching what he doesn't know, interpreting Bible upside down. When your people are in refugee camp in Nigeria and they are suffering there, and people are contributing money, giving them, we go and donate, everybody will go and donate, and they are in US making noise. Do they not know that what they are talking about is Igbo this, Igbo that? These are rubbish. I don't listen to such people. They are just stark illiterates, not because they didn't go to university or go to school, but they can't think independently of their own. So to end, let me put it this way. When a police went to Sunday Igboho's house in the middle of the night, Igboho ran away. If he was there, he would have been killed because some people were killed in Sunday Igboho's house. That was exactly what happened at Nnamdi Kanu's house. So why did police invade Igboho's house and slaughtered people there? At least 2 people died. At least 2, and then burned the house. Why? That drove Yorubas from Igogo, Ibarapa. They went to be refugees in Benin Republic. We saw it on video. I'm not making it up. After Fulani invaded Shasha in Ibadan and then burned their houses. So what are we talking about? I don't like people painting words. If you want to say the truth, you say it and be damned. Without a law, anybody studying law in Nigeria, LLB, they will teach you one thing in LLB 101. Without law, the society is a jungle. If a president can swear by the constitution and you go to the court say do this, and you refuse to do it, you are holding in Nnamdi Kanu against the opinion of the law. The law is supreme. That's why it's called rule of law. And some of us will think that they went to school. When they come here, you see them talking nonsense. Of what is the use of your education if you cannot apply it? You say you went to school and the law said, release the guy, let him go. That is what the law said. Is the president bigger than the law and is holding him? He won't release him. They now use it for this thing. Yeah, maybe Tinubu will release him if he can win election. For what? Is Tinubu higher than the court? Nobody is higher than the court. As long as the court said, free him, let him be free. That is the meaning of that is the meaning of rule of law. Some people are too timid to speak up.
Really, let us say I'm not trying to jump into anything. I want you to see the pattern of what CM always come from. A man that is believed to be a well-seasoned, well-informed, well-educated. To you are a journalist, Rudolph Okonkwo. Do you ever believe that Buhari is a Jubilee from Sudan? This is what people say when they are in their comfort zone and they are not man enough to even step up. You could have gone and joined and protest or lead group of people if you are man enough to go and protest in Abuja to say
I will reply.
Nnamdi Kanu. So when somebody cannot, and I'm not going to pay much attention to somebody that can just stay where he is in another man's land, and you're going to blame somebody else for another irresponsible act in another man's country. But it's time for us to fact check and make this network and not a bully. A bully is somebody that put hands on somebody else. This is a bully tactics, and that guy have nothing to offer than just tribalistic, lambastic, and all name calling. And he's unwanted. The people in Benue, they would defend themselves. They never ask you, and they never ask Obi to come. Obi do his political rally, and he went there on Christmas, or out of charity or kindness, he will be rewarded. The intention of every man is known, and only God knows the intention of a man. So the notion that you're going to always come and flatter lies and point a finger, and you cannot even have a fact to defend it, it is shameful, and it's time for us to live up to what we say. Talk is cheap, but then you cannot continue to degrade and waste all our times. We are here now for the past 6 hours, almost 7 hours, and all you have to say, let's go and fact check everything you have said. End of the day, it's all about ranting, it's all about name calling, it's all about lying, and it's not supposed to be. If you're going to live your life like this, I hope I'm not your enemy. And if you're going to take it like that, what do you do with your enemy? If we were talking about truth, and then you are using those koni, you cannot be trusted. That's all. That's the reason why some of these followers, it's not about Ruby, it's not about me, it's not about you. Maybe you think you are in a comfortable place and you can be talking all those trash talk. You, man enough, go to Nigeria and go and protest.
All right.
Okay. Just.
But no. CM, just hold on. We have to hear from other people. Ike, welcome back to the show.
But it's only fair he addressed me. Okay.
Yeah, no, because you go and then he goes back. I'll come to you, but no.
Well,
Ike, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So, in terms of Nnamdi Kanu, unfortunately,
hold on. It's not just you. A lot of people have said this on this program. I thought it's Kanu, but I hear even Igbo people calling him Kalo, and I just want to make sure.
Whichever one I stay incorrect. I'm sorry about that.
Only one who is serious.
But
it is a good definition of diaspora.
My people use an adage saying, when you carry another person's cups, it looks like, oh, this person. I will ask each of every one of you, if it was you that was picked up in another country and extradited to Nigeria without due process, and put you in jail. And you went through the process. When you finish going through the process, the court says, we find you, please release this man, not guilty. And Nigerian government continue holding that person. If it was you that they're doing that, what would you say? Forget about him being an Igbo man, being an wherever he came from. And if it's your dad, or your uncle, or your brother, or a person that is dear to you, your husband, and you say, oh, they can do whatever what they're doing. I don't think all this can be one of us. And I wish anybody that supported this, that is happening, I wish the same thing to that person. I really do. I wish you, whatever Nnamdi Kanu was going through, I wish it to you if you support that. Because the reason why I say that, this is not, he haven't gone through the process. This is not, he have gone through the process, and he hired a lawyer and go through the process. And after going through the process, he was released out of find not guilty. In America, the day I live in America, I'm sorry to tell anybody, in America, if they find you not guilty, they release you from that place and you pick up your things and go. I don't know who was here during O.J. Simpson case in US. O.J. Simpson, everybody think that he did it, but the court find him not guilty, and they release him and he moved on. So when somebody say that going through the justice system and come back out of it and you still remain in jail and you support that, I wish that to you and your family and your unborn children and great-grandchildren. I wish it to you. This is not about Igbo. This is not about anything. I wish the same thing to you. Because when you see a truth, I think we Nigerians, including the ones that live in abroad, one of the things I have realized is that when we see black, we call it white. When we see the white, we call it black. Because it's not concerning us. Sam, I'm going to give you a little bit. You live in London and somebody asked you a question. I'm sorry to ask you the same question. Somebody asked you a question. You're so patriotic. Why are you living in Britain? And you turn around and start doing, what do you call it in American house? When somebody keep on talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, I'm forgetting what they call, what the politicians use. You keep on talking, passing time. Dr. Rudolph, what do you call it?
It's a filibuster. Yeah, filibuster. Yes. Yeah,
filibuster. And you start doing filibuster. I'm sorry, man. Be true to yourself. If you love Nigeria, I will bet you money, since you have been living in England. I don't know how many years you have lived in England. Let me bet you money. Since this year, have you been to Nigeria? Since this year. I have been to Nigeria since this year. And I will tell you, Nigeria is on lame duck, what American people call lame duck. So, anybody that is telling you that Tinubu will not be inaugurated on the 29th, that person is lying. That is the law. From there, Peter Obi is not asking that. Peter Obi just came to court and followed the process. He's not saying not to inaugurate Tinubu, but don't use obedient group to put it with Peter Obi. Peter Obi is going through the process, but the obedient is the one, not Labour Party. Obedient is the one that is saying.
So why is Peter Obi afraid? So why is Peter Obi afraid to caution the obedience then?
Why Peter Obi is doing what?
Why is he so afraid to caution disobedience?
Why would he caution the obedient? Obedient is greater than Peter Obi. Peter Obi is just a person for obedient. Obedient is greater than Peter Obi. Let me ask you a question, Sam.
In Lagos State.
When they killed the Igbos in Lagos, why didn't Tinubu come against that?
Exactly.
Why didn't he says, I denounce this? I'm asking you that question.
Okay, so you are in support of this Frankenstein, this mob, a monster that Obi has created that's going to destroy himself and themselves. If
You see
Obi
now,
cannot, if Obi cannot,
you're doing
wait,
the
let me
same thing
speak.
again.
Let me
I
speak. Let
asked
me
you a
speak.
simple A question. You answering B or C. You're doing the same thing now. That is the game. I'm sorry to tell you, probably Tinubu is the one. I will tell you, Tinubu is the one who made you to go to Britain. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Is he in
I can
support
accuse
of
you
the
that.
Igbos being killed in Lagos State?
I
Is he
So
in
traveled to
support of the
my
Nigeria.
Igbos that
point
were
is
killed in
this.
Lagos State?
My point is this. Somebody alluded to that. If it's not Igbos today, he will be somebody else tomorrow. And what I say again, I'm going to repeat it again. Anything that they do to Nnamdi Kanu, I wish that person that support that to your generation, every generation that come after you, I wish it to you. That's just my opinion, and I'm out.
Amen.
You guys are just burying your head in the sand. For your information, I just came back from Nigeria in March. I stayed like 2 weeks. Okay, you are not tackling the cause of the issue. Abaribe stood shorty for this guy. Where is Abaribe today? He's walking the country free like a bird. Okay, the law did not catch up with him. He's supposed to be in jail now. Abaribe stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, yet he ran away. The country
Is
brought
that
him
what
back
the law
again, and you
says?
want him, you want him to be released back into the community? Have you not been
Do you
hearing
know
of
what
what's
is called
happening in Imo and
rendition? What
Anambra?
are you talking? Do you know?
The killings
Do you
that
know
have been.
what is? Do you know what is called
Can I speak?
extraordinary
Can I
rendition? Do you know what is called extraordinary rendition? Do you know what is
Can
called
I speak,
rendition?
please?
Do you know it?
Can I
CM,
speak?
CM,
I can't listen to your lies. Okay.
Sam, you live in Western world, but I don't think Western world have changed your mind. I
You can say
thought
whatever
what
you want to
Western
say.
world does,
See,
Western world is
this
supposed to give you
ad
knowledge.
this
Knowledge
ad
is power.
hominem,
Knowledge is
you're
power.
doing,
But
you
one
are
of the
doing
things I will tell you,
all right.
this ad hominem you're doing is not working. Let's tackle the issue. Leave me out of it. If you don't like my face, that's no problem. Let's talk to the issue. Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail.
I'm not attacking you. All I said, stop
It's okay.
doing what you're doing. When I ask you a question, A is A, B is B. Don't paint it. When I ask you a question of A or B, you answer the question. But if you go A, B, C, D, just running around, I think that is unfair treatment. But I don't have anything against you. For me, whomever that is president of Nigeria, I hope that person do better than what we have had of.
All right, thank you so much. We have to leave this. This conversation is not going anywhere. I enjoyed it, but I think we have to move on. Let me welcome the Priest of Peace to the show. Welcome.
Thank you, Unado. I tried to join the other time, but the network was very, very choppy. So, yeah, I was trying to send that audio to you, but it's still buffering. It's like almost an hour stuff. So I'm sending it, but it's buffering. So until it gets through, you will receive it. So I heard what our brothers here are talking about. You see, I don't want to say that. Let me just, we do respect. Eh? You see, when somebody talks, when some people say things, you will understand that they are naive. Simply. So how can somebody in all sincerity talk against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? Everything that man has said has come to pass. Everything from the beginning to the end, we are still in it. Oh, there are some that are yet to come to pass. So it will still happen until we understand what these politicians are talking about and what they are doing with us. Then we will rise up. He is talking about obedience. I'm talking about Peter Obi caution. See, NSAS bettered obedience. But before NSAS and obedience, there is Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the lone voice crying for 10 years against the oligarchy, against the hegemony that has held Nigeria for over 50-something, 60 years. And when we come to your platform and we be talking like we are ignorant, we are not. We should apply common sense because the people that are suffering are our brothers and sisters back home. We are in America rejoicing, enjoying because we are here. They prepared the good land for us. Somebody will say, God prepared, what will I call it? A table in the presence of my enemies. And you will be chopping. You can't do that in Nigeria. So when we need to be sincere, not just because we want to say something, we just come out and start talking. No. It shows that if I use the word ignorant, that person is ignorant. No matter how many PhD or doctor that is in your name, you need to be sympathetic of what is going on. Look at what happened a couple of days ago. What has Buhari said in Plateau State? What has Tinubu said? Peter Obi has condemned it. Yes, he has. So when we come here, we should be mindful of what is happening to our people back home. It is not child's play. What we are saying here, or what I'm saying in essence is, let us understand that there are people who are fanning and who has, digitized poverty, ethnicity, religion against we. And we need to stand up and tell them, enough is enough. Not coming here and rambling and rambling. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I wanted us to leave this topic. We still have several other topics to touch on.
I think you skipped me. I was there before Prince, Priest. I mean.
Yeah, I just want
to just give me a minute. I really want to touch on this topic because I think we are missing out something here.
Hold on,
right?
I went to him because he just came.
You see, for the very first time that I'm agreeing with the priest of peace, I think you should give me just 1 minute, please. So priest of the priest of peace. I agree with whatever you say here. We said here from A to Z. Thank you. You see, you don't expect these people to speak good of Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu, just as you rightly said, has been that lone voice that was busy exposing the iniquities in that country, that was busy exposing these criminals that call themselves leaders. So, and you don't expect their sycophants, which I think I'm seeing some of them here, to speak good of Nnamdi Kanu. We are talking about obeying the law, or the obedient, allowing the inauguration to be, to be held. And I ask, who is that person that has been abusing and disrespecting the rule of law in Nigeria? That was Buhari. When Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, went to court, and the court released him. He was in his house, the comfort of his home, and the Nigerian military invaded his house and killed about 28 people or 29. Sam O, you did not condemn that. You didn't ask where is the rule of law. Why must the Nigerian army invade his house and kill people? I don't know if that is respect to law, right? We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu when he was extraordinary rendition from Kenya. Was the due process followed? Was rule of law respected?
No.
Did you ask why were they disrespecting the rule of law? And you're here talking about rule of law. When INEC deceived the entire country, in short, INEC deceived the entire world that he was going to give us the best election. And a lot of money was pushed to this guy because we believed that he was going to give us the best election. What happened? Did INEC, at the end of the day, did they follow the rule of law? Its own electoral law, they abuse it. You didn't ask of rule of law. And here, Peter Obi went to court. And the obedient are now saying that since INEC disobeyed its own electoral law, there shouldn't be any inauguration. And you're here talking about rule of law. because you are selective in your own judgment. Just like Ike prayed here, that whomever that supports injustice, injustice shall befall you and your entire generation. Do you think that if your son, if Nnamdi Kanu was your son, you'll be here saying this same thing? Let me tell you, I swear to God, if Nnamdi Kanu was my son, right? You see, I don't want to mention that name here because of censorship. You see those people in the northeast, they call the letter start with TE, right? Yeah, I will be worse than them. If Nnamdi Kanu was my son and you are doing this to him, I will bring down that country, man. Everybody will be on his knee. You must release my son. So please, whatever you wish for your fellow human being, because maybe he's not from your ethnic group, maybe he doesn't speak the same language, or he doesn't go to the same, he's not of the same, you are not of the same faith with him, and you wish him bad. My brother, there is what we call law of karma. It must come back to you, directly or indirectly.
Thank you. We still have to talk about Hilda. We still have to talk about Seun Kuti and so many things.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Even in as much as my son has his birthday going on downstairs right now, I'm here. Okay. I will be joining them later.
All right. Sure. Welcome to the show. Where have you been? They said that we have not been enforcing the law, and you are the custodian of the law, and I couldn't do everything. So welcome.
Dr. Damages, hello. Just been a very busy day. But it's good to be here. I've listened to most of what's going on today. With regards to Nnamdi Kanu, I've said it before. I mean, if the courts in Nigeria have said the man has no case to answer, the sensible thing for the government to do is to let him go. But knowing Buhari is a very stubborn man, and people don't often change. That leads me to those who are hoping that Tinubu would somehow wake up and change his ways. I think anybody who changes their way at 70, 80 is a fool. It means you've wasted or lived a lie. So at 70, 80, I don't expect people to change. It is what it is. Tinubu is going to be sworn in because the law of the land allows it to be so. So it's going to be sworn in. The court case will continue. I mean, if there's someone who's benefited from the courts in the past, in similar circumstances, Peter Obi, so he has the experience, he's got the lawyers, they know what they're doing, and that's why last week I didn't join, I didn't bother. I joined about twice. I listened to the lawyer guy you had on that contested, waste of time, no interested, have no time for him at all. I mean, he was just talking absolute rubbish. In one breath, he's saying that Peter Obi's got the best lawyers, he's worked with them before on election petitions, and there's nothing he knows that they don't know. In the same breath, he's saying, without saying it, that Peter Obi is wasting his time in the court. So which one is it? So, I mean, Adebayo, God help him. He will come again to run again. And the Nigerian youth, they'll be waiting. The 12,000 votes will probably be less than he got. Because I think it's a shame Maicho is not here, because I know she's and Dr. Dominic, I mentioned it to you during the week, or was it last week? Yeah, it was last week, but I didn't join because Adebayo was just talking absolute nonsense that I didn't, support. I was going to speak to Mama Icho to pass the message on to our son, or one of our sons, Showore, because like many people, similar to what Sam has done today, they find a way to bring everything to the obedience table. If it rains, it's the obedient. If it's too sunny, it's the obedient. Anything that goes wrong in their lives is the obedient. See, Sam, not you personally now. When I see someone like Sam, it's a representation of APC, supporters. There's nothing wrong with that. We need opposition to run a government. You guys need to get used to the fact that there's an opposition now. You're so used to having it your way. PDP, APC, you float into each other. It's very fluid. Nobody questions anything. So you're used to that, having free run, free reign. Nobody questions you. Now it's strange to your system that there's a group of people who don't agree with you and they challenge you. They call you out. Some of the tactics might be a bit firm, might be a bit extreme, on occasions. But they've not killed anyone. The obedient were killed during the election. They lost human. Even before the election, the woman leader in Kano, or was it Kano or Kaduna? She was killed. I mean, the the guy that was running for office, whose younger brother now won in Enugu, was killed. The Obedience were killed. The Obedience don't kill people. Exactly. The Obedience would talk, they would complain, they would make noise. You can't take that. But on the other hand, Obedience are being killed. And you can't see anything wrong in that. Or if you do, you don't speak. Exactly. You know, you said something along the line of, as Obi condemned or cautioned the Obedience. When they beat somebody in Adamawa, when they mistook some professor for somebody for the wreck, did you tag Atiku? Did you call him to come and talk to his people? But for some reason, Obi has to talk to everybody. And I think I blame Obi partly because he's so modest. He's so humble that he talks to everybody. He's not one of the, he doesn't have the big man syndrome. So everybody sees it that, oh, let's just drag Obi, go and talk to your people. Nobody calls Tinubu. Everybody knows that you're a Yoruba guy. MC Oluomo addresses Tinubu as Daddy Me. That's what he calls him. He calls him Daddy Me. They are that close. He calls him my dad.
What's wrong? What's wrong with that?
I didn't say anything was wrong. I'm just trying to tell you how close they are. Now, when MC Oluomo said this would happen, you would expect a father, Daddy Me, to come out and say, my son, I condemn this. But you wouldn't have an issue with that. But because the Obedience type, because they post, because they retweet, you have an issue. You have sleepless nights. What's the problem? See, live with it. Now there's an opposition. The days of having free reign, just doing absolute madness and thinking nobody will challenge you, those days are gone. And there's you can't wish the Obedience away. And the Obedience are bigger than Peter Obi. They're bigger than Peter Obi. If Peter Obi goes away tomorrow, they will adopt another person that they would follow. So the smack on your face is fine. You're entitled to it. But the days of you having your free reign, everybody filling their bags, you know, in the criminality that goes on in Nigeria, those days are gone. You live in the UK. You can see how a system is run. The day they try to run similar in Nigeria, you fight against it.
I think
and
I
when I
even
say
very
you,
close
I'm
to
not talking about you as a person. I'm talking about what you represent, not you as a person. So please don't feel.
How do you know what I represent? How do you know what I represent?
You made it clear, brother. You're hiding behind one finger. You think this is the problem. People like you hide behind one finger, and you think we can't see.
I'm not hiding.
We see you.
If I'm
Exactly.
an APC member, I'll tell you now. Why should I be hiding? I'm just asking you. If you have the spirit of clairvoyance, if you have the spirit of clairvoyance to tell me where I belong, that's why I'm asking you that question now.
You said it without saying it.
Where?
Oh, so you want me to tell you? Keep waiting. I'm coming. Send your postcode. I'm coming.
I know you get all your news. I know you get all your news on Twitter, but that's where the hypocrisy is.
To get it.
You didn't see the one that they killed in Amu-Odofin, the one that was shot on the election day. You did not see that. Okay,
so I get my news on Twitter. Where do you get yours from? NTA. Where do you get your news from? You people come out and talk the most BS. You get in 2023. Sorry, where do you get your news? NTA. Well, exactly. So when people come, even Kulata said, oh, it's boring. Let you come and tell us news from Twitter. Where do you get your news from these days? You tune into NTA or AIT. Who does that? Even Arise. I follow them on Twitter because I'm on the move. I'm not sat there every day tuning, searching for channels on TV. No. You get your news on Twitter. It's 21st century. That's where you get it. I don't do Instagram.
I'm trying not to laugh, but you're making me laugh anyway.
Bro,
I mean, you want
laugh.
me
It's
to,
free.
I think I like you.
It might help you.
I think I like you.
It might help you because
I think I like you.
No. See, if I make you laugh and drop offering on your way out. There's nothing wrong with that. What you support make a lot of Nigerians cry. You don't realize it. You live in the UK. Life is soft. You're enjoying life. There's electricity. Something as basic as electricity. Nigerians don't have. I said it the other day. One of your members said, oh, for Nigerians to have such, they have to go to heaven and come back. They can't have electricity. You live in a country, if the road damages your tire, you can claim from the council. If you don't, I've just told you for free. I've lived in the UK for 20 years, so I know. So all these things that you come and, try to bamboozle people and say, Obi should caution people. Who are you to tell Obi to caution people? No, you shouldn't. No, don't drag Obi.
So Obi was in court the day Apapa, the elderly man that is claiming to be the labor. Wait, let me speak now. You've been speaking. Let me ask you a question. Obi never condemned those guys that almost mobbed that man. No wonder the governor of Anambra called them headless mob. Are you going to carry on this way? Why are we supporting this bad behavior, for Christ's sake?
So
if Obi cannot caution this mob, who is afraid?
Supported it.
who is afraid of having opposition? It's not today. PDP has always been in opposition. APC has been in opposition.
But you have an issue with it. You clearly have an issue with
the
it.
issue. Let me tell you, my brother. The issue I have with it is because they are becoming very reckless. This is how terrorism starts. If you don't know now. These guys are becoming very lawless and wayward, and they need to be curtailed very quickly.
So their Papa move. Wait. So their Papa move now. Their Papa move. You are telling me that you can't see through the BS. Apapa all of a sudden has enough resources to be coming to court in the SUVs is coming in. Apapa is bankrolled. People can see through the BS, and people are thinking, even if you have an issue, this is not the time to be going to court.
You're just. I think you're full of innuendos, to be honest. How do you know it was bankrolled? Have you checked his bank balance to see if APC or PD paid into it?
Yeah.
You can't come here and be telling us lies, for Christ's sake now. Yeah, I know everybody wants to be popular, it's a platform for us to speak out, but then you can't be speaking what you're not sure about, for Christ's sake.
I'm not looking for popularity. I'm beyond that, my brother. I'm way beyond popularity with what? See, maybe you have ambitions of going back to run or to ask for a favor from APC or whatever. I have no such ambitions. I'm not cut out for that.
Nigeria, where it is today, did not start degenerating today.
Of course,
let's give someone a chance. Let's give someone a chance, for Christ's sake. That's my plea.
I have said it.
Let's give him a chance. If Obi does not win today, he can win tomorrow.
I have said it countless times. I wish Tinubu well. I don't wish him bad. I don't want him to fail. I've said it many times. If you've been here, you will have heard it. I've said it many times.
Do you know I've been watching and I've observed you. Before the primaries, you were here mouthing to say, these houses are just deluding Bola Tinubu, they're not going to give him. And I just laugh because, I don't know, the frequency I transmit at seeing politics in a realist way. I'm not an idealist. I'm a realist.
Okay.
It's going to get better. But maybe now, let's give peace a chance. Many things have changed, except you're lying to yourself. A lot of things have changed. We are not in those eras where Obasanjo will just pick someone and put them there. No, things have improved.
Sam O may be one of the politicians' kids.
It's possible.
Exactly. See, how can you give a chance?
If I was a politician's child, I'm not going to be here. Know that. If I was one of them, I'm not going to be here. Putting my eyes or putting my face here.
And you're talking about peace.
Is it only Sam O that will be talking? Is it only Sam O that will be talking? Am I here to listen to Sam O?
In the court of law.
Am I here to listen to Sam O? Is it only him that will be talking? Are we taking lectures from him? Is he here to come and lecture me?
Sorry.
No, it's a small boy to come and lecture us here now. It's a small boy to lecture us here.
What I came here to say is that the idea of anything happens, it is dropped at it. I mean, look at Showore. Showore was saying that Seun Kuti slapped a police officer. The obedient are the reason why it's not being released by the police. The obedient are this, the obedient are that. How is that the obedience problem? I've been watching, but I only came on when I heard that Peter Obi has not cautioned the obedient. Can we stop dragging Peter Obi into everything that happens?
Showore is having mental problem already.
You understand?
I've said that last time, yes, that he's having mental issues.
Like that is why I came. Opposition is going to be in place. Yes, some of it might be extreme. Peter Obi is going to meet Wole Soyinka. You wouldn't say that. You won't speak on it. After the obedience dragged the man, Peter Obi went to meet him to reconcile. That's not news for you because
Peter Obi is the Nicodemus of our time. He condones what you do in the afternoon and goes back at night to beg those people.
Let your gut try to see now.
Is that a leader? Is that a leader that's not bold enough to call out his supporters?
Let Tinubu come and say the same about MC Oluomo for once.
So if you talk from now to
even the Nigerian police said MC Oluomo was joking. Why can't the Nigerian police blame MC Oluomo?
Tinubu is suffering from micturition. Tinubu urinates anyhow without knowing, and you are telling. It's even a shame that somebody will be following Tinubu.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Honestly talking.
You look like whatever you are saying here right now sounds so pathetic. So somebody like you, I hope you are not bringing up your children in that way, man.
What do you mean, somebody like me? Do you even know me?
You look smart, but you talk like somebody that
because I'm wearing a pair of glasses does not make me smart.
You look smart, but you talk like
how do you know me?
All right, everybody, calm down, everybody. That's okay. That's enough. I needed to let people let out steam, and and I needed a show. He's been watching for a while, so to comment on all the things. Thank you. I appreciate everybody and your inputs. It's very important that we have this conversation, and very important that we get used to having views that are different from our views. That's really important to me, because we can all agree, and I don't want to sit down where everybody is agreeing with me. Something will happen on 29th of this month. We are going to have a set of people that will take over the country, and they are going to be the people that we are going to blame for everything wrong in the country. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. And my only hope is that whatever side you are on, you are ready to know that that's how we treat the people that lead us, not just in Nigeria, even in America. If what they do to Biden, what they did to Obama, what they did to Trump, any leader in Nigeria, it should be ready for something like that. So that's what will happen. But I want us to continue the conversation and not just have just two people going at it. I want to make sure everybody's involved. And I want to start with Ify. Ify, I have a problem. I want to solve a problem today. That would be like the only thing I've ever achieved. So there's something going on between, I thought it was a joke, Ify and Paul. And Paul came on and Ify left. Is there something I can help? I do counseling on the side. I just want to make sure there's peace, because I thought it was really a joke when you were talking about it the other time, and it just happened today. And I don't want that. So if it's something I can help, we can talk in private. But I'm just saying, I thought it's a joke, but it looks like it's something actually serious. Anyway, the topic we want to touch on next is Seun Kuti. It's actually connected to all these things. What happened to him, or what's happening to him. You can look at it from any angle. What he did to the police officer, which I think most people agreed, other than Shore, most people agreed was wrong, and he shouldn't have done that. And how the police, how they are treating him after the incident. And of course, we can also connect it to his father, what his father, the legacy his father left, and what his action, the interpretation of his action could be. Let me start with you. Who's nobody has smoke sibo? Hold on, let me see. Where is
Don't be too sure.
How do you know?
Exactly. Don't be too sure.
Hold on.
You can't be sure.
Hold on. Let me get somebody that will have.
Okay, I think somebody came in now.
May your days be long. May your days be long.
So let me start with
those that came in now.
Let me start with Ovie.
He looks it.
May your days be long. May your days be long.
I can't play the video. I don't know if YouTube will flag it, so I'm not playing the video. I think by now most people have seen the incident on Third Mainland Bridge. Ovie.
Yes. Seun Kuti. I don't know, man. This at this point, I say it fits the bills. Why do I say that? Yes, first of all, let's I don't he fucked up. Excuse my Yoruba.
Yeah. That's French.
No. I sound like a city boy language. Yes, I don't. So I even myself, I begin to question myself why. At first, I don't want to believe that is this a setup of a thing for clouding and all. So, but the more I look at it, I was like, oh, things that belong to the elite now. Let's look at it critically, right? Now, Kuti is royalty, whether we like it or not. Even though they are kind of publicly, they are kind of far from the national cake now, but that's a name. So because I put it that way because me no go fit try out, no matter the best reach. I was like police. I no go fit try out. unless I get some kind of assurance in a way, right? So that's what played out. That's what played out there, as far as I'm concerned. Because many of us would just go hardly and just give it to a policeman like that. That's on one side. Then I said it filled the bill because everybody shine an opportunity for police people to want to make a necessary example or scapegoat, if you want to ask me, because at this point, this is what it's about. This is what it's about. This is about is a kind of guy that feels that we put them on the news again, good or bad. Let's conversation begins. But another aspect of this whole thing that I am personally paying attention to is what I believe has been the genesis of EndSARS, which I believe was politically motivated. And if you pay attention to the comrades, people who are quote unquote the front of the whole thing, they are divided along the Seun case. They all of a sudden, some are kind of sympathetic with him, while some are say, well, he deserves it. So if you look at it very well, now see, if you look at the conversation within themselves, you'll see that they divide along those who were PDP supporters among the EndSARS group and our Red Beret people, right? Those who are in the PDP rebels, who are now the obedient, who decide to say, you know what, we are tired of the PDP, but we are leaning towards the obedient side of it. So that's another thing. That's another developing story that I'm paying attention to. I said this before, that nothing happens spontaneously. There's something behind this movement and it's political. So they are confessing one at a time. But overall, it's just a guy who fits the bills. Either way, the both of them will benefit, unfortunately.
All right. KJ, have you slapped it? Oh, okay. I'll come to you because it's next. Okay. Well, after KJ.
Thank you so much. You see, the situation with Seun is simply a trumped up activity that has been going on in Nigeria. Everybody is traumatized. I told you earlier on that when I left, I was I didn't know it until when I'm driving along the road and I find out I'm struggling with the next car and people are just looking at me like, what is happening to this guy? So I had to be cautioning myself that there's something strange about my behavior. And that's the fact that I think the other person is just against me. So I want to, just handle you, man. What's up? I need to come after you. So when I saw the Seun's behavior, I knew that that's something that was worrying me is what is actually catching up with him. In Nigeria, when you drive, you are driving and you are against every other person along the road. Anybody that hits your car, because the insurance don't work, because the police, you spend more money, who they hit you. Let me tell you the funny thing. If Okada hits you, you pay the Okada, you pay him for hitting you, you take him to the hospital, you may replace his bike if he's spoiled. Okay? Even if he's wrong, it does not matter. To secure your life, you have to be careful, you have to beg them and accept. So this is the situation that I see. And so when all these things bottled up in you, any small, slightest thing can spark off anything. And so you see Seun, who's supposed to be a renowned artist, behaving like a motor park thug, But then, if you look at his action, just oppose it with what the police do to the Nigerian people also. If it was a Nigerian person, they first beat. I think there's a video that's circulating of how 3 policemen were beating one lady, well-dressed young lady. You are beating her with some big log. Okay. So now it's a society that's against the police. The police also is against the society. Like I said the last time, I said, when you hear police is your friend, it's not in Nigeria. Because the first time they see you, whether you are wrong or right, they first slap you. And why they do that? To bring you down to reduce you to nothing so that you are at their beck and call. So whatever they say, you do it. Okay? A policeman meets you in Nigeria and tells you that your car, the car you are driving is not your own. Okay? Even though you are giving him every particulars, and he tells you, he finds a way of telling you that something is wrong with it. And you have to cough out, Rudolph, maybe 5,000 before you leave that place for nothing wrong. So what am I trying to say? Is it that what he did is right? No. But I'm saying that it's the totality of what is going on in the society. And that is why we say we need a new phase of governance. People who can now begin to repair even the moral damage that the society, the government has caused the people. It's so much. It's so much. So now, listen again, let me tell you something. The society, the police is supposed to be your friend and the law enforcement agency. But now, watching Kuti's arraignment, the police have to be sneaking him around courts without telling his lawyer. Is that how people who are maintaining the law do things? They have now trumped up more charges that they feel that he was acting under an influence of alcohol. So they've gone to his house to search his house. Okay? They now also, first of all, they tried by saying that the policeman who he slapped was now in coma.
In coma.
Yeah. These are the same people who are supposed to be maintaining the law. So how do you just oppose it with trying to blame the man? It's a societal problem that we all need to look at and tackle it from the top. Because if the top is good, every other person following will be good. But if the top is rotten, every other thing will be rotten. And that's what they say about the fish. It start getting rotten from the top, from the head, and everything goes back down. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Rudolph, sorry to disappoint you, right? No matter the kind of Igbo white smoke, I know if you try, so no be Igbo they responsible for Kuti. So he's not Igbo. No matter the kind Igbo white smoke, I know go try slide police. It won't work.
All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to say something about I was hoping we were going to get to the Hilda topic, but my eyes can't take it anymore. I've had a very tough day. So, well, let me just say something about it in the Seun Kuti's case, and that is that every reaction from Nigerians with regards to what happened between Seun and the police officer is valid. Every single reaction, both the ones condemning what he did and the ones cheering the police to trump up more charges, their reactions are very valid. And that's a truth that can coexist, right? Because at the beginning of the show, I said I learned something from David Hunde in this week. Nigeria is done by Turn Nigeria Limited. You go reach everybody. So be careful on what divide you find yourself. That is why I keep saying it is not all politics. Be mindful of the things you support. It is better to stand with the truth and the fact than to have a side just for the sake of being on a side. What happened with he and that police officer? I am torn between laughing because there's a part of me that wants to say, yeah, he did it for every single one of us has been harassed. There's that part of me that wants to hear, yeah, he did it for us. Finally, get him, Seun beat him. And there's a part of me that goes like, the brazenness. Did you see how he went for that guy? I'm not even just the policeman now. If the way he went for the policeman is another thing. When his wife came out of the car to like, oh honey, it's okay now, let's be going. The one look, to talk, just one look and one finger, the woman went flying back into the car. And that sent chills down my body. And I don't want to speculate too. But the way he was bold, he went for the guy. He didn't just go and hit the policeman and then left him. He really mended the man as he gave him back. And then the way he spoke to the wife, we could have an abuser. We're not even talking about that. And it's Shehu is an elite, please, come on. It has nothing to do with Nigeria's pressure. I think he's one of those people, one of those Nigerian elite that feel they can get away with just about anything. Yeah, this is my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with it. I think Seun feels he can get away with anything, including assaulting a police officer, and then forgetting that I don't think he knows the camera was on him, yelling at his wife or whoever that lady was in that stern manner. She flew into the car immediately and she didn't come out again till that thing was over. So I am really worried that is it possible that behind the scenes, this is not the first time this guy is assaulting someone. It could be a thing with him. How often has he done this? Who are those who have been his victims in the past? And I struggle to feel sorry for him because I remember I say it with my full chest. I know how to keep political grudge. And I hold political grudge. I don't hold grudges on a normal, but you see political grudge, I hold it. I hold political grudge. You can't support nonsense and come. You don't do that here. We don't move on. Politically, no, we don't move on. You have to chest it, no matter come what may. I remember on what divide he was on during the election. So I'm holding that grudge against him. And I'm saying whatever comes to him. And this is not me supporting oppression. Before they will say, Ngozi has started, she's supporting the oppressors. I'm not supporting oppressors. I'm saying Seun is an elite. He felt he could get away with assaulting a police officer. He did it for Nigerians, so a part of me is screaming, yeah, get him for us. But he still assaulted the police officer. And I'm also speculating, this is me, this is not anybody's thought, this is my thought. That is possibly an abuser because the way he went about it. So I don't feel sorry for Seun. I feel a tad bit disappointed that the Nigerian police, I don't know if they can disappoint me anymore. How do you not even tell a lie and keep it straight? They are so terrible at lying. Smart people lie and they cover their tracks. Is Nigerian police, I don't know. I am waiting for them to disappoint. I sort of expected these trumped up charges. And it's easy to rope Seun now. Why do they have to keep embarrassing the force with their constant lie, from the man going into coma to the man not being found again to Seun driving under influence? Now they should pick a struggle and stick to it. And it goes further to say that thing we've been saying about the Nigerian police force. If by any mistake you find yourself in their nets, whether you are guilty or not, no, let's use Seun as an example now. Should all of us are saying it is trumped up charges. Let's remember at another time when somebody will enter their nets and it is somebody you don't like. Remember when that person now comes out to say, they are just bringing these charges against me. Remember Seun, that all of you are saying is trumped up charges, as if you live in the same house with him and know he does not have something he did in the house before coming to slap the police officer. That is not just my take on it. I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody.
Hold on. Okay, before you go, Hilda, I wanted you to talk about that a little bit because I know you cook and
yeah,
and she was able to break the Guinness. Why didn't you try that? Why didn't you?
Dr. Damages, I have cooked for 24 hours before and it was hell. I have cooked for 24 hours before and I can tell you for free that it was hell. I had help. Okay, Hilda too had help. It was even early this year. I felt sick after that. For complete 24 hours, my eyes did not close like this. I was either standing, doing something, turning something, opening something, staring, or sitting, doing the very same thing. For over 24 hours? I mean, I started on the 1st, and the only time I got sleep was on the 3rd. So when I saw what she did, I didn't know her from Adam. I was saying prayers for her every single day. I was rooting for her. I'll come home and I'll say, God, I beg, don't let this girl fall. She's doing it for all of us. And it wasn't just about the cooking. It was about the tenacity, the doggedness of doing that thing. That girl went several times. You could see her almost giving up. And yet, for some reason, she found an inner strength and she just keyed into it. And I'm so happy. And the part I wanted to talk about Hilda is, I don't know if you've seen the video of the misogynist pastor that was referencing her and calling her a harlot. That is the part I want to talk about. Sometime on this show, I made a comment that did not sit well with some panelists and viewers. I wasn't even bothered about the viewers, but a panelist here went on the comment section and attacked me by what I was wearing. He said, look at what Blessing is wearing. He made some really nasty comments. And I did not take it lying down. I came back on this show to call him out, and he denied it. He claimed that was not what he meant. And Dr. Dominic was the one that called most of them to order that, no, he has said something similar in the past, that they did not attack him. Why is it that whenever the ladies make such comments regarding this topic, they go for them? It is misogynistic. Dr. Dominic, am I lying? The person I called out later came on this show. I was a woman. He came for me because I am a woman. So what that pastor did, when I saw it, I was livid. What even makes me more angry is that the fact that he has young ladies, women in his congregation, and they're probably smiling like silly goats, clapping. He trashed her hard work. He said it doesn't matter what record she broke. He didn't call her name, but he was quite direct. It doesn't matter what record you break, that there's something called the attire of a harlot. That so long as you're dressed like a harlot, it doesn't matter what record you break. It doesn't that once you're dressed like that, it tells him and people like him that you're selling something other than food. This is somebody that cooked for 100 fucking hours. Sorry, pardon my French. This is somebody that cooked for 100 hours. And all the doctor could take away were pictures from her life, her private life, where she was wearing normal young girl dress, and called her a harlot. So it just goes to prove the kind of misogynistic society we live in. And when men pretend these things do not happen, it's sad, it's baffling, and it's demeaning. And I'm taking this opportunity. I don't know that person. I hope he doesn't get the clout he's looking for. I'm taking this opportunity to say shame on him, whoever he is. Shame on him. I hope Linda does not pay him mind. I hope she does not pay him, and that will elevate him. He's looking for clout. But I want to say this: shame on him. Shame on the women who sat there and listened to that nonsense and clapped. And shame on every other person that have been going around to make mockery of that girl's achievement. Can most of you even cook for 30 minutes? Do you know what it is to stand? It was after the cooker thing that she even said that she did not know that she could sit. She did not know. That was why she stood for 100 hours. She did not know that part of the rules allowed her to sit and cook. It was after the attempt that she found out that she could have sat down when she got really tired. And somebody just reduced her effort and everything to bottom power and called her a harlot, and women were clapping. We are not ready. We are not ready, and it's really sad. Good night, everybody.
All right, thank you, Ngozeka. Thank you so much. Let's go back to Ife. Unless you have something for Ngozeka. Okay, she's.
Yeah, for Ngozeka, just quick here. Ngozeka, well, I'm really sorry. I'm hearing it for the first time that somebody messed you up here. Assuming I'm available that day, you would have seen the type of person I am. I can't stand somebody discriminate whatever it is. We are living in a free world. If I'm around that day, it could have been a different. In fact, I would have taken it upon myself. It would have been another job for me to defend you and defend you to the last. It couldn't have happened. I can't allow such thing to slide. I can't allow such thing to slide. Thank you.
Don't worry, Dr. Dominic did a good job.
Yeah. Dr. Dominic, yes, that was, I think, either last week or last 2 weeks. That was really terrible. And thank you for, controlling that. Anyway, Ngo, hi. I keep quiet now. What is your problem? You've been talking. You want me to fight with you now? Both of us.
No. You know we cannot fight now. You are my sister. We can't fight.
Now chill.
Open the bed there, okay, but go ahead.
Go ahead. That's your son's birthday. Go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate. So you see, on this Seun's case, right? I think I will be different here, very, very different, and I think I will also try to model my view at the center. But this is when I heard that Seun slap a policeman, I was so happy. I was so happy for some minutes, and I was like, okay, Seun, you were against Peter Obi, right? Okay. And so on the other hand, I was like, okay, but who slapped the other first? Was it Seun that slapped the police, or the Seun retaliated? I don't know if anyone knows if the police was the first to slap.
Can you listen to yourself? Can you see the question you're asking, for Christ's sake?
Okay.
Slapping a law enforcement agent.
I don't care if you are the commander of police.
Can they answer your question so you can carry on? Police didn't slap him. They hit his slap from behind.
Thank you.
So I have a different version anyway.
If I slap police now,
on that, right? If he was the first to slap a police officer, then he's very wrong doing that. But believe me, if a police officer slapped me one, I'm going to slap him two. Dr. Damages asks here, who has ever slapped a police officer? I did twice in Oka. When Soludo was the governor of Central Bank, he came to Oka, Ekweme Square, with some useless but I don't want to say their ethnic group, police officers. I and my friends were walking just towards the event area, and a man was coming just opposite, and we bumped into each other. The man turned and said, sorry. I said, sorry. Police officer, we even hug ourselves. Police officer from nowhere just got up and gave me dirty slap. Honestly, I didn't know what I was doing, maybe out of reflex, because you can't slap me and go free. Immediately, I pumped his stomach to the extent that the gun that he was holding fell off. And I ran. I didn't stop because there were a lot of police officers. I ran into the crowd and disappeared. I think that was what saved me. So, then the second time, I was heading to Amobia from Oka. If you know Oka too well, from Oka to Amobia. Yeah. There's a place they call St. Paul's by Ukwoji, just after Zenith Bank, right?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
I was on a bike. That time I don't used to carry, I used to barb kodo, like smooth, very smooth. So the police officer, they were not stopping the Okada guy. As soon as the Okada was approaching the police hit his gun on the tank of the Okada, and the Okada had to apply automatic brake. We nearly fell. And I was like, that's not how you should stop him. And you weren't actually stopping him. It was like that he knew that he was supposed to stop. Quiet. I just kept quiet, and he asked the Okada guy for his document. The guy provided new bike, and those documents were still in a plastic bag. He gave him. The police officer went through. He doesn't even know what he was even checking. He held the document and asked him for 50 naira. The guy said that I was the first customer that he is taking, for the day, that he doesn't have money. That if he's coming back, he would drop the money. He said, no, that you are not going anywhere. He asked him to park well. I was like, no, why is he giving you money? Money for what? He was like that if I open my mouth again, he's going to slap me. I say, you, like this, slap me. He said, yes, and he slapped me. He slapped me, I gave him 3. I don't even know how many slap I gave him. And the police officers rounded me up, bundled me to State CID, Oka, right? We went there, and I told them, this is why they brought me here. They said that the commissioner asked, no, state commissioner, not state CID, state commissioner by governor's lodge, that I want to press the case. I want us to go to court. Believe me, I did not spend more than 2 hours there. They let me go. So police officer cannot slap me by maybe I could have restrained myself, but this my hand doesn't waste time. He slapped me, I slap you back.
So Kene, what you talk first? So if I slap police now, you give the same treatment where you give a show because I'm not supposed to be. You go
No. This is what I said that I was going to model up my case. If police officer slap me, he has no right to slap me in the first place. I'm going to slap him back, straight. Let there be case. At least say that I slap police officer. You slap me, I defended myself. You have no right, right? So when it comes to this Seun's case, yes, Seun was wrong slapping police officer. But you and I know how provocative these police officers could be. Sometimes you'll be like, what is really, let's just end it. All die and I die. Let's just end it, right? So none of us, I don't think we know what actually transpired there that led the guy. Though there was a video I watched of Seun kind of making kind of boasty argument that he has been slapping police officers. Yeah. So if you've been slapping police officers, one day you will slap the one that will land you in trouble. And I think this one has landed him in trouble.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Some of us are saying that they are elite. They are not elite anything. Seun Kuti is not elite. If he's elite, he should not be in the police custody by now. He's not an elite. This will define to him today. Maybe he has been seeing himself as one of those elite in Nigeria. This very case is going to define to him that he's not in that class. So he should humble himself and behave like an ordinary citizen that his father was. So he should humble himself and join us in the pursuit of better Nigeria. Nigeria is messed up, and we are all calling for the good of that country. And he was there attacking Obi left, right, and center. Now his eye is going to clear. And somebody mentioned Showore, that Showore was blaming Obedient for Seun not being released. You see, Showore or whatever they call him, he's been very reckless these days. And I don't know if he's actually go back to review his utterances or those nonsense that he keep writing on Twitter. This is not presidential material. Sure, I've been saying it. Sure, this is not presidential material. You sure want to prove to us that it's a presidential material. He should go to his local government, vie for the position of a local government chairman, or even maybe representative or whatsoever. Let him try that first. Let's see that leadership quality. What he's saying now, his utterances, he's an indication that this guy does not have any leadership quality at all. He's talked too much, man. Thank you.
Can I hold on before you go? Let me just ask you this question. You said that I think there's something I have to be careful now. So when you say Seun was that he slapped he slapped the police officer because of who he is. I mean, the family he came from. I'm thinking is part of it. That someone said because he thinks he's an elite and he will get away with that. On your own part, do you think that it has something to do with the kind of family you come from that made you think you can? Because for me, someone like me, if a police officer should slap me, there's no way I can slap back. No. Does that have anything to do with the family you come from?
No, this has nothing to do with my family. It just has everything to do with the kind of person that I am. Simple. My family has no business in this. My family is a cool-headed family, but it happens that one from the family does not take nonsense from anybody. That's just the case. It's just me, right?
Okay, because sometimes I want to understand, what's the difference. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much. If you go ahead.
I will come back.
If you go ahead.
Can you get somebody else? Can you get somebody else?
All right.
The person I can talk.
Okay.
All right.
Let me speak.
Oh, okay.
I'm going somewhere, please. Yeah, I want to talk about the young lady that made
Bros, calm down.
Yeah. So I want to talk about the young lady that made Nigerians proud.
I'm not trying to, but I think you're going this way, innit?
Yeah.
You're going this way, darling. Which way are you going, darling?
I
want to be, I like to
wait.
I like to hide that my,
Everybody wait.
Everybody.
Wait, Mr. Peace, where did you come from?
I've been here now. I've been listening. I just want to say two things and just go. I have somewhere to go now, please. I want to go and attend to my.
No, hold on, priest.
Okay, let me speak.
I called if he said no, talk to somebody else. I called Dominic. He was wasting time.
You called me. I didn't hear you call me. But Prince of Peace.
Then you have to call me now.
We're going this way, innit?
All right. So yeah, let's see if you can wait.
So it's nothing. I mean, I think everybody have said the same thing. Two wrongs can never make a right. There is no reason why anybody should put their hands on each other, including the law enforcement. You can press charges, you can charge the person. But just like a show, somebody said there was a video of him. Trust Nigerians, they're gonna go dig your videos out, where he was posting about doing this and slapping.
And those videos only come on Twitter, not on NTA.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Stop throwing shade, man. Stop throwing shade. Stop throwing shade. I can understand why a lot of people are supporting him. I feel their pain. I can understand that. I've had a little bit of a issue with the police when I came to Nigeria with my brother. And honestly speaking, it's terrible. You can't even imagine how these people live in Nigeria with these people, with, police threatening you with guns, So I feel a lot of people's pain. But however, that is not right. We can never justify that. Putting your hands on anybody, not to talk of a police officer. We know that our police officers, what they do in Nigeria. Everybody's angry. It's like we don't even have any law enforcement authority in Nigeria. It's like everybody's doing what they want to do and threatening people. But whether you like it or not, let the due process take place. If he has to be charged, if he has to be punished, let him be punished. Not because he is Kuti's family, then he can get away with it, including the police. If the police is wrong and he has to be punished, let him be punished. But you know what you're doing is you're setting an example, telling other people it's okay to slap a police officer and get away with it. The part I don't like about it is taking him to his house to go and search his house. Who does that? What kind of power and what kind of authority do we even have? Why should police even do that to ask whether he smoked Igbo? What does Igbo got to do with slapping somebody? Igbo doesn't have anything to do with slap. So why
if you haven't tried it, so how do you?
No. That's this is my field. Right. Don't tell me that. Right. I haven't tried it, but this is my field. I will tell you.
If he's right.
No, what does marijuana THC got to do with slapping somebody and then you now took the person to his house to search his house and all that stuff? It just this is what I don't understand about our law or whatever enforcement agency in Nigeria. It's just nonsense. He committed a crime, take him from there and go. Why are you going to his house? That's invasion of privacy. You do not have no right. Even if court granted him, there is nothing, anything can tell me that would justify that this guy was taken to his house. We can't unhandcuff.
Well, if there's a warrant, they can do that.
Unless there is a warrant. But what kind of warrant? I mean, why should you even issue a warrant because somebody slapped a police officer? You're going to issue a warrant to go to the person's house and on a handcuff. Even if you want to do that, keep the person in jail and then get a warrant and go to his house and search his house. I just don't understand how we have let things to, get to this point. That is so sad. Yes, if he has to do some time or get punished or pay fine, yeah, let him do that. Nothing justify that. Everybody's equal. Nobody's above the law. We are all equal. If all of us that are in diaspora, if you do that, no matter who the person. If this country can indict Trump, there is nothing they cannot do. Nobody's above the law. So even though he's a son of a part of the elite, but that still does not justify him putting his hands, no matter what, on anybody.
All right, thank you. Hold on. Yeah, who wants? Is Dominic?
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Can't you see? I'm next to you. I need to change your glasses.
No, I can see you. Yeah.
I know we've started doing the 1 hour per topic. So I'm assuming this topic you're discussing is about.
No, we didn't start at the top of the hour, so it's okay.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I wanted to say a couple of things, but let me not draw us back to other issues. I will just focus on what is being discussed.
No, you can, as long as you end with the new issue and you're not
okay. One of the things that was very interesting when I was listening to news this morning, if I went to work, was Buhari saying that what Jonathan did is on Nigeria. It's quite ridiculous. The only reason why you such a thing is that you are not used to it, or the kind of personality you have, you would have done the opposite. And so it would have made more sense for him to say it is uncommon, right? But to say it is on Nigeria is very insulting, because we are saying Nigerians cannot step up to that. We've seen many, videos of cleaners, cooks, you name it, returning huge sums of money. We have it in us. There are Nigerians that have integrity. There are Nigerians that have respect and honesty. And so if you cannot live up to something, you don't have to belittle the rest of the citizens and say something is on Nigeria. It's quite ridiculous. That aside, the next thing I wanted to talk about was the whole Labour Party leadership issue. One of the major reasons why I was never on board on the this Labour Party thing is I find it a bit hard to one day say, okay, I'm supporting such a person, and then that person moves to a different party, and all of a sudden I raise the sort of association that they're having. And for example, let's say example, I'm a supporter of Obi, when he was in PDP, right? And so when he starts to mingle with or starts to consult with the likes of Babangida and the rest, I still would go ahead and throw away my integrity or my philosophy and support him just because I feel like he's the best candidate for it. So quite honestly, I don't have any major misgivings when it comes to what is happening. Like Ovi, I listened to earlier what Ovi had said. I mean, somebody said, I think it was Dorak that made the perfect analogy of what corruption is in Nigeria. When you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And so, yes, you are in court, but guess what? Your opponent will use all means possible to weigh you down. And so, what is happening is expected: creating leadership crisis, having most in the party, to make you realize that you are invincible. Yes, you can go to court, you can have your, do your stuff in court, but when it comes to the people that own outside of the court scene and environment, that's exactly what ends up happening. And then I'm going to end with Seun Kuti. I didn't think about what Ngozi said till she made those comments. I mean, I watched a little bit of the video. I didn't watch the whole thing. But, no one is above the law. No matter how angry you are at Nigeria or at the leadership or the Nigerian police, nothing gives you the right to slap the police. I remember when I remember many, many years ago as a kid in elementary school, my dad came back one day and he was just, threatening a little bit. Oh, I slapped a policeman. But he told, Dad, why did you slap police? It's like, these people are annoying me. They stopped me for no reason and I didn't even know when I slapped him. So I expect that natural anger of Nigerians, that people in leadership, people in authority abuse it. And so if it happened in that sense, yes. But to intentionally prepare yourself and slap a police officer, that is something that is unbecoming. So if it happened by accident, okay, you apologize. It shows in the body language. But from what I saw in the video, he meant to slap the police officer and he kept on abusing the police officer. You could see the police officer, the sort of mellow body language the police officer had. Now, what happened transpired before the slap, I don't know. But is it an excuse for him to slap the police officer and keep abusing the police officer? I don't think that is the case. So the unfortunate part of it is they're going to use it as a scapegoat. My annoyance in all of these things is the speed with which the police officer arrested Seun Kuti and the way they paraded him. Now, if it's on the other flip end and the police officer is abusing a citizen, would they do anything? It always has to take social media for us to push the police to be able to do what is right. Most of the time, if you don't say anything, all they come out and do is give you statements, or they ignore you, or they put out something on Twitter. So I don't know. Seun Kuti has entered one chance. This is such a wrong time to be doing something like this. And for someone like him, who is a family of an activist, and that Buhari government is out of such individuals, people who are against him. I mean, if Nnamdi Kanu was punishment 1.0, this one is punishment 2.0. I don't think Seun Kuti will see the end of this anytime soon.
All right. Thank you so much.
Like about everything. I know you guys have been here for 5 hours?
No, you're still here. Next time you
8
can.
hours. My goodness, Rudolph.
Yeah, I have to go. I'm waiting for you to tell me you can go from there.
Where are you going? I want to leave.
Yeah.
Can I make my point and just?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tired.
Go ahead.
I don't even know how to start with this. In Nigeria, the way the society has been treated, the people living in Nigeria, possibly there may be a lot of mental health problems because of the effects of abuses people go through in Nigeria, which are not in the media, which no one is talking about until it comes to the surface. I'm not excusing Seun, but I believe in a hostile environment, we can say anything we like here now, but when put in a hostile environment, I don't know how you would react. You can't control some mental situations when you're being put in a hostile environment whereby anything goes in a lawless place. I'm not excusing him. What he did was really bad. No one should ever lay a finger or even raise their hand to hit another person. Even verbal abuses, there are different forms of any form of abuse is wrong. When the government or the forces are the one giving it to their citizens, is the worst. But they have now created monsters. This has come to light because possibly it's everywhere now because of who Seun Kuti is. But there may be other people who had even beaten a police officer and no one knew about it and possibly got away with it. No one should ever do that. We should learn to respect our forces, but the forces themselves should learn to as well respect their citizens. But in Nigeria, it's a different case. So in Nigeria, I believe there is a lot of madness going around, and until it presents itself in this way, whether it's being through for substance abuse or through provocations or childhood disformations or things that happen that are irregular that shouldn't, or the hostile environment in Nigeria, the heat there, the poverty, the anger of the youth or people saying their rights have been abused, and they tend to kind of defend themselves, not knowing if they're going to be shot at. I'm not saying what he did was right, but I'm just putting myself in his situation. He's done wrong, but they're going to make a scapegoat of him. And I believe anyone who tries this in the future should face the full force of the law. But in return, the law and the forces should check themselves and make sure they are protecting the lives of their citizens and not provoking them to anger, to act, and now make things look as if the guy, he's now a scapegoat. I feel sorry for him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Permit me to say this, Rudolph.
Good.
I think Nigeria is a budding democracy. And, you know, I think part of what makes a good democracy is learning the tenets of democracy and how to be good citizens, right? And I'm only saying this because I saw a comment, and I think this is actually a very important time to address it. Someone said, Dr. Dominic, what do you say to your principal Sowore causing nuisance in Nigeria? I support Sowore's politics and how he presents himself. But I will be the first person to say that Sowore is arrogant and sometimes he can be inflexible and unreasonable. So you can learn to appreciate the politics of someone that you support politically, but you should learn to also call them out when it is required. That is what being a good citizen is. You don't follow someone blindly. Okay? Rudolph, go ahead.
Okay. I didn't get what the person said. He said, what do I say about what?
Your principal, like your former Oga, creating a nuisance.
The comment. And I wanted to use it as a teaching moment. I'm not saying
no, I'm serious. Who is this?
Sowore now, your former.
It was an opportunity for me to address something I wanted to address all along, which is to learn to be a good follower or political supporter. You also have to learn to call them out, because the only way you can push your candidate or your principal, I hate using the word principal because it means like it almost means like you are being subservient to an individual. But the way to help them is actually to hold them to the fire sometimes. And so you can't blindly follow someone's ideology. You have to learn to be your own individual as well.
Okay.
We're going.
It's me now, right?
It's show, yeah. Show, yeah. And
after Dominic, it's me.
No, we jump to Dominic because he's a moderator. He has this.
Yeah,
thing.
He knows why. I only came in for a few minutes, and Rudolph knows. Rudolph.
No, you are not going for a few minutes. You are going to take over. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So regarding Seun Kuti, guess where I found the news? Guess where?
Sure, it's a moderator. Sure, it's a moderator.
No, I'm not moderating today. You see, I'm on the far right.
He's on the other side. He's not moderating.
Guess where I found out about the Seun Kuti news? I was just on my own, just going about my business. Twitter, just make ping on my phone. Seun Kuti tweet. So, I mean, on a more serious note, I'm going to do a bit of back and forth regarding the issue. Seun Kuti was wrong. Is wrong for slapping a police officer. You should never. I mean, yes, Kenne made exemptions of where a police officer slaps you and you're thinking, reflex and all of that. But based on the video we saw, there was no, evidence of the police officer being an aggressor. So Seun is wrong for slapping the police officer. The uniform they wear, as much as they've devalued it, they've disrespected it, it's something we should all respect. They're officers of the law of the land. So Seun is wrong. There's no way, there's two ways of looking at it. But at the same time, the police officers, they brought so much disrespect and disrepute to the name, to the institution. When you've reduced yourself to bag carriers for Madam goes to party, you are carrying bag, you are opening doors. You've turned yourself to like house boys and house girls. So people have, they've sort of lost respect for the office. They are not helping matters. And another excuse you can, an excuse you can give for why they do things like that is they're underpaid. So you see, it's interwoven. It's like a web or like onion, peeling onions. As you're peeling one, then you discover that could this be the reason? The police are underpaid. They are not well looked after. I mean, I told you guys about the news the other day when police officers' who died on duty, their families were rewarded 300,000 naira each. You understand? So they're not well looked after. So sometimes carrying madam's bag could be a way of making extra money, but that in turn makes citizens see them as just, boy or anything you want to call them.
300,000.
Was it? I think was it 300K? I can't remember the amount.
300,000.
Oh yes, 300K. Yeah, that's what they were given. Yes, 300,000. Yes.
What is 300,000?
Each family of a police officer that died in the line of duty, so they were rewarded recently. So things like that will make the ones that are alive think, you know what, let me carry madam's bag. If I'm loyal to madam, maybe she'll look after me so I can sort my family out. So so the problem is all interwoven. I can only hope that things will get better for our police officers, so at least we can call them out properly if they're still misbehaving and carrying bags. You see, I mean, they're the ones that would go and snatch ballot boxes. We saw them. It's not propaganda. We saw some of them, not all of them. Some of them was snatching ballot boxes recently. Some of them followed some people, some politicians to polling booth where the guy was ripping ballot sheets in Kwara, was it Kogi? So when you see police officers in that light, it makes you lose a bit of respect for them. So this is part of the problem. I'm hoping that they're well looked after so that when they mess up, we can actually call them out to say, you know what, you're looked after, you're paid well, you have an excuse to do what you're doing. But Seun's video that came out recently saying, how many police officers I don't tear slap? People say I do it because I'm Seun Kuti. Jesus did what he did because he's the Son of God. So you have to know who you are before you do what you do. That video is not going to help him at all. And the police will try to make an example out of him, unfortunately. I mean, they've for me, and this is part of the reason why you can't even defend them. Why are you going to his house to search his house? Put him in handcuff, recording the video, sharing the video of you searching his house. What's that about? The police officer was in coma from that slap. This is why it's difficult to even defend these police officers. Just be upfront. Just be transparent. Don't try to cheat people at all times. The amount of videos we've seen of police officers abusing Nigerians, Seun Kuti as well. You can make a case for him. His grandmother, she was the story, of the unknown soldier. You can make a case of, because he might go to court, his lawyers might say, he's dealt with all this trauma, his grandmother, his father, he's seen all these things, police abuse. It's part of what the lawyers will probably say. He's traumatized from police and all of that. And they won't be lying. So all these things are all packed. It's a crazy one. I feel sorry for him slightly, but he should never have slapped a police officer. I don't think anybody should, regardless of how useless we think they are. Nobody should slap police officer. And lastly, before I drop off, please, I've seen in the comment section that, and I've seen it once or twice, and I know the person who starts it is the most eloquent out of all these guys. They have a group. They probably don't know each other, but it's the most eloquent, the most educated one. So he leads and they follow. He said it a few times that I'm looking for validation. So please, my Igbo brothers and sisters on this platform, the validation, I've never met any of you. I probably might never meet any of you. But the validation I'm looking for, make sure it's in cash. When you speak to Ohaneze, please tell them that I only take cash. I don't have a YouTube channel you're going to subscribe to. I don't do influencer. So this validation that I'm looking for, I want this validation, please. I have no channel you're going to subscribe to. There's no way you can pay me in this validation of a show speaks. No, cash. So when you have your Ohaneze Indigo meeting, tell them show wants cash. I'll give you my account number so you can send the validation in cash. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sam,
head out, but
you have to head out. No, you just came. You're not heading out anyway.
I told you I was ICU. I only came to make a few. This man, you're wicked.
Hold on. Sam, before you speak, Dominic, hold on, don't go yet. Before you speak, and let me say, nobody's talking about the training the police officers receive. Because it's part of the problem. If you see how they are trained, because if you tell me to slap somebody, it's not easy for me to slap anybody. But after going through the kind of training they go through. So if you want to change anything about them, we have to start with the kind of training that they receive before anything else, you know. And of course, the idea that even though police have, people say that they are bad people, but they are still good ones. And if you use the impression you have about the bad ones to treat a good police officer, you know, then that's also wrong in perception, you know, because we don't want bad people because this is a bad American. You want them to treat you that way if you're an American. You don't want that. All right, Sam. Sam, there's also a question for you from Pansat. So maybe you can answer that to why you are speaking. He wants it to know if you know somebody called Hans Morgan Tor. I don't know. That sounds British.
Yeah.
Do you know the person?
I don't know what that person is.
Okay. All right. So go ahead. What's your take on Seun Kuti?
Yeah, like every reasonable voice have spoken before me, especially I very much align myself with the last speaker show. To be honest, the police in Nigeria are the hardest, the most difficult people to defend in the world, even when they're doing right. I condemn in totality what Seun did. It's all shades of very, very wrong things to do. You cannot slap a police officer in uniform, even outside of uniform. That's an assault. I'll tell you, I won't go too much into the story, but it was something that happened to me here. I live in the UK. Do you know I've been here for like 13 years? I don't know the number for the police. If there's a fire incident, I don't know the number. If I don't know, like I've lived my life like easygoing, no problems at all. Something happened a day. See, you don't know how you react sometimes until you're in a situation. That much I can tell you because I've been there. The guy called police for me. He was the one that provoked me, a white guy. So they've been actually been looking for a scapegoat. I just fell into that trap. There's this thing that comes with Nigerians everywhere we go. There's this innate anger that makes us transfer aggression everywhere we go. But if you have not been in that situation, I'm not justifying what he did. That was very, very wrong. The guy called police for me. The parents were recording for him through the window here in London here. I'd never heard it like when you raise your hand against someone is an assault here in the UK. After 13 years in this country. The guy packed me down. I was about to maneuver out. He just brought a big reverse and he blocked me down. The space between my car and his car was less than an inch. He just did it deliberately. And I was going to go home. Like, this guy, take your car. He left me there and went inside. It didn't even occur to me to call the police or anything. He came outside. While he was going back again, he came to pick something from his van. I pulled him back. They said that was an assault and public disorder. I was charged for 3 things. I can't remember the rest. I was locked up for 9 hours in Bexley Heath here. If you know where Kent is, I was released afterwards. So they kept me that long. My lawyer came in an hour later. They thought I was still going to be angry with them. And so when they showed me the video and everything, I didn't believe it was me. Actually, I was like, is this me? Sometimes you be in a situation you cannot control. You cannot control what's going to happen, what you can do. You don't know yourself yet until you're in that situation. But that doesn't mean I'm justifying what this guy did. I was let off on caution and nothing came out of it. He spat on me as well. So it was just like, okay, I paid for his iPad. I smashed as well because I was really, really angry. And I told them like, okay, he's got evidence to prove to you what I did, but I've not got anything to show to you. That means he premeditated whatever he did because I can't show you anything. So on that, they just, okay, though it makes sense, but they left me out. I mean, they let me go. So what am I saying in essence is, you cannot do that to the police. Sometimes we need to calm down, take a step back. If that had happened in America, she wouldn't have been dead by now, you know. they will have gunned him down, I can tell you. I don't live there, but I watch CNN a lot. I see series of deaths that happened from the police or through the police, chasing people down, knocking the wrong door, you know, those things. I don't think I can live in America anywhere, due respect to you guys that stay there. But we see all of these things that happen. What if she won't slap that, the same way she won't slap that guy, what if he dropped dead that day? Are we still going to be saying what we're saying? Those who are really feeling for shame, or are we still going to be saying what we're saying if the police just dropped dead that way? No, we can't do that. We cannot do that. That was an assault, and I condemn that. I'll just stop here and let someone else talk.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sam. We are going the other way again. KJ, I think you're next here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I will reverse back a little bit. Sam, I want to correct something you said, or just give you an additional information, more of an additional information. You said Abaribe is walking free on the streets, even though he was the one who shot Nnamdi Kanu. If you had done a little bit of research, you have seen that Abaribe sued Borantai and the army, the chief and the army, Nigerian army, to produce Nnamdi Kanu because they were the last that saw him. And so that case was in court. And that's why the federal government couldn't hold him, because that case was filed. That the army were the last that saw Nnamdi Kanu, and so they should produce him. Knowing that he was the shorty, if they wanted him, they could have come to him to produce Nnamdi Kanu, but they went to his house, attacked him, and killed on the spot 28 persons that I can say I saw, and not the one that ran away, not the one that later was discovered in the bush. On arrival in the place where he went to, Nnamdi Kanu filed a case against the Nigerian government, saying that his life was under threat and he had to move. That case also domiciled in the Nigerian courts. So why I have said earlier on here that those of us who are journalists sometimes are the culprit or the people who help to further these lies that sometimes government tell, is because most times when the government says something, nobody cares to go and investigate. Now, if you go to before Channels Television or the other one, that very terrible one, is it TVC? Before they say they proscribed IPOB. That case is still in Nigerian court and has not been concluded. It's an appeal. They filed an appeal, and so calling them proscribed each time they proscribe, go and do your research. So that is the reason why Abaribe was never cautioned or called or arrested, because that case is still in court. Okay, the court acquitted him. I mean, it said his hand. I've forgotten what the legal term for it is, but it simply means he was not the last person. You are the last person who were in his possession, who saw him. You should produce him. Okay, that is for that. For what we are saying concerning Seun, like I said earlier on, majority, if we take medical people to Nigeria and decide to examine every one of us, you find out that we have a little bit of madness, okay? Because the society has so dealt with its people. And I'll tell you some of the way that we have been dealt with. Now, if we are living in an estate of 10 houses, because there's not going to be light supply, power. So 10 of us who are able to afford generators will buy a past my neighbor. So the moment it's just 6 p.m., everybody will switch on their past my neighbor. And it's usually on the other side of your neighbor's house, which is the window of his bedroom. And so this thing will hit on your head till 12 midnight, day in, day out. How do you think those people will be normal? Okay? So it's a problem that we have refused to see.
KJ,
yes.
One in every 4 Americans have some form of mental health issue. They don't have generators in America.
No, their own is different. One in every American is, you understand now? But we're not all of us that do, you understand what I'm saying? So we should be normal people. Okay, we should be normal people. Okay? Our society is still a little bit on the primordial, and I'm not saying on civilized, but primordial level. So things are still done on a very natural way. We still eat natural food, we don't. So what am I trying to say in essence? So in the end, I don't blame Seun. I'm not exonerating him, but I'm saying that the society have given rise to that kind of a character. Okay? And it's because, again, the police themselves don't, you see, let's face it, the Nigerian police is set up, they are still operating with the colonial mentality of protecting the rich, the people in authority. Not that they are supposed to be defending the society, the people, the ordinary men, you and I. No, they are supposed to be protecting the interests of government.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Did you end or you're frozen? KJ, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? I can't hear anybody anymore.
We can hear you,
Yeah, I
but
can hear you. I can
is
hear you.
How would they hear you?
It froze. It froze. I think it froze.
Who froze? KJ.
I
Okay,
can
not
hear
me.
you.
All right. I was wondering if I was the one. All right, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
KJ,
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, my internet, switched me off. I was wondering whether the one taking me off for. But like I'm saying, you see, we need to look beyond that. Not. I have some friends who are in the police force, and they tell me that their training is one of the best in the world, and they exempted themselves. They've been able to show that when they go for international peacekeeping. But when they finish training them, when they come to the society, their character change almost immediately because they have to also survive in the society they find themselves. That's what I see here. And you see, if there is a masquerade in the Igbo land that all it does is to whip people, okay, but it has restrictions. There's a place you go to and whip people that you will not come back, So the Nigerian police, you also know that not everybody they can be whipping, all right, because you are going to create enmity for yourself, which is what is happening in this case. Okay, even though the obedience, and I'm not an obedient anyway, even though the obedience don't agree with, they're saying that, Shehu, if it suits him. But you see, what goes around comes around. So let's be careful. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Okay, we're rounding up.
Can I say something real quick?
Femi, no, there are other people that came before. So
Okay.
we're going this way. Come to you.
I will leave.
Oh, CM, did you get a chance? No. Okay, CM, then we'll go the other way. CM, did you say something about
on this
about Shehu?
No, I have not. On this
Okay.
Seun Kuti or Seun Kuti issue.
Yeah.
The first thing I will say is that Nigeria is a lawless society. Let us believe that. A country in which the president do not obey the rule of law. That is my starting point. So whatever transpired between Shehu and the police, if it's a lawful country, let them investigate. Whoever is at fault should be punished. In civilized country, there's even a way police should talk to you. I have to believe that Shehu will not just get up and start to slap the police. I believe so. He must have been seeing police along the road and passing the usual way. But for somebody to raise his hand and slap the police.
Hold on, let me, since most people do not know, he's claiming that his car was hit by the police with their van behind him. So that was what he claimed, that they wanted to kill him and his family. And that was what happened. So he didn't just see them. He just came down. The police officer, the way he was calm, apparently, probably his vehicle. I didn't see the damage on Shehu's car, but probably a little dent, but the way he reacted showed that he probably hit his car and didn't want, he was calm, and so that was what happened. Go ahead, Sam.
Okay, yeah. So in that case, from the account you've given now, what the police should do is, when you come down, you apologize first. That should be the starting point. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, let's see how we solve it. Definitely, Shehu, something in him will not say, okay, you've damaged my car. He said, yes, I know. I'm sorry about that, but let's see how we're going to settle it. But there are things that, because Nigerian police, I wasn't there, but I feel that if the police should come out and then start with the apology, I don't think Shehu might go. I doubt it, but I wasn't there. However, be that as it may, Nigeria is a lawless society. Anything can happen to anybody. Anything. When a president cannot obey the rule of law, a government, what do you expect? People live for the law. Without the law, every society is a jungle. Every society, the UK, US, everywhere, is because of the law. There are things people should have been doing, but because the law is supreme, whether you are the prime minister or the president, it goes to you. But in Nigeria, no way. So Nigerian society is a lawless society. Anything is possible. Anything could happen. Okay, going to search Shehu's house for what? What are you searching? Did you meet him in the house. He just to take the law, just to intimidate him first, or to say, he's a fella picking. Therefore, whatever allegation we level against it, he may be right this time. So Nigeria is a lawless society in which the people you expect to enforce the law, they use it to intimidate you. They use it to intimidate you. So I'm not, whatever they do to Seun, I won't be surprised. Whether they escalate it or do anything, I won't be surprised. Even if they detention for 1 month, after all, no matter what, I think the Nigerian system should be that it's not 24 hours, 48 hours. You have to charge somebody to court. I don't know. So even if they detain him or they start to burn down the way they did to Fela, the father, I won't be surprised, because Nigeria is a lawless society. A country that can extraordinarily rendition a citizen and then bring him in and be trying him, yet the court will say, let him go, and we are still holding him. That is the worst form of jungle, and I can never exonerate anybody. I don't know, Seun, but you don't have to. Let me even err on the side of caution. As a citizen, as a police officer, there's a way you conduct yourself. In this case, you hit his car. There's a way you come out and you apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Let's see what we can do to solve it. Definitely, something more. So definitely, no matter what.
Sorry,
Even if
how do
Seun
you
is
know?
raising his voice,
How do you know the police hit his car? How do you know that?
No, Rudolph said it now. I mean, you saw
say
him.
it.
You saw Rudolph say it now.
Yeah,
His
I'm
car
saying
was.
that's the
He said.
reports that I see online, in the news report.
No, that's not been
Okay,
confirmed
yeah.
yet now, so we can't be too sure.
Okay.
That's what the news
Okay. Well, whatever it is, but then I still maintain Nigeria is a lawless society. So whatever it is, even if it happens that way, somebody can twist it and then still use it to intimidate you. It's like somebody is owing you. You tell the police, this chap took my money, and look at the evidence, and yet you, the person that made the report, will end up being intimidated if they give police money to deal with you. So Nigeria is a lawless society. You can't escape it. From the presidency down, it's lawless. You cannot hold somebody against the ruling of a court. Court is the highest. Court in any country is so far the court say do this, you must do it. But if you fail to do it, that is lawlessness. So I don't excuse anything happening in Nigeria. Even if they slaughter somebody tomorrow and say they didn't do it, yeah, I won't put it past them. Nigeria is a criminal jungle, especially since this coming of APC. Anything is possible. So I'm not excusing anything, but I'm so sorry that this type of thing should happen. In a lawless society, anything could happen. What is the point of going to the court if the court should say release somebody and you say I'm still holding the person? Nobody is bigger than the court. What the court did not permit, you can't do it. What the court permits must be done. It's as simple as that. It is court they went to prescribe IPOB. It is that same court that said leave IPOB. I mean, leave Nnamdi Kanu, let him go. Even when you renditioned him, and yet some people will still come and rationalize it and still be saying that it is true. Anyway, well, that is just all I need to say. Nigeria is a lawless country. I don't excuse anything, to be honest with
But
you.
do you know how
I
many
don't wonder
people that
why
have
how
been
some people
killed?
sleep.
Do you know how many people who have been killed by Nnamdi Kanu's instructions while he was sat abroad here, instructing people over their radio to go and burn down Sowe and kill people, and the killings are still going on? Don't you feel sympathy for the people from the
Listen,
east, Imo State, Anambra State,
let me
killing the
tell you,
American workers and stuff like that?
let me tell you one thing. I know you will come to that. Before then, let me take you back a little bit. In 2012, 2015, this is before Amnesty International, IPOB Biafrans gathered in a primary school at Yaba, National High School, secondary school, doing praise and worship. Nigerian army came over to slaughter them. If you check Human Rights Watch, they interviewed Buhari on Al Jazeera. I talk with facts. 20th January 2017 was the day they inaugurated President Trump in United States. 20th January 2017. IPOB were waving the American flag in Port Harcourt, all over Southeast, praising Trump. They were mowed down. Is it Nnamdi Kanu that said that? Please don't be biased. What you don't know, don't say it. We live in the East. We know what it means. We raise money. Listen, we raise money. We do fundraising for. I will invite you if you know. We raise money for Eastern Security Network. We don't raise money for them to be armed and then to go and be killing our people. People killing those things in the southeast are repentant Boko Haram. By the way, have you had any country that we get terrorists and say they repented and make them citizens of the country? Haven't you heard about repentant Boko Haram? They send them down to the east. A single English they do, some of them do not speak. They speak French. We know what I'm telling you. I know what it is. I can tell you my local government. So all this propaganda they are writing in a Tribune or everything, if you came to it, you are wasting your time. Nnamdi Kanu never gave order to kill anybody. He never gave order. It's Nigerians that are doing it and then pinning it on them. We know what is happening. By the way, who is Buhari to hold? Is Buhari bigger than Nigeria? If it is you, they gave, okay, like in UK, when you had, thank God you said you had altercation with somebody and they went to court. Supposing when they charge you or for anything, the police officer and you are kept somewhere and your lawyer went to court for your bail and the British Prime Minister refused, what will you do? What will you do? And here you are justifying holding somebody against international law. What are you saying?
I was in charge. What are you really saying? Hold on, listen very well.
I'm just saying, assuming charge you to the court and you are held. I said assuming. I know you say you didn't go to court.
No, it's unfortunate how you defend this barbarism. Anything Nnamdi Kanu, you guys from the east.
Barbarism? I gave you an example of what happened before. You just started it yesterday. I gave you 2017, justify 2017, where it started. You see, if you want to solve a problem, you go to the root. You go to the root. I want you to tell me that what I said about 2017 January, the day they swear in Donald Trump, tell me it's a lie. That's what I want to hear.
Hold on, guys. I have to go, and I want this conversation to continue. I hope Mr. Shaw will be able to moderate. And but before I go, I want to remind people for tomorrow. We have a guest who is joining us, and it's how many people? Let me just find out before I do this. How many people here did their youth service? Okay. So some of you cannot be minister. Some of you cannot be minister or anything. You can't win an election unless. Anyway, so tomorrow.
Did their service or who didn't?
Who did? You served. Yeah, you served. Okay, very good. Yeah, I did too. So tomorrow on the show we have Dr. Mohammed Nasidi. He is the annual one of Aba. He went to serve in Aba 16 years ago, and he stayed there and for 16 years and got a chieftaincy title. He will talk to us about his experience living there and what he thinks about Nigeria and how to begin to fix what is wrong. I think it's an interesting conversation to have with him. And his experiences, because he knows a lot of people in government. He's tried to work with the government, so he will give us some insight into some of the things that he experienced during that time. So, Mr. Shaw, where is he? He disappeared on me. All right. So, yeah, but unfortunately, I have to go. I have to do a few things and prepare for tomorrow's show. And I have to talk to the guests and prepare him too. So thank you, everybody that joined us, everybody that watched at home. Show we take it on until he's tired and he can then close it out. For fathers, I don't know where he is today. So, but thank you all. I appreciate everybody. Mr. Shaw, you're next. Okay, take care. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph, for hanging in there. Go easy.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, can I? All right. I'm back for the rest of my validation, guys.
Sure, I think it's my turn.
Be nice to me. Emilokon. This is Emilokon behavior.
It's my turn now.
How is
which will not be tolerated.
It's my turn now. I know when you enter.
I'm joking.
No, but how is it
you see Emilokon, you see
It was supposed to mask. It was supposed to be masker because
let's figure this out. Because I think it's masker.
Yes. It was supposed to be masker. Then James.
You see the arrangement.
It's clockwise. Masca,
Yes.
James. Then I've been patient enough. I will just say my piece, and
You
then
know
you
what?
guys
Before
can
you
go
know
ahead.
it, everybody will get to speak. So, so everybody at the top have spoken. So let's just go from Masca, we go to James, we go to Igbo Basics, and we go to Femi. I know that might not be the right order, but just to set things, in place.
Okay.
I apologize if that order does not, mirror the way you came in. But please, let's just do that. In the next 10, 15 minutes, you would have all spoken. So Masca, please, welcome to the show, and tell us what you've got for us regarding every topic we've spoken about.
Well, good evening, everybody. Well, I would say it's even good morning. Even in Nigeria, it's morning. I joined the show at the beginning, and I asked
Oh,
Dr.
Sarah, good
Rudolph,
morning.
yes, to add a topic that I felt is a very important topic. The topic has to do with the fact that the governors are now at the terminal end of their tenures, and about 18 states have passed a law, mostly to do with pension for the outgoing governors. Some of the states have seen a bill of almost 2 billion for in terms of benefits, whether you call it pension, whether you call it terminal benefit, whatever it is. I felt it's a very critical topic. But beyond the fact that they are putting into law these terminal benefits for them, one of the things that I felt this forum should actually talk about is the fact that, from my opinion, from my perspective, one of the major problems we have as a country is the fact that we almost always ignore states and just discuss about the federal issues. And I think the state today in Nigeria is a very fundamental building block that we have completely ignored, and that's where most of the problem, the bulk of the problems are. So I personally would not, I live here in Nigeria, the fact that sure, slap a policeman, I mean, it's really not a big deal. Almost every day, altercation between the population and police is a daily affair. The truth of the matter is it determines if you know what you're doing. Your relationship with police or the nature of the police will have determines even where you live. For instance, I live in Abuja. There are some areas of Abuja when I went to school for about 6 months. My family changed where they were staying, and when I came back, I could see almost every month I was having issues with police. So I had to quickly relocate back to an area where the police know that if you are staying in this place, certainly they won't monkey around with you, for instance. But I don't want to spend time talking about Seun and police. I mean, it is a daily affair in Nigeria. Everybody, the police is angry, the people are angry. And of course, if you put these two people together, obviously there will be altercation. It's just that it doesn't come out every day in the news. So I think I'll pass over the opportunity. What is really of interest for me is the fact that we should talk about the states, these pension issues and some of the more critical items. So James can talk about Seun and the police. I don't think it's a critical topic for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Yes. Can I comment now?
Go ahead, James. You got the floor.
Okay. Concerning this Seun's arrest, what I feel is the man has an history and is paranoid, and that's why he could act that way, and that's why he has acted that way. But the fact is, he shouldn't have done it. And this is a lesson to people that speaks to authority in Nigeria or Africa. The people in authority are always looking for ways to actually get hold of you. However, Sowore did something that sounds very sensible, and it might just be a facade, the whole thing. What he said was that the obedient wants Seun Kuti
to be punished. I see that statement to buy sympathy for Seun, knowing fully well that the APC-led government will come into power. And if APC government comes into power and the APC does not parley with the obedient. Now, Sowore put up a statement that the obedient wants him punished. That will score some point for the APC-led government, because I always follow Seun. He's been subtle in the area of about this election. He's subtle to the APC, and he's speaking on the obedient, that they bully him online. So looking at that scenario, I will not be surprised if there is inauguration at 29th of May, and APC-led government enters in, and they look for one way or the other, Seun might be freed. Because to me, I look at it logically. The way what Sowore is saying is trying to buy sympathy of the incoming government. This Seun Kuti too, during the Jonathan era, Seun Kuti and the current APC government now, they were the one that did protests at Ojota about removing fuel subsidy. So Buhari too was part of them. They are just trying to get at him. But let's look at the drama as it unfolds. And concerning the that is that for Seun. And I like what Sowore did. He's trying to buy sympathy so that they can use the power they've got to release him. Because the way they are picking on him, they want to nail him. And this is not the first time we see something like that. Seun Kuti's offense is minor. During Obasanjo, there is this lady that acts in Yoruba Nollywood. He went to carry cocaine. I think he was given presidential pardon. So just like somebody has said, anything can happen in our country. But I feel Seun is paranoid. That's why he acted that way. If you turn the table, I know someone in Abuja, the wife had a miscarriage because of the NYSC meeting. That lady just got married. And the husband came to meet him. The military guy was saying, he slapped the military guy. So I will not judge, because if you are not in that situation, you only have a daughter. We Yoruba people, we always look for, this is my daughter, this is my son, somebody that has one. And the lady, they said the girl sitting at the back of the car was traumatized. So somebody with one child, and he will not want anything. So at that point in time, and given what they did to grandmother, what they did to his father, he will act that way, but it's wrong. But Sowore pull a fast one, and let's see how it goes. Whether they leave him or they ask him to pay to settle the policeman or whatever. Of course, they will pay a lot of money. That is that on that issue. You mentioned some issues about, somebody talked about where the policemen were trained. Yes, it still boils down to this corruption. And this elite, they are giving themselves too much money when a lot of people are dying. So this pension that they've given to them, I'm even afraid. I want to tell everybody here, if you have stopped working in Nigeria, your pension fund, you can collect 25%, because I don't trust these people. If you save the money, and they say at 60 or 65, I hope they will not tell us story that all the pensions that you have been paying, to start paying becomes the problem. So is an advice. The way they are paying themselves, the governor and all these things, if you have stopped working in Nigeria and you have pension that you've contributed, you are entitled to 25%. Collect it and use it to eat asun or nkwobi or anything. It's better than for you to lose everything. Thank you. Collect it.
All right. Thank you very much for your submission, James. Yeah, quite interesting. And I mean, some of the things you said is what I said as well concerning Seun Kuti's experience, without justifying what he did. His grandmother's experience, his father's experience. He was young when his father died, but he would remember some of them. Even if he didn't remember, he must have read and seen videos and all of that. So, yeah, trauma, a big deal. But anyway, thank you. Igbo Basics.
Yeah, I would like to
What's your
thank
thought
you,
on
Sho.
Seun Kuti and
Thank
the
you,
police?
Sho, for showing back up, at least helping out. I would like to come at this thing from a positive perspective. And what do I mean by that? Historically, it's only in Nigeria where I see people, they hook people for neck, for tie, boy tie. You know what I'm talking about? Two people are disagreeing and one person go hook the other one for you wearing a tie and somebody's hooking you for tie. It's in Nigeria that kind of thing happens. It's also in Nigeria where slapping has even reached to the level where Bianca slapped Obiano's wife. It's in the same Nigeria. It looks like slapping but let's look at the fundamental thing that when I say historically, they're talking about a smoky boat, a drink stuff or whatever. Pre-war, they used to talk to us about people from Burma. They used to talk about Burma, and then they associated Burma with opium. That's our forefathers. They talk about opium. I don't think I've ever seen opium, whatever it is. And then during our time, it became things like Chinese capsule, mandrax, Igbo, all kinds of stuff was going on. What am I trying to say is that in Nigeria, as much as people are hustling, you see almost dead men walking around. Every morning, somebody will go and eat akpu, stuff himself, maybe smoke some stuff. The policeman you are talking about, you don't know what he don't smoke. The Seun wear slap, you don't know what he don't smoke. It's become a society where, thank God that it's only in a place like America that they have legalized marijuana. But in Nigeria, the people you are looking at on daily basis, they are going through so much stress that just for them to survive the day, they have to take all kinds of stuff. So what am I saying is that the people you are looking at on the street are not ordinary human beings. They are human beings, but they are almost superhumans. And that's why at the slightest turn, slapping and things like that will commence. It didn't start today. Years ago, I was coming back from the US, and a young lady was coming from England to Nigeria for the very first time. Another young man was in his company, and I know that young man from the past. The policeman stopped us between Port Harcourt and Aba. He stopped the vehicle we were traveling in. And for no just cause, he said he had to search everything. He started searching. He kept on searching. And then as he was searching, he brought the young lady's stuff. This is a young lady who is coming home for the first time to Nigeria. The policeman brought her box, opened it, and then the young man, who probably was related to her in one way or the other, protested. The young lady is having an experience of Nigeria for the first time. The policeman turned around and said to the young man, Nobia, he said to him, don't talk nonsense now. If you talk again, you see all these clothes were there for this box. I will take it and make it prem. You want to speak to me, big grammar to show that you come from. I still have school children whom I'm still paying school fees for. This was the language of the policeman. And I saw that the things were escalating. I pulled the policeman aside and said a couple of words to him. He came back and said, if not be because this oga, I forsake all this clothes. And they mean it. So Seun slapping a policeman is in order. It's not in order. A policeman should not slap a citizen anywhere. It is not in order at all. And a citizen to slap a policeman, it is not in order. What I'm trying to say, the mental situation and the frustration in Nigeria and everything else is what is coming to the surface. Look at the other day, I'm just looking at a video where paramilitary, or I don't even know which one is their uniform again, stopped an Okada person, grabbed his motorcycle, started beating him up. They took the motorcycle and ran away. That is in the same Nigeria. You're not keeping the law and order. If it is in a civilized society like in the United States, I don't think that I've seen a policeman slap a citizen for no just cause. Now they are wearing body cameras. Maybe someday Nigerians will start wearing body cameras and with Nigerian police, and we'll see what exactly is going on. Just the previous week, a policeman stopped me. This is to tell you that in a country where the law and order is prevalent, a policeman stopped me. As for my insurance, driver's license, and registration, I produced the 3 things that he asked. He said, you know why I stopped you? I said, no. He said, your registration is expired. I said, oh, I'm so sorry, boss. I'm sorry about that. How could that be? I am saying that, how could that be? I thought it's current. He said, no, it's not. Look at it. So I looked at it and said, oh my God, I'm so sorry about that. He said to me, you know, if in some places you would have, how is your driving record? I said, it's fine. He went, he ran my everything. He came back and he said, in some places they would have towed your vehicle and things like that. And I said, I'm so sorry. I said, I would renew it. As a matter of fact, I could even on the computer right now, on the phone, if I had the access, I could immediately go on to NJN and renew my registration. That is in a civilized society. At the end of that encounter, it was such a conversation that in the end, I shook hands with the policeman, thanked him, and as soon as I got back, of course, if it is a society where things are happening, once you have been stopped, that is entered in the system, so that the next person that stops you will almost know that you have been stopped somewhere. So I went home, renewed my registration, and all is well. So I am trying to say that let this be a teachable moment for the Nigerian authorities, for the Nigerian police, not just the Nigerian police, for the politicians in Nigeria, for the leaders generally in Nigeria, unless we just want to continue living in a barbaric society without improvement. I think leadership comes from the top. And if you are to go into the area of the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu from, come on now, enough is enough. The court says, free this man. Let this man go. Let the man go. There's no reason. Okay, Seun slapped the policeman. It's been more than 72 hours. There's no reason taking him to his house, to go and search his house. There's no reason saying he drank alcohol. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the incident that occurred right there and then. So in that case, the Nigerian authorities should really, really open up so that we can be law enforcement friendly. The police is supposed to be your friends, not your adversaries. But if they continue the way they're going, it means that we are sitting in it's a time bomb, because everybody you see, you don't know who smoke within the smoke. And even if you didn't do anything, because of the extra influence of the frustration that people are having, somebody will never chop, don't smoke. He will come out, and the next person that he sees is looking for trouble. And that is what is happening in Nigeria. So it's an appeal. Seun Kuti should be released. Why do I say he should be released? He should be released on bond or on bail. You don't need to keep the man in prison to prove what for that point. Don't Nigerian system has a way that if you are charged to court, if you come up with the bail, then you should be able to be released. But they will take your passport away so that you will not be a flight risk or something.
Can I ask you a question, sir, please?
Please do.
I'm struggling to understand why you're trying to defend this guy. Asking Patapata, they will let him go. What is that a deterrent for bad behavior going forward, or do you want this thing to still continue? Because some of us do not like. Let me finish, sir. That some of us do not like the police. That the police went to invade his home. What if the police got a warrant from the court to go to his home? Someone that his video was released that said it taught slaps to police people in the past. Someone that smokes online and show his followers. Of course, the police will want to see the reason why. They are investigators. They are not that stupid people. Yeah, I condemn the dehumanization of him being handcuffed and being carried around to make him feel sober. I don't appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, Sam.
But for every other thing, no, they're doing their job, man.
Okay, Sam. Here is what I'm trying to say to you. The police know everything about that young man before that incident even occurred. The police know about his family before that incident occurred. I am not saying that it's right to slap a police. And I'm saying that the police should not go about slapping citizens. What I'm trying to say to us is that for the society to function normally, let's be respectful of each other. Let the law respect its citizens, and let the citizens respect law. Absolutely. But what I just inserted into this, it could be you. It could be anybody. The rule of law says that if you committed an offense, you have a right to be charged to court. When they charge you to court, there is a bail hearing, and if the judge, which the court system is what I'm talking about, if the judge looks at all the evidence, Seun Kuti is not somebody who is not known. He is somebody who is known. I'm trying for this law, the legal system, to enforce its own rules of law, which is if they hold you, my brother Sam O, without you even being the son of anybody, they should charge you to court. The judge should come, take a look at the offense you've committed, and then what the judge will do is to set bail. And when the judge sets bail, and you meet the bail, you can go back to your family, and then they will set the court date, and you come back to court and answer to it. But it's not a situation where, because he slapped a policeman, then they go and then continue. You hold him for the next year or two or something like that. No, we are not correcting ourselves. So it is an appeal that the Nigerian authorities should first of all go and release Nnamdi Kanu. They should release Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why they should release Nnamdi Kanu is that their court says so. They can release him if they want. They can charge him on something else. But in the meantime, when the court says release somebody, the Nigerian authorities should release that. It could be you, Samo. And if it is you that they held, some of us who are old soldiers will come out to say, no, now, not be so. He's just another citizen. So please, let this be, some positive should come out of it. It's an appeal to the Nigerian authorities to begin to obey their own rule of law so that the ones who are coming up would follow the rule of law. Can you slap somebody in the US anyhow? I'm just ordinary citizen. You can't. Because if you do, it's an assault. And you probably will be paying for the rest of that person's life. You pay dearly until there is consequence observed in any slapping. If Seun slapped a policeman, there should be consequence. And such a consequence because you assaulted a policeman, if it is something that you have to pay, you pay. But the court system has to assign what you are supposed to pay. And that's all about it. So my friends, let's not deceive ourselves. It's in the system. It's in our system. It didn't start today, but it is now that we should try to make it better. That's all I'm saying. It is good to see you again if you are local. Mr. Shu.
Good evening.
Thank you.
I'm almost sure that everybody here is under 60. Everybody here, including Shu, is under 60. So your blood is still pumping. Some of us, when we are in your age bracket.
I'm the youngest person on this stage.
No, I'm talking about my brother Sam O. The time when we dare your stage. If we carry knife, we go cut. If we put hand for ground, that was then. But years later now, when we look back, if you come find us trouble, we'll go scratch our head.
How do you know I'm a young person?
Come on now, Sam, come. You know, it's in your spirit, it's in you, it's everywhere about you. That's why you can speak the way you are speaking. You are not 60. That's what I can guarantee that. So take it from the old soldiers, so that you may be able to live.
Good to have you.
As long.
In-house London.
So the obedient guy that removed Apapa's cap the other day, and Apapa laid a curse on him.
Why do you always try to bring obedient?
Because you are. So I've not had anyone condemn that.
Hold on. Apapa, I spoke on earlier on. I called Apapa. I don't call names, but today I say he's the biggest clown fool that I've seen in recent times. That's what I said earlier on. And as far as your subject about somebody's cap being removed, Nigeria is boiling. For your information, Nigeria is really, really boiling as we speak. The youths of Nigeria, who actually are the real owners of Nigeria, they've had enough. I pray that if 10 million Nigerians get on the street tomorrow, they will reconsider, including the judiciary. All we are trying to say, it should not be business as usual. It should not be business as usual. I cannot chop my breakfast, chop my lunch, chop my dinner, and then I turn around and I come to chop your own, Sam. If I do that, to hell with me. And we are appealing to the ones who have been chopping. That it's about time that they give room for the youths of Nigeria to lead Nigeria to where it should be. That's what we're saying. Enough is enough. So don't pin it to obedience. Everybody is trying to, anything that happens is obedient. Everything that happens is obedient. I'm not a fan of Sowore. I don't really know Sowore much. He started publishing way long after I've been in the publishing business. But the fact is, it's not everything that happens.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Sam, I don't know. I don't want to think that you didn't follow Apapa's case very well. Apapa took, and I'm going to lay it out for you. Apapa took Abure to court based on an investigation the police has conducted, and for the police information which was not subject to be prosecuted by Abure. So now, since it's a criminal case, and the little I understand about how the law works, it's supposed to be the police that will prosecute Abure if they feel that Abure has gone against the state and not Apapa. And even at that, the police said, or some of the people who spoke behind cameras said that what they told Apapa is that this case it's not been confirmed yet. That, in other words, investigation is not complete yet. But let us even agree without, let us accept without, agree without, whatever it is called. Now,
Considering.
thank you. You go Igbo well. That is good. Now, let us agree without conceding. He took the case that the police had investigated, went to a court, and got what he wanted. The court says Abure is suspended, but did not make Apapa the acting chairman of the LP. Because, in other words, there are 3 acting chairmen, deputy chairmen of LP. So, in other words, after Abure, there are 3 other guys, which Apapa is one of them. Since the court did not pronounce him substantive chairman or acting chairman, now the question we are asking, or the people who are following the case is asking, what gives him the right to now determine that based on the fact that court says Abure should step aside, he should be the one now acting on behalf of, the Labour Party. Now, having said that, again...
KJ, hold on. KJ, he has
Okay.
explained, right? He explained in channels, he explained in the Arise that this was how he came. He was saying, right, the other 3 persons that was duly elected, you understand? I think there were 5 or something like that. 2 came from TU, 1 came from TUC, 1 came from NLC.
Yes.
Which are just like they were not elected. That there were 3 that was elected, 3 of them. I think the woman, one was a lady. I think the woman, she stepped down or she walked out or whatever, not active anymore. Then the other guy, he gave one excuse that among the 3 of them that was duly elected, that he is the only one remaining. So he is now saying by doctrine of necessity. That's what is applying.
No, you cannot. Hold on.
Let me tell you something.
Doctrine of necessity in a case where there is still a governing board.
Hold on now. I'm just, I'm not saying
holding
brief for him. I'm just trying to explain
who becomes chairman, and not you.
Look. Mr. Pampa, let me say something. Mr. Pampa, I followed this case. He was on the subject of that. Okay, if the president is not around, the vice take over. If the chairman is not around,
exactly, that was what he was saying. That was what he was saying.
That's what he was saying. He was not saying that he had any court this thing to take. He said after the chairman is suspended, he is the next in line.
Exactly.
So
that was what he was saying. That's what I was trying to take KJ.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Yeah.
That's what he was saying. So KJ, continue if you finish your zone.
If you go and ask Alexander Haig when he said I'm in charge, that was the end of his journey in the United States. So there is you're talking about Labour Party. Folks, there is some other thing else that was going on there that you have to recognize. Every political organization right now have their problems. There was a young man who came out. It was youth leader. That one rose. So much mess is going on there. That, like I said earlier on, Labour Party is metamorphosizing. What we should do is to just observe these things play out. But there's nobody that should come. People are being sponsored to go and put kerosene for fire. So that should be respected.
Okay. Thank you for Igbo Basics. So I think Maska, we'll come back to you. Let's just hear quickly from Loco P and Uzo, who've just joined us. So Loco P, I'm not sure if you've been watching.
Which of them? The show matter.
It's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, at this time of the day,
for the show matter.
And of course, there's the lady who cooked as well, Hilda. If that's the one that interests you, you can discuss Hilda. I'm not sure if anybody really wants to talk about that, but it's part of the topic as well. The lady who broke the record,
Okay, I'll try anyway. For the
it's a great thing she did. So
I know. Yeah, it's a great fit anyway. For the show issue, well, for me, yeah, I've had my fair share with police anyway in Port Harcourt. When the heat of SARS at least one-on-one several times, blow to blow, slap to slap, fight to fight, tear shirts, tear uniform several times, but so, but for Seun's issue, at least my own, I had to be patient for me to be slapped 3 times before I was able to even turn one. So I was patient for them to tear my shirt before I was even able to grab their uniform to like, would I here today? So, but for Seun's own, if you look at what played, in the court of law, say when they would say what's good not response when you reciprocate instantly, you stand for something yourself without even wasting time. That can be out of provocation. That can be granted. But for Seun's own, according to him, he said there was an accident, and the daughter was traumatized, this and that. So you will not say the policeman is trying to kill you. If you say he's trying to kill you, that is a purpose statement that he deliberately wanted to kill you. You understand? It was just an accident. You understand? Which anybody, even the policeman or civilian, can happen to. You understand? Can be the one in place of the policeman. Okay, now you came down. Yeah, you got angry. You were like, I rated, hey, why this, why that? And the policeman kept quiet, maybe out of shock or trying to apologize or whatever, because we didn't hear the audio like that. Then you went ahead and you nudged him, first thing first, and the guy was like, me, or something like, policeman, the guy was surprised, Then I think another short video, another angle from the camera who was recording them, we now saw where I think the wife came down. I was maybe trying to go, we didn't hear the audio, but trying to like maybe calm Seun down, and Seun turned back and faced the wife. Probably he said something to her, and she just turned back and went to the car or left the both of them present. Then Seun turned back again and made one statement before the policeman could say Jack. And so left hand, because you just this kind of left hand, they will just cut that kind of left hand before we say Jack. Now way, so for that she would not have any reason, no matter what, because judging from the time the incident happened to where he slapped that guy, there's no way he will not be punished. You understand? So I think the for the punishment is an assault. But what does the law say concerning assaulting the policeman on uniform? I think was it 3 months or 500,000, or in some case both of them. Forgot to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not someone who could be, but correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it's maybe 3 months or 500K, both of them, something like that. So in his own case, and Femi Falana is I think he said he's his lawyer. I don't know. So probably
Bobby is our in-house lawyer. He's the one that knows all the legislation.
Sorry. Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you.
I said Body is our in-house lawyer. He's the one that will tell you.
Oh, okay.
I said Body.
Okay.
You know us at night. He's our in-house lawyer. He's the one that can tell you the punishment is.
Okay. I understand. So I understand. So like that. So he's he went there. You understand? Ideally, they're not. They are supposed to investigate what happens, and if they conclude, they can charge the matter to court. You understand? You can only maybe detain him for 48 hours, and charge the issue to court. If you have other pending case against him, then you can even ask the court for further investigation by detaining him. That's probably you need further investigation. So maybe those further investigation is coming due to the fact that what the utterances he's been making on TV. You understand? Like for me, I think what shot him in the foot was he was bragging that there was the time some video came out that this was not the first time he was slapping police, that he has been doing it before. You understand? So, and you're like, oh, I think you've done before, we'll never catch you. Or we've done before and you'll be getting away with it. Today, we'll get you down today. So I think he was the one who shot himself in the foot by, you did something, you commit a crime, and you are bragging on air like as if nothing is going to happen to you. So now that you now commit the same crime again, now they are onto you. So I think that's what you're facing. So, for the, what's it called, going to his house to search, Well, like somebody said, yeah, you return paper online every time. So maybe they're going to search for more if they will see more to nail him with or something. Just mere investigation. So for me, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, bro. So that's it.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I think we can all agree that the police are trying to make an example out of Seun. It's personal. We can all agree it's personal. And that's why they're doing everything they're doing. And this is why I said it's difficult to defend the police. I mean, as well, I think he released not a statement. There's a statement that was attributed to him shortly after the incident. He said that the police officer has apologized to him. They shouldn't let the police officer lose his job. He's forgiven the officer. I think it was maybe few hours after the incident when people were, exactly. He said, leave the poor guy alone. I don't want him to lose his job. He's apologized and all of that. I think she was just, putting up a brave face at that point. Maybe when he realized, he's in trouble. But the police are trying to make an example of him. I wish they would give him a fair hearing. I wish they would use the powers they have to. Intimidate is not the word, but I just hope that he gets a fair hearing. Nigerian deserves.
I know, but then
his lawyers should
press that he should be charged. It's like you press that he should be charged to court now. Whatever it is, charge him to court.
He's been to court. Apparently, he's been to court. Apparently, they took him to court secretly without his lawyer knowing and all of that. So there's a report that he's been to court, but it was secretly taken to court without his lawyer being informed. And this is part of the thing, saying things like that is not ideal. Let him have his lawyer. Let him have his
judge. That court is crazy.
If it's a fine, if it's sentence, so Nigeria is just a funny place. That of the police,
I think it's about. I think it's
about it. It makes it difficult to support them because I don't know personal.
I think it's turned into be a part of the distraction in terms of what we are facing currently. It wasn't meant to be so, but that's what we are talking about. We are now talking about.
I don't think this was planned to be a distraction.
It wasn't planned.
I can agree with you that Apapa. I can agree with you that Apapa was a distraction, but Seun Kuti is not. Yeah, I mean, it's Dr. Rudolph's show is we talks about the news. Have your say 24/7. It's not strictly Peter Obi and Atiku and Tinubu. It's about what's happening in Nigeria, and it talks about the Nigerian society as well. Because this that happened is exposing what what the Nigerian police is about. In most times, I was really rooting for the police when this happened to say, this can't be happening, because if Seun Kuti, who's like a C grade celebrity, D great celebrity as a police officer. Then what's that one? What's his name? Portable. When they went to Portable, it was no Portable. He was shouting at the police. He didn't do anything. But if Seun gets away with this, then the next time anybody goes to Portable or people like Portable, he will do the same. Or he might do the same. Yeah. So that's why I was rooting for the police when this happened. To say, you know what? Seun teaching me a lesson or make take its course. Do what is right by law so that will be a deterrent to other people. But now this one that you're hearing that they are going secret court case, going to court secretly, not informing his lawyers and all of that would support these people. But you know what? Less of me and more of you, Uzo. Welcome.
Okay.
Uzo. What have you brought for us?
Yeah, my greetings to everyone. You purpose there. If I see you local, everybody.
We are still marching forward for Abia State.
And I still marching wherever you go. That will end. First of all, Seun, I don't know what got into him though. That's why
Uzo. Wait. Uzo, I won't let that stay. You greeted everybody by name. You now Sam. Oh, you've been watching this. You've been watching Abi. So you don't want to greet Sam personally.
Show man, no better.
Greet Sam.
If not Peter Cola, I will give you.
Greet Sam.
Show my if not Peter Cola, I will give you.
Sam. Greet Sam.
Okay, Uncle Sam, there you go. Uncle Sam, well done, sir. Now if you started more time, we start answering. Uncle Sam. All right. As I said, Seun, I don't know what goes into him though. That's why people are answering. This guy, did he smoke anything? But because you know that you're targeted on the police. I know last 3 years before the NSAS, that without the lay side said join his house. He couldn't enter his compound, so many people with the police. All right. He have been having issues with police, you know. And this happened. I saw the video, not only slapping the police, he found the policeman, dragged his uniform clothes, and give him a dirty slap. I say, what will you do? For me, that's an insult to the whole nation. Because the man was on uniform. He was on uniform. He was not mufti. That uniform there is a national property. He slapped the whole Nigeria, the government. So some of us here in America support, hey, guy, if you see, can you do that? Man, by now, by now, would not they do like a group, was all group for contribution, how to carry go? Yes, now, if it's America, you try that here by now. Now, $100 everybody contributes to carry 5 way, make they put inside plane to go bury for Nigeria. But some of us supporting that, okay. But the issue is that the police have no integrity of things. That's the problem, all right? The police, nobody trusts them anymore. Look at the way they're taking this case, taking the court, charging the courts. As Igbo basically said, when somebody is guilty to charge the court, let him free or sentence him. Like Nnamdi Kanu, assume the court sentence him for 5 years imprisonment, everyone will be at peace. So court has sentenced him. Court sentenced him for hanging, for death row, everyone will be at peace. But court say free this man, you see, that's the problem. Not that, okay, if court say let him go, let him go. If the court say let him go. I don't know why that's Nigeria for you though. But minus that, I just been angry somehow that things are happening in Nigeria. Nobody is talking about it. I have so much, my friends coming from Buguru Jones, all right? Then people lost more than 60, 80 lives there. And what we can only be talking here throughout the whole morning, now the convoy of embassies that's attacking Anambra State. That's what takes the WD show track today. Nobody even like raised a very big campaign on the killings that happened just this week. More than 80 lives was lost. Is it because it's a normal thing? I wouldn't think it's a normal thing that goes every time, that their life doesn't matter anymore. All right, but some people's life matters more than some people. All right. Now, just imagine in Nigeria where we belong, people are refugees in their own country. People are refugees in Benue, even Ogun State. Some of the Yoruba friends who come here. I'm sure Ogun State, most of them are refugees in Togo because they can't go back to their home. And what we can more be talking us, okay, this happened. Man, we should like stop being hypocritical and do things right, you know, and let peace reign. You know, people are dying. We can only talk about the attack. What are they going there to do? You know that Anambra State is right now, as he said, if I'm traveling, when I was used to go to court, man, if I reach Onitsha, overhead bridge, guy, if I carry pick up healers, guy, I go come down and carry like 3 mopo before you're able to cross there. If you don't have mopo with you, sorry, it's on them. All right? Sorry, it's on them. Or you just enter transport. From Southeast, anything convoy, anything pick up, they see you as, I don't know how they look at you as, and they know all that, and they still go there with this kind of problem we have in the Southeast, created by human beings. They still go there with a convoy. What do you think will happen? If they can attack you over if he can be attacked with all the security will improve that he was attacked and security was killed, then who is that convoy guy that they cannot attack? Why are some of the guys are there left? As a politician, you have not like casted them, like all these, them, all these Igbo business, all the young boys that spray money on the street, or that are street guys that go with convoy. If you are a government official, no matter if you're not the governor, no matter how convoy you are, the boys are going to attack you. When they see the motor, they have the informations. They will attack you, taking your politicians. Most of the youth are angry with the politicians. There are people they attack more, not private sectors. All right. So I don't need no reason why they are even going there for the first place. You know, if it's a setup, I don't know. I don't know what reason why they are even going there for the first place. And for Nnamdi Kanu case, man, I just don't know what to say anymore. Right? I don't know what to say anymore. And some people like the way they speak sometimes, I don't understand. Because for me, yeah, if you know this guy is guilty, you charge him to court. You charge him to court if you find guilty, you jail him or whatever. But the court find him no guilty. The issue is to allow him go. Yeah, they are holding him. The Igbo elders have come. The Igbo elders have come. The governor have come. There's nobody in this country that they say that, like, for the past, let me say, a year, that from Ezazaki to Daseki, they will hold on a political problem. Buhari hold that people have begged when they beg from Nnamdi Kanu. The former minister of aviation that died, he begged Buhari, give it to me for where everybody had begged. For even when the new one the president have begged, give me Buhari. Even Oshubanjo went to my state last 2 weeks. He was standing, the guy told him, go tell Buhari to leave Nnamdi Kanu for us. He told Oshubanjo, we check him. It's okay. Tell him to leave Nnamdi Kanu for us. And he said, okay, but today nothing. For real, I from the start to still believe that releasing Nnamdi Kanu will solve some security challenge we have in states. Because most of people are committing crime under the name our leader is being held in captivity. If you don't leave him, this will happen. Then let them leave him. Let's see how they are going to be under the umbrella of Nnamdi Kanu and committing crime anymore. And as I tell you, 80% of the crime that witnessed in states was when Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. What in states then? What happened is that maybe they kill Gulag. 2 weeks later, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. Maybe a blow up. Gulag was assassinated. Before Gulag was assassinated, killing had been going on. Before Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, the army they killed. They even shot one of my cousin. The police shot him from far. The army, with their gun truck, they blow off his car. Things have been going on. But people doesn't know. They have to run for the status because as a youth, as a young boy, if they see you, it doesn't matter where you come from. If you like anything, they take you, they call you ESM, they label you criminal. They parade you, sometimes you are gone. So even the youth are running away. Not from the ESM, but from the security that you say should guide us. All right? But the issue that they will say, I was in Southeast throughout that time. I didn't see any checkpoints anywhere. The only checkpoint you see is around the Imo airport. And that was the army with a gun. Those ones that they will kill you without even answering. All right? So things are going wrong with the Southeast. And we're asking, who are these people? It might feel like I don't know anybody. I said it before, that I asked around with my community as we are local government, 8 villages. Who is a criminal? I know the whole boys of that side. As okay, that I know at least I grew up in the village. I know the set of boys that though even as the election comes and go, I know the guys that disrupt the elections. I know Uncle they did. So I know the guys. I can count them. None of them are below. Only one guy. He was just an IPOB member. It was the way this guy was killed, my brother. He was killed like he was tied upside down with a rope on his neck. They smuggled him with a rope. You see the picture of how they kill this guy. Like when I say, it's not that they shoot him. They tie a rope on his back upside down and draw him. This guy died like a fowl. You see the way they kill father, they kill him. All right, that's the only person I know that okay, the IPOB member. So my own thing is that let's talk about the killings in Nigeria though. Just the left of killing there. We're not talking about it. We should have a national conversation on that. So that when the message is being conversation starts, maybe this thing can stop. We don't know. Thank you though.
Can I
comment, please? Thank you, Uzo. And I completely agree with you. Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, you'll go next. Just trying to say, I completely agree, Uzo. The killings in Nigeria, it's becoming, it's become, one too many. And my fear is exactly what you've just articulated. It's become normal news cycle, just similar to the way, in America, I live in the UK. And every time I see something about somebody shot in America, school shooting, I'm like, I'll message my friend in the US like, oh my God. And his reaction or their reaction is not what I expect. I think not because they're immune to it or they're numb, but it's something that they see so frequently that is like, okay, we're sad, but it happens every day. I worry that Nigeria's case is become similar to that. 16 Jos today, 20 in Benue tomorrow, mass grave here tomorrow. You just see videos and you see pictures and you're like, sorry, we have a commander-in-chief. We have, a retired military general. I was hoping that Buhari would have done a lot better with regards to security. With infrastructure, this government they've done well with regards to infrastructure, because I'm not one that will come and just completely knock them off and say everything is useless. They've stolen money along the way. You understand, even with this infrastructure, but at least Nigerians can say, we can point at this and point on this. But with security, it's just gone, as far as I'm concerned, it's gone from bad to worse. I'm hoping that, with the inauguration of Tinubu, once he settles into office, because like it or not, the Nigerian constitution guarantees that Tinubu will be the president from the 29th of May, except he dies, God forbid. So I hope that with new administration, they will be able to correct a lot of these things. The killings are too much, because we're talking about human lives. It's just too many. But quick question, Uzo, before I go to Sam O. Do you think if Tinubu comes in on the 29th and in the first couple of weeks, he releases Nnamdi Kanu? Two questions. Do you think it would calm things down in the East? And do you think it will make Tinubu, it would let the Easterners go to Tinubu?
It changed, let me tell you the truth. If you listen to the Kanu, it changed nothing about the Easterners think and believe. But on security aspect of it, it's going to calm this, I say that. It's going to calm it down. But on the way the Easterners think, like the way we think, all right? It's not going to change the landscape or the idea of anybody. The Easterners love Tinubu. It's all those in Lagos State, all right? When he was ruling, they love him because he was open, all right? That was avenue for businesses. That was then. But nobody knows what's going to happen now. I feel average Igbo person wants a friendly environment. He doesn't want somebody. That's never love Buhari. No love Buhari because of who he is. They love Buhari that, okay, we're not going to do our business, we are going to do it. All right? They don't care who you are, but if Tinubu tomorrow, all right, open up a business where the people are going to love him. But if he doesn't do that, all right, they will still have him, okay, there he goes. And I tell you, if we are to do anything, the Nigeria will be long. We'll be careful. If we are tackling security wrongly, I mean, let me just say this: Tinubu tackling security wrongly. For example, now sheep focus on the north. All right, they're going to be like, okay, is it because they're from the south? That's why he's shipping, just like the Easterners are saying, because Buhari is a northerner. That's why he's sending all military to the south. He's going to go both ways, all right? He's going to go both ways. No matter what Buhari did, if he protects from the south, the northerners will protect him as their own person. And may that not to play that even Tinubu do something, the southerners, the northern will protect, the southerners will shade him. That'll be that's not going to be good for the country. That's just it. This show is off. Local, you are next in command. As my papa said.
Oh, really? And then I think it's Sam now. Or if
Okay,
you say,
Sam.
what's up?
Sam, go ahead. When Sam.
Okay.
Sam, when
All
you
right.
can-
Okay. Thank you. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So let me start from where you stopped, my brother. So I've looked back and forth, and I've been thinking in my head over the last 3 to 4 years, and I'm not joking. I'm thinking about providing solutions to the insecurity or the level of carnage and the destruction of lives. There's no premium on Nigerian lives anymore, and it's very painful. I'm not one of those that is going to support the government in power in one side and then pretend like everything is fine. I'm going to call them out. I was on a space with Cable NG, I think on Friday or Thursday night. There was a House of Representative guy that was elected from Egbeda in Oyo State, Oloy Alabi or whatever, I can't remember his name again. So I put questions to him, and
Is it Akin Alabi?
yeah, Akin Alabi, yeah, thank you, from Egbeda. So I think this is the second time of him coming back. So That guy is very smart. We've got some of them who are very good there as well, but as it's customary of a politician, they know how to dodge the question and tell you what you want to hear. The level of insecurity, especially in the East, it gives me so much concern. And if Bola Tinubu wants to do very well, he needs to extend the hand of fellowship. He needs to build a rapprochement. He needs to bring people on board, like it's always done. I don't have any problem with him trying to bring everybody together in Nigeria so we can have peace. See, there is no way there's going to be development in that country if we don't have a lasting peace in that country. All the rail tracks that have been vandalized and all of this, from Abuja to Kaduna, people being kidnapped, it shows where we are in that country. How can we be building and so people are tearing down? We've not even finished paying all these loans. The other day I was watching on the TV, we're servicing our debt with $112 million every month. That's madness. I don't have any problems with you borrowing money, but then what are you putting it to use for? Are you just using it to pay salary so it goes into recurrent, or it's used for capital expenditures, capital budgeting, or to build infrastructures for the country? If the government is trying to build and there's some people who are hell-bent in tearing down, either be they from the north, whether they are Boko Haram or all of these, we need a decisive government coming in now. And that's why I don't want to raise my hope too much, but I'm cautiously optimistic, and I believe Bola Tinubu will be able to stem all of this madness going on. Why I'm a bit unempathetic to Nnamdi Kanu, I know a lot of people love him, but I'm not one of those, to be honest. If you look at lives that have been lost as a result of the diatribes, the vitrials that he threw against his country while living abroad, inciting people on ground there, especially during the NSAS. I listen, I watch all of these things online, like every one of us that are online and follow these things from abroad. And I was disappointed. And I'm thinking, how did these things get to this point? And I was discussing with some of my friends, and we're able to trace it down to parenting, our backgrounds, where we come from, our households, what are our parents telling us, what are the lies, the half-truth, the innuendos. If you see an average Easterner, and I say this with true respect, I'm not here to demean anybody, but we're trying to prefer a solution to these problems. A lot of lies have been fed into the heads of our brothers in the East, which are not completely true. I saw a video that was shot in 1970, that was after the Civil War. This BBC journalist went on the street of Lagos and he was asking everybody around, the Yorubas, who helped the Igbos to hold down their homes, and they came back to it after the war ended. And they asked one Yoruba guy, I remember what that guy said. This was a 1970 video, 1970. The guy said, Ojukwu misled the Igbos going to this war. And I completely agree with it. But fast forward now, where are we as a nation? Why are we still carrying this hurt? We cannot grow a nation. Let's just forget these things. Let them be past. I know it's difficult. Some of our parents died in this war. I know it's difficult, but let bygones be bygones and let's move on. We cannot keeping on having this anger against our country. This is the only country we have. See what happened in Sudan. Like I said earlier, it's a passionate call from my heart. I love Nigeria. I love all of you guys. See, Igbo Basic, this is my first time I was speaking to him. I love him. I love the way he speaks. I love Show. He's my brother. I love everybody here. But why can't we live together? Our politicians have divided us along religion lines, and should we keep dividing ourselves along those lines? Because they are using this thing for their own political gains.
Sam, jailbreak. Sam.
Let me talk now.
Hold on. Hold on. KJ,
let's hear from you.
KJ, hold on. Hey, Sam. Let me tell you something. Ojukwu is from my place, and I beat my chest. If you did not witness that war and see people lose their only son or only child, if my father tell you the story of Biafra and what they went through, this is not an ethnic group attacking a country. This is a country attacking an ethnic group. When you see the Igbos fighting, they are fighting for justice. If you as a parent and you lose your only child and you are coming to this platform to tell me or to tell people that they should forget and move on, my dear, it's not easy. I am advocate. I'm not a, let me clarify you. I am not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, and I will never be. I'm not. But we have been marginalized. And that's why I keep saying disintegrate Nigeria. Let everybody go. You can never tell me that we should forget and move on. CM clarified this thing about 2-3 weeks ago, and then Goseka clarified it. And she told the pain of what her grandmother went through, and she's still going through that. My dear, it is not easy. Don't even beat a child and tell a child not to cry. I'm not raising my voice, but that is how passionate I am. I wasn't born before the war, but when I listen to my dad and his brothers talk about the war, my dear, when my dad will tell you that his best friend, up until my dad died, he's still talking about him. When my dad will tell you that how his mother will ramble all 9 of her children, trying to hide them, and the females and the males will be sent to go to war. And when they come back, it's like, thank God, thank God. Please don't say that. It's painful. If you have lost a child, you won't understand what these people went through. Yes, I am an Igbo. Yes, I want Nigeria to stay together. But it will not work, no matter how much you people want to, join everybody. Let us be honest with ourselves. Not even with what you are telling me now. No, I will not. The people that lost their lives or their children, they need to be talked to. I mean, let's have a conversation. Let us sit on a table and have a conversation. You can't just tell them, move forward so that we can move forward with our country. No matter how much we like it, the one Nigeria will never stand. I am not a politician. I don't intend to be a politician, but let's look down in our hearts. Even the so-called Yorubas. I work with them. My best friend is Yoruba, Alaja. I love her so much. Lola, in the team of 9 providers, about 8 of us are Nigerians. We love each other. We don't play tribe. But when we sit down and talk, we have our differences, we talk. It's not about being Yoruba. It's not about being Igbo. It's not about being Hausa. But the truth of the matter is that this one Nigeria is not working. We're talking about the IPOBs. You keep mentioning the IPOBs, the IPOBs. Are they the ones killing the people in the north? Are they the ones killing the people in the south? I mean, what are you even talking about? Nobody's even sure who is even killing the people in the southeast. Why is everything is IPOB? Mind you, I'm not a fan. I don't support them. But let us be realistic when we talk. We can't just talk because it doesn't affect you. Yes, it affects me to the core. I know a lot of families that lost their brother. Ojuku's house from my house is like a 10 minutes walk. They're still telling the story today. You can't go to my town and come and tell them that people should forget about it. No. Don't go to Newi and tell them that. It's not fair.
So I appreciate what you said. I'll let you speak, my brother. So breaking Nigeria into smithereens, is that what will give us solutions? Or is that what you think will happen?
Let me tell you something. If you hold on, if you hold on, with the younger, a lot. Let me tell you that they made a mistake. All right.
See, okay, all right, guys.
I don't know why.
All right.
So,
all right. Let's wait. Uzo, wait now. Wait. So, please, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. So, because I know you want to say something, response to Sam. What I would also like you to do, KJ, is to touch Indigo. But for you as a person, what would healing mean for you as an Igbo person to the problem of Nigeria? I'm not talking corruption, of someone who suffered Biafra maybe directly, maybe not directly, but as an Igbo man, what would it mean? What would healing mean? What would it take for if we can ever move on? Because I don't want to say let's move on. So I wonder what risking people being insensitive, as I've seen people in the comments saying, and I don't think I don't want to speak for Sam, but what would happen?
Okay. Can you all hear me?
So your network not go strong today, show. What happened? Your network is just
Okay. Local P.
No,
Now
it's my laptop has gone mental.
Listen, for you see what Sam O just said is what many people have tried to capture in writing. The late Chinua Achebe said, as long as the hunters are the ones telling the story, okay, the lions will continue to be the losers, something like that. And Chiamanda put it this way. She said, the danger of a single narrative, okay, the danger of a single narrative. What does she mean? When it's only one line of story that you hear, sometimes you begin to believe that what you are hearing is totally true. And that is what Sam had displayed this evening. You see, one thing you should never, I want to give you something that every Igbo person does. Every Igbo man tells his children, especially the male children, where he has gone wrong and where he has gone right. He may not force you to follow it, but he will tell you. Especially, let me give you an example. When I was growing up, my elder brother used to like women. So one day, my father called him and said, look, this road you are following, this is where it's going to end. This is where it's going to end. But I will not stop you because now you are a man. You decide for yourself. Now, that is how we, the Igbos, are. I wasn't during the war, I wasn't here. But the stories that I was told, because I grew up in the north, we were told exactly how it happened. Because of the antagonism I had going to school in the north, one day I came back and asked my father, what is Nyamri? Nyamri? Everybody sees me say Nyamri, Nyamri, Nyamri. So what is Nyamri? And he sat me down and told me the history and the story of the Igbos. I want to correct something here. Ojukwu did not declare the war. Ojukwu didn't lead the Igbos to a failed war. Nigeria attacked Igbos. If you go back to your history and read about the war, you find out that the only time the Igbos advanced out of the east was towards Ore. They never advanced. They only sat in the east to defend themselves. How do you advance in a war when you don't have anything to fight with? Do you advance against the people that was carrying gun with sticks? Have you read the stories of the war? I read the story and I can refer you. Freddie Forsyth is one of the persons who wrote a lot about the history of the war, the Biafran War. And Freddie Forsyth is not a new writer. Okay, he wrote Dogs of War. I'm sure if you must have read one of his. You can go and read. He has something as big as a Bible, the account of the Nigerian Civil War, independent account. At least if you don't believe other people who are writing from Nigeria, you can at least read Oyibo Man own. But if you go ahead to read, you find out that even you, Sam, if you were Ojukwu in his shoes, you will have taken the same step Ojukwu took. I used to be one of those who because I was young, I was telling I used to tell my father, why did Ojukwu declare what? He just laughs until I got older. Okay? Because that time in our primary school, they taught us one song. Ojukwu wanted to blast scatter Nigeria. We want to say Nigeria must be one. I learned it and I internalized it and I believed it that Ojukwu wanted indeed to blast scatter Nigeria as the song was being taught us. Until I decided to do my own independent account. My brother Sam, my thesis in the university, my last thing, I read theater as my first degree. I wrote it on guerrilla war. We know who wrote it. The thesis I used. Professor Seun Kuti. He was the one who was in charge of the media, the radio broadcasting, the Biafra Radio Broadcasting Service. Okay, it is on guerrilla warfare, on what they used and how the communication was done. So some of us are talking to you here. Some of us have gone in depth to see whether it was because Like I said, I grew up believing that Ojukwu actually declared war. But when my dad told me that when the trains come from the east, each train has over 40 or 400 dead bodies pile up one after the other, coming down from the east. Even when they wanted to run away, they ran and got to Macaulay. Everybody in the train was massacred. So you don't want to go into those things. I'm from Abia. If you come to Abia right now, there's a place called Odumahia. Odumahia, not because it's old, it's because it was scattered during the war. I'm from Uzuakoli. Uzuakoli was where the war ended. Those people who fought in the war will tell you what was the fierce war that took place in Uzuakoli. I still have uncles who each time they got to Uzuakoli, that railway station, they kneel down, they remove their shoes and kneel down and cry on that land because they knew how many thousands were killed in Uzuakoli. What are you going to tell us? Now, Show asks a very important question. What would be to move forward for the Igbos? Simple. It's done in South Africa. It's done in Kigali. Call a commission. Let people heal. Those who lost people till today in my community still have people whose legs and arms were cut from the war. Every day they tell their children what happened in the war. And you don't want to accept that there was a genocide that took place. How do you want the people to heal? Do you know that the international airport in Lagos was named after a man who brought out people in Asaba and massacred them? Over 1,000 people, men and women and children, who came out to welcome the Nigerian federal troop, thinking that they have come to welcome people. They were shot and killed. So have those who brought a closure to it? No. So if you want us to go forward, first and foremost, let us retell these stories. Let us accept who is wrong. Let us accept who is right. Or let us say, okay, you know what? We all failed ourselves. Let us begin afresh. You can't just push it. And just like you now, you have said the same thing. And these are the same mentality most people have in the north. They tell that Igbo land is a conquered territory. Why should anybody there have anything? Why should you have a say? If you have that mentality of building a nation, how then do you build a nation? Because you are telling me I'm from a conquered region, and I'm saying I'm not conquered. You conquered my father, you didn't conquer me. Okay? If the war was to be fought now, it wouldn't be the same story. Okay? It will never be the same story. And some people mistake that, and think that, okay, if the war is fought today, it will be the same thing. No, it will never be the same story. All right? And it's not Nnamdi Kanu that have brought the East to what it is today. I just want you to understand that. All the while that Nnamdi Kanu was a free man, the East was in peace. Go and find out. The East was in peace. It was when Nnamdi Kanu was taken away from the scene that nobody again could be able to hold the people together and tell them what to do and try to direct the voice, that everybody went their own way and many things started happening. It was when the Fulani started invading the forests in Igbo land that Nnamdi Kanu said, okay, we need a people, since the government has failed to be able to defend his people, that they should form a force that will guide the forest. So anytime you hear that there are people fighting people in the street, it's not ESM. ESM don't operate in the east, in the streets. They are in the forest where our mothers, our sisters, our fathers are killed and raped. Okay? And properties destroyed, our farmland destroyed and taken over by cows and other things. That is why they operate. And that is why the East is still remaining.
Let me quickly round off. You're making it long-winded. I didn't intend to open this old wound and put some salt on it.
Sam, just 1 second. Sam, KJ turns out to be 12 miles from my home. I'm from Ibere. I must pass Uzuakoli to get to Ibere. And Sam, the young folks have been seriously deprived by Nigeria. I was in the war. The young folks have been deprived by Nigerian government. Purposefully, history is not being taught in schools anymore. During our own time, we had the opportunity of reading about the Kanuri Empire, the Oyo Empire, all those empires. We read history. History was still being taught. But today, it looks like history has been taken away from schools. So we're using this opportunity. to advocate that history should be brought back into the schools so that it will not be a one-side narrative. This book says Afia became home. It was written a couple of years ago. A man from Ibere was an engineer that worked with Shell. This Afia became home. It's simply about a displaced people. Ibere people lived out the rest of the war in the bush, in the forest. After Uzakali fell, next up Ibere, we ended up in the bush for the rest of the war. So my brother Sam, let KJ's experience be a teachable moment. What you are advocating for is very much in order, but you've got to know what really happened to your people, to yourself, because what is happening is that we are coming with clean hands. They gave us 20 pounds at the end of war. But today, we came back in full force and we are everywhere in the world. They thought they did us wrong. But hell no. We are everywhere around the globe now. The Easterners, we keep saying Igbo, Igbo, Igbo. It's not just Igbo. It's everybody from that Eastern bloc. We're everywhere around the globe. Probably that's one of the reasons why yourself, Sam, as an offshoot, ended up somewhere. And it is a positive for us because there's no way you can ever wipe out that group of people called Eastern Nigeria, if I may, or to wipe out Ndibo. So let us consider this a teachable moment. We have done the best we can so far in igbobasics.com. As a matter of fact, we've been trying to bring out our years of writing from 1995, where you can find a whole lot of all these things we are talking about, just to leave something behind for posterity's sake. History must be brought back into the schools so that chemical department can be reestablished in our institutions, not because it's from UNN, but because it's something that will benefit Nigeria. Sam, my brother, I wish I could have private moment to speak with people like you before some of us go. I think you would have a lot to benefit. We have a long way to go.
Okay. Sorry about that if you feel hot about whatever I said. I didn't intentionally open this one to rub salt on it. What I was speaking to is having Nigeria move forward as a nation, not just from the east or from the west or from the north central or from the northwest. We are having a new government that's going to be in place in the next 8 days. Let me tell you the truth. I'm disappointed and I feel ashamed that I supported this Buhari government when it came from inception. If it was Obi, I'm not an Obi fan. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not saying this to sound anything. I don't like his politics. If it was Obi that was Nigeria's president, Nigeria is not going to be where we are today. But I found a better candidate in Bola Tinubu to support. So we are allowed to support whoever we want to support. Okay? Where I'm actually speaking to is we're going to have a new government in place soon. If he has good intention, only God knows. I'm always an advocate of giving people a chance. I make mistakes. People make mistakes. Buhari said the other day we should forgive him. I don't know for what, but he disappointed a lot of us. It disappointed me badly. But if we have someone that is a progressive in Bola Tinubu and has got good intentions, and we see we actually saw what he did as Lagos State Governor, bringing everyone together. Joe Igbokwe has been with him for God knows how many years. Akabweze was in Lagos with him before he's sent to federal now. You know, he's someone that I believe will bring the best of the best together. Whether he's a thief or not, I don't care. Get the job done. That's mine. Let there be food on Nigerian's table. I was in Nigeria in March, like I said earlier. Almost everyone has become a beggar on the street. Because I support this government doesn't mean I'm not going to speak out. I've spoken out to those that I need to speak to amongst them. Everywhere looked like a village to me in Lagos. And I was disappointed. Like, is it the same Lagos they are portraying to us? What you actually see on YouTube is different from the real thing when you go down there. After 12 years, I went back to Nigeria in March. I stayed only 12 days. And I was disappointed with a lot of things I saw. So I'm not here to try and bring up or rub salt on Hodu, like I said. It's just moving forward. Because something happened before the election. How Obi went about his politics, and I know he wants votes. Yes, that the phone call with Oyedepo, whether it was real or not, I believe that was 100% Oyedepo and himself. Whether he denies that or not, that's on his conscience. He needs votes. He divided Nigeria along religious lines. He went to the church. All the pastors bought into it. All the courses and everything, all the altars in Nigeria became a political, altar before the elections, telling people where to go to, as if people don't have their own choice to make. You are a pastor, for example, you're telling your members to go one way. If you have a church as a general overseer and you are leading over 100,000 people, some of them are going to be on the other side. Not all of them will follow where you. People have a mind of their own too. Where am I speaking to? I want us to come together as a country. There cannot be any development in the East, in the West, in the North Central. I really regret the number of deaths, people killed in Plateau State. When I saw the news, 85 people and still counting. It's despicable. And we brought in a general. That's the most reason I supported this guy. Because of what happened during Jonathan or Orisha Jakpo's private jet being flown to South Africa, our $10 million being seized and all of this thing. It was embarrassing. We brought ourselves to that level. And we thought Buhari was going to come in and do a better job. Buhari actually made Jonathan look very good to me. Jonathan was useless as well. But where are we going? Going forward. Building the nation. Let's come together. That's my plea. I know it's difficult because I just said, let's move on. And my sister here said, it's going to be very difficult. I can see the anger. I mean, I can still see it. It's not in my place to tell you how to carry on. If you feel bad about that, I apologize. But as Nigeria is the only country we have. If we have someone who's got good intentions, we're going to see that. I'm going to give Bola Tinubu the next 6 months to deal with this insecurity in Nigeria. I'm very particular about that, because if there's no security, there's nothing he can do. How can we have a borderless nation, for Christ's sake? You put one leg in Nigeria and the other leg is in Cameroon. You put one leg in Nigeria and your other leg is in Chad. What kind of country is that? What kind of country grows like that? All the borders alone, if we are surrounded and is bordered, we can create jobs from that. Immigration. We can create millions of jobs from that. How will our farmers go to the farm in Benue and give us good food on the table if they are not secured? When these guys will come and take tax from them in the same country, a country within a country. So I'm really disappointed in the last 8 years. 8 years minus my age now. I know where Nigeria would have been if we had a good leader then. But going forward, that's my plea. Whether we like Bola Tinubu or not, a new government is coming on. I'm not one of those that will pray for someone to die. And anything can happen to anybody tomorrow. Where I'm actually speaking to is, before that election, Obi went about in a very despicable manner, dividing the country around, going to churches, telling the church to take the country back. From where? Nigeria was never lost anywhere. Where are you taking the church back from? If you do the analysis of the 23-point-something million votes that came in from across the federation, I don't think we are ready yet. 90 million people registered, only 23 million people came out to vote. If you do the divisions and do the crunching of the numbers by religion, Christian and Muslim, if you need to go and check it, over 6 million Christians, over 7 million Christians voted. We are not as much as these Muslims. And that's where I want us to take a U-turn and begin to correct these things. I'm really passionate about these Easterners. I'm in IT. I work in Canary Wharf in London. I've employed people, and I have employed Igbos as well. So I'm not a Igbo eater or anything. They are my good friends at work. We disagree on everything politics, but then we still have to do our job. You get it? So going forward, where are we going to? You may not like Bola Tinubu, but that's the president. That's going to be the president for the next 4 years. If he's lucky, he gets another 4 years again. Another government is going to come in. But we have to come around him and build our country. We should be happy that his Southern has won the election. if not for anything. When I check in the history books and I saw Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe went at each other's jugular when Nnamdi Azikiwe came to Lagos to want to be the premier, and Awolowo told him, no, go back to your place and go. In all of these things have since time immemorial. So what we are seeing today manifest has been happening for over the years. So I'm not just going to pretend and come here and pretend as if it just started happening today. No. Going forward, what's the solution? Let's build Nigeria together. We should be happy, like I said earlier, that we have one of our own, whether it's a Southwesterner or he's we are from the South. We should be happy that we have someone that will build Nigeria and hopefully can help us restructure Nigeria. We need to generate more revenue in that country. The cost of governance is too high. These are the things we should be speaking to now. How to hold this government accountable. If I support Bola Tinubu, does not mean I'm stupidly supporting anyone. If I see him tomorrow, Oga, you said this in your manifesto. Where are we now? We need to be able to put their feet to fire and not just let them have free pass at everything. That's the kind of nation I think we should be discussing now, going forward. I think we have a good opportunity at this period because at this time we have someone that has been ready for this job for over the years. Whatever achievement Bola Tinubu has achieved today is as a result of the job he has put into it 25 years, 30 years ago. Obi is not just going to wake up 6 months to the election. The same northerners that you are calling that they are cow dongs, calling Yoruba slaves. Give me just 1 more minute, please. Calling Yoruba slaves to the northerners. These are the same people that you just want to, under 6 months, form an alliance with. I mean, check out the difference between the distrust and the mistrust and come back to me and tell me what you find out. You build trust over the years. We cannot continue like this when you are hating on.
No.
brother.
Hey. So where are you? Okay, wait.
You start good thing, you start messing up again, brother, man.
Wait, please. Hello, everybody. I'm just coming in, so I don't know what's. Well, I have an idea. I think I've been here for a while. Okay.
Ekene won't correct now.
No, not really. I'm just here to educate this our young brother.
Sorry, everybody. Who's on? No. I'll be muting. If you apologies if you hear yourself muted. I listen to Igbo Basics, and I wish I can be 60, honestly. But my blood is boiling here. As an 8-year-old, most people don't understand this thing we call Biafra. As an 8-year-old, my father was an intelligence officer in Biafra. As an 8-year-old, we read in our house out loud Queen Biafra by accuses. We read it out loud. This was an institution in my family. Like, not because we hated people, but because my father was also an orphan. So you can imagine how that was for him. So, this war thing, I want us to pack it because there's no way we can do justice on this topic. I want to suggest to everybody that we should, let's move on. Let's change the topic because this thing is going to go where we don't want to. And it will look like, you see, Igbo people, we I don't know how to define this thing. We have this, before you know it, we have a way of just attracting trouble. So the angle, in my wisdom, the way this conversation is going, this is not the right opportunity.
I'm telling you, the way it's going right
honestly, I know. See,
I'm sorry, scribe, excuse me.
Sorry, wait. See, Samo, I really respect everything you've said and everything, but it's not that easy. I can tell you that for a fact. It's not that easy. And I want to respect your, Delifaro to me said, how did he say it again? I accept my own rights when I accept your own rights, So I do respect and honor your free speech. But I just want to say that, maybe if you could actually just take your own personal time, take time to really research this thing very well. Travel to the east. There are some villages
where people go to the Mbubo or they build a new house, they will dig out bombs, even till today. Okay, so this thing is not easy. They will they are sometimes you go and build a house and they will dig out mass graves. This thing is not easy. This is deep. So I do understand that you said what you said and it has started this, but I want to appeal to everyone that I want to hold it here. I want this discussion to end here. Let's move to another topic because I know for a fact that this is going to turn to, I really, when I saw my sister cried, it touched me and I don't want it, please. It's not going to work. This discussion.
If I should say my own, it will become even worse. It will become worse.
Yes, exactly. If we enter how they kidnapped a city number and deprived him of this thing, Edo people will fool here, and the passion will be very, very high. I just want us to respect it. Okay, please.
I agree with you totally, Mr. Scribe.
Yeah.
I agree with you totally. I just know that my brother Sam was speaking from a position of.
No, he didn't know.
He was talking from a position of purity, pure heart. That's what he's talking from.
He was from an angle.
Sorry, who was talking from a position of pure heart?
No, wait. Jude, sorry, please. I'm going to be a dictator today. Sorry. I'm an egalitarian. I'm a Plato. I don't like Machiavellian ideologies, but today I'm going to adopt Machiavellian ideology. Please, I'm begging everybody.
But remember, you are the one moderating that. You shouldn't be talking.
I'm moderating now. I'm using my wisdom as the moderator. My little wisdom. Jude, you are my senior brother. So because I'm using my wisdom and I'm seeing where this is going. I mean, this is painful. So I would like us to move on to another topic, and so that way we can have a discussion about Nigeria. On the list we have I know we've explored the unknown gunmen scenario where the killing of the US staff and things like that. CIA agents and drones and things like that. Bola Tinubu inauguration is in 8 years. I really like the point that Sam made. How do we actually hold this gentleman to account? Because the reality here is that he is now the president-elect of Nigeria. How do you guys see? What opportunities do you see in it? Yes, the process that brought him in, is it ideal? Right? But how can we actually look at how we can make progress? Right? I'm going to be playing devil's advocate, so I don't have a stand as a moderator. So please, I will start with Loco. Let's just start with Loco and go that way. Loco, please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, please. Sorry. Just please repeat your question again, please.
So what I'm saying is, Bola Tinubu is going to be coming on, in about 80 days' time. How do we, how can we take this? I'm not saying that he's, for the obedience, those who feel that his mandate is stolen, I do respect that, but we are going to deal in concrete facts. He has been declared the winner. How can we move forward? What is expected of us as the followers?
Okay. For me, I think first of all, we should be honest with ourselves anyway. And if they swear him in or do the inauguration that day, I mean, life goes on. I think what we should just start to do is try to do the right thing and, become more, more advocate for true governance. The ideal way of doing things in the past, like in Nigeria we did now, anything can happen. This and that. People don't speak out. People don't, hold their immediate government responsible, whether state or local or House of Reps. I think this time we should let Tinubu and this new government know that, hey, this is not as usual. Come on, if you do this way that is done before, we're going to go at you full force this time, coming from maybe riots, demonstrations, carrying placards and go and stand in front of all the assemblies, everybody go to Abuja and gather and sleep on the road there just to tell them, hey, look, this is not as usual. You understand? I think for me, that is the only way we can, really show these people that, hey, come, we are hold you guys accountable. You understand? As if we decide to it just come again, and just like Buhari came, Jonathan came, Obasanjo came, and like that, we should just doing our thing, shine your eye, don't be your brother's keeper, not try to help each other any at all. If we allow this to further separate us, politically, religiously, ethnically, and whatever, I think we're in for a deep mess. For lack of better word, we'll be in for a deep mess. So I think if he has come, all of us should come together. Like here, I believe everybody on this platform, we want better Nigeria. At least if we are in Nigeria, probably maybe would have been more, daring to the government to like, hey, look, call you out every day, even if they come with police and try to deter us, we still speak out to like, hey, look. So for me, I think Nigerians should just wake up this time and start holding our governments accountable. I mean, for real, not just talking social media, complaining, doing skits about it, and all that. For me, I think that's just.
So what do you think about do you think Bola Tinubu is going to meet up with his manifesto? His manifesto is very he's saying that government will be the central source of spending and things like that.
See,
how do you think that we can measure success?
Okay, it's just like how will I put it now? Now, it's just like IG is there in his office. The constable on the express road collecting 2020 naira, he believes his overall IG somehow, some way is collecting his own budget one guy. So that's why he has the audacity to flaunt his own, even openly, even with camera. He doesn't care. So finally, what I'm trying to say is, Nigeria has come to a state where everybody wants to do kill and divide. You can just imagine the states that just passed bill for pension for outgoing governors. You can imagine how much they are earmarking, you start or benchmarking for how much you'll be paying for pensions. Meanwhile, the country is bleeding. So if Tinubu gets there, I think everybody will still want to grab as much as they can. I don't think it's Tinubu time that they will now say, oh, na Tinubu time now road all the loopholes for leakages will come block. No, everybody will still want to double their corrupt mentality and get more. So I don't think he's not even a military man. I don't think he will even have the strong heart to deal with anybody decisively. You understand? Not even coming from the north. I don't think he will be in charge of. He can't even control the north, so to speak. Let alone control the army generals, control the all the military heads or whatever. Security chiefs. You understand? I don't think he will have that military rugged might to like, hey, I'm putting my feet on the ground. You have to do this. You have to do this. He doesn't have it. So I think it will just be as chop as usual for me. Trust me. I don't think he will do any better. I don't expect anything from him.
Okay, awesome. Who's up?
Hold
this guy. Okay. So he's saying that. Can you actually? Okay, how to say that again? Okay, yeah.
Speak English, my friend. Speak English, my friend. Speak English.
He's just wishing us well, like freedom. That's like unfettered progress. That's what he's saying. No problem. Unfettered progress. So, who's up? Please, you have the floor. How do we hold
I will say
to account? You have the floor.
What I will say about Tinubu, as I normally said, have happened. Nothing we can do than to pray that he should do well. Because if he does well, everybody's going to benefit. He does bad, he's going to benefit everybody. Those are sort of calling Sam. You speak well, you also speak bad. You know, you're just like hot and cold and cold. All right. In a way, you just said something. We should thank God that our president comes from the south. That's what is killing us with Nigeria. No matter how corrupt the person it is, even though he comes from the south, we should support the person. That's not the wrong. It's also that's not good though. What they are talking about from the south, whatever it is, we should support him. But from the south, I don't buy that idea. That's what keeps us where we are today. As I said earlier on, tomorrow now, if the North push the South to say is our brother, you know, if the North push the South to say is our brother, they like to defend it. But right now, I will tell you the truth is that we have nothing to do right now than to what we can do than to start planning that how can somebody like for me, I'll say, okay, in the next 4 years, if a legislature has someone from the Senate or the president know that he had no power over the decision of the voters, he will like to do whatever he will return back. But if they know that whatever happens, no matter where you vote, it doesn't count, they will bribe their way out. They will do whatever they want, and they will go away with that. So if they know that their vote will count because the INEC is independent, they will work hard. Like, okay, let's work hard so I can be voted again. That's where we have problem. You cannot tell me that right now, if Tinubu comes in, is going to fire to compensate Nigerians. He's going to fire the INEC chairman and bring his own person in. And he appoint his own person. That person he appoint, tell me now, it's only Jonathan only that he remove his Jaga. Assuming Jonathan remove Jaga, Buhari will not even APC will not come in power and put somebody that they do his bid. Only Jonathan that left Jaga upon not people take him out and bring your own person that will rig election for you. Jonathan say no. Nobody, president, no any president who is appointed by the sitting president that he will be neutral. That person is a member of the political party and is also not just an independent. He will like the president to come again and again and again. So that's the convention we should be having. If Tinubu does good, it's good for everybody. If he does bad, it's also going to affect everybody. So let's not talk about if he does good today in Lagos State. Only Yorubas will benefit. Igbo will benefit. Hausa will benefit. If he does anywhere good, everyone will benefit. I'll tell you just one thing. People don't understand. In war, when they shoot people on those states, they didn't tell you Igbo go here, Hausa go here, Yoruba go here. In short, Igbo dies more than every other tribe in that church. Igbo tribe they never church in that church.
You did there.
No, the list was out now. The list was out. People that are going to that church, the Catholic Church, you should know that Catholic Church is dominated by the Easterners. You know that all right. Igbo die more than every other person in that church. They didn't bring the Igbo, bring the Hausa, bring the Yoruba and shoot one set of people. So everybody is going to be affected if this insecurity goes anywhere. You're going to be affected in the north, in the Jos Plateau State. So many Yoruba is affecting everybody, not only the north central. In all over the country, it's affecting everybody. All right. So let's just, if Tinubu does good, you're going to affect everybody. You also do bad. Obi will tell you, nobody buy bread cheap. Hi, nobody buy bread cheap. Everybody will buy bread at the same price. We buy gas at the same price. All thing we have to say, let people that goes to court, let go to their court. If tomorrow they have a fair hearing, we don't have a fair hearing, everybody should just hold support so that the government can move. Nothing we can do again. We cannot say, okay, go. The court has spoken. That's my own submission here. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzo. Yeah, Samuel, it's back to you again. You know, and I'm looking forward to your contribution in the sense that you are a Tinubu, or you clearly show that you support Mr. Tinubu. So, in your opinion, or not, it appears you've read his manifesto, which is largely it largely talks about government being the central spender and things like that. You know, very Tinubu has a socialist kind of background, giving you know his story, the ones that we know, the one that is out there. So we're speculating. So and he comes from a Nagdeko background. What are the things that you see? What are the things that, first of all, I'd like you to talk about what are the things that you saw in him that actually made you endear to him and support him, and how do you think it would, how do you think we can measure? Because I find his manifesto, in my humble opinion, was very, very, you know, liberally socialist. I don't know if that's a way of putting it, in a very succinct way. So give me your.
Can I go on? Okay, I'm not gonna take much time because I've spoken a lot, so others can talk. I'm from Ogun State. I schooled all my life in Ogun State, but our parents lived in Lagos. So while Bola Tinubu was governor of Lagos, I wasn't that very small. I think I was old enough to see everything that happened. Say, we, how do they say it again? You campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. That much was said by Kumo's father, the former New York governor's father. Say, where we are we are in a bad state. The state of affairs is very, very bad. Judging from Bola Tinubu's antecedents, because we cannot speak about someone and not speak about their past and what they have done. All of us here, we are not small. We are not children. We knew when these two people that are the front runners, even with Atiku as well and Kwankwa, so all of them, we knew when they were governors. We saw what they did. These things are not hidden. They are open secret. How revenue were generated. If more than anything else, what we need in Nigeria now is to get away, fine-tuning our revenue generation, because what we are paying in servicing our loans right now is crazy. $112 million every month. And some people will still tell me we still have buffers. We've only borrowed 35%. We've not really gone neck deep like Japan and other nations of the world. We are not these people. We should find a local solution to our problems in Nigeria. I'm not averse to borrowing, but what are we borrowing for? The $800 million Buhari and his cohorts were going to sign into law so that they can give. Who needs handout, for Christ's sake? 5,000 naira. Are these people not thinking, for Christ's sake? I believe Bola Tinubu will not agree to that, because at the end of the day, he's still going to come in. He's coming in next week, so they're not going to do anything with that. We're going to take that loan, but then let's put it into infrastructure. What's wrong with our refineries not working, for Christ's sake? Why should we be dependent on Dangote? Why can't we break up these monopolies? Why are only some people too rich in that country and we don't have a middle class? So all of these things will not happen overnight. But I see in him someone that is going to help us have a middle class, to be honest. And I say that with every sense of responsibility. And I'm not just saying these things because I'm talking. We need to bridge it. We need to bridge that gap. The gap is too wide. Those who are rich are just stupendously rich. See the round tripping happening in the central bank, for Christ's sake. There are so many things that are wrong. And when I look at Obi is not particularly a bad person. It's just his politics, this subterfuge, this deceit, this humility in his voice that makes him look like he's not a saint anywhere. Nobody is a saint amongst them. Who is not going to steal? All of us here on this platform, you think you get there and not steal? Or you think you're a saint? I used to work in Intercontinental Bank before Sanusi closed down the bank with Bank PHB and all of those when he was doing the reforms in the bank. Talking about 2006, 2007. I worked at Uzumba Mbadiwe in Victoria Island, just directly opposite 1004. I've seen money. They talking about Ademola in the vault, Intercontinental Bank. I went there, I saw over 600 million live in the vault. I've never seen that kind of money before in my life. Let me tell you the truth, you will steal when you get there. That's just the way the country is wired. But how can we reduce this stealing? How can we reduce corruption? Corruption is always going to be there. You think people in the UK here don't want to steal as well? But why would David Cameron go behind the back and start trying to cut in during the pandemic to get deals done with his friends there? Everybody wants to circumvent the law, but the law should be enforced. See Seun Kuti we are discussing now. Some people have some compassion for him. I don't have sympathy for him at all. When we don't make examples of people, people always repeat the same things again. It will look like we're in a lawless society. All I'm speaking to is,
yeah. Are you conversant with a very well? It's not a popular debate, Plato versus Machiavelli. Are you conversant about
no.
the two conflicts of their core philosophies, where people analyze those two things?
No, you tell me. I don't.
No, I'm not a philosopher, but I just want you to have a look at it and then probably look at what they call what Marx calls the class struggles or something like that. I'll find it. But
okay.
What I was going to kind of because it looks like you don't have many friends around here. But what I was going to kind of help you summarize was how do I put it? Whether we like it or not, I get your point that UK everybody's going to do, but I think there's a big huge difference here in the sense that you're comparing us to places where institutions are generally well enshrined and very strong. We don't even have strong institutions. So in the context of the question, how do you? I still kind of don't see. What can the Bola Tinubu do? Low-hanging fruits that he can do in the first 100 days that would get people endeared to him.
I'll say 100 days is a short time to start to getting people.
How about releasing Nnamdi Kanu? Don't you think? Don't you think that was low-hanging fruits? How about?
That one is not developing.
How about wait? Let me give you okay, first 100 days, go into the house, at least commission or instigate some kind of bill that will help sort of like Southern Kaduna, because I don't believe this. I don't know if you're conversant with some of my submissions, but I don't think it's only the Igbos that are. I think everything that we see, EDSA's obedience, it's just people requesting that they be treated as citizens, right? That's the way I see it. That's the bottom line.
Okay. I'll just quickly round up this.
Okay, go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
you have 10 seconds.
Okay. So the low-hanging fruit, Nnamdi Kanu, personally, if I was Bola Tinubu, I'm not going to release him yet. Okay. I'll let him remain there. The next court case has been, I think it was adjourned last week to September. Let's wait till September, whatever the court says, the negotiation can start from there. I'm not averse to him being released, but it must be released on stringent conditions. We cannot continue how it is, and whatever it is that is going on in the south is unknown gunmen. We don't know who is killing who. The killings are too much. How can you draw investors to your state when there is insecurity, for Christ's sake? Why won't all of these investors go to Lagos? And people keep saying Lagos used to be the former capital. That's why it's so developed and all of this. On those State the other day, I just heard now like the deep sea port has been approved by the president. So, see, I don't know how to describe this, but that's why I said earlier. Let's come together.
What do you do for a living?
Yeah, I'm a software developer. I do testing.
All right, that's cool. That's nice. Yeah. Anyways, we have to move on.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. KJ, I've been enjoying your submissions today. Please, how do you think we can,
Can they laugh small now? I do like Kenny won't fight person. See your face just Kenny is waiting. He's just waiting.
I don't know why you guys are saying it as if I'm always me. I'm a very joyful person.
I just want to make
where can they forget power? They don't cut and come on, say make it not.
So you see that Biafra thing, Kenya will bring you back. I know that.
Exactly. That's why they don't.
That's the only reason why it's here. That's the only reason why Kenya is waiting. He's just waiting. Like all these rubbishy people are talking. I'm not interested. When it gets to my turn, I will address it.
It's in my turn to speak now.
I will disappoint you all. Don't worry.
All right, I'm going to be muting people, please.
All right.
So, KJ, Sure, you know you were moderating this thing before, but anyways, let me just take the
You're in Canada. I'm in the UK. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You're in Canada now. So now night time you do. You carry on.
Your internet is not better. Show your internet is better now.
Okay, here's what I was saying.
Please go ahead. You have the floor. Thank you.
And Samuel, it's not personal. We can agree to disagree, and that's you hold your view, I hold my own. The low-hanging fruit for me, if I actually agree with the government of Tinubu, which I do not, I'm not saying that he's not going to be president, but I'm saying that Alibaba and the 40 thieves, there's no difference between Alibaba and the 40 thieves. If the Alibaba has 40 thieves as friends, Alibaba equally will be a thief. So you are bringing someone who we don't have any track record of, okay, and more so that he knows by the activity that's been going on that we didn't vote him in. So we can't hold him accountable in whichever way you want to do it. You can't hold him accountable. So on the part of trying to hold him accountable, that is story for another day. And then we also forget that he has a very strong vice. Himself do not have the capacity. And then when I mean capacity, I mean strength, to run the daily activity of the office of the President of Nigeria. It's a lot of strength. It's a lot of strength. So if he does it successfully for 6 months, I will praise him. But it's not going to be. So most of the things going to be relied on the vice to do it. We already know his antecedents. Of course, all of you know that Kabir Sokoto was found in his lodge having breakfast down there in Asokoro. So I don't see any difference between him and the Boko boys. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not also expecting anything. Rather, what I'm expecting that the Igbos should get up, because we are going to hear it. Okay? We will see the other side of midnight in this government. So let us get up and get ready, because already they've told us that 92%, they only gave 6%, and so it's going to be a continuation of what has happened during it's going to be even worse than the Buhari time, because remember that Buhari said before he got in that he cannot give any attention to 5%, and at this time we didn't even.
Why do you say so? I struggle when people say that Tinubu's time is going to be worse than Buhari, because
He's going to be worse for Igbos. He's going to be worse for.
No, I disagree. I don't think so.
Which is his wrong narrative.
Let me tell you something. Okay, you are free to disagree with me. These are my own personal views.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, he has already told us that Igbos came to Lagos when they were 10 years, 12 years, and they grow them up, and now they are grown up and to tell them what to do. So you already see there is a servo. He has already fired the first servo. The other, his vice is the one who have said.
I'm sorry, please. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. Play that video. Let someone that can understand Yoruba translate to you. I know. See, there are some narratives that we keep throwing around. I'm not new on this platform, but I've always been listening.
KJ land?
Can you let him finish? Can you continue? If you are finished, can we talk? Let not this guy.
Nobody interjected.
Guys, okay.
Nobody interjected, Sam. We left it.
I allowed you to speak, and I didn't interject. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if anybody wants to find peace in Nigeria, especially with the Southeast, the first thing to do is, even before he was sworn in, once he leaves the Ego Square, the first thing he should do is to release Nnamdi Kanu. If he releases Nnamdi Kanu, both the good, the bad, the ugly in the Southeast, we all line up.
But why do you think it's important? What difference would it make? I mean, there's an
the difference
that suggests that he would.
Scribe, can you allow him talk? Can you allow him talk?
Now,
let me moderating.
Let me say this: whether you like it or not, Nnamdi Kanu is.
I know you are Italian, but I don't even know where you come.
A political force in the East. He is somebody who can speak to every strata of the East, both the young and the old. You may not like him, okay, but he has that charisma and he's throwing it around. Okay? Listen, if you have followed the politics of the East, this man now showing power in Anambra State. Soludo had to go to meet with Nnamdi Kanu, okay, to be able to get some, leverage to become governor. So that means that the guy still has a lot of power, and that is the thing that the southern eastern politicians who have been dislocated from their people, that's what they fear about most about him, because he can speak to the youths, the young, and they will hear. So that is the problem, or that's the challenge they have. If Tinubu wants to make, stabilize the East, first and foremost, is to say to Nnamdi Kanu, we have held you unjustly. And all the cases he have won, plus all the things, they should pay him the money and release him. He has lost his father, he has lost his mother, he has lost almost everything he has in this struggle. And yet we have people who have been killing people in the north and all around Nigeria, who are caught, brought into the army, trained, given uniform, fed, and sent to the east to become members of the military in the east. Yet somebody says that Nnamdi Kanu should not be released. In this government, by the figures of Professor Chidi Kanu, is 63,111 people that have been killed since Buhari became president. Is that a small number? That's not a small number. And what's going to happen to him? What's going to happen to him? So what am I saying? I'm saying that I'm not expecting anything. Like Buhari government, I'm also waiting for the 4 years or the 8 years to come and pass, and then we'll move on. But you see, the reason why some of us left is because we are now tired of waiting for 8 years to always pass and hoping that something will change. It never changes. Okay? And we have done that until now. Look at me. I'm 50 years old and I have nothing to show. Okay? Because we're waiting for people who are evil to let their regime pass, and it never passes. It never passes. Think about it. Look, go back in history. Okay? All the people who have been, crusaders, who have always, been those pointing and saying, oh, these people are corrupt, these people are corrupt. How have they fared? Apeyaku, how did he fare? What's the other guy's name? If you dagger me, attack you. Dagger. How did they fare? All of them dropped at the way. And these evil people continue because they know the game. You see, the thing I took away from that guy who spoke, that guy who contested and spoke the other day, okay, is that he said Tinubu is a master in the game. He waits for people to settle down. Then he goes and perches on the one who is the key, who can destabilize, cause the confusion. In other words, he's looking at the building and he just be able to target the pillar that can bring down everything. He goes and then perches on that guy and takes you out. So is that the kind of person that is going to run a good government? It's going to be still the same thing, divide and rule. You divide some people, you rule. Divide, you rule. Divide, you rule. And then Agboro boys will become a national thing. They may even have association of Agboros, because now old MC Olumo will come to Abuja, and from there he can now threaten the whole Igbos. So it's going to be a whole lot of nonsense going down there. And of course, you are talking. We are dealing with a country that rule of law do not hold sway. If it's here, you can go and seek law.
Where is this Sam running away? Now you couldn't even allow me to talk to this Sam. Where is he running away?
So, my brother, we are not
a bunch of wicked people that I've had.
Okay, from Tinubu. I don't have anything against him. I'm not against his. If the court declare him, which he will solely declare him, he can rule. He will not be ruling me. I'll be in this side. I'll be watching from the sideline. Okay? But for them who are there, I tell you the truth, it's not going to be anything that will bring progress. If it was going to be, Lagos would have been different. Lagos, he has held Lagos for 24 years. 8 years as 8 years as a senator, 8 years as a governor, and then the next 8 years have dictated who should be there. And what is become of Lagos? Is there anything that we can say that is Lagos is now a super state? No, nothing. And you see, if this other guy, I want to talk to him, Sam, he keeps saying that Igbos in Lagos. Sorry, 1 minute, I'll round up and I'm
go ahead.
He keeps saying Igbos in Lagos, and we keep saying, look, if you want Igbos to leave Lagos, I keep saying this, give us seaport. The East Coast Road, make it so we can travel from Calabar to the east, from Calabar, Oyo, Port Harcourt. Give us seaports. Okay, allow Port Harcourt International Airport to operate as an international airport, just like the same ones with Lagos. Allow Enugu Airport to operate as an international airport, just like the one in Lagos. Allow those airports to operate. If you see any Igbo man in the street of Lagos, flog him. I'm telling you the truth. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, KJ. I really appreciate it. Ed, welcome. This is my first time seeing you. You're very much welcome.
We've actually had some sort of interaction here before. I probably used another name.
Oh, okay. You know what, we've been on now for a while now, you know. So we're looking to extradite Tinubu and every other thing, and you know, how can we hold this gentleman to account? How can we make it work? Because at the moment, concretely, he's, you know, some people don't like that he's allegedly, you know, they say this, he stole the mandate, but you know, we have to work with what we have, right? So, what's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I really don't have a lot of hope concerning the incoming administration if it succeeds in gaining ascendancy. The reason being that if we're going to start evaluating him, we should probably start with, or holding him to account, we should start from the process by which he entered. And the fact that his supporters, they just keep telling us, like, you know, gloss over it, it is done. That shows me that we're going to be dealing with a government that would always have to gloss over issues for. You know, it's always going to be, oh, it has been done. You can't keep crying over spilled milk, right? And even his actions after he supposedly won has shown that this is not someone that really wants to be accountable. You're the so-called president-elect of the country, a country that's really like really going through a lot, or has gone through a lot in the past 8 years. And right now, you're still, you know, having the people go through the same thing they've gone through in the past 8 years. Take, for example, he's just returned from France, and this is the second time, or even the third time, well, maybe the second time that I can recall since he got elected, right? He's been going to France. So what does that tell you about his plans for our health sector? You know, because this whole thing, I believe he's stolen, or he has enough money to be able to bring whatever doctor, whatever equipment to the so-called Lagos that he built to have that treatment that he deserves. And the fact that most of this thing is being done in a very clandestine way, we just hear from Sahara reporters or maybe some other platform that, oh, Tinubu is gone again. So that does not tell me the story of someone that wants to be held accountable. You know, I really did not want to be very confrontational, but a lot of what the panelists who just left here was saying was really getting to me. I mean, I just had to hold myself because he said a lot of things that were so contradictory and so spiteful. I mean, all I could see was just someone that has been so blinded by hate for a particular section of the Nigerian society that he has refused to reason. Because I listened earlier when Mr. Shaw, who happens to be from the same ethnic group as he is, by the way, I'm not Igbo or Yoruba, right? So I'm somewhere in between. You know, I heard when Mr. Shaw was trying to marshal points out to him that this is the reality. And yet this guy still came back to still, reiterate the same talking points that he's been talking about, how Peter Obi went to churches and told churches to take back their country. And, you know, I think sometimes like I believe he's a very educated person, and I believe he's very well capable of reasoning, logical reasoning. You know, this is politics, right? Mr. Obi goes around and tells people, take back your country. That was his message when he talks to youths. That was his message when he talks to traders. That what what is the big deal if he goes about to give that same message in church?
But how does that translate to 8? That's my only confusion about what you're saying.
I mean,
wait, Mike, two strikes and you're out. Okay.
No, let him hear. I'd like to explain to him.
Mike, Mike is listening. Mike, we have to be okay. Let me tell you how this thing works.
It hates when you hold a person or a particular group of people. And I'm not saying this because I'm not alleging this. He actually said it, that the Igbo people have to do a lot. I'm sorry, I'm getting to that part of the conversation that you told us you didn't want us to get to, right? So he says things that were like, oh, the Igbo people cannot just come out and, wants to take over or maybe like try to govern a country that they've alienated over time. I've heard that narrative oftentimes. So it's not like I'm just pulling this off thin air, right? So we know, like, it's hard to, we can't just, stick our head in the sand or try to like not see what is going on in the country. Because we know that the person who he patronizes went about and said things like, people will labor in vain. These are the citizens you're trying to, how is that appealing to people? And then at the end of the day, they reduce all of this talk to Tinubu has been in the game. Like leadership is the reward for for political mastery. I don't know where that works, because if that's the way things work, a political neophyte like maybe Barack Obama, yes, he's been a senator, but in terms of his political history, he's nowhere near an Hillary Clinton, right? He's nowhere near even a John McCain, who has actually spilled his blood for the country called America, right? So, but because things work the right way, he's in history as one of those presidents of the United States. So I don't know what sort of experience you need to have to be able to lead a country like Nigeria. Like, is it that you have to be able to capture a whole state? Is it that you have to be able to be in charge of a state that you've left the governorship of for over 16 years and be able to continually appoint people at every level of that state? Is that really what it's about? Is that really what being politically experienced is about? So when I hear those kind of talk, it's just kind of really befuddles me. And I mean, I guess my time is up, but I don't really expect.
Yeah, you can go on. Just the one.
I don't really expect much by virtue of his political antecedents, by virtue of what he has done since it became allegedly the president-elect. So, I mean, I'll be a fool. I mean, not to be able to put one and one together to be able to realize that, no, this guy is not going to do much.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just take 30 seconds to kind of give you guys the way it works, right? I can play devil's advocate. That doesn't, you don't even know what is in my mind. So, I mean, yeah, fine, you can call me names to say, oh, he's not an evil guy, he's a hateful guy. Until you find out my background, then you know. Then you might understand my listen. But the truth here is that, look, we have to be very, very respectful. If we, I know how painful it is because I live it. I'm also Igbo, right? So, but one thing I just try to do is that, Sam has left, right? But there was everybody here will agree, there was a point where it got to where we needed to kind of take a breather. If you decide to discuss it, I'm not going to stop you. But, but I'm here to moderate, to make sure that the environment is somewhat, at least, permissible to these conversations. One of the reasons Dr. Damages created this platform is that he believes that through these kind of discussions, maybe iteratively, we can gradually come towards having these conversations. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Sam has left. I didn't make him leave. I didn't kick him out, right? Mike is here and things like that. If you don't like these people, but then you share a passport with certain, these people that you say you don't like. Then how are you going to, and you still criticize that Nigeria doesn't work? How are you then going to allow that conversation to happen? Please, you can say anything you want about me, no problem. As long as you don't know me, you've never met me. I don't think anybody on this platform has met me, right? So you can say whatever, you can assume what you want. But what I will not do is to impede on your rights to talk. You will talk, but understanding that I can play devil's advocate anytime. It's also my right to express devil's advocate. So finally, Juden, it's over to you. Please go ahead.
I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah,
I have to be firm. Thank you, everybody.
Jude, I know you're from Ugwe.
I want to say thank you, my friends, my brethren, and all those that love fairness and justice, and those that love Nigeria to move forward with a good governance. I just, hope that I'll be able to hold myself, because I've been boiling since afternoon. I've been trying to come in since afternoon, since that Samo of a guy, whatever Tinubu errand boy came on board, but I couldn't get in. But unfortunately, I was able to get in. But a scribe, in his own wisdom, did not allow me, but allowed that guy to continue to spew those nonsense he came out here to spew. And many people are watching him. If the situation in Nigeria as it is today, of all countries in the world, and people will come here and pretend that what we're doing here, what people, or the sentiment people are expressing, the pain people are going through, is something that people will come here and laugh about, and gloss through, and allow people to come here and then be cajoling and painting a drug addict, painting a brain dead man, painting a drug baron, and then he's who has assistance as a terrorist, a known certified terrorist, to become the president of Nigeria. I'm really ashamed of some of us who are even already saying, let us see how we can support Tinubu and Shetima, and let us see whether they can make Nigeria. So, which means we have accepted that a drug baron and a terrorist should be the president of Nigeria. Which country has it ever happened? The worst, if it were to be in America here, these people should have been in jail. Now, let me spell it out to some of us, in case we really don't know what is going to happen if these two individuals become a president of Nigeria. But it's not going to happen. By the grace of God, Tinubu and Shetima will not be sworn in come 27th of May. Instead, Nigeria will break apart. Nigeria will break apart. But let me spell it out. Now, the implication is this, okay? Remember, Tinubu, only God knows how many days he has to live. Remember, he's put the Hausa Caliphate just allow him there. Already they know, back in their mind, they know who they want to be there to continue with Fularization of Nigeria, and Buhari's agenda is Shetima, okay? And Shetima, I don't know, because we have always discussed about Tinubu without even discussing about Shetima. Shetima is more dangerous than Tinubu to Nigeria, because can somebody go and listen to, especially to we the Igbos? I don't know, and I won't allow somebody who has at a point, the video. I'm sure many of us have heard that video, that audio, or leaked audio, when he was talking with one Yoruba man. I've forgotten the Yoruba guy. Okay.
So, the former governor of Ogun State.
The former governor. Exactly. And the man. No, I did not even hear throughout the conversation where the man who was a former governor, when he even told him, listen, why would you be making such statement? He was only giving him prompt and laughing in the whole process. And for this man, who has made such a genocidal statement against a particular race, a major race in Nigeria, to become a president of Nigeria, this is absurd, and we are all laughing. By the way, which country Has it ever been known in the world since you were born, since I was born? Does a non-drug baron, somebody who has no family origin, who has no traceable family origin in Nigeria, in this country, to become a president? Okay, now if Tinubu should replicate the so-called achievement he did in Lagos, now let us see what Nigeria is going to be. Now he's going to expand his alpha beta to the entire Nigeria, right? And the percent is collecting from alpha beta, and then you're collecting that 15% in Nigeria, in the entire Nigeria. Okay? Now, this is a man whose son, at 30 years old, bought a house of over 11 million naira and paid cash in London. And then the daughter bought the two daughters who are not even working, does not even have any job, bought a house of a condo of about $5 million, and they paid cash. Now, these are the kind of human being you want to rule Nigeria, and you want Nigeria to progress. I don't understand. I just don't understand why some of us are taking this thing lightly. But for me, I know 100% Tinubu will never be a president of Nigeria. He has dreamed, and that dream is going to die along with him. It will never happen that Tinubu, a drug addict, a drug baron, a thief, a brain dead man, who bula or whatever it is, who cannot even articulate, who is not even articulate anymore. People say anybody can get sick. Fine, I can be sick and I will go to vie for the number one position of the country, of any country. I can do that. There is a time to step out and allow others. And this is the time that this man should have stepped out and allow others. And he doesn't want to because of greed and self-ambition, selfish ambition. And people are supporting this man. I wish this Sam is here. Let me just talk to him one-on-one. How can you, let me round up. How can you, in all fairness, desire a fair country, that will be a progressive country, and then that country continue to be full of injustice and unfairness? On one side of the country, of the same country, terrorists are treated and given red carpet reception. All they need to do is to say, I have repented. And then another part of the country, somebody was kidnapped and put in jail, and the laws of the land have several occasions judged that this man have not committed any offense. They should release him, and they still kept him in jail. And this useless Sam is telling that Tinubu should not release him when he. In fact, I'm just boiling.
Thank you so much, Julian. Please, I just want to remind everybody about the rules here. You're totally free to to talk, express yourselves, but as far as we know, INEC is the institution, according to the Constitution of Nigeria, to declare, democratic election results, return people as duly elected, which Tinubu has been duly elected. So we expect that
Tinubu is not duly elected. Please, I beg your pardon. Don't put that word. Tinubu was not duly elected.
As the president of Nigeria, as it stands, we have a president-elect. Thank you very much. Kenneth, I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's funny.
Thank you, Mr. Scribe. Just before I start, just like Mr. Juden stated, Tinubu is not duly elected. Tinubu was, maybe you could say, duly selected. And that is why
the election.
And that is why PDP and Labour Party went to court to challenge the selection. They went to court, and INEC is running away from its responsibilities. INEC was asked, since you say that Tinubu was the winner, can you show us the material with which you use to call out the results? What materials did you use to announce Tinubu as the winner? INEC don't have such materials. They've been running around from pillar to post. So whomever that is saying that that Tinubu is duly elected is just trying to be political. He is not. We all know that. And moving forward, I really wanted to address Mr. Sam, but the moderator kind of restricted us, so I don't want to push.
No, you're free
out
to
of
say
that.
what you want to say. I'm not
So,
restricting
but
you. I only calm the
okay,
place down.
thank you. Thank
No,
you.
no.
I will not derogatory words.
Kenneth, please understand it. The environment was palpable. What did you expect if you were in my shoes and you could see?
I understand. I understand. And honestly,
graduating into tears. Wait.
yeah, the tempo was really high.
What I did, I wouldn't take that. I didn't impede on your right to talk. I only did my job as a moderator and try to divert it. If you choose now to say your mind on it, will I stop you?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. I appreciate that. You see, Sam O, I wanted to advise him, but on a second thought, I was like, how old is this guy? Maybe he's just a kid that, I was watching one movie back then, or Sophia, he referred to one man as overgrown baby elephant. So I was like, maybe Sam O is just only a kid. And the only advice that I could give to him is to really take time to read, study about what transpired between 1966 to 1970 in Nigeria, because I think it's either he's ignorant or he's just filled with hate. So that was the advice I wanted to give him. But this is it, when you asked him why he supported Tinubu and all that, and he was like, Tinubu puts some mechanism that generates revenue for Lagos State. And I was wondering, so truly, this guy has zero knowledge of what is going on in Lagos State. Because as of today, Lagos State happens to be the highest state in terms of debt profile in Nigeria. The most indebted state in Nigeria is Lagos State. So they generate revenue, but they keep borrowing. What do they do with the money? If you come to education, Lagos State is backward. If you come to healthcare, Lagos State is backward. In as much as Tinubu, his sycophant, what they call him, the current governor right now, tried to refurbish the Lagos State-owned hospitals. But you and I know that the Alpha Beta, takes care of the target, right? The Lagos State public hospitals and other investments that was created by Tinubu and his boys, that Tinubu has a greater equity stake in all these investments. So you use the public money to create an avenue for revenue generation, while you still have equity in that project. Is it making sense? And whomever that does not agree with you, you sack him. And that was why Ambode was kicked out of office and replaced with his boy, the current boy right now in Lagos State. That is how Lagos State function. And that is why Tinubu will keep making his money as far as Tinubu and his family are still alive, because they have stake in all those equity. And nobody's ready to prove that until someone that is independent, like the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate, Badebo. Someone like Badebo comes in to stop that. And that is why they don't want an independent body to come as a Lagos State governor. So I urge Sam O to go and do some findings to know where he's coming with his false facts. Now, when he was talking, he stated that the number of Muslims in Nigeria are numbers that of Christians. And I was like, where is this guy getting this false information from? Probably from Wikipedia, right? Who you can go to Wikipedia and write whatever nonsense you want to write and post it there. So, and I believe this is where this guy is getting this information. Or was it because when Sani Abacha was the head of state, he forcefully included Nigeria into Islamic State without the consent of Nigerians? So let me educate Sam O on this. I live 20 years of my life in the north. And after that, I still work in the north. During the 2006 population census, I was among those that did the enumeration area demarcation in Anambra State. That gave me the opportunity to walk through each and every state, towns in Anambra State. Now, during the census proper, I was posted to Katsina State. So I conducted the census as a supervisor. So I am on the right authority to tell you that that 2006 census was just useless. Because in the southeast, especially Anambra State where I worked, we have friends that we did the training together, posted in other places. The Southeasterners refused to partake in that census. Then they were claiming, or they were saying that they are Biafrans, that they will never partake in that census. So the Southeast, the turnout for the census was very poor. However, those of us that were posted in Katsina, for example, some were in Kano, some were in Sokoto. Our experience there was that the number was populated, and they will tell you how many number of people they want from this area. If you fail to do that, you are in trouble. And I've stated this last time on this platform, that one Anambra man was killed. Nobody know what happened to him. A healthy man, a principal from Abag and Anambra State in Katsina, purposely because the man refused to do something out of the guidelines. Two girls or two ladies from Edo State lost their lives. Nobody know what happened to them. They died mysteriously because they refused, and they were serving youth corps then. They refused to beef up the population. So it's either you do what they ask you to do, or you're in trouble. Some of us, we are so fearful. We are so scared of our life. You know, we're so fearful. And we had to, some of us had to do what they want us to do. I understand Asa very well. So I found a way to survive. Now, whomever that is using that census to now say that the population of Muslims outnumbers that of Christians in Nigeria is very wrong. I don't know if any of us here have a birth record. You know how in US, for example, you give birth to your child, and then you just few weeks you must register the birth, right? We don't have that in Nigeria. So where are they coming with those information that the number of Muslims outweighs that of Christians? So that is wrong. Now, he also accused Obi of dividing Nigeria during the campaign, and I begin to wonder. Peter Obi was in PDP. PDP brought out Atiku, Muslim. On the other side, APC brought out Tinubu, Muslim. His vice, Muslim. And you and I know that when it comes to politics in Nigeria, it's mostly about religion, not even ethnicity. And you know that when it comes to Southwest, the Muslims in the Southwest, the Yoruba Muslims, always align with the Muslims in the North to keep the position revolving, among them. And that was what was playing out. And thank God, Buddy, you can go and make your findings. I know this more than you think you do, you know. And that was why Peter Obi ran into Labour Party and campaign. And you are now asking him not to leverage on asking the Christian population to vote for him. While in the North, we heard what Atiku said. And we heard what what's his name? Shetima was telling his people. And we watch and hear video and tape recordings of the imams or the sheikhs. Even some were even fighting about the money that they were giving to campaign for their Muslim brothers. If you vote for a Christian, you are voting for a Kafri. You have to vote for your Muslim brothers.
Okay,
we had what Sheikh Obi said. And Sam O was deaf and dumb. He didn't see all these things.
Okay.
Now, let me round up, please. Let me round up. INEC refusing to do its bidding or do what it's supposed to do as an independent body
We all ought to condemn this. Like I stated, Tinubu is not a president-elect. Tinubu is a president-select. The mandate is in court. They're challenging it. On the 29th, Tinubu will not be inaugurated. Whomever that thinks that Tinubu will be inaugurated, good luck with that. If Tinubu is inaugurated, we have a response to give to Nigeria. I'm not hiding it. And that was why I turned on my light and not hiding my face. If Tinubu is elected or is inaugurated, we have a response. We are not that useless. Igbos shouldn't be rendered useless in Nigeria. We own Nigeria. And that is why we now calling that Tinubu will not be inaugurated.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will continue to repeat this because listen, this as much as you will not agree with it, but as it stands, we have a president-elect, and well, I don't know if you agree with me duly. It's a matter of semantics, but as it stands, on the 29th, there's no one else recognized to be sworn on that day. Okay, so as much as I disagree on that, that's fine. That's entirely your right. But I have to move on to someone I think is new, Mr. BB. How you doing?
Yeah, good evening.
I hope you are not here to loaded with your bullets.
No, I'm not loading with bullets. I'm not actually new on the platform. I think this should be my fourth time. Though maybe that I was behind Blue Blessing or something. So I just decided to change to BB.
Yeah, so you know the topic now, so I'll just leave you to or any other thing.
I know the topic. The topic, May 29, Tinubu will be sworn in as a president because when you look at our constitution and what INEC declared, I think that 29th is sacrosanct. Our expectation, people might not be happy. The first estimate will not be good. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm very sure it's not going to be all right. Maybe by January next year, I'll start picking up gradually. One, subsidy will be removed. It's very, very sure. So we might not like it, but that will be done. Because the current state of things in Nigeria will not be able to support that. If you look at the current expenditure, what we are spending and capital, and compared to the loans we are servicing every month, so we should be expecting that shock. Again, I don't, but because I see ourselves as elders, and if you are putting out any story, please let's do some research very well. Let me talk about Sam O. I think you need to do this research. If you cannot read books, you should be able to find out from people that really maybe have read something about it and confirm. Also, in localities, in each individual states, can also get your information right about Lagos. We reach out some things that are not right. And but this case, I was in Lagos throughout that period. I knew so many things that happens. I have people in the ministries, but I won't talk about that one in the air. But we need to get our information very right. Some of the information we reel out because this thing will be in the air for years and people can pick them up. And the reason why I should normally come here is again, I want to see us as middle class majority, and we are not actually doing what we're supposed to do. We have the energy on the air, but where we're supposed to even work, we are not working there. And there's a proverb in my place that if you don't want to die, you cannot inherit your father's maybe title. Majority of what we do is we talk without any action. And I wrote something that so when somebody was saying a bad choice or a good choice, people actually give us a choice. We are not the ones choosing them because politics is local. When some of us refuse to even encourage people to even play that politics, even when we are available, we refuse to even do. We close our gate, we mount our fence. The downtrodden, the unlettered people will go there to go and decide. They will be they are the one that will let the delegates and now give us option to go and focus on. So at the end of the day, it's whatever the choice they give us that we'll be voting for at the end of the day. So I think this is an opportunity for us. What happened this year, 2027 is very close. We need to start planning. Let's go to we might not need to go to our community, but you can start getting your own disciples over there. Ensure that you give them the right information, the right message, so that that can continue, can even build loyalty amongst people across party line. You don't need to be in Labour, you don't need to be in APC, you don't need to be in PDP. You can have your disciple across and know what is happening in those areas because we are interested. Nigeria is our home. We always come back. Or even if you are outside the country, like me, I love Nigeria. I don't even like outside the country. So I'm in Nigeria, so I know what is happening, and I don't want to even move my family out of that place. At least I'm comfortable. But what I'm just saying is, let's play our part apart from coming to the air. Let's start talking to people over there. Let's start encouraging them, building loyalties, building disciples across party lines. I think that will help us a lot going to 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, BB.
Okay.
Very succinct.
Okay. Sorry, Scribe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly. So when Rudolph left, I was planning to host till 2 a.m. UK time. It's now 3:30. My laptop just decided to go mad this evening, so I'll get another one during the week. But what I'm going to do, stay until, I'm not even moderating right now, I'm on my phone, so I can't even do anything. I'll stay on for another half an hour, but it's up to you to end the show whenever you deem it fit. You're in Canada, so it's still probably, if not, it's 3:30 in the UK.
We're just 30 minutes to 12. Oh,
well,
wait,
that's 30. So that's not bad for you. So I think what will work best is to let people know how long you're going to be here for. So if it's another 90 minutes, set the time so at least people are aware, so that you just don't tell them last minute, I'm ending the show.
I think I want to exhaust. There's a lot of Jude, and they just want to talk. So I think
that's fine. So maybe set to 90 minutes.
We might be here for another 4 hours. But
yeah, exactly. Okay. So if you can,
that everybody exhausts what.
If you can do 4 hours, then that's fine. I'm just thinking in case you want to leave in another half an hour.
I'm not hoping that I'll say 4 hours, but if it takes 4 hours, fine. But
okay.
I think everybody needs to kind of express themselves.
Which is fine. Which is fine. So so thank you for that. So once you're done, you can just end it. Before I leave, I'll leave the StreamYard and join on YouTube and watch till I sleep off. Before I leave, I was going to address what Sam O said. But I think the last speaker said most of the things. I think the speaker before the last, I can't remember, I've mixed it up now. And Ed also articulated it, perfectly. Sam, I'm not sure how to place him. 1 minute is cold, 1 minute is hot. And it's fine. You can be on whatever side you want to be. But it reminds me of BQB a lot. 1 minute, BQB will tell you I voted for Peter Obi. I know that's BS from the day he said it. It's not me you'll be telling that. Because BQB claimed that someone, I can't remember, was it a lawyer or doctor on this show, the night before the election convinced him to vote for Peter Obi. BQB knows too much politics to be convinced 12 hours before the election. You understand? But he tells people that and he wants to obedience, he wants them and they will follow. It's not me, so this some guy, 1 minute is talking like, one Nigeria, then the next minute is almost like very insensitive the way he goes about this issue. And that's why I quickly tried to diffuse the issue. But it kept going back there, so I wasn't sure how to place him. But that being said, you asked what do you expect of Tinubu? My answer to that is you can't plant mango and expect to harvest oranges, right? Yoruba will say, you can't have a plant and not know what to expect from it. My worry with Tinubu are two things. His age, which also affects his mental ability, cognitive, and all these things, which is not laughing at anybody, because I know Sam said it twice, and I know it was intentional. Oh, anybody can die at any time. 2-year-olds die. Yes, but if a 30-year-old is trying to apply for a mortgage, the treatments and the reception they will get from the lender is different from when a 70-year-old applies. It's because of your age. So a 2-year-old can die, a 70-year-old can die, but if a 30-year-old was to apply for life insurance and an 80-year-old was to apply for life insurance, the deal you will get to be different. So we know people die, but age plays a role. The chances of an older person dying is higher. And we're not talking about Tinubu dying. I'm just trying to answer his question when he said people shouldn't talk about his age and his health and all of that. He said, some of you are sat there, you don't know what's going on in your body. I might not know. And even if I know, it's nobody's business until the day I decide to run to be your president. Then you deserve to know. I'm not running to be your president. So my health is nobody's business. But the minute you decide to run, your health, how you can perform becomes our business. We've seen examples in Africa. The man in South Sudan or whatever, the one that was singing the national anthem and he wet himself. I've never laughed once since I've watched it. When I was younger, I probably would have laughed. I didn't laugh. I just felt terribly bad and ashamed. The one that was trying to walk into number 10 Downing Street, another African leader, and during the days of Boris Johnson, and Boris Johnson stood there, and the guy was using a walking stick, and he almost fell. And Boris Johnson, I'm sure he's thinking, how are you the president of a country? We've seen that. We've seen Paul Biya, who literally lives in Switzerland, costing Cameroon about $20,000 a day. And this man has been living in Switzerland hotel for over 10 years. Cameroon is paying $20,000 every night because the man said it's easier for him to work in Switzerland. Of course, he wants to be close to where he can be looked after, health issues and all of that. And these are some of the things we're saying. Please, we've seen examples. It will be foolish of us to make similar mistakes. If there were no examples close by, we'll say, oh, we didn't know. We saw the signs, some of the signs, but people said, oh, it's banter, Tinubu is funny. We're not looking for a comedian, we're looking for a president. The gaps were a lot. Now it's the president. So, some people might say it's medicine after death, but I'm just saying it again for the opportunity I'm sure it's on record. And he also said something about, what did he say about Tinubu? Can't even remember. But, I'm just trying to say to Sam that, see, those of us who have our worries, we're not stupid. We don't hate him. I don't think any of us have met Tinubu personally to hate him. But it's just a case of we have our worries. And when he said Peter Obi divided Nigeria, that's the one that said someone addressed. He said that he divided Nigeria along religious lines. No. Which one came first? Let's take a few steps back. What came first? Was it the choosing of your deputy, your running mate, VP, or campaigns? It was the choosing of VPs that came first. So Tinubu went to the north and chose a Muslim from the north. So it was Muslim ticket. The only option Peter Obi had, the only option any of us would have had as a Christian would to bank on your Christian votes. Where was he going to go? Muslims? No, he stood no chance with the Muslims, with majority Muslims, because Tinubu is a Muslim from the south and he's got a Muslim in the north. So it's got down, locked down. So Peter Obi had no choice but to go to the Christians and say, you know what? I need you. Vote for me. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's politics. He's trying to win an election. And when they say he went to, he's selective. And that's what I'm saying. Sam is smart. He's clever. When they said Peter Obi went to church and said, take back your country, he said it at schools. He said it at the markets. They never mentioned those ones, but they sit down on the one that he said in churches. But he said the same thing to students. He went to different universities. He went to markets. And he said, take back your country from the people that are stealing from you. Without saying it that way. But he kept saying, take back your country. So it wasn't just to the church. And if he said it to the church, what's the crime in that?
Even he said it to the Muslims in the north. He said it to them.
And the reason why I'm saying this, because I know some people say it was medicine after death, elections are over, there's no campaign. I don't know what the court will say. Just in case, the chances are slim, just in case there's a rerun, we need to keep the narrative straight. We need to keep it 100, just in case there's a rerun. So we need to let people know these things. Because if there's a rerun, there might be some people who voted for Peter Obi that will now say, oh, religious war, yes, daddy, I'm not voting for him again. So some of us will still keep saying, no, Peter Obi was not trying to do anything religious. He wasn't drawing line in the sand. The person that went to the north and picked a Muslim vice was the one that you can accuse of that. And I'm not even accusing him of that. He wanted to win an election. He did what's best for him to win. Atiku went there. He said what he said. They tried to clean it up and said he didn't mean it that way. Don't take it literally. Atiku said, you don't need a southerner. You don't need an Igbo man. You need a northerner. He said what he said. So these things we need to keep reminding people just in case there's a slight chance of a rerun. So that those who voted for Peter Obi will now not go and say, oh, there's a religious war. My eyes are open. I'm not going to vote for him. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes, if you said yes, daddy, said yes, daddy. Go and say whatever you want to say. So if there's a rerun, some of us are still ready. We'll campaign again with the little window that we'll have, and we'll vote for Peter Obi all over again. Thank you.
Thank you. UG, I don't know, I'm tempted to say OGT. UGT. Are you there? Ujichi, how are you, ma? Thank you for being very patient. You have the floor. Let's if you have your YouTube on before you turn on your please reduce the volume so that way there's no echo. I suspect that you're watching on a dual thing there. Yeah. You have the floor. Please go ahead.
Unmute yourself. It's like she's watching TV or something. Unmute yourself, Ugochi.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, you mute yourself again?
Do that.
Yeah, you can. We can hear you. Don't touch anything anymore. Just go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now, oh Lord.
We can hear you. Don't touch anything anymore.
Okay.
I think you might need to close
Before
the
I go
YouTube
on, I
thing.
want to thank all of you. I do watch you all
Madam,
the time.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but your TV volume needs to
Are
go
you
down.
hearing
There's an
me?
echo. There's an echo. We can hear you, but there's an echo. Please.
But your TV volume needs to go down.
So, anyways, as we wait for her to get herself ready, I can't, I can't agree more. With what the way Sho has put it. I know people feel like they're okay. I think she's back now. Yeah, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay. Okay. Now, I said I want to thank you all. You do a good job, and when I begin to see the hours you spend on this thing, I don't know how you do it. Honestly, both you and Niger Watch, you are incredible. And I say that I pray that the Lord will continually sustain you. Honestly, I feel that the Lord just want me to be here tonight because I'm supposed to be at work, and having worked since Sunday till last night, I told them I wasn't coming. Okay. Now, what I have been watching you, and I have been making comments on the chat. That's Sam O. I'm trying to restrain myself from using a wrong word for him. I think he's a lazy guy, because if he's not lazy, he will not be looking for his grandfather to be a president of a nation. My husband is 76 years, and if he has to go for this type of program, I don't think his children would allow him to go, because he has to sit and enjoy his grandchildren. Any weekend, I want to take him to Maryland. I'm in Delaware, in US. Any weekend, I have to take him to any of his children to see his grandchildren. All of them will be jumping up. And when he goes there, they'll be climbing on him. He will be on the floor. They will be riding him like horse and all that. I don't know what that man is looking for. I was in Lagos for about 30 years. I lived in Lagos. I know every nook and cranny of Lagos. I was a teacher in primary school. I was a teacher in high school, and I did my degree in Yaba, Lagos University. And I did all manner of business to sustain myself. So I know everywhere. And Lagos has not changed. So what did Tinubu build in Lagos? People have argued on this, and they come to understand that the fact that Lagos was capital city of Nigeria before, everything there was built by the colonial masters. And Tinubu did not build anything. What he did was rather to get all the assets of Lagos and put in his pocket. His wife is collecting money, his children are collecting money, and he himself is collecting. After collecting all that, he still taxes Lagos State. He was governor of Lagos State. He is on pension. And after being president, if at all the Lord will allow him to get in there, then he will come and be earning pension in 2 places. And then people who have worked actively for over 30 years, some of them are earning 20,000 naira as pension. I worked with the army, and I left for this place in 2007, and my pension is 18,000 naira. So if I were to be in Nigeria, what would I do with 18,000 naira? You know? So now that guy that said Bola Tinubu is the better option as a president, oh my God. I think that guy, I'm sorry to say this, I think he's living under a curse. Because if he can do anything for himself, he should know that he should be taking care of Bola Tinubu and not putting Bola Tinubu in a place that Bola Tinubu cannot answer for himself. Now, the woman that came out at a point and said that they were calling him to join Bola Tinubu's team, what did she say? She said that she was asking Bola Tinubu, what is your plan for Nigeria? Bola said he had no plan. I'm not the only one that heard it. Everybody heard it. Bola said he had no plan. Another person had asked him, he said when he gets in, he will now tell us what his plans are. Where have you seen that? When you are campaigning, you tell people what you will do. Obi is going everywhere, telling people what he will do. And what you will do is what will make people to accept you or reject you. When you say what is wrong, I know in Edo or somewhere around Bini, one of those people put something on a billboard like camera and was showing what somebody did that was wrong for Bini. And that was the only thing that made the other person to fail election. Everybody that came there, they will watch and watch and watch, and they will say, God forbid. And that was it. So how can that Sam O, a young man, now come and tell us that a half-dead person is going to be better than a 60-year-old that is strong and working and able to do everything that is doable in order to make Nigeria stand? Let me say it here. A northerner or Yoruba cannot make Nigeria to stand. I'm not being tribalistic. The only person that will make Nigeria to stand is an Igbo man. Because Igbo man has his property all over the world. I mean, all over Nigeria. All over Nigeria. When we were in Nigeria, my husband had property in Abuja. He had in Jos. We have in Lagos. We didn't have any in my village until I told my husband, I said, look, if they begin to pursue us here, I'm going to live in Paco house in the village. That was when I started building in my village. We had 3 in Lagos. I had to sell them off. In fact, the only one remaining I want to sell, if you want to buy, come and buy. So what I'm saying here is that all of us should stand straight and make it clear to these people that there's nothing good that is coming from Bola Tinubu. Everybody supporting him, there are those who know that he is gone and they can only lean on him to siphon whatever thing that is left. Right now, they are talking about 70 trillion debt. When Bola Tinubu comes, he is going to double. He's going to double. Because he wouldn't know what is, right now, I'm not sure he knows what is going on. He doesn't know what is going on. Last time he was talking, we saw somebody beside telling him what to say. And when the person will tell him A, he will say B. So how can that person be our president?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
We know where we are. We know where we are going. But if anybody says that he is going to be president, UGC, I'm not part of it. Bola Tinubu will not be our president.
Okay. No, that's you're perfectly
the Lord.
You're perfectly on your.
It is God's will that Tinubu will be our president. It means that he is giving us Pharaoh that will kill us.
Okay. Thank you, UGC. Thank you so much, man. But you're perfectly on your rights to, say what you want. But I think it's very, very important that I talk about the rules. We don't really condone name calling and things like that. But let's just move on. It's your first time. Buddy, I heard you are the legal man here now.
Not at all.
Bibi, I'll come to you.
No, I just want to respond. Just 1 minute, please. Okay. Be up to 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Just to talk about Lagos. Colonial masters didn't build Lagos. They only built a coast section, Apapa and this. Because my father, Ikeja, was part of Western region to Ikeja, Igamu. My grandfather worked in those places. And that's why I know. Until they created Lagos, that part was part of the Western region.
Yeah, it was only Nnamdi Kanu who was living in Ikeja at a certain point,
No, that's what I'm saying. Those areas were Western region. Nnamdi Kanu, all of them control those areas, not part of Eko.
Nnamdi Kanu was one of the first people that moved to Ikeja, but I mean that's historical things. Okay, I acknowledge that. Buddy, so I hear you've been the legal guy,
for the opportunity,
giving us legal permutations here and there. I mean, the section that we're in right now, I know we're trying to see, Bola Tinubu's, predict Bola Tinubu's tenure, but also, I mean, we've talked about an area of topics, and I don't want to limit you, but be guided. That's all I can say. The comment section is very tough.
Yeah, I know. I could see that the temper is so high. So everywhere is tensed. People have a right to their opinion, but no matter how high or the mountain of your opinion, it doesn't amount to facts. So that's why we have to be very careful. That's what motivates me most time to come on this platform to share my own side of the story, the way I see things and the way the things are. We are still not there yet because I've been listening to the background and I could see the way people react to issue. We could see that we are not there yet as a democratic nation because in a democratic society, pluralities of opinion are allowed and people are persecuting other people for having their opinion, which is contrary to theirs. The beauty of democracy is most times is even the major drawback of democracy because it's the majority that will have their say, whereby the majority will have their way, whereby the minority will only have their say. So we have to respect that. The presidential election was hotly contested, and the people have made their choice. And it's very difficult for certain people to accept people's choice. If you like someone, if you like Mr. A, it's not in my place to come and persecute you for it. If I like Mr. B, it's not in your own choice, your own right to persecute me for it. The stake that you have as a Nigerian is the same stake I have as a Nigerian. No one has a greater stake more than one another. So what we are looking for is that in our own thinking, we believe that, Mr. A will be right if he's there. Mr. B will be right. That's our own thinking. So it is on our own right. That's why we have to be very careful because it will amount to bullying. Because you say somebody is bullying someone on the streets, and then you hear you bullying someone online for their opinion. So I know people will talk when I leave, but I will advise those people that if you bully me here, I will advise you meet on streets.
But sorry, before you leave, when you say people have made their choice, who are the people, whose choice have the people made, the people of Nigeria? When you say people have made their choice?
Election was on February 25th or thereabout. People went to poll, they voted, they cast their ballots.
Mr. Budi is rigging and killing people.
Let him talk, Miss.
No, match break.
Wait. We have rules. We have rules.
Which kind of rules? You think I'll not be watching all you guys have been doing?
Madam, I'm
Mama,
going to
let me have my say. Let me have my say.
please,
Let me have my
please,
say.
please.
You can take your turn later.
Please.
You can take your turn later.
Please.
You know, I respect you so much and I respect people here. I don't pick on people when I'm talking. You know, I don't
fucking need any person respect because it doesn't pay my bill.
I don't pick on you. Don't pick on
Buddy,
me.
please, you have 1 more minute. Please round up, please.
Pick on me, I pick on you.
Mr. Buddy, please focus on what you are saying.
He has talking rubbish more than 5 minutes, and you people will make him talk. When Mama come aboard, that is when you
start talking. When I start talking, madam. Be very careful. Be very careful. You know,
Buddy, I'm gonna have to listen. I'm gonna have to remove 2 of you if you're not going to focus on what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's my job to
you don't come here to
remove the impediments from you. Please
people
don't react.
People have right
focus on what you're saying.
To whatever choice that they make.
Thank you.
Regardless of the way they make it. That's the point I'm making. Like, so that we don't escalate issues. So that we don't come here and fight one another. Let's be civil. Let's have decorum for civil conversation. Like, hey.
You have 1 minute.
Necessarily I agree with you. Even if you are my mother, it's not sacrosanct that I should agree with you 100%. There should be a way to like disagree and agree. That's the point I'm making. I'm not even talking about the election. I'm only talking about people's choice. So let's be very careful. That's just my point. I'm only administering us. I'm not talking about like whoever has won. If you have issue with whoever is elected, go pick issue with that person, not me. That's my point. I'm only saying let's just be civil. Let's respect one another instead of calling one another names. That's my point. I was there in the morning and advocate the same thing because everybody has been talking about Sam. That's his own opinion. We don't have to agree.
Buddy, your time is up.
So that's the point I'm making.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Eddie, go ahead with your